The Lost Leaf online game Trilogy, dominating the world. I was once an inconspicuous player, but a chance encounter where I saved a beautiful girl transformed my life dramatically. In the game and in reality, I became a master, henceforth traversing the world with ease. Upon my bed lay a stunning girl. She lay serenely, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her snow-white neck resembled exquisite jade. Her pink skirt revealed her fair, rounded legs, which kicked off the covers, leaving them exposed. Gazing upon her ethereal beauty, I swallowed hard. This girl was indeed a natural enchantress. Miss Awaken. I gently nudged her arm, yet there was no response. Sighing, I rose to leave, only for her to suddenly rouse, wrapping her arms around my neck and sobbing. Why did you treat me this way? Why did you treat me this way? She seemed to bear an immense sorrow, and soon, her warm tears soaked my shirt. Embarrassed, I found my arms instinctively encircling her. The sweet fragrance of youth enveloped me, intoxicating my senses. She sobbed softly, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, her curvaceous form pressed closely against me, and I was overwhelmed with gratitude to the heavens. I am a normal man who has always longed for a beautiful girl to mistakenly fall for me, thus presenting an opportunity. Yet this girl before me was the most beautiful I had seen in my 24 years. I could not help but wonder, had fate finally shown me mercy, bestowing upon me such a wealthy and stunning young lady? However, reality was not as I envisioned. Just as I was about to make my next move, she abruptly pushed me away, crying, "I'm so hungry." I was momentarily speechless. Could she be crying out of hunger? I stood up, only to find she had also risen. Upon recognizing my appearance, she let out a piercing scream. Bang! My cheap keyboard struck my forehead, and before I knew it, I was thrust out of the room. With a resounding slam, the door was locked. Isn't this my home? I stood bewildered in the hallway. Knocking on the door. "Miss, let me in." "You can't do this." No sound emerged, so I rushed to the balcony. Through the glass, I saw her nestled in my blankets, peacefully asleep, her charming face breathtakingly beautiful. I plopped down on the floor in disbelief. What was happening? A glance around revealed remnants of what she had brought: a half bottle of wine and a round object concealed in a bag, its contents a mystery. Curiosity piqued. I reached for it and was astonished to discover it was a gaming helmet frequently advertised online. Even more surprising, the helmet bore the bold inscription, Ling Tong. I was taken aback. It was the helmet for the game Ling Tong. Half a year prior, a promotional storm for an online game had swept the globe. The colossal gaming conglomerate, Yueheng Group, after a decade's effort post the launch of their previous game Yueheng, had developed a new game hailed worldwide as irreplaceable Ling Tong. Rumored to employ cutting-edge human brainwave bridging technology, Ling Tong promised to stimulate players' senses fully, achieving a true 100 gaming realism. Furthermore, it boasted an outstanding storyline and an emotionally engaging equipment system. It was said, merely rumored, that there were diverse NPC beauties to be encountered. As the previous game waned, players worldwide began to fixate on Ling Tong, with many professional gaming teams selling off their original game gear to seize opportunities in this new realm. Tomorrow marked the day of Ling Tong's launch, an undeniably significant date for gaming enthusiasts across the globe. Yet, who was the girl in my room? Oh, I nearly forgot to mention how she ended up here. Just moments ago, a brand new white BMW had parked downstairs. I paid it no mind until I heard a few raucous laughs from below. Peering out, I saw a group of ruffians gathered around the BMW, jesting and leering, their words laced with crude intentions. "It's a girl. Let's drive the car away and take her home. She looks pretty good." My heart sank. Hadn't these scoundrels been taken away by the police last time? Why were they back in our neighborhood? What if the occupant of the car was indeed a girl? What might happen if I stepped outside now? Without hesitation, I dashed downstairs, hurrying to the BMW. Upon seeing me, the thugs grinned. "Kid, what do you want?" A feeling of revulsion surged within me as I pushed through the crowd, yanked open the car door, and it surprisingly unlocked with a click. A wave of potent alcohol wafted out, mingled with a sweet, youthful fragrance. Looking down, I was struck dumb. Seated in the driver's seat was a beautiful girl, reclining back, her fair face breathtakingly exquisite, her long neck captivating beyond words. She appeared to be around 20, one hand clutching an expensive bottle of wine, while the other grasped a bag that seemed to contain a round object. Simultaneously, the ruffians gasped at the sight of such beauty within the car. One of them exclaimed, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? We saw her first." I turned, coolly retorting, "Step aside, she's my girlfriend." The thug scoffed, "Nonsense. If you had a girlfriend like her driving a BMW, you wouldn't be living in this neighborhood. Let her go, or well, call the police." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Call the police? Sure, go ahead. If you don't, I will." With that, I swiftly snatched a pink phone from beside the driver's seat, likely hers. The ruffians grew wary. One of them stammered, "All right, if she's your girlfriend, let's see you take her upstairs." I hesitated. I was in a tight spot. Seeing their relentless demeanor, I steeled myself, wrapped my arm around the girl's waist, and gently lifted her from the car. She had consumed quite a bit of wine, merely murmuring as she nestled against my shoulder. Snap! I removed the car key and locked the door, then guided the girl upstairs. Behind us, the ruffians stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "Could this beauty really be that kid's girlfriend?" Stumbling into my room, I placed her gently on the bed. Thus, my abode was graced with the presence of an enchanting young lady. Chapter 2. The Sequence of Events. Today, aside from acquiring an extraordinary beauty, misfortune has plagued me relentlessly. In the morning, I received a phone call regarding my dismissal from the company. In a fit of agitation, I accidentally hurled my phone into the river, lamenting the loss of my 300 yuan counterfeit Motorola. Shortly thereafter, I ventured out to withdraw money from my rent, only to find that a thief had deftly pilfered my cash, and my card was swallowed by the ATM. Oh, the omnipotent bank. Those 500 yuan in my card were desperately needed for my rent. To make matters worse, my bicycle, which had been my companion for over 3 years, was taken away for being too dilapidated and unsightly, promptly apprehended by the city management officers. Returning to my apartment complex, bewildered and without dinner, I stumbled upon a BMW parked downstairs. Peering through the window, I caught a glimpse of a young woman behind the wheel, her shoulders trembling as she leaned over the steering wheel, seemingly distressed. Choosing not to intrude, I wandered through the complex, glancing around, and thought to myself, there must be a glimmer of hope. I noticed a neighbor's garden where some small greens had been cultivated, a testament to industriousness. I plucked a small cabbage, shaking off the fresh spring soil, intending to make a vegetable porridge would suffice, especially since the greens were undeniably fresh. My room was located on the 5th floor of a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which I rented for a mere 500 yuan per month. The low price was due to others' reluctance to occupy the space. I had initially suspected it was haunted, but the truth was far more peculiar. My neighbors were rather unconventional. To my left resided a group of young women who often entertained middle-aged men, with sounds of passion echoing through the walls, while to my right lived a band of university students who practiced their music daily, creating a cacophony of percussion and melody. As a result, I frequently awoke in the night to the sounds of and to love, even in death, reverberating through my room, leaving me in a state of restless longing. Upon shaking my rice bag, I discovered a meager supply less than 100 grains, precisely 56. How delightful! 56 ethnic groups, 56 blossoms, all united as one. My spirits lifted, for at least I would not starve during this meal. I expertly washed the greens, chopping them into small pieces before tossing them into the pot, ensuring that I could consume a considerable amount, which would create the illusion of abundance and stave off hunger. Often, one must merely deceive oneself. Such is the rule of life. As the millet porridge began to simmer, I returned to my room and opened my computer, only to find a plethora of websites heralding the imminent release of Ling Tong at 6 o'clock the following evening. For a virtual gaming market that had languished for years, the launch of Ling Tong was undoubtedly a monumental event, poised to revive the industry. Unfortunately, I could not afford a gaming helmet despite having a dedicated network cable. It was unlikely I would be able to log on at the moment of release. Then came a series of bittersweet events. I had bravely rescued the young woman in the BMW, only to find myself inadvertently locked out of the lobby. Her belongings lay scattered, including a Ling Tong gaming helmet. I was astonished. Was this truly the coveted helmet? Hadn't it been stated that it would not be available for purchase until the following morning? Puzzled, I pondered the identity of the beautiful girl sleeping in my room. Just then, a melodious ringtone pierced the silence. I realized her phone and car keys were in the bag. To my surprise, the screen displayed the name Sister. Her sister was calling? What a fortunate turn of events. Perhaps she would come to retrieve this young beauty who had taken over my room. Although I had wished for such a lovely girl, there was no reason for me to spend the night outside. With this thought, I promptly answered the call. A sweet voice greeted me. "Hello? Ling Shui, where are you? Why haven't you come home yet?" The voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the girl in my room. Indeed, it was her sister. I replied, "Are you her sister?" Immediately, she became wary. "Who are you? Where is Ling Shui?" What have you done to my sister? I hastily reassured her. Your sister is finishes in my room. Her tone turned urgent. What have you done to her? Fury surged within me. Today had been a series of unfortunate events. I had merely saved this girl named Ling Shui, yet I found myself on the receiving end of her sister's wrath. I retorted, Listen here, you fierce woman. Let me explain myself. Taken aback, she demanded, Tell me where she is. I'm driving over right now. Just as I was about to respond, my phone chimed ominously. Battery low. Wonderful. My phone had died. Chapter 3. Ling Tong. The living room was eerily silent, yet sweltering, devoid of air conditioning. I was drenched in sweat, feeling a sense of despair I could not articulate. The petite beauty named Ling Shui, lying in the room, appeared to be in a deep slumber, and the absence of even a single sofa left me uncertain of what to do. Eventually, my gaze fell upon the gaming helmet, and an idea struck me. How fortuitous. I had previously installed a gaming interface in the living room, and it seemed it would finally come in handy. I was eager to discover if this helmet was indeed the one from Ling Tong. There was only one way to find out. Without delay, I extracted the data cable from my tote and followed the installation instructions. I then seated myself in the corner of the room and donned the gaming helmet. In an instant, clarity enveloped my mind, followed by a synthesized voice announcing the scanning of my iris. Player identity confirmed, locked in. Do you wish to enter the game? Swiftly, I conveyed my affirmative intent. Hello, your identification number is 0000000002. Iris lock confirmed. My heart sank. Upon donning the helmet, I had inadvertently locked onto it, akin to usurping someone else and Appos as property. Yet, reflecting on it, she was occupying my room. Regardless, it was already locked in, and I would find a way to compensate her later. But then, the system chimed again. Apologies. The game is not yet launched. Please wait 23 hours and 42 minutes to enter. First, please create a character. I selected to create a character, and the screen flickered. Suddenly, I found myself in a vast wilderness, where several characters appeared before me. One human, one elf, and one half-orc. I had heard whispers of hidden characters available for selection, but the likelihood of encountering one was infinitesimal. It seemed I would not have that fortune. Thus, I chose the human option. Facial scanning in progress. Please wait. Moments later, a figure identical to me emerged, clad in rudimentary leather armor, clearly a novice. Then, the system informed me, the game has not yet commenced, please be patient. Just then, the scenery shifted dramatically, transforming into a battlefield drenched in crimson light. In the vast canyon, chaos reigned as a coalition of humans, elves, and half-orcs clashed against dark forces. Mages robed in arcane attire hurled fireballs, while agile archers, adorned in exquisite leather armor, unleashed arrows that glimmered like icy stars upon their foes. In the front lines, a horde of berserkers brandished spears and battle axes, their bodies aglow with a sanguine radiance as they charged into a throng of skeletal soldiers, shattering them with brutal efficiency. On the opposing side, a dark elemental mage cloaked in black robes emitted chilling roars. With a wave of their staff, searing meteors rained down, engulfing the berserkers in a sea of flames, their heavy armor searing hot against their skin. Bright flashes of light heralded the arrival of healing spells from the priests of the light, while shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the dark ranks, swiftly dispatching several dark mages. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, blanketing the canyon. As the flurry intensified, massive ice shards plummeted, decimating the forces of light. The warriors looked skyward to behold a four-winged demon soaring above, chanting an ominous incantation with outstretched arms. The canyon froze over, countless lives teetering on the brink of annihilation. In a flash, a blinding light swept through, and a chilling blade of energy cleaved through the air, severing the demon's wings with a piercing shriek. The forbidden magic was abruptly silenced as the demon plummeted into the abyss, torn apart by the frenzied berserkers. As my perspective rose, I beheld a striking young man standing atop the high cliff, a gleaming sword hanging loosely in his grip, its edge shimmering with a menacing light. To my astonishment, his hair was frosted white, and though his gaze was clear, it bore a profound loneliness and sorrow. A distant thunder rumbled, seemingly heralding an impending storm. In the air, two radiant blue characters materialized, spelling out Ling Tong. Perhaps the uncanny realism of this game truly overwhelmed me, leaving me speechless for an extended period. Yet, one certainty emerged. This helmet was, without doubt, the authentic Ling Tong helmet. It raised further questions about the girl in the room. How had she acquired such a coveted item in advance? And what did it mean that her account number was 00002? It implied that the helmet I was using was the second ever issued. With nearly an entire day remaining before the game would open, I decided to exit. Removing the helmet, I was drenched in perspiration. After my initial experience, it was clear that this game, crafted over a decade by the world's elite, was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. The authenticity and intricate details transported me into another realm, igniting a fervor within my heart. The promotional artwork featured that dashing young swordsman vanquishing a four-winged demon. Did it suggest that players could achieve such prowess? A smile crept onto my face at the thought. If I could indeed attain such heights in the game, would I not be able to conquer the world and possess both land and beauty? At that moment, a waft of charred aroma jolted me back to reality, reminding me of the kanji I had left on the stove. I dashed into the kitchen, hastily switching off the power and surveying the ruined dish, my appetite vanishing entirely. In the living room, Ling Shui lay in a drunken stupor, oblivious to my plight, and it was evident she would not be answering the door. I grabbed a yellow cloth from the dining table to cover myself and resolved to endure the night in the living room. What a twist of fate. While others basked in romantic luck, I found myself entangled with such a stunning beauty, yet it felt as though I were cursed. I drifted in and out of sleep, unsure of how long had passed, until I was suddenly jolted awake by a bright light. I opened my eyes to find a portly figure shining a flashlight upon me. My anger flared, but I quickly recognized him as the landlord. With disdain in his gaze, the landlord remarked, "Ding Shusheng, your rent is due next month. If you delay any further, I may have to evict you. What are you doing sleeping out here at this hour?" I glanced at the clock in the living room. It was already past 2 in the morning. I inquired, "You're still here this late?" "I came to check the power, as several tenants reported an outage." "It's just you. When will you pay your rent?" A sinking feeling hit me. The money I had intended to pay for rent had been stolen by that thief. How could I possibly pay? At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing the enchanting Ling Shui. Clad in loose-fitting attire that accentuated her graceful form, she exuded a charmingly languid demeanor. "I want water," she murmured, half asleep. In an instant, the landlord was left speechless, and after a pause, he exclaimed, "You, my boy, have a stunning girlfriend. I'll return another time. You better find a job soon, or I won't be so lenient." With that, he left, closing the door behind him. At this moment, Ling Shui had already slumbered for nearly 7 or 8 hours and had long since sobered up. She blinked her eyes and gazed at me, suddenly uttering, "I would like some water." I rolled my eyes, inexplicably compelled to pour her a cup of warm water. Perhaps this was the effect of beauty, prompting one to act involuntarily. Ling Shui took the cup and eagerly downed its contents, then looked at me with a hint of a smile and said, "Your name is Ding Shusheng?" I felt a tad awkward and replied, "It's Ding Shusheng, meaning comfortable and prosperous, not a scholar." Ling Shui smiled slightly, tossing her hair back and remarked, "The name doesn't matter. What's crucial is that I'm hungry now. Could you fetch me something to eat?" I was taken aback. At this late hour, where can I find food? Even convenience stores are closed. Ling Shui furrowed her brows, saying, "Having consumed so much alcohol, I must eat something to protect my stomach." In truth, whether or not one eats, the stomach would still suffer. Thus, I remarked, "What is the point of a young lady drinking so much?" "That's none of your concern," Ling Shui retorted, her voice raised slightly before she turned away, murmuring, "How would you know if I was doing fine?" Speechless, I walked into the kitchen, scooping a bowl of vegetable porridge and slamming it onto the dining table, announcing, "This is all I have. If you're willing, eat some. If not, you can drive out to find food. Your car is still downstairs." Ling Shui appeared startled, her beautiful eyes scanning the bowl of porridge with a peculiar expression. "Is this all you have?" she asked cautiously. Unfazed, I nodded, "Indeed. This is the extent of my culinary offerings." Just then, my stomach growled audibly, and Ling Shui shot me a questioning glance. Suddenly, a charming smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth as she cheerfully inquired, "Have you not eaten either? If not, shall we share this bowl of vegetable porridge?" I was momentarily taken aback. The pot was empty, all its contents now in the bowl. Seemingly reading my thoughts, Ling Shui smiled gently, gracefully stepping into the kitchen to fetch another bowl. She divided the small portion of porridge into 2 bowls and pushed one towards me, saying, "Here, don't be polite." For a moment, I could hardly fathom the scene before me. A petite beauty driving a BMW, dressed in designer attire, was willing to share a bowl of porridge that even a beggar would disdain. Chapter 4. Overnight fee. I took a seat and gulped down the soup along with the vegetable leaves. Honestly, I was absolutely famished. Ling Shui sat opposite me, meticulously picking at the vegetable leaves, savoring each morsel. In less than a minute, our late-night snack was over. Ling Shui adorably licked her lips and remarked, "The taste is quite decent, but remember to use less salt next time." I was at a loss for words. She seemed utterly awake. "You look so silly. I'll just call you Dunce from now on, okay?" Ling Shui suddenly laughed. I firmly replied, That's a derogatory term. Absolutely not. However, Ling Shui merely smiled playfully. Oh, come on. In many cases, such words can be endearing, like little rascal or silly goose. I thought to myself, based on that logic, wouldn't terms like little turtle, little idiot, or little fool also become affectionate nicknames? Ling Shui glanced around the living room and noticed that the virtual gaming helmet had been activated. She was taken aback and quickly leaned forward to retrieve the helmet, only to find that the blue chip had turned yellow. Her expression turned cold as she turned to me. Is this your doing? I was momentarily stunned and awkwardly explained. It's a complete misunderstanding. How was I to know that wearing it would lock it? Ling Shui stared at me, biting her lip. You big fool. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into obtaining that treasure? And you got to use it first. How unfair. Looking up at the clock, Ling Shui pouted. Now look, in just 14 hours, Ling Tong will be open, and I certainly do not wish to stand in line for a new helmet. I felt an urge to vanish into thin air and murmured, I promise to compensate you later, but right now, I simply cannot afford it. Ling Shui looked directly at me and suddenly pushed the helmet into my arms. I caught it, surprised, and asked, what are you doing? Humph. I'm giving you the helmet. It's only useful to you now. Why should I keep it? Ling Shui said huffily. She then inquired, do you have a place to shower? I feel quite unclean and would like to wash up. I was taken aback and replied, forget it. You should just drive out and rent a room. It's really not convenient here. Plus, I don't have any women's clothes. But Ling Shui raised her brows defiantly. You expect me to go out at this hour? Don't you worry, I might encounter bad people. I retorted. Aren't you afraid that I might be the bad person? Ling Shui glanced at me and chuckled. With that silly demeanor of yours, you probably wouldn't even dare to eat the juicy morsel in front of you. Being with you feels very safe. Was that an insult? Ling Shui, however, said no more. She unceremoniously entered my room, rummaged through my wardrobe, and pulled out a loose white shirt. When searching for pants, she could only find a pair of summer shorts, which made her blush. She took the shirt and headed for the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, and I couldn't help but feel a flutter in my heart. The agonizing minutes dragged on, and when Ling Shui emerged, hastily wrapped in the shirt, I was taken aback. She was wearing only a pair of shorts, revealing her flawless, fair legs, driving me nearly insane. Ling Shui entered the room and, without ceremony, burrowed under my blanket, declaring, you should sleep outside, and take this. With that, she tossed a thin blanket my way. I caught it, bitterly smiling to myself. It seemed I was destined to spend the night in the living room. Clutching the blanket and the gaming helmet, I felt a surge of joy. With this helmet in hand, I could roam freely in Lingtong. It was said that skilled players could earn substantial wealth by selling equipment and gold coins. Perhaps I too could strike it rich. That night, I had a delightful dream. In my slumber, I became an unparalleled expert in Lingtong, capable of effortlessly severing 1,000 heads with a single stroke, and I was immensely wealthy, surrounded by a harem. When the doorbell rang, I realized I was dreaming. I looked up to find my door slightly ajar. I hurriedly got up, only to discover that Ling Shui had already left. The blanket was neatly folded at the head of the bed, impeccably arranged. My phone and car keys were nowhere to be found, likely taken by Ling Shui. On the bedside table lay a stack of crisp bills, topped with a note. I picked it up and read the elegant handwriting. Dunce, if you're looking for a job, go to the development department at Blue Star Digital Plaza. Also, this 1,000 yuan is your overnight fee. At the end, there was a cute smiley face drawn, with eyes like the moon and delicately curved eyelashes, resembling Ling Shui's enchanting smile. I pondered, overnight fee? Good grief. It appeared that Ling Shui had overheard my conversation with the landlord last night in its entirety. Upon closer inspection of the handwriting, it was hard to believe that such beautiful script could belong to a girl, especially one as exquisite as Ling Shui. Some say that beauty comes at the cost of wisdom, yet this rule clearly did not apply to her. Fate had indeed favored her with perfection. I was left puzzled, uncertain of Ling Shui's true identity. However, since she suggested that there was work for me at Blue Star Digital Plaza, I felt compelled to give it a try. Thus, I freshened up, changed my clothes, and stepped out. Regardless of how the job situation turned out, I had to return home before 6 in the evening. Ling Tong was about to launch, and I was determined to be among the first to log in and secure my initial fortune. Chapter 5. Entering the game. The Blue Star Digital Plaza, a burgeoning digital commercial hub, had long caught my attention. It was a mere 20-minute jog from my residence, and so I ran over, having lost my bicycle to the city management. Upon my arrival at the plaza, the sun was already high in the sky. The employees were at work, and the place was bustling with students. I hurried to the back to inquire about the location of the development department and walked directly in. This office was situated on the top floor of the mall, and upon seeing the nameplate of the development department, I was taken aback by the scene before me. In a small room, 4 stunning young women were seated. On 2 large sofas, they were engrossed in conversation, holding a pile of magazines. And what astonished me further was their attire, lightly clad in low-cut tops and short skirts. At that moment, a formally dressed young woman in a suit approached me. She glanced my way and said, "You must be the one introduced by Ling Shui. What was it? Scholar?" I nodded. "Yes. Is this the development department that Ling Shui mentioned?" She smiled, extending her hand to shake mine. "Welcome to the Snow Moon Studio. I am Bing Cha, one of the members here." Bing Cha exuded confidence and charm, and I was momentarily stunned. "Snow Moon Studio?" I echoed. She replied, "Indeed. Our studio was established specifically for Ling Hua, and we are currently affiliated with Blue Star Group's development department. In the future, we will be the elite players within the game Ling Hua for the Blue Star Group." It dawned on me that Ling Shui had introduced me to such a studio. Just then, another young woman approached, wearing a blue mini-skirt. She winked and said, "I'm last Summer. Just call me Summer." "What shall I call you, handsome?" I glanced at the delicate girl, her smooth legs beneath her short skirt quite alluring, and replied, You can call me Scholar." Summer giggled, "Hello, Scholar brother." Next to Summer stood a quiet girl who smiled at me, saying, "My gaming name is tentatively set as Silent Rain. You can call me Rain." I nodded, but found myself looking at another girl in a pink dress beside Rain, who was also gazing at me. She smiled gently. "I'm Purple Moon. Nice to meet you." I was somewhat unaccustomed to this manner of conversation, so I waved my hand. No need for formalities. Bing Cha pointed to a nearby chair. "Please, take a seat." Clearly, she was the one in charge of the studio, as the other girls seemed to hold her in respect. I sat down, yet I still did not see Ling Shui. Noticing my puzzled expression, Bing Cha chuckled. "There's no need to be confused. We were all players of Yuang. With the upcoming launch of Ling Hua, Blue Star Group has hired us as professional players, also acting as the leading figures of the company. Should the company decide to invest in the game, we will each have our roles." I nodded and asked, "So I am considered a member of Snow Moon Studio now?" Bing Cha smiled broadly. "Naturally. Currently, Snow Moon Studio has 6 members, and with you, we make 7. I counted. There were 5 present, all of whom were stunning young women. A sense of delight surged within me as I thought, the days ahead will be spent amidst such beauty. However, I still had not seen Ling Shui. After dinner in the company cafeteria, I grabbed some pastries for a late-night snack, knowing that with the official global launch of Ling Hua tonight, staying up was inevitable. Before I left, Bing Cha slammed a stack of documents on the table and announced, "According to higher directives, all members of our studio are to enter the Ling Hua game tonight. By tomorrow morning, each of you must reach level 10 and earn 2 gold coins to hand over to the operations department." I remarked, 2 gold coins? I've heard that earning money in the early stages of the game is quite challenging. Bing Cha laughed. "Even if it's difficult, we must accomplish it. Scholar, you might not know, but our boss, Mr. Wang, has decided to seize the opportunity of Ling Hua's strong launch to develop our virtual industry within the game and make a significant venture." I was momentarily stunned. "Oh, so Mr. Wang truly has vision." Bing Cha shared a knowing smile. "Indeed. As for how the company will operate internally, I won't concern myself too much. But leveling up to 10 in one night shouldn't be too hard. However, acquiring 2 gold coins might be a bit tricky. Everyone knows that in the early stages of Ling Hua, low-level monsters only drop copper coins. 100 copper coins convert to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, meaning we need 20,000 copper coins for just 2 gold coins. I can't fathom how long that will take. Regardless, I believe my years of gaming experience would serve me well, certainly not worse than the other members of the studio. Carrying my late-night snacks home, I found the evening had set in. Checking the time, I noted that there were only half an hour left until Ling Hua opened. My excitement was palpable. Once back in my room, I locked the door and meticulously donned the gaming helmet, a gift from Ling Shui, albeit presented in a rather unceremonious manner. As I put on the helmet, the system swiftly scanned my iris, confirming my identity before entering the game's login interface. In the midst of a void, a petite fairy-like girl danced gracefully through the air before landing on a branch in front of me. She smiled and said, "Greetings. I am the guiding fairy of Ling Hua. Welcome to the login interface for your first time. You do not have a character yet. Would you like to create one immediately?" A pang of realization struck me. I had almost forgotten that character creation was possible an hour before the game commenced. I quickly confirmed and chose the standard human race, scanning my facial features without any adjustments before finalizing my character's appearance. In the name field, I entered, "Made in China." Just joking, I am quite patriotic. Confirm. Ding. Sorry, this game name is already taken. Night visit to the brothel. Sorry, this game name is already taken. Pure-hearted little duck. Sorry, this game name is already taken. Damn it, taken again. I took a deep breath and thought, all right, let us come up with something unique. I swiftly typed in a new name, the handsomest scholar in history. Ding. Sorry, this game name is already taken. Frustrated, I tried again. Scholar won't eat today. The system replied calmly, sorry, this game name is already taken. Reluctantly, I gritted my teeth and entered, Reckless Scholar. Finally, after a satisfying ding, the system notified me, congratulations. Your game character has been successfully created. There are 21 minutes remaining until the game begins. Please be patient. What followed was an excruciating wait. I had never experienced time dragging on so slowly. Back in my school days, we all played together, and now here I was alone, stepping into Linghua, unsure if I would encounter old friends again. 20 minutes later, a pleasant chime rang in my ears. The countdown had finally begun from 60 seconds. It was rumored that players who entered the game early received equipment and chances for rewards, so I was determined to seize this opportunity. I fixed my gaze on the countdown, ready to enter the game at any moment. Ding. The system announced, dear player, please note that there are 10 seconds remaining until the game starts. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The system announcement. The game is officially open. I had already cast aside the system notification sound. As the countdown reached 0, I instinctively entered the game. Before me, a small village emerged, reminiscent of the Stone Age, with its rudimentary structures that were almost maddening. Ding. System notification. Greetings, you are the 6th player to enter the game and have received 100 experience points. I was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a warm sensation enveloping me as golden light cascaded down, and I unexpectedly leveled up. Upon opening my character attributes, I found my experience points at 0, indicating that progressing from level 1 to level 2 required exactly 100 points. A twinge of disappointment washed over me. It appeared there were neither divine artifacts nor attribute bonuses. Nevertheless, ascending to level 2 directly was commendable, saving me a few minutes in the process. I checked my inventory and found only a crude wooden stick and a tattered garment barely capable of covering my body. Damaged wooden stick, rough item, attack, 0-1 required level, 0 rough cloth garment, rough item, defense, 1 required level, 0. Well, these are decent pieces of equipment. I might as well don them. Thus, gripping the wooden stick and wearing the cloth garment, I ventured out to level up. At that moment, the teleportation array was ablaze with white light as a multitude of new players logged in. I needed to leave the village swiftly, otherwise, I would likely miss the chance to engage any monsters. Chapter 6. The Goblin Battle Axe. Upon exiting the village, I cast my gaze outward and was greeted by a vast expanse of woods teeming with verdant little creatures, devoid of any players. Turning back, I noticed a throng of players had already surged forth from the novice village. Without hesitation, I dashed ahead, but just as I was about to commence my endeavors, I spotted a young girl clad in burlap, standing not far off, peering anxiously into the distance, seemingly in search of assistance. It appeared a quest awaited. As the first to leave the village, I felt no hesitation and sprinted towards her. Upon reaching the NPC girl, she implored, my grandfather lost his axe while gathering firewood. It is said that a band of vile little goblins has taken it. Brother, could you help me retrieve my grandfather's axe? Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest, collect goblin battle axes? Such an auspicious opportunity could not be ignored. I promptly clicked to accept, and another system notification chimed. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, collect goblin battle axes. Beginner quest, current difficulty, 10, quest objective, assist the girl, Xiaohua, in locating the lost axe, which should be among the goblins outside the village. Slay the goblins and collect 10 battle axes from them. I was taken aback. Xiaohua had mentioned her grandfather lost but 1 axe, yet I was tasked with gathering 10. Evidently, the quest was tailored to my taste. A classic case of making the most of a situation. After our conversation, the girls settled beneath a large tree, seemingly unable to take on additional quests. It was time to gear up and tackle those goblins. Just then, a goblin close by had spotted me, an intruder in its domain, and charged forth brandishing an axe. Its diminutive frame resembling that of a small winter melon, topped with a comical green helmet. I assessed the creature and discovered its attributes were rather trivial. Little goblin, common monster, level, 1 attack, 13 defense, 1 health, 100. With the goblin's attack at a mere 13 and my defense at 2, I surmised the encounter would pose little challenge. Thus, I swiftly advanced, swinging my short stick and striking the goblin squarely on the forehead. Bang! The sound echoed, and a damage indicator floated above the goblin, reading 12. The goblin's axe struck my shoulder, causing a slight sting and reducing my health by 5 points. Fortunately, My health was comparable to the goblins, and I could endure a bit longer. More importantly, my attack speed far surpassed that of the goblin, ensuring it could not deliver a fatal blow. After several successive strikes with my stick, the goblin let out a mournful cry and collapsed, leaving a few copper coins glimmering on the ground. Ding. Combat prompt. You have slain a little goblin, earning 10 experience points. I immediately bent down to collect the coins, 3 in total, adding them to my inventory. However, after defeating this goblin, my health had dwindled to below half, and facing another without caution would be perilous. I quickly checked my personal attributes and realized I had yet to allocate the 5 attribute points granted upon account creation. Curse it. Was I truly a novice? Embarrassed, I allocated all 5 points to strength. After all, one cannot progress in levels without adequate attack power, especially as I intended to choose a combat-oriented class. With the additional strength, my attacks surged from 3 to 8, making the prospect of dispatching a little goblin significantly easier. I swiftly targeted another wandering goblin nearby. A single strike sent the damage indicator soaring to 34. I was astonished by my newfound might. With 2 more powerful swings, the poor goblin emitted a wail and fell, dropping a rusted axe along with a few copper coins. Goblin Battle Axe, quest item. Upon inspection, I found it lacked attributes, leaving me somewhat disappointed, yet I promptly stowed the axe in my inventory and continued hunting. The drop rate for the axes was not particularly high. Typically, I would need to slay about 5 goblins to obtain 1 axe. Moreover, as more players appeared, when I finally amassed 9 axes, the field had become crowded with various players. Each goblin almost immediately struck down upon respawning. It seemed this location was no longer viable for training. Otherwise, my level would stagnate amidst these common players. Just then, a little goblin materialized beside me. Casting furtive glances about, I seized the opportunity and struck it with my stick, while 4 others nearby swung their own sticks in unison. Crack, crack, crack. In a mere instant, the little goblin, having just spawned, met its fate, dropping an axe before collapsing at the forest's edge. Confident in my swift execution, I quickly retrieved the battle axe, adding it to my inventory. I had now collected all 10 axes. The other players, looking bewildered, seemed inclined to inquire, but I had no time to engage. I turned back and returned to Xiaohua. Producing the 10 axes, her face lit up with joy. Thank you. You have returned my grandfather's axe. Here is your reward. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the quest, Goblin Battle Axes. You have earned 500 experience points, 2 silver coins, 1 reputation point, and the quest reward item, Rough Iron Sword. Ding. System prompt. You have leveled up. Oh, an item drop. Elated. I opened my inventory to find an iron sword resting peacefully within. Rough Iron Sword, rough quality, attack, 14 required level, 2. A level 2 weapon. While it remained the lowest tier of equipment, its attack power far surpassed that of the stick provided by the system. In the realm of equipment, the hierarchy ranged from rough quality to white equipment, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, ghostly, earthly, divine artifacts, and beyond, with legendary items rumored to exist, though whether I would ever encounter them remained uncertain. Equipping the iron sword, I transformed into the sole warrior of this novice village, wielding an iron sword. Many players cast envious glances my way, undoubtedly perceiving me as the most formidable figure in the novice village thus far. Now at level 3, little goblins could no longer satiate my appetite for challenge. With my new weapon, I allocated all 5 upgrade points to strength, elevating my attack to a formidable 117. Such a robust attack warranted facing more challenging foes. Thus, I swiftly returned to the village and purchased 10 small healing potions from the apothecary, each restoring 100 health, albeit at an exorbitant price of 20 copper coins each. Fortunately, having completed the quest, the system rewarded me with 2 silver coins, allowing me to purchase all the potions. High investment yields high returns. This simple principle was not lost on me. Just as I was about to leave the village, I noticed a soldier clad in armor at the entrance, sword in hand, surveying the surroundings. I approached him, and as expected, this NPC was the captain of the village militia. He glanced at me and said, "Brave young warrior, you possess sufficient strength. Would you be willing to assist me with a small task?" I nodded immediately. The militia captain proclaimed, "Recently, a bothersome swarm of flame bats has emerged to the south of the village. They possess a certain level of toxicity, and several of my soldiers have succumbed to their venom. I hope you can eliminate these flame bats and collect a batch of their blood for antidote." I was taken aback and promptly pressed the confirm button. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, Clearing the Fields. Beginner quest. Current difficulty, 50. Quest details. Eliminate the flame bats to the south of the village and gather 20 vials of bat blood to deliver to Captain Masu. My heart sank. The previous task of slaying goblins had a difficulty of 10, and now this task's difficulty had escalated to 50. Looking into the captain's eyes, I discerned an ominous aura reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Ishui River, evoking the sentiment of a brave warrior embarking on a perilous journey with no return. I couldn't help but shudder, quickly gathered my belongings, and hastily set off towards the southern expanse of the village. Chapter 7. The mutated bat. As dusk descended upon the forest, the dew fell like gentle rain, creating a tantalizing sound beneath my feet. I had been running briskly for nearly 10 minutes, having encountered only humans and goblins in this woodland. However, upon cresting a small hillock, I finally stumbled upon a new creature. Squeak! A large bat, enveloped in flames, emitted a cacophonous cry, its blood-red form contrasting sharply with its glowing green eyes. Flame bat, common monster, level, 5 attack, 410 defense. For health, 500 attack type. Poisonous attack. I was taken aback. A level 5 monster. Its attack power vastly surpassed that of the goblins, and with 500 health, coupled with an unpredictable poisonous attack, it was indeed formidable. Glancing at my own attributes, I began to calculate. Arrogant Scholar, Vagrant, level, 3 health, 210 attack, 1117 defense. For reputation, 1 luck, 0. My attack was commendable, but my defense was woefully inadequate. The flame bat would surely breach it with ease, and its poisonous assault was a significant concern. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold. I had to confront it before other players arrived. With determination, I brandished my iron sword and charged at the flame bat, delivering a powerful strike. Crack! A dazzling number. 85, sword into the air. I was elated. My concentrated attack had indeed proven to be ferocious, nearly depleting a substantial portion of the flame bat's health in one blow. In response, the flame bat seemed incensed, launching an immediate counterattack. However, before it could strike, I swiftly unleashed a second blow, deducting nearly another 100 health points. Finally, the flame bat's fiery wings struck against my arm, sending a jolt of pain through me. Battle alert. You have been attacked by the flame bat, losing 51 health points. What? It took away a quarter of my health in one hit? I was astonished. The flame bat's assault was indeed brutal. Without hesitation, I knew I had to finish it off before its next attack, especially since I had jumped 2 levels to face this foe and lacked any notable defensive gear. With 2 swift strikes, numbers 91 and 87 appeared above the flame bat's head. Although its attacking speed was sluggish, it lunged at me once more. A flash of green light signaled its venomous attack, and I felt a sudden numbness as I lost a staggering 70 health points. Battle alert. You have been affected by the flame bat's poison attack. Health decreases by 2 points every 3 seconds, lasting for 60 seconds. I was momentarily stunned. I had indeed been poisoned. Fortunately, the toxin proved less severe than anticipated, only 40 points over the duration. However, I hadn't considered that ordinary players could hardly afford potions. The cheapest red potion cost 20 copper coins, while a goblin dropped only 2 to 3 coins. Most players could not afford such extravagance while leveling up. And here I was, oblivious to my fortune. With 2 decisive strikes, my iron sword cleaved into the flame bat's back, ultimately depleting its remaining health. It let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, dropping some copper coins. Ding! Battle alert. You have slain the flame bat, earning 120 experience points. I couldn't contain my laughter. High risks indeed yield high rewards. A goblin only granted 10 experience points, yet defeating a flame bat at a higher level netted me 120. Digging through the earth, I collected 14 coins, far more generous than what goblins offered. However, my health had dropped below half. The cost had indeed been steep, but it felt worthwhile. I quickly consumed a health potion and continued my hunt for a second flame bat. In less than a minute, I engaged in a life-or-death struggle, successfully defeating it and earning another 120 experience points, along with 19 more copper coins. Yet, I still had not encountered the fabled bat blood required for the quest. Finally, after vanquishing my 5th flame bat, I heard a satisfying plop as a droplet of bat blood fell to the ground. Bat blood, quest item. It was unremarkable, so I tossed it into my pack. By the time I had slain 5 flame bats, I had accumulated 600 experience points. But it cost me 2 small potions. 40 copper coins had slipped away, and such expenditures were indeed painful. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the flame bat's wings. Just then, I heard voices behind me, someone exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow, this guy is single-handedly taking down level 5 monsters." Turning around, I spotted 3 level 2 players peering curiously in my direction. Soon enough, One of them approached and attempted to lure a flame bat. To their surprise, the flame bat proved relentless, biting away half of the player's health, leaving him pale and shouting, "Help me, guys." The other two rushed to assist, wielding their blunt sticks and striking the flame bat's forehead twice, yielding damage numbers of 12 and 8. I stifled a laugh from a distance. They lacked suitable weapons and dared to challenge such a formidable level 5 monster, which was akin to courting death. As expected, within 2 minutes, the trio could not withstand the flame bat's fierce assault and were swiftly reduced to white light, respawning in the city, leaving behind a wounded flame bat. How could I pass up such an opportunity? I dashed forward, swinging my iron sword with a mighty arc. Crack! The flame bat emitted a mournful wail as it collapsed, and I heard a series of delightful chimes, indicating that something had dropped. Without hesitation, I rummaged through the soil, discovering not only 17 copper coins, but also a vial of bat blood and a rather dull piece of leather armor. I was momentarily astonished, but quickly snatched up the armor and examined its attributes. Bat leather armor. White equipment. Defense. 8 required level, for I couldn't help but smile. Fortune favored me. I had been fretting over my lack of armor, and now I had acquired this splendid piece. Those players must be regretting their decisions. Glancing at my experience bar, I was on the verge of reaching level 4. I promptly consumed a red potion and dispatched another flame bat nearby. As golden light showered down, I officially leveled up. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, your level has increased. You gain 20 health points and 5 attribute points to allocate freely. Haha. Finally, the moment had arrived. I quickly donned the bat leather armor, boosting my defense from 4 to 12 points. I allocated all 5 points to strength, raising my attack to 1621. Though the bat leather armor was not particularly fashionable, it was my first piece of gear, possibly the first ever obtained in this novice village. Wearing it filled me with immense pride. With my newfound strength of 12 points, I eagerly sought out another flame bat to challenge. With a resounding swing of my sword, a staggering number, 248, appeared above the flame bat's head. What? I could hardly believe my eyes. Had I truly just reduced a level 5 monster's health by half in a single strike? Upon perusing my records, I was astonished to discover that I had indeed scored a critical hit. Nevertheless, I was still able to vanquish the fiery bat, inflicting a commendable 124 points of damage. At that moment, the fiery bat lunged at me with ferocity, and I felt a slight sting. To my surprise, the bat's toxic assault only caused a mere 24 points of damage. Elated by this revelation, it seemed that donning the bat's leather armor had significantly enhanced my defenses, enabling me to engage in prolonged combat. Thus, I eagerly grasped my iron sword and set off to confront more fiery bats. As time slipped by, half an hour after the opening of Spirit Whale, I had successfully gathered 19 vials of bat's blood and ascended to level 5. Facing adversaries of equal rank, my attributes were no longer constrained by level, allowing me to fight with increased vigor, dispatching a fiery bat with nearly every 3 strikes. After toppling yet another fiery bat with a flurry of blows, I collected the spoils of battle, bat's blood. Counting meticulously, I found that my inventory was filled to capacity with 20 vials of bat's blood. It was time to return and report my findings. Just as I was about to turn back toward the village, a chilling gust swept in from my right, sending a shiver down my spine. Upon turning to investigate, I was taken aback by a startling sight. Not far off, a colossal bat emerged, engulfed in flames, its size at least tenfold that of the fiery bat, resembling a small aircraft hovering in the air. Mutated fiery bat, mutated creature, level, 8 attack, 2028 defense, 18 health, 2000 attack type, mutated toxic assault. I stood momentarily stunned. This was indeed a quasi-boss level creature. Its terrifyingly high attack potential reached a staggering 28 points, and its defense stood at 18. With my current level 5 attack of 26, I could barely breach its defenses. The mutated bat seemed disinterested in allowing me to ponder my fate, lunging directly at me, its sharp claws leaving a mark upon my leather armor. A searing pain shot through me as damage indicators popped up above my head, revealing 88 points of harm. Although the number was auspicious, I found no joy in it, swiftly retaliating with my sword. With a resounding thud, I struck the mutated bat on its forehead, inflicting 110 points of damage. The number was indeed respectable, yet it would require at least 20 strikes to eliminate this mutated bat. Glancing at the potions in my inventory, I noted I had 5 small potions remaining. Would they suffice to sustain me in vanquishing this fiery foe? Chapter 8. The glimmering battle axe before me lay 2 paths, to perish or to engage in a fierce struggle against the mutated bat. If only I possessed a sufficient number of potions, I could vanquish this grotesque creature without much peril. Yet, at present, I had but 5 potions, each restoring a mere 100 health points. Coupled with my own health of 780 points, the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. With this thought in mind, I disregarded my trepidations and hastily approached with my potions in tow. I had no other recourse. With swift strokes, I unleashed 2 consecutive slashes upon the mutated bat's back, inflicting over 200 points of damage. However, its retaliatory strike compelled me to consume yet another potion. The battle escalated rapidly. I swung my iron sword desperately at the mutated bat. Suddenly, my sword swept perilously close to its maw, and to my astonishment, I dealt a staggering 256 points of damage. Realization dawned upon me. In this game, many monsters harbor weaknesses. Identifying and exploiting these vulnerabilities can yield remarkable results. It dawned on me that the bat's weakness likely resided within its large, green mouth. Thus, I positioned myself and thrust my sword into the bat's gaping maw, feeling it penetrate soft flesh. Instantly, the mutated bat suffered an additional 248 points of critical damage. Observing the steady decline of this quasi-boss's health, my heart swelled with joy. I continued my assault, landing critical strikes every few attempts. Just then, I reached into my inventory only to discover it devoid of potions. A wave of despair washed over me. At such a critical juncture, I was out of potions, an utter calamity. The mutated bat, now on the brink of death, lunged at me with its gaping maw. With only 140 health points remaining, I had no choice but to confront it head-on. Gritting my teeth, I thrust my sword deep into the creature's mouth. Pain coursed through me as I lost an additional 120 health points. Yet I was greeted by the gratifying sound of the system notification. Ding. System notification. You have slain the mutated flame bat and earned 480 experience points. System notification. You have leveled up. Ding dong. The mutated flame bat dropped an item, which landed among a few silver coins. It was a glimmering battle axe. My heart raced. This luminous equipment signified it was a piece with attributes. Had I truly acquired my first attribute item? I swiftly retrieved the axe and examined it. Glimmering battle axe, black iron equipment, attack, 12-18 strength, for required level, 6. Elation surged within me. It was indeed black iron equipment, a weapon with attributes. It granted an additional 4 points of strength, precisely what I needed most. Overjoyed, I equipped the glimmering battle axe, instantly elevating my attack power to 3,340. Truly a formidable force within this novice village. My heart brimming with joy, I gathered the silver coins from the ground. True to form, mutated monsters were indeed more generous than their ordinary counterparts, yielding a total of 4 silver coins. I gleefully collected them, and when combined with the copper coins I had amassed, my wealth now totaled 23 silver coins and 68 copper coins. However, I remained far from the studio and Oppo's requirement of 2 gold coins. Nevertheless, time was on my side. I was confident I could gather the necessary coins before the day ended. Having organized my spoils, I made my way back to the novice village. Upon my return, I found the village bustling with players, the vast majority still wielding crude wooden sticks. In stark contrast, I, with my glimmering battle axe, had become one of the few elite players in the village, drawing envious glances from many. Feeling apprehensive, I quickly disabled my name display. As the old adage goes, pigs fear fatness, and men fear prominence. Attracting undue attention could prove detrimental. While I was not averse to player killing, that was a matter for another time. For now, I needed to focus on leveling up. I approached the militia captain, Masu, and presented him with 20 bat blood samples. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Brave warrior, you truly accomplished this. I never imagined you would defeat those vile bats. Very well, this is your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest, clearing the fields. You have earned 2,400 experience points, 24 silver coins, 10 reputation points, and the quest reward item, wilderness boots. Overcome with joy, I beheld yet another piece of equipment. Wilderness boots, black iron armor, defense, 14 strength, 2 agility, 1 required level, 6. Once again, it was black iron equipment with attributes. This time, it provided dual bonuses to secondary attributes, albeit modest ones. The experience from the previous task had propelled me to level 7, and upon equipping the wilderness boots, my defense surged to 26, while my attack reached 3,545. Gazing at my iron sword, I rushed to the village entrance and proclaimed, selling an attack 14 iron sword. Wealthy patrons, come forth. Only 3 minutes to seize this offer. To my delight, my announcement garnered immediate attention. akin to a stunning beauty offering an irresistible deal. In mere seconds, I was surrounded by eager players, all clamoring for my weapon. Amidst the throng, I made my intentions clear to the highest bidder. Soon, voices rang out as players began to bid, one offering a silver coin, while another scoffed, "A silver coin? Do you think this is a bargain for a chicken?" I bid 2 silver coins. A boisterous voice shouted, "Hand over the weapon, handsome. I'll make you my wife in a video." The crowd erupted in laughter and jeers. One retorting, "With that appearance, you dare to swagger around? Hurry back to Mars." Just then, a newcomer pushed through the crowd, declaring, "I have 20 silver coins. Sell it to me." The mention of 20 silver coins silenced the crowd, leaving them in astonishment at a player capable of amassing such wealth so early on. Noticing his weary yet determined demeanor, I realized others likely could not match his offer. Thus, I promptly accepted his trade, selling the sword for a tidy sum. I made a mental note of his name, Swordfire Dragon Soul. He appeared to be a seasoned player. Otherwise, it was improbable he could accumulate such riches in such a short span. My heart surged with excitement. If a mere sword could fetch such a price, imagine the fortune I could command for the glimmering battle axe or the wilderness boots. Of course, these 2 pieces of equipment were not for sale. They were vital for my swift progression and for acquiring even more gear. Emerging from the throng, I hastened to the apothecary. Perusing the list of potions, I noted that the potions restoring 100 health cost 20 copper coins each, while those restoring 300 health were priced at 2 silver coins. The disparity was immense, but the efficacy was equally notable. Given my current health of 320 at level 7, the 300 health potions would serve me well in crucial moments, while the 100 health potions could suffice for regular use. After checking my inventory, I found I possessed 43 silver coins and 68 copper coins. I promptly purchased 15 of the 300 health potions, and with my remaining funds, I acquired 27 of the 100 health potions. This left me utterly broke once more. Yet, I believed wholeheartedly that every investment would yield returns. When I returned to the militia captain to converse, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems the village chief has something on his mind. Is this a hint?" As I pondered briefly, I turned back towards the village and found the gray-haired village chief in the central house. At that moment, the players were all outside leveling up, leaving the village seemingly deserted, with only me wandering about like an idle drifter. Upon my arrival, the old chief sighed and said, "The demons have begun their assault on the towns surrounding Twilight City once more. Our village has already fallen under attack. A multitude of liquefied evil creatures has emerged to the west. Young man, could you assist me?" Ding. The system prompted, "Do you accept the quest?" I quickly clicked to confirm. The old chief continued, "A brave squad of militia is besieged at a lookout point to the west of the village. I hope you can lend them your aid." Ding. The system prompted, "You have accepted the quest. Clear the lookout. Beginner quest. Current difficulty, 80. Quest details. Proceed to the west of the village, locate the lookout point, slay the slimes there, and collect 100 slime badges." I was momentarily taken aback. Slime badges? What on earth are those? No matter, I would find out soon enough. The task's difficulty was rated at 80, which, considering my current level of 7, meant those slimes must be formidable foes. Moreover, the requirement to collect 100 slime badges was indeed daunting. Typically, the drop rate for ordinary quest monsters is around 20, implying I might need to vanquish 500 slimes to fulfill the quest. Thus, armed with my glimmering battle axe, I set off towards the western outskirts of the village. Perhaps the striking appearance of my black iron battle axe attracted attention, as I soon noticed several onlookers casting astonished glances my way, though their curiosity seemed to be mere surprise. However, not far from the village, I heard a voice call from behind, "Friend, could we discuss something?" I turned to see 3 level 6 players standing behind me, who appeared to have been following me for some time. Their names bore a striking resemblance: Proud World Madman, Proud World Drifting Rain, and Proud World Bloodthirst. Notably, Proud World Drifting Rain was a female player, a striking young lady whose simple novice attire could not conceal her alluring figure, her ample bosom seemingly straining against her garments. Had I not encountered the breathtaking Ling Xue, I might have been momentarily captivated by Proud World Drifting Rain. Glimpsing at them, I inquired, "What do you want?" Proud World Madman chuckled heartily, pointing at my glimmering battle axe. "Is your weapon for sale?" I firmly shook my head. "Absolutely not." Proud World Madman's expression turned icy. "What if I insist on purchasing it?" A chill ran down my spine, yet I narrowed my eyes and smiled. "How do you propose to buy it?" Chapter 9. The Arrogant Clan. The arrogant madman suddenly drew a long sword, seemingly crafted from iron, appearing to be a white weapon devoid of any luster. Meanwhile, the arrogant bloodthirsty brandished a small dagger, which also appeared to be a white weapon. Noticing a slight change in my expression, the arrogant madman laughed heartily, saying, "As you can see, there are 3 of us, and you stand alone. If you are willing to sell that weapon, I can offer a handsome price. However, if you refuse, do not blame me for engaging in a venture without capital." It was evident that the arrogant madman was envious of my glimmering battle axe, and it seemed this encounter would not end amicably. Thus, I smiled and replied, "In that case, let us proceed. My time is quite precious." The arrogant madman gripped his iron sword tightly, seething, "You are ungrateful." At that moment, the arrogant drizzle seized his arm and exclaimed, "Brother, how can you fall back into old habits? Did we not agree to behave as good people in this realm of spirit? Why must you create enmity?" The arrogant madman chuckled, "This brat is ungrateful. I shall teach him a lesson." Instantly, the arrogant drizzle, displeased, pouted and retorted, "Then handle it yourself. I refuse to participate." "Huh, just me and Bloodthirsty are sufficient." The arrogant madman cast a glance at me and scoffed, "Such a novice. I won't even bother with him." I chuckled softly, my expression turning cold as I charged forward, the glimmering battle axe sweeping through the air. With a swoosh, a clump of spring mud was cleaved away. Yet it did not touch the arrogant madman at all. Instantly, he revealed his disdain, laughing uproariously, "Indeed a novice. Bloodthirsty, let us deal with him together." The iron sword came crashing down, while Bloodthirsty unexpectedly appeared at my right side, thrusting the dagger without warning. With a thud, I felt a slight pain, and 2 numbers, 24 and 32, floated above my head. The arrogant madman and Bloodthirsty were both taken aback, unable to contain their shock. How could such a high defense? Their combined strike had only diminished a quarter of my health, astonishing them both. At that moment, their names turned gray, indicating malicious intent. This was precisely the moment I had awaited. With a whoosh, the glimmering battle axe swept down, striking the arrogant Bloodthirsty's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A crisp sound echoed as the sharp axe sent him flying, and before he could touch the ground, he had already transformed into a white light, returning to town. The arrogant madman was instantly enraged, charging at me with his iron sword, cursing, "Bastard, you killed my brother." Without hesitation, I swung the glimmering battle axe from my right, crashing it down on the arrogant madman's armpit, dealing 178 points of damage, yet he did not perish. His sword struck my shoulder, inflicting a meager 27 points of damage. I could not help but sneer, passing him by as I whispered, "If you lack the skill, do not pretend to be a big shot." With a sharp crack, the glimmering battle axe descended upon the arrogant madman's shoulder, sending him flying with 234 points of damage, enough to ensure his second demise. In an instant, I had vanquished 2 gray-named players without accruing a single point of evil. Meanwhile, the arrogant madman dropped several health potions upon his demise, which I promptly gathered, as it seemed he had come to supply me. The arrogant drizzle stood frozen in shock, finally stammering, I'm sorry." Perhaps she feared I would send her back to town as well. I smiled and advised, "Hurry and level up. Focus on defeating monsters rather than engaging in player combat. That is how you progress swiftly." The arrogant drizzle nodded gently, again uttering an apology before turning to leave. Following this minor skirmish, I finally embarked on my journey, heading westward to clear the monsters near the outpost. Along the way, small goblins scurried about, often wielding tiny axes and shouting as they charged towards me. However, these level 1 nuisances held no threat. With a swift flick of the glimmering battle axe, I sent a goblin flying, gaining 10 experience points and collecting 3 copper coins. According to the lore of Spirit's Lament, the Chinese region boasts 2 major cities, each encompassing 5 subordinate towns. Surrounding these towns are numerous small villages, one of which is my starting village. As a wave of players logged into the game during peak hours after work, many had not even dined before diving into the game, resulting in a bustling novice village where leveling up was nearly impossible. Consequently, players began to venture into the surrounding forests, where many high-level monsters awaited, promising either experience and wealth or death. As I continued westward, I observed many players engaged in battles with level 3 goblins. Some had already formed teams to tackle even higher-level creatures like firebats and wild wolves. However, upon crossing a hill, I encountered various slimes, and finally, I found myself alone without any other players. Slimes are green, gooey creatures known for their venomous attacks, which can be quite troublesome. Their ranged poison attacks allow them to employ a hit-and-run strategy, making them particularly vexing. At that moment, a slime charged towards me excitedly, halting a few steps away. It crouched down and suddenly shot a jet of green liquid that splattered across me, inflicting a sharp pain as my health plummeted by 70 points. I was momentarily stunned and quickly checked the slime's attributes. Green slime, Common monster. Level 10 attack, 25 to 35 defense, 10 health, 800 attack type, poison attack. Goodness. A level 10 monster. No wonder the task difficulty was rated at 80. As a level 7 player, I would surely suffer significantly. Fortunately, equipped with bat leather armor and rugged boots, my defense had increased substantially. Otherwise, I might have lost over half my health in one hit. Without a second thought, I advanced and swung my axe, only to be surprised as the slime leapt back a step, causing my strike to miss entirely. I silently lamented and quickly pursued it. This time, I refrained from acting rashly, waiting for the slime to make its move before I swung the battle axe. With a graceful arc, the glimmering battle axe swept through the air and struck the slime, nearly deforming it as a stream of venom oozed from its wound, causing its health to drop by 254 points. It appeared that while the slime's attack was formidable, its defense was notably weak, characteristics of a high attack, low defense monster. Ideal for leveling up. Of course, this was contingent upon having sufficient health potions for sustenance. Feeling a surge of confidence, I realized my foresight had paid off. While I hadn't brought much else, I had stocked up on potions. After several encounters with the agile slimes, I had fully deciphered their movement patterns. As soon as they wiggled, I could anticipate their next evasive action, allowing my strikes to land with near-perfect accuracy. With only 800 health, when I unleashed my fourth strike, the slime emitted a pitiful squeal before it perished, dropping some copper coins. Upon checking the record, I was astonished to find that defeating a slime, due to my level advantage, granted me a substantial 260 experience points. In my heart, an overwhelming exhilaration surged as others were still engaged in slaying a mere goblin for a meager 10 experience points. While I had already commenced a solitary battle against the formidable slime, in the distance, I spotted a rudimentary outpost manned by 2 flustered militia members from the village, beneath which swarmed countless slimes, having completely overtaken this area. My objective was to convert each of them into experience and copper coins. Just moments ago, one slime had yielded an impressive 48 copper coins, undeniably a wealthy creature. Time was of the essence. I cautiously advanced, luring a single slime before swiftly retreating, then delivering axe strikes to vanquish it. I could withstand the assault of one slime, but any more than that would likely prove overwhelming, even with a potion restoring 300 points. After all, the slime's attack inflicted a terrifying 35 points of damage. With my black iron boots, I could endure. But for others, it might spell instant demise. As the minutes ticked away, each slime consumed nearly a minute of my time. While the process of slaying was swift, drawing them in required finesse. I had a few close calls, inadvertently attracting multiple slimes, leaving me scrambling to consume potions and nearly facing defeat. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed, and as I glanced at the in-game clock, it was already 1 in the morning. I had lost count of how many slimes I had slain, but I noticed my inventory filled with an increasing number of slime medals. However, it was somewhat disappointing that despite defeating so many monsters, I had only acquired a level 8 pair of white leg armor with a defense of 9, which I promptly donned, enhancing my defense by 9 points. At this juncture, I had also ascended to level 10. Logically, I could now seek employment. However, I was still 1 medal short of the 100 required to complete my task. Thus, I resolved to finish the quest before returning to the novice village. The presence of higher-level players around me increased, many of whom had joined the ranks of slime slayers, boasting levels of 8 or 9. Yet, amidst all the training grounds, I stood as the sole player to have reached level 10. Notably, these players seemed to have not accepted the quest, as no medals had emerged from their battles. Perhaps the task was indeed unique. Who could say for certain? After dispatching a few more slimes, I finally obtained a slime medal, allowing me to complete the quest. Just then, a brilliant flash of gold caught my eye, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, resulting in the instantaneous demise of several players at the forefront. A colossal golden slime wreaked havoc among the crowd, its golden venom spewing forth in waves of radiant white light, overwhelming those clad in mere 1-point defense attire. Atop the golden slime's head were emblazoned the words, "King of the Golden Slime." I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, the super boss had finally made its grand entrance. Chapter 10. The Golden Slime King. In an instant, the lethal venom had obliterated all players except for myself. Their defenses were woefully inadequate, while I stood resilient against the Golden Slime King's assault with my formidable 35 defense. The venom strike depleted 150 of my health points, prompting me to hastily consume a potion that restored 300 points, instantly replenishing 150, with the remaining 150 gradually recovering. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me, my heart racing with delight. The goddess of fortune had indeed favored me. The first boss of the novice village had spawned right beside me, and I possessed dozens of potions. I took a moment to examine the boss's attributes. Golden Slime King, Bronze Tier Boss, Level, 15 Attack, 85150 Defense, 25 Health. Attack Type, Ranged Venom Attack. The boss's formidable stats left me gasping. An attack power of 150 was no trivial matter, explaining how it had so swiftly drained my health. To my dismay, the health value of this boss was obscured, leaving me in the dark as to its true vitality. With a flourish, I swung my glimmering battle axe, striking the Slime King atop its head. The colossal creature, akin to a tank, staggered back in pain, with a damage number of 135 appearing above it. A glimmer of hope ignited within me. It seemed my 60 attack could indeed breach its defenses. Having leveled up to 10 granted me an additional 15 strength. However, the Golden Slime King retaliated with another venomous attack, causing my health to plummet by 167 points, nearly half of my total. I quickly downed another large potion, refusing to retreat, and continued to swing my glimmering battle axe. In less than 10 minutes, the Slime King's health had diminished by nearly 1/10. It appeared that its vitality was not insurmountably terrifying. Yet, I faced a pressing dilemma. My stock of potions was rapidly depleting. At that moment, figures emerged in the distance, swiftly surrounding both me and the boss. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the insignia above their heads. The words Pride of the World emblazoned prominently. The entirety of the Pride family had arrived, nearly 300 strong. Good heavens, the Pride family indeed wielded considerable influence, even in the novice village. Sensing the imminent threat, I resolved not to fight a losing battle. I abandoned my pursuit of the Golden Slime King and fled toward the nearby forest. Just then, a figure parted the crowd. Bellowing, "Want to escape? Not so easily. Brothers, take him down. This is the scoundrel who offended me." The voice belonged to the notorious Pride madman. Beside him stood another individual, the one I had swiftly vanquished, known as Pride Bloodthirsty, while the whereabouts of Pride Drifting Rain remained unknown. Upon hearing Pride Madman's decree, several players from the Pride family began to stir, more than half brandishing makeshift wooden clubs, which struck me as somewhat humorous. Did they truly believe such rudimentary gear could facilitate their murderous intent? However, the adage "there is strength in numbers" rang true. I certainly could not contend with 300 adversaries. Clutching my glimmering battle axe tightly, I surveyed the surrounding players. Though I remained silent, my stance clearly conveyed a warning. Anyone who dared to strike would face my wrath. To my surprise, those wielding wooden clubs hesitated, each one deterred from advancing. Furious, Pride Madman barked, "You lazy fools, charge." At that moment, another group appeared in the distance, swiftly encircling us, their intentions unclear, but evidently focused on the Golden Slime King. These newcomers, all of level 8 and above, bore the name Swordfire. A sudden realization struck me. I had sold my iron sword to someone named Swordfire Dragon Soul. A figure stepped forward from the crowd, revealing himself to be Swordfire Dragon Soul. He smiled faintly and remarked, "Oh, what a lively scene. I didn't expect the Pride family to arrive ahead of us." Swordfire Dragon Soul had upgraded to a new weapon, a gleaming iron sword, likely of black iron quality, comparable to my own. It was unsurprising. As the leader of Swordfire, it was fitting he wield such an exceptional weapon. Faced with the unexpected presence of Swordfire and his followers, the Pride players began to falter. Their ranks were less formidable, with few players exceeding level 8, while Swordfire's group, though numbering around 100, appeared significantly stronger. Pride Madman raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "I never thought Dragon Soul would also be in this novice village. Truly, it is a small world." Swordfire Dragon Soul chuckled, "I see you've abandoned Moonlight and joined Ling Tong. We are indeed familiar faces." After the dissolution of the two major pillars, Sword and Rose and Paradise Lost, Swordfire and Pride have been at odds in the western part of Silvermoon City. And it seems that rivalry continues here. Pride Madman smirked, "Dragon Soul, today's conflict is purely personal between us and this individual. If you would be so kind as to take your brothers and leave, I will handle this matter myself." Swordfire Dragon Soul cast a glance toward me, seemingly recognizing my figure. After all, my glimmering battle axe was quite distinctive. He laughed heartily and replied, "I can grant you face. But the Golden Slime King must belong to us, Swordfire. I cannot let my brothers have come for nothing, can I?" Pride Madman's expression darkened. "You're wasting my time. There's no reason to cede the boss." At that moment, a player wielding a massive axe emerged from the Swordfire team, an established berserker known as Swordfire Executioner. He laughed boisterously. "Does the Pride family think they can monopolize the Golden Slime King? Do you possess the capability for that? Huh, don't embarrass yourselves. Swordfire Executioner's taunts left Pride Madman visibly agitated, and he barked, "Damn it! Swordfire intends to take advantage of the situation." Swordfire Dragon's Soul retorted sharply, "Spare me the nonsense. Have you forgotten how you cleared the leveling area of all solitary players? We will settle that debt in due time. You and the Pride family know your own shortcomings. Bullying the weak and cowering before the strong, your insidious nature is well known. I've even heard tales of your members engaging in illicit activities within the game. How shameful." Pride Madman appeared cornered by these words, his face darkening with rage as he shouted, "Damn it. Brothers, Swordfire has clearly declared war on us. Let us take them down. At once." A surge of Pride players rushed forward, wooden clubs and broken swords raised high. Swordfire Dragon's Soul let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Let them come." After a series of clashes, several players from Swordfire fell, but the cost was high. A multitude of Pride players turned gray. Swordfire Executioner laughed heartily and stepped forward, raising his axe high above before bringing it crashing down. A flash of red light erupted, and a wave of energy surged forth, annihilating the first few Pride players in an instant. Pride Madman's expression wavered between fury and despair as he commanded, "First squad, hold back the Swordfire rabble." The second and third squads, without delay, set about vanquishing the Golden Slime King. In an instant, the members of Swordfire found themselves barred from entry. While the proud warriors of Ao Shur divided their forces, half engaged Swordfire, while the other half clashed with the Slime King in a fierce struggle. I stealthily retreated into the depths of the forest, my heart brimming with resentment. The coveted boss had become the object of contention between these two teams. It was truly disheartening to realize that venturing alone in this chaotic world left one feeling utterly stifled. My discontent compelled me to remain, hidden within the foliage, observing the battle unfold outside. Although Ao Shur's overall level was relatively low, there were indeed a few exceptional talents among them. A couple of mages, already employed, unleashed fireballs and meteors upon the Golden Slime King, thus becoming the primary force of attack. For it was clear that mere wooden sticks would prove ineffective against the formidable defenses of the Slime King. As time trickled away, the health of the Slime King swiftly plummeted below 50%. However, it did not relent. In a short span, the casualties among Ao Shur players exceeded 100. Only a handful of distant mages sporadically hurled fireballs, while the lower-ranked players acted merely as fodder. On the other hand, Swordfire appeared to have taken note of the boss's predicament. Seizing the moment, they launched a vigorous assault, swiftly driving the Ao Shur players back to the city. In a flash, brilliant white lights flickered, and in the blink of an eye, fewer than 50 Ao Shur warriors remained. Observing the tide turning, the Ao Shur berserker, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Brothers, retreat." The Ao Shur players scattered like startled birds, yet it seemed that Swordfire had no intention of letting them escape. In a matter of moments, they struck down their foes. Even the Ao Shur berserker was sent back to the city by the axe of Swordfire's Xingtian. Consequently, mere minutes later, the forest was devoid of any Ao Shur presence. The entire arena had been claimed by Swordfire. After a fierce melee, approximately 60 members of Swordfire remained, yet half of them bore the mark of infamy. Should they fall, they would suffer a loss in rank. Nevertheless, with the imposing Golden Slime King within their grasp, there was no reason to relent. Thus, Swordfire's Dragon's Soul issued a command: surround and slay the boss. I remained steadfast, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Chapter 11. Xehanur fireballs whizzed through the air, landing with a series of thuds upon the Golden Slime King, causing its health to plummet dramatically. The Swordfire team exhibited exceptional coordination, with several heavily armored berserkers steadfastly absorbing the king's attacks, diligently consuming potions in succession. However, the players' equipment in the early game was rather inadequate. Many donned merely white boots or rudimentary leg armor, making it rare to find anyone with a defense exceeding 20. Consequently, despite Swordfire's emphasis on teamwork, several members fell victim to the Golden Slime King's melee strikes. Moreover, the boss's poison attacks possessed a splash effect, significantly amplifying their lethality. Many players from Swordfire were outright eliminated before they could even approach. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that the boss's health continued to dwindle. As I observed the health bar nearing its end, I found myself torn between rushing out for loot or allowing them to vanquish what was originally my boss. To be honest, the members of Swordfire appeared devoid of malevolence. I could sense a camaraderie among them, distinguishing them from the disjointed rabble of Ao Shur. Thus, my impression of Swordfire was relatively positive. However, even with this favorable view, they were indirectly stealing my boss. Just as I hesitated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous roar erupted as the Slime King, on the brink of collapse, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, its size swelling nearly twofold. Instantly, Swordfire's Long Hun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Be careful. This boss seems to have mutated." Swordfire's Xingtian lamented, "What terrible luck, encountering a mutation on the first boss." In the blink of an eye, the Golden Slime King unleashed a furious roar, sending forth a golden wave that rippled outward, creating a fierce shockwave attack. The sound of cracking echoed as the entire Swordfire contingent succumbed to the shockwave, with damage numbers of 200 appearing above nearly every player's head. Those with lower health were instantly obliterated, while even the sturdier individuals lost approximately a third of their health. But the ordeal did not end there. Spurred by the Golden Slime King's roar, a second wave of golden shockwaves crashed upon them. Swordfire's Long Hun, in utter dismay, muttered, "We've hit a dead end." Xingtian, equally resigned, remarked, "You can't force fate. I said that stealing kills was unwise." With two pained gasps, both Long Hun and Xingtian were swiftly eliminated. The ensuing chaos devolved into a one-sided massacre, as the Swordfire players fell one by one under the onslaught of the fourth wave from the Golden Slime King. Yet, the Slime King appeared to revel in the carnage, continuing its assault with a fifth, sixth wave, and beyond, until I lost count. However, I possessed ample patience, quietly biding my time. The large tree in which I concealed myself shielded me from all damage, ensuring my safety despite being mere steps away from the Golden Slime King. In the distance, a throng of players observed the rampaging boss, none daring to approach. Even a formidable team like Swordfire had fallen, let alone casual players. After nearly 10 minutes, the boss finally ceased its roaring, its golden glow dimming significantly. Due to my proximity, I received a battle notification. Ding! Battle alert. The Golden Slime King's berserk state has ended, entering a weakened state. Defense reduced by 50. I was elated. The moment of weakness following its fury was the perfect opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, I leapt from the underbrush, my glimmering battle axe slicing through the air, landing a devastating blow atop the Slime King's head. 346. The damage exceeded 300, sending me into a frenzy of joy. The now weakened Slime King had transformed into mere pulp. Though its poison attacks remained fierce, I had consumed a health potion, bolstering my vitality. A crowd of players rushed forward, astonished, shouting, "Where did this guy come from? Hurry up, or it'll be too late." Amidst their exclamations, I yanked my axe back, cleaving another large gash atop the Golden Slime King's head. In an instant, the boss's massive form crumbled. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the boss. The Golden Slime King, earning 50,000 experience points, and 300 reputation. I instantly leveled up to level 12, and beneath the carcass of the Golden Slime King, I clearly spotted two pieces of loot. Swiftly, I dashed forward, snatching the items before the crowd could arrive, tossing them into my inventory. I then rummaged through the body, finding no other treasures, save for a heap of coins, some glimmering with golden light. Gold coins. This boss dropped gold. Counting them, I found a total of 12 gold coins, along with a considerable number of silver coins. Many of the silver coins were lost in the grass, causing me to spend considerable time retrieving them. Had it not been for my resolve to collect every last piece, I would have disregarded the silver altogether. Once I had gathered all 84 silver coins, the distant players finally approached, many now eyeing me with covetous intent. After all, the first kill of a boss guarantees a 100 drop rate for excellent loot, with subsequent drops having in likelihood. I cast a glance at them. The highest among them was only level 8, wielding a rusty iron sword. Such novices hardly posed a threat. Thus, I raised my glimmering battle axe and inquired, "What is this? Do you wish to share in the spoils?" My remark prompted hesitation among the players, with several shaking their heads and retreating. Just then, a new group arrived, none other than a few from Swordfire. This time, only 4 members appeared, including Long Hun and Xingtian, alongside a player named Ghost Flame, a level 10 dark mage. A dark mage, a hidden class. However, what truly astonished me was the presence of a female player named Zionur, a level 10 priest, clad in a creamy white robe, seemingly of white quality. Zionur was strikingly beautiful, possessing a mature allure that contrasted with Lingshue's youthful charm. Judging by her appearance, she appeared to be around 25, while Lingxue could barely be 20. My gaze lingered on Zionur for approximately 3 seconds before shifting to the others, which left Long Hun and the others somewhat surprised. Zionur, too, appeared slightly taken aback, her lips parting in mild astonishment at the clarity in the young man's gaze. Long Hun glanced at the fading corpse of the Golden Slime King, chuckling as he said, "Brother, You were the one to slay this boss, weren't you? I nodded, candidly affirming. Indeed, I delivered the first blow and the final strike. My statement left no doubt that I had not stolen the kill. Long Hun, in turn, was quite amiable, saying, "Then we extend our congratulations. By the way, what loot did you acquire? If you possess any equipment you don't wish to keep, would you consider selling it to us first? We would. Offer double the current market price." I cast a skeptical glance at him, and it was then that Jianhua Long Hun smiled and said, "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Long Hun, and these are my friends, Xing Tian, Gui Ji, and Ziyun Air. We are comrades from the same battlefield, having transitioned from Yuheng to Lingtong, not for any other reason but to seek the splendor that has faded away. Our organization is called Jianhua, currently boasting over 100 members. Of course, the core figures are the four of us." I smiled slightly. "So? You all are not acquainted with each other." Long Hun suddenly chuckled. "We are dispersed across the vast expanse of the land, only communicating via phone. I and Xing Tian are in the northeast, Gui Ji is in Shanghai, and this lovely lady, Ziyun Air, resides in Suzhou." "Oh, we share the same city." I was mildly astonished. Ziyun Air also seemed surprised, glancing at me but saying nothing. Long Hun continued, "My friend, since you managed to seize this boss from Jianhua and Ao Shi, it speaks volumes about your capabilities. Would you be willing to befriend us? And together we could conquer the world? Furthermore, we are still unaware of your true identity." It then dawned on me that I had kept my name concealed, which made me appear rather formidable. Thus, I promptly revealed my name, Qin Quangshu Xing. Long Hun mused aloud, an intriguing name. "Now, take a look at what equipment the boss has dropped. If you find something suitable, you may choose your future profession right here. And for any equipment you do not wish to keep, we will purchase it at a premium." At that moment, Long Hun sent me a friend request, which I accepted. Following suit, Xing Tian and Gui Ji also added me as friends, while Ziyun Air quietly stood to the side. I took the initiative to send her a friend request. She looked up at me, her cheeks suddenly flushing, and accepted the invitation. I opened my inventory to examine the two pieces of equipment. One was a bow, and the other was armor. First, I scrutinized the armor's attributes: wild golden armor, bronze armor, defense, 50 strength, 5 required level, 14, unidentified. I was taken aback. The armor was not yet fully identified, but its current attributes were already quite impressive. If its properties were to improve upon identification, it would undoubtedly be exceptional equipment, and being bronze, it surpassed the tier of black iron. This could very well be the first piece of bronze equipment to emerge in Lingtong. Chapter 12. The Golden King's Bow. I crafted a detailed catalog of the attributes of the wilderness golden armor and sent it to them. Instantly, both Dragon Soul and Swordfire Xing Tian revealed an intense fervor in their eyes. After all, such a remarkable piece of bronze armor is an invaluable treasure for both swordsmen and berserkers alike. Dragon Soul inquired, "Is this the only item?" I replied, "There is also a bow." Dragon Soul chuckled and said, "Let us see how the bow fares. By the way, what class do you wish to choose?" After a moment's contemplation, I responded, "If this bow is exceptional, I shall choose the archer class. If it proves to be inadequate, I will opt for the berserker." Dragon Soul and Xing Tian exchanged glances, then sighed in unison. Heaven, may his bow be of the utmost quality. I couldn't help but laugh. These two were quite amusing. If I chose the archer class, I would be unable to equip the armor, allowing them to justifiably purchase the wilderness golden armor from me. Thus, I promptly retrieved the longbow, its elegant curves glimmering softly in the light, a sight to behold. In a flash, the name and attributes of the longbow emerged. The Golden King's Bow, bronze, attack, 55-70 strength, 7 required level, 14, unidentified. For a moment, I was struck dumb. Indeed, it was a bronze item, and with an impressive attack power of 70 even before identification. What would it be once it was appraised? I quickly compiled the attributes of the Golden Bow into a catalog and sent each of them a copy. In no time, Dragon Soul and Ghost Flame were nearly drooling, while Ziyun and Appo's enchanting eyes glimmered with envy. Xing Tian grasped my hand and said, "Brother, let us return to the city to identify it. We will evaluate the armor and Appo's price. And you may set the price. We shall do our utmost to accommodate." I was momentarily taken aback. Xing Tian was rather straightforward, displaying his intentions so transparently, while Dragon Soul was considerably more reserved. In truth, Dragon Soul was also swallowing hard, albeit with more restraint. With a flash of light, the 5 of us appeared in the novice village and headed to the identification office, where an old master was leisurely handling antiques. I placed the wilderness golden armor directly on the table and declared, "Identify it." The appraiser glanced back and said, "The fee is 10 silver coins." To my dismay, they charged 10 silver coins. I felt a pang in my heart, but swiftly produced the required amount. The appraiser waved his hand over the armor, and a radiant glow erupted, revealing the true nature of the armor. Wilderness golden armor, bronze armor, defense, 85 strength, 10 stamina, 5 required level. 14 it had increased by a remarkable 35 points in defense, along with 10 points in strength and 5 points in stamina. Everyone was left in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Dragon Soul exclaimed, "This equipment is impressive. Quickly, let us see the bow." I placed the golden bow on the table once more, and the appraiser, who had previously appeared disinterested, suddenly became attentive. He scrutinized the golden bow and exclaimed, "I did not expect to encounter such a treasure. The identification fee is 10 gold coins." I was taken aback. "Wait a moment. Are you mistaken? The fee for the golden armor was only 10 silver coins. How can the golden bow command 10 gold coins?" The appraiser lazily glanced at me and replied, "If you are unwilling, then simply leave." At that moment, Dragon Soul pulled me aside and said, "Fool, the higher the identification fee, the more exceptional the equipment. If you lack the funds, I shall cover the identification fee." I immediately grew wary. If he paid for the identification, he would surely attempt to drastically lower the price of the wilderness golden armor, and such a losing proposition was unacceptable. Therefore, I produced 10 gold coins for the appraiser, lamenting that my 12 gold coins obtained from defeating a boss were now reduced to a mere 2. Thankfully, I still had enough for tomorrow's company expenses. The appraiser took a deep breath, gently caressed the golden bow, and a flash of light revealed its true form. The Golden King's bow, silver, attack, 80125 strength, 15 agility, 12 additional effect, guaranteed hit. Attacks cannot be dodged by the target required level. 15 in an instant, everyone was left speechless. The golden bow had transformed from a bronze item to a silver item during the identification process. After nearly 5 minutes, Dragon Soul finally exclaimed, "Incredible." I was equally astonished. The investment of 10 gold coins had proven extraordinarily worthwhile. A longbow with an attack of 125 at level 15. What a concept. Moreover, this bow was a silver item, even surpassing bronze in quality, possibly allowing its use until level 30, perhaps even level 50. Most importantly, this bow possessed a unique effect, a guaranteed hit. This seemingly unremarkable attribute sparked a bold idea in my mind. Typically, archer players distribute their points evenly between strength and agility to ensure both attack power and accuracy. Agility determines hit rate, while strength determines attack power. With this golden bow, I need not concern myself with accuracy. If I fully invested my points, using this bow for leveling would yield astonishing results. With this thought, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. A novice-level expert was about to be forged. Meanwhile, Dragon Soul and Xingtian watched me eagerly, remarking, "Could it be that Brother Shushing has lost his senses in joy?" I stifled my laughter and promptly stored the golden bow in my inventory. Being level 12, I could not yet equip it, and I needed to keep it safe. I then turned to Dragon Soul and said, "If Swordfire desires the wilderness golden armor, let him make an offer." Dragon Soul and Xingtian exchanged knowing smiles, after which Dragon Soul said, "Our funds are limited. We can only offer you 20 gold coins for now. This is all the savings we have as brothers." I shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Do not be so coy. You know full well that the bronze armor is worth far more than this." Dragon Soul's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Ziyin quietly whispered something, then handed Dragon Soul an item. With newfound confidence, Dragon Soul approached me and said, "Shushing, take a look at this. If we add 20 gold coins, can we exchange for the wilderness golden armor?" Upon saying this, Dragon Soul opened the trade window, and a glimmer revealed a book. Armor-piercing arrow. Ignores 50 of defense. Attack power depends on skill level. I was taken aback. It is well known that skill books in Linghong must be obtained through personal effort, with only the most basic skills available from NPC mentors. This armor-piercing arrow would be perfect for dealing with high-defense knights or berserkers. Thus, I placed the wilderness golden armor into the trade window, and Dragon Soul added 20 gold coins, finalizing the transaction. Dragon Soul handed the armor directly to Xingtian, who accepted it without hesitation. Though he was not yet at the required level, so he stored it in the warehouse. I also stored the golden bow. At this point, Dragon Soul said to me, "Shushing, have you ever considered joining a team? Although our Swordfire group is small, we are all good brothers, and if you wish to join, we would welcome you wholeheartedly." I felt a stir of temptation. Dragon Soul's willingness to trade the valuable wilderness golden armor directly to Xingtian demonstrated his loyalty to his friends. Such a leader would surely provide for those who followed him. However, a thought struck me. Perhaps Ling Shui would wish to form her own team. I owed her so much. It would be remiss not to serve her. Thus, I turned to Dragon Soul and said, I prefer to ponder this matter for a while, should the need arise. I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. Dragon Soul nodded and laughed heartily. Excellent. We must continue our leveling journey, so we shall take our leave now. The 4 central figures of Swordfire departed from the novice village, with Xing Tian in high spirits and Gui Ji accompanying him in joy. Meanwhile, Zi Yuner glanced back at me with a faint smile before also taking her leave. It seems that as a healer, she swiftly reached level 10, likely due to teaming up with Dragon Soul and the others for practice. Contemplating this, I made my way alone towards the Employment Guild. Chapter 13. The apprentice archer within the Guild of Vocational Transitions. Mentors of various professions stood in a neat line. Naturally, in such a humble village. Their attire was rather shabby. The mentors of the Berserker, Knight, and Swordsman classes were bare-chested, showcasing their muscular physiques, while the Mage and Priest mentors donned coarse cloaks. The Assassin mentor lurked in the shadows, observing everything around, and the Archer mentor was a striking female NPC clad in simple leather armor. With a surge of excitement, I approached the enchanting archer before me and declared, I wish to take up this profession. The NPC glanced at me and proclaimed, the great god of light has bestowed upon us strength. Brave warrior, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Archer Guild. In an instant, my title transformed into Apprentice Archer. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have become the 5th apprentice archer in this novice village. Seek your mentor to discuss your journey. She will impart to you the fundamental skills of your profession. Ding. System notification. Your attribute growth has changed. Strength. 6 stars. Stamina. 5 stars. Agility. 10 stars. Intelligence. 6 stars. The number of stars indicates the potential for attribute growth, with 10 points in strength. A character with a 10-star rating could enhance their attack power by 1010, whereas a 6-star rating would only yield an increase of 66. This illustrates the divergent paths of professional development. Therefore, the true kings of physical offense must undoubtedly be the Berserker and Swordsman with a strength rating of 10 stars. I was taken aback, realizing that despite my rapid advancement, for others had already claimed the title of Archer before me. This suggested that the entire novice village must have seen no fewer than 50 individuals take up the profession, and with at least 100 such villages in southeast China alone. Alas, my ranking was likely to fall beyond the 10,000th position. Upon approaching the Archer mentor and accessing the dialogue options, I found the option to learn skills. Upon selecting it, 3 skills shimmered before my eyes. Basic Archery, Fire Arrow, and Ice Arrow. Basic Archery, a passive skill that moderately increases the archer's accuracy and damage. Fire Arrow, fires an arrow imbued with flames. Ice Arrow, fires an arrow imbued with frost. Upon inspecting the cost associated with learning, I was startled. Learning Basic Archery required 50 silver coins, while each of the Fire Arrow and Ice Arrow skills demanded 5 gold coins. With the server having been open for merely 8 hours, acquiring such an amount of gold seemed nearly impossible. However, having sold a piece of bronze-grade armor, I had managed to earn 20 gold coins, which would serve me well. Thus, I eagerly learned all 3 skills, spending a considerable portion of my savings, yet still retaining 12 gold coins. I also learned the Armor-Piercing Arrow, resulting in 4 skills appearing in my skill panel, all at the novice level. Basic Archery, Novice Proficiency 10,000 does not consume MP. Fire Arrow, Novice Proficiency 10,000 consumes 5 MP. Ice Arrow, Novice Proficiency 10,000 consumes 5 MP. Armor-Piercing Arrow, Novice Proficiency 10,000 consumes 10 MP. Upon reviewing my personal attributes, I realized my total MP was only 120 points, which would limit my usage of skills. In order to increase proficiency, it would be necessary to purchase some blue potions for replenishment. At that moment, I noticed a leaderboard icon at the bottom of the interface. Upon clicking it, I was greeted by a series of rankings, including level rankings, equipment rankings, and reputation rankings. I first examined the level rankings, astonished to find that the highest level reached was already 16, with even the 10th position boasting a level of 15. Among the top 10 players, 4 were from China. Selecting the Chinese player rankings, I was shocked to see that the top position belonged to a female mage named Clear Wind grasping the moon. In disbelief, I muttered to myself about the absurdity of a woman achieving such a high level. Next, I opened the equipment rankings, and to my astonishment, my golden bow held the top position, far surpassing the second-place bronze sword. It was only natural, given that silver-grade equipment was a full tier above bronze, which significantly boosted its score. Moreover, The attributes of the golden bow were formidable. A typical 15-level bronze bow might achieve a damage rating of 50, but the golden bow boasted a staggering 125 points of damage. Such stats would surely intimidate many. With a faint smile, I contemplated my situation. At least I possessed one piece of equipment that ranked first. Although my level did not match that of the mage, should a player versus player encounter arise, my possession of the golden bow would grant me a 90 chance of delivering a decisive blow. Looking at my own level, I noted that I was at 12. With 92 experience accumulated, I had yet to report back on the task of clearing the watchtower, for I had gathered 100 insignias over the course of 6 hours. Surely, the reward would be substantial. Upon reaching the village elder, I found the old man gazing outside. As soon as he spotted me, his face lit up with a grin, resembling a split orange. Youngster, you truly accomplished it. Those wretched liquid monsters were indeed detestable. You have greatly aided our village. Here, this is your reward. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest. Clear the watchtower. You have earned 50,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, 250 reputation points, and the quest reward, Windwalker. With a flurry of notifications, the abundant experience propelled me directly to level 14, and upon examining my detailed experience, I realized I was a mere 98 points away from level 15. Elated, I opened my inventory to inspect the equipment. Windwalker, bronze leather armor, defense, 24 agility, for stamina, 2 required level, 10. It was a pair of leather boots, precisely what I needed. My previous wildland boots had become obsolete. Archers could only wear leather armor, and the wildland boots now lay idle in my inventory. Furthermore, the glimmering battle axe had automatically been unequipped, as archers could only wield bows and daggers. Now I stood unarmed, but I needed merely to slay a few more monsters to accumulate 100 experience points and reach level 15. Equipping the golden bow would then truly transform my capabilities. With a hearty laugh, I made my way to the village square and bellowed, "Black iron armor boots for sale? Come quickly." Instantly, the square erupted with activity as numerous novices flocked to the scene, craning their necks to inquire, "Is there someone selling black iron equipment? I must see." Within mere minutes, I found myself surrounded, though few could afford the asking price. Ultimately, a small warrior purchased the wildland boots for 5 gold coins. After all, it was merely black iron, and in a day or two, it would surely become commonplace. Selling early was undoubtedly a wise choice. I then decided to sell the glimmering battle axe as well, netting me 10 gold coins. Given the demand for weapons was greater than for armor, the price was considerably higher. As a result, I now possessed 27 gold coins. I proceeded to the apothecary, where I purchased a substantial supply of low-grade red and blue potions, costing me less than 7 gold coins in total. Next, I visited the weapon shop to acquire several quivers of iron arrows, which provided an additional point of attack power and should suffice for a considerable duration. Casting a glance at the surrounding players, it was evident that they were all diligently engaged in leveling up, occasionally returning to the village solely for supplies or equipment repairs. Thus, I once again concealed my name and retrieved the golden bow from the warehouse. Of course, it was merely named the golden bow, as its actual grade was that of a silver tier item. Should a truly golden tier weapon emerge at this stage, it would render the competition futile. The vicinity of the village had essentially been overrun by players, rendering further endeavors seemingly impossible. Consequently, I opted to venture westward, traversing the area inhabited by slimes, and delving into the depths of the forest in search of unexpected treasures. Along the way, I dispatched several minor foes, and in a flash of golden light, I ascended to level 15. Equipping the golden bow, I beheld its brilliance as it materialized in my grasp, radiating a dazzling golden glow, a sight to behold. The resplendent aura of the golden bow instantly attracted the attention of numerous players. Adhering to the principle of low-key leveling and high-profile combat, I promptly disabled the visual effects of the bow. In an instant, the golden shimmer dimmed significantly, transforming the bow into a rather drab longbow, resembling a modestly appealing trinket found at a roadside stall. Upon equipping the golden bow and the windrunner, I couldn't help but be taken aback by the attributes displayed. Impetuous scholar, apprentice archer, level 15 health, for 140 attack, 125 to 180 defense, 51 reputation, 551 luck, 0. The sheer magnitude of the attack power was astonishing. Chapter 14. The shallow marsh. Glancing at the clock, I noticed it was already past 4 in the morning, and in just an hour, dawn would break. Yet, sleep eluded me entirely. Grasping the silver-tier golden bow in my hands, my heart surged with excitement. This was the most formidable equipment in the realm of Ling Tong, now firmly in my possession. Despite the multitude of skilled players around the world, none could surpass this novice with such an extraordinary weapon. However, I was acutely aware that my triumph was merely a stroke of luck from defeating a top-tier boss in the novice village. In a matter of days, others would undoubtedly acquire new silver-tier equipment, so I resolved to seize this precious time to significantly elevate my level. For the first 2 weeks following the game's launch, the currency exchange service would remain unavailable, preventing players from converting their in-game wealth into real-world assets. Nevertheless, once personal bank accounts were linked with game accounts after half a month, those ambitious guilds could invest substantial sums, while I, a solitary player seeking to acquire exquisite gear, vanquish foes, and perhaps even attract some extraordinary companions, could finally convert my in-game currency into real-world spending. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was to achieve a higher level. Upon arriving at the location where the Golden Slime King had fallen just half an hour prior, I found the area teeming with players, including a small team of dozens guarding the spot. This was because, after a boss was defeated, it would respawn after a certain interval. I couldn't help but chuckle. I had researched the game's mechanics 2 weeks prior and discovered that the respawn interval for a major boss was approximately 1 week. These players, unless they were willing to forego leveling and wait here for an entire week, stood no chance of encountering the Slime King again. Without lingering, I traversed the basin and continued forward for nearly 15 minutes. Gradually, the surroundings brightened, likely due to the impending dawn, as creatures active during the day began to appear in the forest. Level 14 hawks, level 15 wild boars, and level 16 bloodthirsty antelopes. However, I paid them no heed, for my target was the level 20 blue-eyed lizard. A shallow river meandered through the woods in the west of the novice village, a place seldom visited by players. Nestled among the grasses on the riverbank lay several blue-eyed lizards, their iron-like scales camouflaged amidst the foliage, their blue eyes exuding an eerie presence. My level allowed me to view the attributes of the blue-eyed lizard, so I quickly checked the data. Blue-eyed lizard, common monster, level 20 attack, 4570 defense, 60 health, 1200 attack type, paralysis effect with a certain chance to paralyze the target. Goodness, such a high attack, rivaling that of the Slime King. I was astounded. The blue-eyed lizard's attributes were indeed formidable, boasting not only high attack power but also almost absurd defense. With a staggering 60 defense, it was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Had I not possessed the Golden Bow, I might have struggled to breach its defenses. Thus, I nocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut before releasing it with a swift motion. The arrow soared forth. Thud! The arrow struck the blue-eyed lizard squarely on its head, causing it to recoil in pain as a damage indicator of 245 appeared above it. In my momentary astonishment, the blue-eyed lizard lunged at me, its grotesque tongue flicking out to strike my chest, draining 87 points of health. I staggered back, quickly nocking another arrow, this time utilizing the ice arrow skill. Boom! A blue radiance erupted above the blue-eyed lizard, enveloping it in a layer of frost that significantly slowed its movements. Observing my available skills, an epiphany struck me. Armor-piercing arrow. This skill, which ignored 50 of the target's defense, was precisely the antidote to the blue-eyed lizard's formidable armor. With renewed vigor, I retreated deftly, nocking another arrow with practiced ease. As I released the armor-piercing arrow, a milky white light pierced the blue-eyed lizard's head, and a damage indicator soared high. 624. I could scarcely believe my eyes. I rubbed them to confirm. The damage was indeed 624. This level 20 monster had lost nearly half its health in a single strike. Elated, I shot another armor-piercing arrow, which struck the blue-eyed lizard's head with clarity, yielding another damage indicator of 678. With a pained cry, the blue-eyed lizard succumbed, dropping several silver coins. Having defeated a monster 5 levels above me, the experience gained was substantial. That single blue-eyed lizard granted me 550 experience points. Although its drop rate for equipment was notably low, I understood that the odds of acquiring gear from common monsters were inherently slim. After 5 hours of battling slimes, I had only obtained a single white-tier item. So cultivating an expectation for monsters to drop equipment was a mindset that required adjustment. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that this small map was called the Shallow Marsh, populated with blue-eyed lizards ranging from levels 20 to 25, ample enough for me to reach level 20. Suddenly, I spotted an NPC lying at the edge of the nearby forest, emitting faint groans. My interest piqued. I rushed over to investigate. Indeed, it was a middle-aged soldier clad in armor, sprawled amidst the grass, his legs marred with bloodstains, evidently having been attacked by some creature. The NPC glanced up at me, a look of surprise dawning on his face. "Young warrior, it's a stroke of fortune that you found me here. Could you assist me?" Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the Captain Soldier's request? I quickly clicked to confirm. The system chimed once more. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest. Collect lizard skins. Current quest difficulty. 80. Quest content. Eliminate the nearby blue-eyed lizards and collect 50 lizard skins to deliver to Captain Alan. He will forge a useful leather armor for you. I couldn't help but smile. There wasn't even a forge here. Yet equipment could still be crafted. Surely the game designers had a whimsical imagination. The quest's difficulty had escalated to 80, which made sense, considering the system assumed my level. A level 15 player challenging a group of level 20 blue-eyed lizards was akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. However, the system overlooked the presence of my exquisite weapon, the golden bow, which was more than sufficient to disrupt this balance. With a quest in hand, my path to leveling up would be exponentially easier. Checking the leaderboard, I found myself positioned at 4087 in the Chinese region, and upon investigation, the 1000th player was merely level 16. Alright, before I retire for the night, I aim to reach level 18 and break into the top 1000. Filled with fervor and devoid of sleepiness, I pivoted and unleashed an ice arrow at a blue-eyed lizard. Slowed by the spell, the lizard crawled toward me, but by then, my 2 armor-piercing arrows could finish it off with certainty. Moreover, should a critical hit occur, the armor-piercing arrow could potentially slay this level 20 monster in a single blow. Time slipped away like water, spurred by the rich experience gained. By the time I felt the first signs of fatigue, it was already 5 a.m. The speed at which I felled monsters was astounding. Within a single minute, I could slay 35 blue-eyed lizards. In just 1 hour, I had leveled up twice to reach level 17, and I had gathered all the lizard skins I needed. As the hour grew late, and with the obligation of work looming at 9 a.m., I resolved to retire by 5 p.m., anticipating a meager 3 hours of slumber. That should suffice. If need be, I could steal a moment's respite during working hours and resume my endeavors upon returning home. Youth is indeed an asset, and I am more than capable of indulging in such pursuits. Thus, I gathered my potions and set forth to fulfill my task. In the distance, the fallen captain of the soldiers appeared to be recovering significantly. Upon receiving the 50 lizard skins, he immediately erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brave warrior, your valor has triumphed over this swamp. Please wait a moment. I shall forge for you a brand new leather armor." I watched as the captain busied himself. The intricacies of his craft a mystery to me. After a dazzling display of colorful light, a resplendent piece of armor materialized in his hands. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, collect lizard skins, earning 25,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, 150 reputation, and receive the quest reward, luminous leather armor. Chapter 15. The enchanting Lingwei with a gentle sound. A cascade of golden light enveloped me from above, marking yet another upgrade. I had finally reached level 18. I glanced at the leaderboard and found myself ranked 83rd among players in China. The top player remained a sorceress named Qingfeng Lanyue, already at level 20. While the rest were predominantly male, a detail I hardly paid attention to. I had made it into the top 100. Today's quest was satisfactorily completed. I examined the gear obtained from the quest, which did not require identification as its attributes were readily available. Glittering leather armor, bronze armor, defense, 36 agility, 5 stamina. For required level, 18. What a remarkable piece of bronze armor with high defense. Precisely what I needed. I eagerly donned the glittering leather armor, and my defense soared to 82 points, surpassing most knights at this stage. Even the blue-eyed lizards, renowned for their formidable defenses, were now unable to breach my protection. Looking through my inventory, I noticed I had originally possessed 18 gold coins. But after slaying numerous blue-eyed lizards, I had amassed 32 coins. This was more than sufficient for my obligations to the company, and perhaps I could even save some for daily expenses. Reaching the safe zone at the forest's edge, I logged off. Upon removing my helmet, I realized I was drenched in sweat from my enthusiasm. I swiftly took a cold shower, devoured a few pieces of bread, and washed it down with a cup of hot water. I set my alarm for 8 o'clock and collapsed onto my bed, drifting into deep slumber. I was abruptly awakened by a shrill ringing that pierced through my dreams. The discomfort of being roused from a sound sleep was akin to being abruptly interrupted mid-pleasure. Yet, I dared not fall back asleep, for arriving late to work the next day would be far from ideal. I quickly sprang up, performed a hasty grooming routine, and rushed out the door, navigating through the throngs of pedestrians. By the time I arrived at the office, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I punched in, settled at my desk, and pulled out a piece of dry bread, which I consumed in a few bites. At that moment, the other 4 beautiful women from the office appeared one after another. Iced tea, holding a small bag, perched herself on the sofa and glanced at me with a smile, asking, "Scholar, how did your practice go last night? What level are you now?" I replied, "Not bad. I've just secured a job." "Oh, what position?" she inquired. "Archer." Ice-T grinned, "Great. It appears our studio now boasts 2 archers, both you and Liu Wuxing. I am a swordswoman. And what about you, Xiatian?" Xiatian, clad in a loose-fitting outfit, plopped down beside me, her thigh nearly resting on mine. With a playful smile, she said, "I'm a summoner now. I can summon a level 10 wolf cub." I was taken aback, as Xiatian's attire was quite revealing, yet she seemed entirely unconcerned, casually draping her pristine arm across my shoulder, smiling intimately. "Scholar brother, would you like me to help you level up? If so, leave your QQ number." I felt my face flush, unable to articulate a response. I had never been so close to a girl before. Observing my embarrassment, Ice-T chuckled, "Xiatian, mind your image. Don't scare off the scholar too soon. There is plenty of time ahead. Why rush?" I was perplexed. "What do you mean? It sounds like I'm being raised like a plump little chick." Xiatian giggled. "How could that be? Our Shuius studio is incredibly united. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to stand up for you." I was at a loss for words. A mere summoner spoke with such bravado. Just then, Ziyue approached with several cups of tea, saying, Come, since you all stayed up late last night, drink some chrysanthemum tea to cool off." I nodded, shifting slightly to the left to allow Xiatian more room on the sofa. "Xiatian, don't you have a boyfriend?" I asked. She chuckled. "I used to. But he kept insisting that our relationship needed to progress and was constantly trying to get me to a hotel to preserve my pure and unsullied body. I kicked him to the curb. I was taken aback. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Ice-T grabbed a bottle of iced tea, took a sip, and asked, "How did your gold coin quest go? Did you manage to secure 2 coins?" Liu Wuxing nodded. "Yes, I earned 2 coins overnight." Ziyue added, "I earned 10 silver coins." Xiatian chimed in, "I only got 2 silver coins. It's not even enough to buy potions." Ice-T, speechless, turned to me and asked, "What about you, scholar?" I replied, "I gathered some from friends. It's barely enough." Ice-T immediately praised, "Look at you all. Scholar's attitude is commendable. Unlike you lot, who have turned into fried dough sticks after just a few days in the studio." I chuckled and opened the company-provided computer. Checking the rankings online, I saw that Qingfeng Lanyue, the sorceress, still held the top rank at level 22, while my position as the top player in the Golden Bow equipment category remained unchallenged. Ice-T and the others gathered around, exclaiming, "Qingfeng Lanyue is truly remarkable." When I checked her records this morning, it seemed she had just logged off. "I can't fathom what kind of woman she must be," Liu Wuxing remarked. "Her level doesn't matter. She can hire others to help her level up, letting them weaken the monsters before she strikes the final blow. What is crucial is, have you seen the top rank in the equipment category, the silver bow? It's absurd. How could someone acquire a silver bow so early? I don't even have a bronze bow." Ziyue replied, "You're fortunate. I played all night and only got a black iron axe, which barely got me to level 15. At that moment, Xiatian said, "When I passed by, I noticed Director Ling's office door was locked. She hasn't arrived yet." I was surprised. "Who is Director Ling?" Xiatian immediately wore a teasing smile. "Director Ling? Hee. She is a stunning beauty. Scholar, when you meet her, make sure you keep your composure." My heart stirred. Could it be Ling Shui? It had to be her. Otherwise, how could she possess the authority to let me join the development department? Furthermore, if she weren't in a high position, she wouldn't be able to afford a BMW. Xiatian continued, "Scholar, you want to know your task for now. So just browse the internet until Director Ling arrives to assign you your duties." I nodded, "All right." Thus, I comfortably perused the official page and forum of Ling Tong until around noon, when Xiatian finally approached me, patting my shoulder. "Scholar, go to the director's office. She wishes to see you." I felt a twinge of nervousness as I made my way to the director's office at the end of the office area. Knock, knock. I tapped on the door. "Come in," a soft female voice called, strikingly similar to Ling Shui's. I pushed the door open and beheld a charming figure seated at a large desk, engrossed in writing on a notepad, her long hair cascading down to her chest. After about 10 seconds, she finally looked up, and I was instantly captivated by the exquisite beauty of her face, with skin as smooth as jade, a delicate nose, rosy lips, a graceful neck, and enchanting, expressive eyes. Who else could it be but Ling Shui? She glanced at me and said softly, "Are you Ding Shushan?" I was slightly taken aback. Had she truly forgotten me after just one day? Thus, I replied, "Ling Shui, I never expected to find you working here." To my astonishment, the enchanting young lady raised her brow and coldly retorted, "I am not Ling Shui. You should see clearly. I am Lingyue, the fierce woman you speak of." "What? Lingyue?" I stood there, momentarily speechless. Could it be that the day I answered Ling Xue's call, I was actually speaking to her sister, Lingyue? Goodness. They are identical twins. Lingyue cast a sidelong glance at me and continued, humph. If it weren't for Schwer insisting on my taking you into the development department, I wouldn't even consider you, especially after your insolent remarks calling me a fierce woman. Anxiety surged within me. Working under Lingyue would mean enduring her relentless torment daily. Truly, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret, and calamity arises from careless words. Lingyue exhibited a hint of fatigue as she said, because of you, Ling Xue is still leveling up. As for you, humph, just stay at the Shueiyue studio and focus on your training. And remember, do not bully those young ladies. They were recruited at great expense by the company. Oh, understood. Lingyue nodded. You may leave now. I need to sleep a little longer. Sleep a little longer? Lingyue hesitated for a moment, but then pursed her lips and said, Go on, go on. I stepped out and closed the door behind me, catching a glimpse through the crack as Lingyue adjusted her hair and leaned over her desk. Chapter 16, The Howling Wolf Ridge in the Afternoon. I dozed off at my desk until nearly the end of the workday. Summer insisted on dragging me out to stroll around the square, claiming that a breath of fresh air would alleviate fatigue. Iced Tea was sipping her tea, Rain was absorbed in browsing web pages, while Purple Moon flipped through a magazine, all unwilling to bask in the sun. Thus, only I accompanied Summer outside. Remarkably, her skin was exceptionally fair, not at all resembling someone frequently exposed to the elements. However, after wandering around all day, we ended up purchasing nothing. Throughout the day, I still hadn't encountered Ling Xue, and as I left work, a sense of disappointment washed over me. Nonetheless, Lingyue had mentioned that Ling Xue was busy leveling up, so it was hardly surprising she was absent. Summer offered to help me level up, but I politely declined. I felt that joining forces with her would only be a means for me to elevate her experience. As a fledgling summoner lacking potent summons in the early stages, I had minimal offensive output. According to Iced Tea, the studio was not yet fully operational, so everyone was still logging in from their homes. However, it wouldn't be long before the company invested in a property for professional players, providing them a secure environment for leveling up together, which would foster camaraderie within the Shueiyue studio. Thus, I found myself filled with anticipation for the future of the studio. Yet for now, I had to return home and log in alone. I appeared at the tranquil edge of a forest and took stock of my inventory. After a night of grinding, I still had ample red and blue potions left, enough to sustain me for quite a while. I had reached level 18, and the blue-eyed lizards here had lost their allure. I needed to forge ahead in search of new leveling grounds. Moreover, many players were swiftly advancing in levels, and several had formed parties to hunt the blue-eyed lizards. They regarded me with curiosity, seemingly astonished that a lone player could survive in such a setting. Glancing at the leaderboard, I noticed I had plummeted from 83rd to 547th in the Chinese region. It appeared many had forsaken rest in their quest to ascend to the highest levels within a mere 24 hours. The top female player, Qingfeng Lanyue, was not online but had already reached level 23. I was at level 18, and surging to level 23 seemed entirely feasible, especially since I wielded the best weapon in Ling Tong. Failing to reach a high level would be quite illogical. Thus, I promptly set my course westward. The map revealed that the nearby main city, Twilight City, lay to the west. As a secondary main city, it was there that players could advance their professions, and the adventurers and offered various quests. Currently, 7 players in China had surpassed level 20, likely congregating in the secondary main city. With this thought in mind, I departed the shallow marsh and headed westward for approximately 10 minutes, until a chilling mountain range loomed before me, marked on the map as Howling Wolf Ridge. My heart raced. Was this the fabled Howling Wolf Ridge? Just half a month prior, Ling Tong had promoted it as a paradise for low-level players, but I was unaware of its true benefits. The mountain winds howled, accompanied by the low growls of wolves. In the distance, a black silhouette lingered beneath the trees. It was a gigantic wolf, its red eyes chilling, while its gaping maw dripped with saliva. A blade-like bone protruded from its back, glimmering ominously. Hungry Sword Wolf. Enhanced monster, level, attack, defense, health. A series of question marks indicated that my level was insufficient to discern the Sword Wolf's attributes. Without hesitation, I knocked an ice arrow and released it. A flash of blue light enveloped the Sword Wolf in frost, inflicting 300 points of damage. However, it was evident that the Sword Wolf's total health far exceeded that of the blue-eyed lizards, as 300 points represented merely a tenth of its health bar. I quickly switched to a piercing shot, which struck the Sword Wolf's skull, dealing 500 points of damage. It seemed the Sword Wolf's defense was not particularly high, rendering the effects of my penetrating attack less impactful. I then employed another skill, Fire Arrow, After consuming 5 MP, a flame flickered at the arrowhead, which soared down upon the sword wolf's forehead. 1,105. To my astonishment, it was a 4-digit damage. I realized the fire arrow had ignited the sword wolf's fur, explaining the significant health drop. Clearly, the fire arrow was the key to countering the sword wolf. I silently rejoiced that I had learned several skills. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 2 minutes to slay this beast. With the fire arrow, the task became considerably easier. Just as I was celebrating, the sword wolf seized the opportunity to close in on me. Its sharp claws swiped with ferocity, and I felt a searing pain in my chest as my health plummeted by 248 points. Alarmed, I quickly consumed a red potion, but the sword wolf relentlessly pursued me, biting into my thigh for another 240 points of damage. In mere seconds, my health had been depleted. In a state of desperation, I swiftly unleashed an ice arrow, slowing the sword wolf's advance. Seizing the moment, I fled, and as I reached the limit of my range, I shot off a fire arrow. 2,240. A critical hit. The potent fire arrow completely countered the sword wolf's attributes, and with a single strike, it fell lifelessly to the ground with a mournful howl. A sound echoed as something dropped to the ground, numerous silver coins. Who could fathom the actual level of this sword wolf? 2 attacks had nearly obliterated me, but with my golden bow, I had triumphed in this battle of sheer force. Approaching, I discovered the sword wolf had dropped a fiery red bracer and several silver coins, which I promptly collected. I examined the bracer's attributes: crimson flame bracers, bronze leather armor, defense, 36 agility, 5 required level, 25, unidentified. I was left astounded. These bracers were level 25 equipment. Logically, the gear dropped by ordinary monsters would typically be lower than the monster's level. This suggested that the sword wolf I had just slain was indeed above level 25. Having killed a monster nearly 10 levels above me, my experience bar visibly surged. I swiftly stowed the crimson flame bracers in my inventory, consumed another potion to restore my health, and prepared myself mentally. I would have to rely on a strategy of alternating between ice and fire arrows to keep the sword wolf perpetually slowed. I lured another sword wolf and tested my new tactic. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective, as I effortlessly dispatched it while expending only a few points of MP, netting a handful of silver coins. Elated, I scooped up the coins and looked up, only to notice a small tent in the distance at the edge of Howling Wolf Ridge, smoke curling upward from it. A spark of realization struck. There must be a quest. I hastened toward it and found 2 NPC hunters gathered around a fire. After the conversation, one of the hunters remarked, "The Evil Wolf Ridge has recently been quite turbulent. Those vile sword wolves have audaciously invaded the village, attacking the villagers. It is said that 3 astute hunters arrived at Evil Wolf Ridge a fortnight ago, yet they have since vanished without a trace. Rumor has it that a ferocious sword wolf king has emerged deep within the ridge. Young one, do you possess the courage to confront the sword wolf king?" Ding. The system prompted, "Do you accept the quest?" Quests, it seems, are never too many. The entire forum is lamenting the scarcity of tasks available. I should be secretly delighted. So I swiftly clicked to confirm. Ding. The system announced, "You have accepted the quest, Sword Wolf King. Current quest difficulty, 387. Quest details. Enter Evil Wolf Ridge. Slay the sword wolves, collect 100 smooth pelts, and venture into the depths of the ridge to defeat the Sword Wolf King, obtaining its head to present to Hunter Vig." Staring at the quest details, I was taken aback. The difficulty level was an alarming 387. According to the rules, the difficulty level signifies a percentage. A task with a difficulty of 10 implies a 10 chance of failure at the current level, while a difficulty of 100 signifies a 100 chance of failure. Of course, this is merely the player's interpretation. The higher the difficulty coefficient, the more formidable the task becomes. This quest, without a doubt, conveyed the message that attempting to slay the Sword Wolf King would be a perilous endeavor. Glancing at the golden bow in my hands, faintly glowing, I understood it was the greatest variable. With this realization, I was overwhelmed with joy. Another opportunity had arisen. Following the King of Slimes, I finally had the chance to challenge a level 1 boss once more. Chapter 17. The Sword Wolf King within the serene embrace of the forest. The chilling howls of wolves echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Beneath the trees, a pack of sword wolves, their fur glinting with a reddish hue, surveyed their surroundings with menacing eyes. Alone and wary, I dared not advance recklessly. A moment's carelessness could lead to my demise. If my golden bow were to shatter, I would be rendered useless as an archer, and my character could very well face deletion. Suddenly, a flash of azure light pierced the air, as an ice arrow found its mark in the neck of one sword wolf. Following swiftly was a fierce fire arrow, which knocked the creature back several paces. As it lunged forward again, the second ice arrow arrived, and before it could reach me, the ferocious beast let out a mournful wail and collapsed, dropping several silver coins and a palm-sized fur pelt. Upon inspection, it was precisely the item required for my quest: smooth fur. After vanquishing a few more sword wolves, the coveted pelts ceased to drop until the seventh creature fell, yielding a second sword wolf pelt. The drop rate for quest items was evidently low, yet the abundant experience and silver coins were immensely gratifying. An hour later, amidst a golden glow, I ascended to level 19, having collected 14 sword wolf pelts. It seemed that to complete the task of gathering 100 pelts, I would need no less than 7 or 8 hours. Time swiftly passed, and as another sword wolf charged towards me, crimson light erupted, followed by a burst of sparks. The beast let out a whimper before collapsing. With a thud, an item fell to the ground, and the system chimed. Congratulations, your level has risen to 20. Congratulations, you have learned the talent, Basic Healing. A flicker of surprise coursed through me as I recalled that upon reaching level 20, every player could acquire a talent. There were numerous types, though their effects were generally modest. My newfound talent, Basic Healing, was a non-upgradable skill that restored 100 health points at the cost of 10 MP. A smile crept onto my face. I could now masquerade as a priest to charm warrior maidens. Then a thought struck me. The sword wolf had dropped equipment. It was a piece of leather armor, shimmering with a dark red glow. Upon closer inspection, it was crimson flame chest plate, bronze leather armor, boasting a defense of 36, agility of 8, and a level requirement of 25, with set attributes yet to be identified. Rubbing my eyes in disbelief, I realized this crimson flame armor was part of a set. It was no wonder the system labeled the Evil Wolf Ridge as a paradise, rich in experience and the potential for set items. It was truly a treasure trove for leveling up. I stowed the chest plate in my inventory, planning to identify it upon returning to town, eager to discover the complete effects of the set once assembled. My healing talent appeared quite useful. With a casting time of 2 seconds and a restoration of 100 health points, I found no need for red potions. After all, exchanging 10 MP for 100 health was a bargain. Moreover, my ice and fire arrows were rapidly increasing in proficiency with constant use, and I anticipated that upon completing this quest, both skills would reach intermediate levels. As anticipated, upon reaching level 20, the experience required for the next level grew exponentially. Despite my fervent monster-slaying speed, the experience bar crawled at a sluggish pace. By the early hours of the morning, I had collected enough sword wolf pelts and had also acquired the helmet and boots of the Crimson Flame set. Only the leggings remained to complete the ensemble. However, my level stood at only 22, yet it was sufficient to command respect, as I had catapulted to the 12th rank in China. With further effort, I could ascend even higher in the rankings. Upon reaching level 22, I finally discerned the levels of the monsters I had been battling. The sword wolves were indeed level 27 creatures, boasting an impressive attack power of 150. No wonder they inflicted such significant damage on me. At 3 in the morning, I had cleared the monsters of Evil Wolf Ridge, yet astonishingly, they had not respawned even after 6 hours, an enigma that left me pondering. Venturing deeper, I encountered only a couple of sword wolves. After swiftly dispatching them with fire arrows, the final piece of the Crimson Flame set, the leggings, finally dropped. Elated, I stowed the leggings in my inventory, taking a deep breath, for I had arrived at the very heart of Evil Wolf Ridge. Beneath a pale cliff, the ground was littered with shards of grass, and there before me crouched 5 wolves. For appeared ordinary, while the central figure exuded an imposing aura, its blood-red fur bristling. It stood a towering 2 meters tall, with sharp teeth glinting ominously. A flicker of alarm surged through me. This colossal wolf was none other than the Sword Wolf King. The 4 accompanying wolves were its royal guards, their levels matching that of their leader, rendering them invisible to my sight. A battle raged within my mind. Though I recognized the peril, I could not retreat from the prospect of confronting a boss. The question now was whether to attack the Wolf King or its guards first. If only I could see their attributes, strategizing would be simpler. Alas, such information was beyond my grasp at present. After considerable deliberation, I resolved to act. An arrow loosed. Whoosh! A flash of light erupted as my fire arrow struck one of the Wolf King's guards in the neck. 2,456. A critical hit. Yet my elation was short-lived. Though I had dealt over 2,000 damage, the guard seemed unfazed, as though its health had scarcely diminished. Its total health must surely exceed 50,000. I couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath as the Wolf King's guard lunged at me, its claws raised high, crashing down upon my shoulder. A twinge of pain shot through me, yet when I glanced at my health bar, I was astonished to find that the guard's attack had only reduced my health by a mere 35 points. It had barely penetrated my defenses. Had the guard's attack power fallen below 100? It made sense. These melee guards were akin to a shield, meant to absorb damage for their leader. High health was to be expected. Suddenly, a massive red shadow loomed, and a searing pain erupted in my chest, sending me reeling backward. Ding. Battle prompt. You have been attacked by the Sword Wolf King, losing 443 health points. I was struck with terror as I beheld my health bar, now teetering at a mere 2 points. Initially possessing 480 health, I had been reduced to this precarious state after the combined assaults of the Wolf King and its guard. Bam! A crushing blow from the Sword Wolf King sent me crashing against the rocky wall, with the 4 guards closing in rapidly. Trapped between the wolves and the unyielding stone, I found myself in an inescapable predicament. I hastily consumed a potion restoring 300 health, followed by invoking my healing talent, striving to stabilize my health to a manageable level. At that moment, the 4 wolf guards pounced, their crimson claws raining down upon me. Slap, slap, slap. With a series of strikes, my health plummeted below 200, forcing me to rely on a continuous stream of potions to sustain my life. Fortunately, the guard's attack frequency was not excessively high, and with a bit of luck, I managed to survive. Then, to my surprise, I discovered another fortunate development. The Sword Wolf King, eyes blazing with fury, remained at bay, hindered by the 4 guards that had surrounded me. It could not advance, merely snarling in frustration. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. This was my opportunity. I swiftly drew an iron arrow and unleashed a fire arrow directly at the Sword Wolf King. With a resounding boom, flames erupted above its head. 894. The numerical value of the attack damage may not be exceedingly high, yet it is sufficient, especially considering this is a boss exceeding level 27. Such damage output is enough to leave many players astounded. After all, the prevailing players currently range between levels 15 to 20, and without any significant equipment, their attack power typically remains beneath 100 points. Inflicting damage exceeding 100 points is already a source of considerable pride. The Sword Wolf King roared with ferocity. Yet it was evident that the system did not endow the Wolf King guards with much intelligence. They merely fixated on me, relentlessly clawing, effectively obstructing the path of the Sword Wolf King. I continuously consumed potions to withstand the onslaught of the Wolf King guards, and when I could no longer endure, I resorted to my talent for healing. The coincidence was remarkable. Had it not been for that healing talent, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim to the Wolf's kiss. The Sword Wolf King attacked ferociously, yet its vitality was not particularly high. Within 10 minutes, it had already lost half of its health under my fire arrow attacks. Another 10 minutes passed, and as the heated tip of my iron arrow pierced the Sword Wolf King's eye, it let out a dreadful cry before collapsing, revealing several pieces of equipment dropping from its form. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the boss, Sword Wolf King, and earned 120,000 experience points and 450 reputation. Equipment. Upon seeing the gleaming items on the ground, I was overcome with excitement and rushed to collect them, only to realize that I was still surrounded by 4 Wolf King guards, leaving me no means of escape. Damn, these troublesome creatures. I glared fiercely at the Wolf King guards, which moments ago had seemed rather amiable, and unleashed my fire arrows in rapid succession. Although the guards possessed considerable vitality, they could not withstand such relentless assault, quickly collapsing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted at a speed of 70 yards towards the corpse of the Sword Wolf King, gathering 3 pieces of equipment into my inventory in one swift motion. Chapter 18. The crimson flame set as I braved the onslaught of 3 Wolf King guards. I simultaneously consumed potions while collecting the 25 gold coins dropped by the slain Wolf King. The gruesome head of the Wolf King was unceremoniously tossed into my satchel. There was no time to examine the attributes of the equipment. I spent several minutes dispatching the guards first. In a moment, the evil Wolf Ridge fell into a profound silence. All the monsters lay slain, transformed into my experience in gold, and of course, a complete set of equipment, the 5 pieces of the Crimson Flame set, supplemented by 3 additional items dropped by the Wolf King. In just one night, I had acquired 8 pieces of equipment, and I was certain that their quality would not be lacking. The experience from the Wolf King propelled me directly to level 23. With the experience bar nearing level 24, I believed that upon completing the quest, I would soon reach level 25. At this point, the evil Wolf Ridge was enveloped in silence. I dashed through it without hindrance, arriving at the hunter's camp, where I produced 100 pieces of Wolf King pelts and let the head of the Wolf King fall to the ground. Instantly, the hunters were left astounded. And after a moment of stunned silence, one of them exclaimed, "Brave young man, you have accomplished such a formidable task. Here, this is your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Wolf King, earning 180,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 400 reputation. The experience, gold, and reputation were not insignificant, commensurate with the quest's difficulty rating of 387. The only downside was the absence of equipment. However, from my research, I understood that the chance of receiving equipment as a quest reward was approximately 25, making the lack of gear somewhat expected. As I anticipated, the generous experience reward catapulted me to level 25. I refreshed the leaderboard and discovered I had risen to the 6th rank in China, with 5 players ahead of me. The top spot was held by a level 26 female mage named Qingfeng Luanyue, while the other 4 were all players from the organization known as Battle Soul. I pondered briefly. The name Battle Soul was familiar, a gaming organization that had surged in recent years, amassing a legion of elite players and dominating various online games. I had not anticipated their full-scale entry into Lingtong. It seemed that in the days to come, Lingtong would witness fierce conflicts, akin to the rivalry between powers like Swordfire and Aoshi, where competition would inevitably be settled through strength, each player unwilling to yield until defeated. Glancing at the time, it was 4 in the morning, with an hour remaining before my usual logout time. I retrieved a return scroll I had purchased for 1 gold coin and returned directly to the novice village. In a flash of white light, I found myself in the novice village, where the sight was still disheartening. Low-level players adorned in pitiful gear, with the majority still wearing the tattered clothes issued by the system. It felt akin to stepping into a beggar's encampment. Arriving at the appraiser, I placed the 5 pieces of the Crimson Flame set on the table. The appraiser glanced at them, slightly taken aback, and solemnly stated, "The appraisal fee is a total of 15 gold coins." My heart sank. 3 gold coins per piece indicated they were merely bronze-tier items. As expected, silver-tier equipment was not easily obtained. After paying the 15 gold coins, the appraiser waved his hand, and the 5 pieces shimmered with a faint glow. Crimson Flame chest armor, bronze leather armor, defense, 55 agility, 12 stamina, 8 required level, 25 set effect activated. Your ranged skill attack power is increased by 15. Defense is enhanced by 5, and you have a 12 chance to evade physical attacks. Crimson Flame leggings, bronze leather armor, defense, 45 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25, Crimson Flame boots, bronze leather armor, defense, 42 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25, Crimson Flame hat, bronze leather armor, defense, 45 agility, 8 stamina, for required level, 25, Crimson Flame gloves, bronze leather armor, defense, 42 agility, 9 stamina, 6 required level, 25. Though the 5 pieces of bronze-tier equipment were not of the highest quality, their elevated level and formidable attributes were noteworthy. When I exchanged my luminous leather armor and Windrunner boots for the complete Crimson Flame set, a warm sensation enveloped me, imparting an uplifting feeling. The set radiated brilliance, unmistakably signifying its extraordinary nature. Ding. System notification. Set effect activated. Your ranged skill attack power is increased by 15. Defense is enhanced by 5, and you have a 12 chance to evade physical attacks. I was left speechless. Indeed, the enhancements were potent. With my skills now amplified, I felt invincible, bursting into laughter. Upon reviewing my personal attributes, Wild Scholar, Apprentice Archer, level, 25 health, 880 attack, 175 to 230 defense, 205 reputation, 1041 luck, 0 after leveling up. I allocated all 45 points into strength, resulting in a total increase of 27 points in attack. My defense had reached an astonishing 205, making it hard to fathom such resilience for an archer. My health had also risen to 650 after leveling, but with the set adding 26 points to stamina, my total health soared to 880. I laughed heartily. I was now undeniably a high defense, health-heavy archer. Suddenly recalling that I had yet to appraise the items dropped by the Wolf King, I retrieved them one by one. The first was a pair of armor boots, which I handed to the appraiser. Without even glancing, he stated, "The appraisal fee is 80 silver coins." I immediately realized that this item might be of subpar quality. As expected, a flash of light revealed the attributes of the boots. Wolf tail boots, black iron armor, defense, 72 strength, for required level, 27 indeed. They were of inferior quality. Yet I could not help but marvel at the warrior class's formidable defense. Even a black iron piece surpassed any of the Crimson Flame set's individual items. If a level 27 berserker donned a full set of bronze armor, I would likely need to use armor-piercing arrows to penetrate their defenses. The second item dropped by the Wolf King was a book, which required no appraisal. Crimson Flame C. Skill book summons a field of blazing flames to inflict continuous damage within a specified area. Required. Level 25 Mage. I felt a surge of delight. This was a skill book for mages. Perhaps in the coming days, as players reached level 25, the market for this book would flourish. I decided to hold on to it for now. The third item dropped by the Wolf King was a resplendent dagger. At first glance, I sensed it might be of silver quality. When I placed the dagger on the table, the appraiser's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, such a treasure exists. Appraisal fee, 10 gold coins. My heart raced with joy as I promptly paid the fee. The appraiser waved his hand, and the dagger erupted in a dazzling display of light. Wave Glimmer Dagger, Silver Tier. Attack, 60 to 95 agility, 15 stamina, 8 required level, 25 an exceptionally potent dagger. Though its attack power slightly fell short of that of the Golden Bow, it was evident that the attributes of the Golden Bow had indeed surpassed those of Silver Tier items and likely belonged in the Golden category. The archer is equipped with 2 weapon slots, one for a bow and the other for a dagger. I swiftly donned the shimmering dagger, causing my health to surge by an additional 40 points, bringing my total health to an impressive 920 points. The appraisal room was devoid of other players, allowing me to activate the full effects of the Crimson Flame set and the Golden Bow. Instantly, a radiant glow illuminated the room, dazzling to the eye. After indulging in my moment of satisfaction, I concealed the effects, opting to pursue my leveling up in a more understated manner. Should a player versus player encounter arise, I would undoubtedly astonish them. Stepping outside, I stored the books from the Blazing Sea, then let out a few hearty shouts and sold the exchanged glimmering leather armor and Windwalker boots, earning 10 gold coins. This brought my total to 76 gold coins, an undeniable sign of wealth at this stage. After replenishing my potions, I realized there was little to do. Venturing to Wolf Ridge would not only risk encountering unrespawned sword wolves, but would also consume half an hour just to reach there, leaving no time for leveling. Shaking my head with a smile, I decided to rest. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Just as I was about to log off, a notification chimed, signaling a message from a friend. Upon opening it, I found a note from Ziyun, and her alluring form instantly flashed through my mind. What could such a beautiful priestess want from me? The message read, "Are you there? Could you do me a favor?" With nothing pressing on my agenda, I replied, "I'm not busy." A few seconds later, Ziyun responded, "Let us meet at the village entrance." As I approached the village entrance, I soon spotted a captivating figure, Ziyun herself. She was adorned in a subtly glowing robe, likely of bronze tier, showcasing the prowess of the Swordfire clan in acquiring such equipment so swiftly. Ziyun was scanning the area, seemingly searching for me, her enchanting eyes radiating a unique charm. Clad in my Crimson Flame set, she did not recognize me until I stepped closer and greeted her with a smile. "Hi." In an instant, Ziyun looked up at me, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment, she exclaimed, "You've gathered a full set of equipment so quickly. Impressive." I humbly replied, "It's nothing. By the way, what task do you need assistance with?" "Well, it's a quest to defeat a level 20 boss. Long Hun and Xing Tian have both logged off, and I thought of you. It won't take much of your time. I can offer a commission of 5 gold coins." Ziyun stated earnestly. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, come on. Do you not consider me a friend? It's just a boss hunt. I'll treat it as an excursion with a beautiful lady. If you don't charge me, I consider myself fortunate." My words elicited a delightful smile from Ziyun, captivating in its beauty and warmth. Meanwhile, in another corner of the novice village, a swordswoman swung her blade to defeat a goblin. A cascade of golden light enveloped her as she wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled sweetly. Finally, level 20. I wonder if that fool has reached level 20 yet. Under the moonlight, the girl's fair and delicate face radiated an ethereal beauty, truly breathtaking. Chapter 19. The porcupine leader's Ziyun's task required her to venture into a cave to the east of the village to slay a porcupine leader. When I inquired about the difficulty of the task, Ziyun smiled faintly and replied, "The current difficulty is 150. So, do you dare to undertake it?" I couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, why wouldn't I? For some reason, Ziyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Then let us hurry. This task can be accepted by multiple players. If we don't act quickly, we'll have to wait another 10 hours for the next boss to respawn." Nodding in agreement, I ran alongside her towards the east. Feeling that running was rather monotonous, Ziyun cheerfully asked, "Scholar, what do you do in Suzhou?" After a moment's thought, I replied, "I work in a digital plaza, handling planning tasks, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." What about you? Ziener frowned slightly before smiling and said, My work is somewhat similar. I'm employed at an advertising company. Lately, I haven't been working much, leveling up at night and sleeping during the day. I felt a twinge of envy and remarked, That sounds wonderful. I level up at night and have to clock in at work during the day, often sneaking in a quick nap while on the job. Ziener couldn't help but chuckle, saying, If you're not happy with your job, you could join my company. Oh, never mind. With your skills as a high-end player, you'll soon have all the game currency you need to live comfortably without needing to work in my humble place. Laughing heartily, I replied, I'm no expert, merely fortunate. I'm far from your elite, Swordfire. I suddenly recalled, by the way, who came up with the name Swordfire? It sounds a bit like a pun, Swordfire, cheap goods. Ziener burst into laughter, saying, That was a name conceived by the leader, Long Hun, and has nothing to do with me. However, Long Hun is truly a good person, loyal and willing to fight for his friends. As for Xingtian, he often acts without thinking. But thankfully, Long Hun can keep him in check. What about Guizhi? What is he like? I suddenly remembered that dark sorcerer. Ziener smiled gently and explained, I've never met Guizhi in person, but in game, he has always been rather silent and appears cold. However, I know he is a typical person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Last time, in Yueheng, when Xingtian offended a guild leader, Guizhi went alone to that guild and killed their leader in the midst of a 100-person team without a second thought. I couldn't help but laugh. Impressive. It seems Swordfire is indeed a formidable team. Ziener glanced at me with a meaningful look and asked, Would you like to join us? At that moment, any normal man would find it hard to resist such a temptation. Ziener's gaze was like water, seemingly possessing a magical ability to draw one deeper. However, I had my reasons for declining. After half a minute, I smiled softly. If that person were to abandon me, I would join Swordfire, but until then, I must remain with her and do anything for her. Ziener looked surprised and asked, Who is that person who means so much to you? Your girlfriend? I couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not. What kind of girl would be interested in a poor guy like me? I'm referring to another person. I owe her a great deal. Without her, I wouldn't even be able to enter this game. Oh, I see. Ziener smiled gently. I won't press you. In any case, the doors of Swordfire will always be open for you. I nodded appreciatively. Thank you. At that moment, we arrived at the entrance of a small cave, deep within the forest, where few players were present. As Ziener was a priest, it was natural for her to refrain from taking risks. Thus, I took the initiative to lead the way, forming a party and inviting Ziener to join. Inside, the cave was dim, the soft, damp earth beneath my boots feeling quite uncomfortable. Ziener, holding a green staff of black iron, followed closely behind, cautiously surveying our surroundings. Suddenly, a light rustling sound startled a few bats, which flew out of the cave, a dark flurry heading our way. Ah, Ziener gasped, and I quickly drew her behind me, brandishing my shimmering dagger to ward off the bats. Fortunately, these creatures posed no threat. They were merely minor scene monsters and soon dispersed. Peering into the cave, it did not seem very deep. A faint red shadow was discernible within. Ziener gasped, Scholar, could that be the porcupine leader? At level 22, Ziener's sight was limited compared to my level 25. Indeed, amidst the eerie glow, there lay a robust porcupine, soundly asleep. I nodded. Indeed, it is the porcupine leader. Porcupine leader, black iron level boss, level 20 attack, 165250 defense, 55 health, 40,000 attack type, bloodthirsty, with a 10 chance to deliver a fatal strike. Being 5 levels higher than the boss, I could see all of its attributes clearly and shared the details with Ziener. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What should we do? It has an attack power of 250, way too high. We have no tank to withstand it. If I had known, I would have asked Xingtian to stay and help me with this task instead of going for a sauna. I was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. No worries. I'll take the hits from this boss. You just need to heal me. Ziener looked up at me and smiled lightly. Are you sure you can handle it? Why wouldn't I? I confidently patted my chest. I instructed Ziener to step outside the cave, while I lured the porcupine leader out into the spacious area outside. It would be more advantageous for both of us as ranged attackers to have the room to maneuver. Once Ziener had retreated, I raised my golden bow and swiftly unleashed an icy arrow. The blue light erupted, and the porcupine leader immediately lost 245 health points. Naturally, with my fully upgraded damage of 230, the boss's meager 55 defense was no match for me. Awakened, the porcupine leader snorted and charged out. I wasted no time, turning to flee. Upon exiting the cave, I saw Ziener's face filled with concern. The moment she spotted me, she smiled slightly and expertly stepped back, creating distance between us. It was unwise for two ranged players to stand too close while battling. The porcupine leader charged at me fiercely, its sharp tusks slicing through the air. With a thud, its attack landed on my shoulder, causing a sharp pain as 124 damage appeared above my head. Not too shabby. I had not lost too much health. Drawing my golden bow, I unleashed a fire arrow directly at the porcupine leader. The powerful fire attack was indeed extraordinary, dealing 467 damage to the beast. Ziyuner gasped in surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Scholar, just how much attack power do you possess?" Against a monster with 55 defense, Goeji can only manage around 200 damage. I chuckled, shrouding my strength in mystery. Let's just say my attack power surpasses Goeji's. Ziyuner smiled subtly, no longer pressing for details, and cast a weakness spell on the porcupine leader's forehead. Ding. Battle notification. The porcupine leader has been afflicted with the weakness effect. Its attack and defense have decreased by 5. I was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "The weakness effect is impressively potent." Ziyuner smiled and remarked, "This is rather inadequate. It is merely a rudimentary skill. Once we advance in our profession, we can refine our skills to an advanced or even master level, and that is when the effect will be truly remarkable." As she spoke, the porcupine chief had abandoned me, charging directly towards Ziyuner. Unperturbed, she cast a healing spell from a distance, fully restoring my health. Naturally, I would not allow a priest to endure the onslaught of a boss. With a twang of my golden bowstring, the fire arrow was unleashed. With a series of thuds, the porcupine chief dashed back and forth in the space between Ziyuner and myself, unable to discern which target to pursue, ultimately failing to strike either of us. Moments later, a loud bang resonated as my fire arrow delivered a critical hit, inflicting a staggering 884 points of damage upon the porcupine chief. A chilling howl escaped its lips as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground, dropping a handful of gold coins and a piece of equipment. Ziyuner swiftly approached, collecting the porcupine chief's head and placing it into her satchel, her brow slightly furrowed. The graphics in this game are astoundingly realistic. The severed head resembled a grotesque pig's head, drenched in blood and quite unsettling. After gathering the 2 pieces of equipment and the gold coins from the ground, Ziyun and Apos, stepped directly in front of me, opened the trading interface, and presented a pair of mage boots, a helmet, and 12 gold coins, smiling as she said, "This is all that dropped. If you don't mind, consider it your reward for the quest." I examined the 2 pieces of equipment, both seemingly of bronze quality. And to be honest, I had no need for the gold coins either. Thus, I promptly canceled the trade and stated, "You should keep the mage boots. I have no use for them. As for the helmet, I cannot equip it, so it would be better suited for Xingtian or Longhan. Regarding the gold coins, could we renegotiate the trade? I only wish to receive the coins." Ziyuner paused, a gentle smile emerging on her face. She then agreed to the trade, transferring the 12 gold coins to me. I understood that if I did not accept something in return, she would feel indebted to me. Although 12 gold coins are not much, they hold value far less than the 2 pieces of bronze equipment, yet they would grant Ziyuner a sense of peace. With the 12 gold coins now in my possession, I found my satchel contained a total of 88 coins, an undeniably pleasing number. Ziyuner, satisfied, placed the equipment into her bag and cheerfully stated, "Well then, I shall return to complete the quest. Scholar, make sure to rest early and do not overexert yourself." Her voice was melodious, evoking a faint sense of warmth within me. It had been a long time since I had heard such words of concern. However, my moment of sentiment was abruptly shattered by a voice from the woods. "Hey, boss. The porcupine boss has been defeated." "Damn." A second voice chimed in. "Crap. Who stole my quest monster? Get them." Chapter 20. The first display of power in the depths of the jungle. Shadows flickered as several figures approached. 2 berserkers, 2 assassins, and 3 mages. My heart sank at the sight. Familiar faces from the Aoshi clan were among them, led by none other than Aoshi Madman. Recognizing me and Ziyun, Aoshi Madman's expression darkened as he remarked, "It seems that fate has once again brought us together. This world is indeed too small." Ziyun retorted coldly, "Enough of your prattle. Aoshi has no grievances with Jinhua, but your arrogance has gone too far." With a raised brow, Aoshi Madman shouted, "Jinhua? Humph. Yesterday we were unprepared, but today, I shall see what tricks you 2 can conjure." He then turned to the 3 mages, commanding, "The moment we engage, prioritize that priest. I shall personally deal with this insolent brat." I observed Aoshi Madman's impressive gear, a shimmering axe, likely of bronze quality, and 4 pieces of armor, all possessing attributes, the least of which must be black iron. The 3 mages were decently equipped as well, marking them as intermediate to advanced players. Ziyun gripped her staff tightly and whispered, "Scholar, it appears our odds are slim. You should find an opportunity to retreat to the city while I buy us some time." I chuckled softly. There's no need for that. If anyone should stay behind, it ought to be me. If I run, how could I face Long Hun and Xingtian next time? Ziyun sighed and nodded. Then we shall both remain and face our fate together. I smiled faintly. That's not necessarily the case. Huh. Ziyun looked puzzled. About to inquire further, but I had already charged forward, my shimmering dagger drawn, aimed directly at Aoshi Madman's chest. Aoshi Madman was taken aback, not expecting me to strike first in a disadvantaged position. He immediately barked, "Everyone, take him down." However, at the moment my dagger was to land, I abruptly halted, refraining from delivering the blow, leaving Aoshi Madman in a state of confusion. Fireballs erupted, crashing into my chest. I must admit, the three mages possessed formidable power. Each fireball nearly drained 150 of my health points. Yet, with a total of 920 health points, I was far from easy prey. Quickly consuming a red potion, I veered sharply at a 45-degree angle towards their ranks, my target clear. Aoshi Madman, mistaking me for an assassin, swung his battle axe with a roar, earth splitter. Boom. A flash of fire erupted, and above my head, a damage number of 45 appeared. I couldn't help but grin. The Chi-In set truly lived up to its reputation as a level 25 bronze set. Even Aoshi Madman's high-attack berserker couldn't breach my defenses. While Aoshi Madman stood dumbfounded, I swiftly switched to my golden bow and loosed a fire arrow, which struck the chest of a level 21 mage with devastating force. Bang! The fire arrow pierced through the mage's torso, eliminating him instantly. The Aoshi clan members gasped in shock, still reeling from the first attack when my second ice arrow was already in flight, aimed at another level 20 mage who had no time to evade. A flash of white light, and yet another mage was dispatched. Yet I did not cease my advance. As long as the three mages remained, Ziyun was not safe. The mage I had just dodged passed by me, and in a blink, my shimmering dagger was back in hand. As anticipated, I swiftly slashed across his neck. Blood sprayed forth, and he too vanished in a flash of light. In mere seconds, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. All three mages of Aoshi had fallen, leaving only 2 berserkers and 2 assassins. After dispatching 3 foes, I found myself face to face with Aoshi Madman, locking eyes with him as I laughed heartily. Aoshi Madman. Madness must be backed by skill. Do you think you can overwhelm me with a bunch of rotten tomatoes? If you wish to challenge me, come at me. Before the astonished gaze of Aoshi Madman and his companions, I unleashed the full effects of my gear, illuminating the forest in a dazzling display. My golden bow radiated a brilliant light, while the Chi-In set shimmered with an eerie red hue, dancing like hellfire around me. In that instant, not only was Aoshi Madman left speechless, but even Ziyun behind me stared in awe, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. However, mere moments later, Aoshi Madman, filled with resentment, shouted, "Don't think that just because you have good gear, you're invincible. I will make you regret crossing me." Fueled by rage, Aoshi Madman and Aoshi Bloodthirst began their advance. Aoshi Madman's axe gleamed as it swung towards me, while Aoshi Bloodthirst's dagger, cloaked in a faint red light, aimed for my back. Their intent was clear, to use the heavy-armored berserker for distraction, while the agile assassin attempted a lethal strike. I retreated several steps, and with a flash of my golden bow, an ice arrow flew forth, striking one of the assassins squarely in the chest. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was sent back to the city in a flash of light. In the brief skirmish, I had deliberately drawn their fire. Seeing my opponents had turned gray, they had no choice but to engage, for my damage output was evident, and they were not foolish enough to stand still like targets. Once more, Aoshi Madman struck me a heavy blow, costing me 100 health points, yet it was still not enough to pose a lethal threat. The real danger lay with the mages, but they were now safely back in the novice village. With a swift motion, I released an arrow, catching Aoshi Bloodthirst off guard as the fire arrow sent him back to the city, proving that his paltry health could not withstand such onslaught. Only 2 berserkers remained. Furious, Aoshi Madman bellowed, "Old Four, come with me." Old Four nodded and charged forward with his axe, but halfway through his advance, I unleashed a penetrating shot. The ivory light cut through the air in a straight trajectory, exploding upon impact with Old Four's chest. 1,240. The staggering number left Aoshi Madman in despair. How could a high-defense berserker be dealt such damage by an archer? How were high-defense classes to survive? Old Four disintegrated into a flash of light, returning to the city, while Aoshi Madman's face turned ashen, glaring at me as he roared, "You bastard. I will make you regret angering me." Boom. I responded with a penetrating shot, causing Aoshi Madman to lose 1069 health points, nearly eliminating him, leaving him with but a sliver of life. Just as I was about to finish him off, Ziyun interjected with a smile. Allow me. With a graceful motion, she cast a purple judgment skill upon Aoshi Madman's head. With a soft sound, Aoshi Madman fell victim to the priestess's judgment, his expression one of utter humiliation. Thud! A helmet clattered to the ground, and I burst into laughter as Aoshi Madman's helmet was dropped. Chapter 21. A person of distinction, I stepped forward to pick up the helmet that the proud madman had dropped. Its attributes appeared before me. Green helmet, bronze armor, defense, 52. Strength, 6, stamina, 1, required level, 14. The helmet's defense was decent, and its additional attributes were acceptable, though its name left much to be desired. I remarked, a green helmet, indeed. Ziyun couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, if you mean a green hat, just say it directly. Are you afraid of embarrassing me? I've seen enough of life's storms. I'm not a timid girl fresh out of school. I chuckled. Her mature demeanor made everything clear. Even if she wasn't a stunning beauty, she certainly belonged to the category of sophisticated women in my mind. Looking at the green helmet, I proposed, let's return to town and sell it, then split the proceeds evenly. No need, she replied with a gentle smile. You defeated the monster. This equipment rightfully belongs to you. Ziyun added, it's getting late. You should rest early and not wear yourself out. Nodding in agreement, I returned to town and called out in the novice village square. The green helmet was quickly sold for a staggering 40 gold coins, with players now at higher levels. Earning gold was no longer a daunting task, and the helmet was of no use to me. Before logging off, I glanced at the level leaderboard and was surprised to find that I had dropped out of the top 10 among Chinese players, now ranking 17th at level 25. The top spot was once again claimed by Qingfeng Lanyue, who had reached level 28. What sort of girl could she be? I pondered before logging off. After a restful night's sleep, I awoke around 8 in the morning, realizing I was about to be late. I rushed to the office without even having breakfast. Upon arrival, I found both Ziyu and Xiatian had also arrived late. By nearly 11, the two of them finally entered the office with red eyes. When I inquired about it, Ziyu explained, I was in the same novice village as Xiatian last night, and we leveled her up to 19. It exhausted me. Xiatian interjected, with a beauty like me accompanying you, you had quite the advantage. Stop acting so begrudgingly. Ziyu replied, spare me. As if I'm not a beauty myself. Just as they were speaking, Bing Cha entered and said, everyone, follow me. It's time for our meeting with the operations department. A meeting? I asked, confusion evident in my voice. Bing Cha nodded with a smile. Yes, a meeting about the games industry, presided over by General Manager Wang. I smiled in anticipation. I would finally have the chance to meet the legendary General Manager Wang. We all rose together, and I walked alongside Xiatian into the conference room, which could accommodate around 50 people. Many had already taken their seats, including some idlers from the development and operations departments. I sat next to Bing Cha on my left and Xiatian on my right. Xiatian glanced around at the female employees and remarked enviously, the secretary from the general office has really filled out. I looked at Xiatian, who wore a loose tank top. Noticing my attention, she playfully smiled and asked, Scholar, don't you think my figure is quite nice? I replied, from one angle, it appears to be a mountain range, from another, a peak. Xiatian looked puzzled and asked, what does that mean, Scholar? Bing Cha, with an expressionless face, interjected. He means that your bust doesn't appear prominent from the front. Xiatian blushed with indignation, declaring, Scholar, you're no good. I won't talk to you anymore. I chuckled. That was just fine, as I didn't enjoy being teased by women. It was good for her to know my prowess. Just then, someone shouted, General Manager Wang is here. General Manager Wang is here. I looked up to see a rather handsome young man enter, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit with slicked back hair, styled in a neat side part. I couldn't help but exclaim, is this really General Manager Wang? Bing Cha confirmed, indeed, this is our company's top executive, Wang Junjie. He holds dual master's degrees from Cambridge and Harvard, hailed from a prestigious family, and was hired as our Blue Star Group's general manager. Xiatian added, General Manager Wang is quite accomplished. I heard he is only 28. I was taken aback. He was only 4 years older than me, yet had achieved such a position. Wang Junjie truly was a person of distinction. Wang Junjie gracefully approached the conference table and asked, is everyone here? The market department supervisor replied, Director Ling hasn't arrived yet. The rest are present. Oh, Yu hasn't come yet? Wang Junjie inquired, seemingly quite familiar with Ling Yu. I was puzzled and asked, what is his relationship with Ling Yu? Bing Cha glanced around, biting her lip. That fool Wang Junjie is Director Ling's boyfriend, but Ling Yu never gives him much face. I felt a pang of discomfort. Ling Yu was the twin sister of Ling Shui, and I often couldn't tell them apart. Now, to see such a handsome boyfriend emerge made me feel particularly irked. Wang Junjie cleared his throat and said, "Then let us wait for her." After nearly 10 minutes, Ling Yu finally appeared, her hair still damp, clearly having just gotten up. To my surprise, she unceremoniously took the seat of honor at the head of the table. I was somewhat bewildered. Who holds a higher rank, the director or the general manager? Of course, the general manager does. Bing Cha replied, then smiled knowingly, but it's simple. The true owner of Blue Star Group is Ling Tian, and Ling Yu is his daughter. Hence, in this context, Ling Yu holds the ultimate authority. As for Wang Junjie, he is merely an employee, albeit a talented one, whom Ling Tian intends to groom as his successor. This is why he allows his daughter to date Wang Junjie. I nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the situation. Bing Cha remarked with a hint of amusement, Wang Junjie's family has long since fallen from grace. He's hoping to leverage this opportunity to become a son-in-law and restore his family's reputation through Blue Star Group's financial strength. To put it plainly, he's just a pretty boy. At that moment, Wang Junjie looked at Ling Yu with concern, asking, "You, did you rest well?" But Ling Yu merely replied coolly, "Let's begin the meeting." Wang Junjie appeared slightly embarrassed, yet quickly regained his composure and announced, "The theme of today's meeting is the operation of the virtual industry within the game. There's no need for further discussion. Linghong has been open for 2 days, and many of our staff have already reached level 20 and above. This afternoon, everyone should log in and gather in Twilight City. Each person is to contribute 5 gold coins as initial operating capital. Is that acceptable?" A group of male employees nodded in agreement, while many female employees complained, "We aren't even at level 20. We don't have enough gold to even learn skills. How can we contribute?" Wang Junjie smiled gently. "Those who don't wish to level up should all take up production professions, purchasing shovels, bows, axes, and so forth, and start honing their production skills. As for the costs of learning skills, that will be covered by players in combat professions. I hope that we, Blue Star, can unite as one and achieve great success within Linghong." Then, Wang Junjie turned to Ling Yu, seeking her opinion. "You, what do you think?" Ling Yu furrowed her brows slightly, casually responding, "I will tally the planning and operations staff. I don't wish to be involved in the rest." Wang Junjie once again faced rejection, letting out a bitter smile without uttering a word. At that moment, Ling Wei had already risen and turned towards us, saying, "Bingxia, Xiatian, and Shusheng, come with me to the development department. We shall converse there." I was momentarily taken aback, as Xiatian had already grasped my hand and led me out. In the periphery, I could faintly discern Wang Junjie's face turning ashen, while the corpulent head of the marketing department wore an awkward smile, remarking, "General Manager Wang, do not take it to heart. Perhaps Director Ling is simply in a foul mood." Wang Junjie gazed at Ling Yue's retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 22, A Summer Frenzy in the Office of the Development Department. Ling Yu leaned against the file cabinet. Ice-T sat calmly beside me, exuding an air of composure. Ling Yu glanced over to ensure the door was securely closed before exclaiming, "This is absolutely ridiculous." Ice-T cautiously inquired, "Director Ling, are you referring to President Wang?" Ling Yu seemed to flinch at the mention of his name, softly replying, "Let's not dwell on him. We all know the current situation, right? The company intends to invest in cultivating top-tier players in Lingtong, along with a series of specialized production players. We will also be managing in-game commercial activities. The members of the Shueiyue studio are all experts in online gaming, and we cannot afford to fall behind others, so I hope you all take this seriously." After scanning our faces, Ling Yu continued, "You won't need to work this afternoon. Just go home and log in. We will gather at the East Gate Square of Twilight City. I need to cultivate my own team. If you have any friends with decent levels, feel free to bring them along. Soon, we shall establish our own mercenary group." I hesitated, wanting to mention Jianhua, but decided against it. We were not very familiar with each other, and I knew little about Ling Yu, especially since she did not seem to have a favorable impression of me. Ling Yu then handed me a piece of paper, instructing, "Each of you write down your in-game names, and I will contact you later." Ice-T and Summer Girl promptly signed, and I wrote my name, Kongqiang Shusheng, on the paper. Perhaps due to my brief stay in China, no one seemed to notice. Ling Yu then declared the meeting adjourned. Half an hour later, I returned home, and, noticing the time was only 1 p.m., I drank a glass of water and opened my computer to check the official forum of Lingtong. To my surprise, the headline featured a video of the #1 female mage's PK. Could it be about Qingfeng Lanyue's PK? My heart raced with excitement as I clicked to watch. And after a brief loading period, the video began to play. In the footage, 5 berserkers surrounded a mage, their eyes glinting with intent. Judging by their armor's sheen, these berserkers were equipped with black iron-grade gear and above. The mage they were assaulting was vaguely discernible as a female, her figure graceful, though her face was obscured. Above her head, four prominent characters floated. Qifeng Lanwei. Indeed, it was her. The first fireball's explosion signaled the commencement of battle. Qifeng Lanwei's stunning figure seemed to glide effortlessly, evading the berserker's pursuit with astonishing agility. Her masterful positioning left the 5 berserkers bewildered, swinging their weapons aimlessly. From this alone, I could ascertain that Qifeng Lanwei was undoubtedly a skilled mage, yet I never anticipated a woman could achieve such prowess in gaming. Fireballs and ice arrows soared, and one by one, the berserkers fell. Remarkably, Qifeng Lanwei's ice damage was formidable. A single ice arrow nearly obliterated the health of a level 22 berserker, taking down one within 3 seconds. What incredible strength! The battle lasted less than 2 minutes before several berserkers lay defeated. As I continued to watch, I realized the video had ignited a frenzy on the forum. Countless players expressed fervent admiration for the Chinese level 1, world level 3 female mage, considering her rapid ascension to level 28 within just a few days of the game's launch, a feat not easily accomplished. The replies were unabashedly fervent. Comment 1. Qifeng Lanwei, China's premier female mage, the most beautiful player. Comment 2. Qifeng Lanwei, I love you. Please leave your QQ number. My email is shaosage163. Comment 3. Those berserkers. What fools, why charge at her? Comment 4. Such a beauty is rare. How wonderful it would be to pursue her as a girlfriend. But how can an ordinary boy like me capture her attention? Comment 5. To comment 4. Find a dark night and quietly hang yourself at Twilight City's gate. Perhaps that would attract Qifeng Lanwei's gaze. Comment 6. A female player. Jealous? Humph. What is so great about Qifeng Lanwei? My figure is far superior. Uploaded a photo. Comment 7. Forum moderator to comment 6. Comment 8. Why did the moderator delete my photo? Comment 9. Forum moderator deleting your post has nothing to do with her level. I nearly spat out my tea. These individuals were truly outrageous. The replies had exceeded 1,000, leaving me no time to peruse further. I hastily closed the webpage, donned my gaming helmet, and entered the game, checking my status. I was level 25 with 88 gold coins, though my rank had slipped to 124 in the Chinese region. Meanwhile, the top female mage, Qifeng Lanwei, had ominously reached level 30. I couldn't fathom how she had leveled up so rapidly. I returned to the novice village square to restock on potions, then spent 1 gold coin at the teleportation array to arrive at Twilight City. Twilight City, one of China's 8 sub-main cities, served as a haven for mid-level players to grind and replenish. The area surrounding Twilight City was rich in leveling resources and boasted numerous NPCs to accept quests. As the blinding light faded, the scenery transformed, revealing an ancient city with white walls and black tiles, flanked by shops lining the main boulevard, where several NPC soldiers patrolled with long pikes. Opening my map, I confirmed that Twilight City was indeed the name displayed, and I recognized that the East Gate Square was not far ahead. I hurriedly jogged towards it, turning off the gleaming effects of my equipment. If Purple Moon and Summer Girl saw me adorned in fine gear, they would surely strip me bare. The number of players in Twilight City was sparse. Most were still struggling in the novice village, where monsters continued to spawn at level 30, making it an ideal grinding location. In the distance, I spotted several figures already gathered in the square, including a formidable level 22 swordsman wielding a subtly glowing sword. Ice-T. Her name had a certain charm, akin to her personality. Initially, she appeared as an aloof ice queen, but the more I interacted with her, the more I discovered her warmth, akin to savoring iced tea slowly. Beside iced tea stood a petite level 21 archer, undoubtedly Liu Wuxing, equipped with a modest black iron-grade bow. Not far off, a level 20 rogue clad in half-plate armor was clearly identifiable. Purple Moon. Purple Moon was conversing with a level 19 summoner, who donned a robe and held a staff. Named last summer, clearly, she was Summer Girl. I quickened my pace and greeted, "You all are here." The girls turned around, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, is that Scholar? You're already level 25, that's impressive." I smiled slightly, replying, "Archers level up quickly, it's nothing remarkable." Summer Girl approached, grasping my arm, and said, "Scholar, will you take me leveling up later? I don't want Purple Moon. She is so clumsy. She died twice while leveling last night." I replied cautiously, "Then you must promise to stick with me and not flirt with any male players in other parties. Otherwise, it could get complicated." In the sultry embrace of summer, the enchanting girl playfully exclaimed, "You're so wicked. How could I ever be that kind of bad girl?" In just a few fleeting days, I have come to realize that this charming maiden, who delights in playful teasing, possesses an undeniable allure. Yet, I find myself devoid of any genuine interest. After all, how can I express admiration when faced with a flat expanse? I could perhaps speak of a manly figure with the strength of a true warrior. But to utter words of affection? That, I cannot bring myself to do. After a brief pause, the captivating iced tea girl inquired, "Where is Director Ling? Has she encountered some trouble? Does anyone know her gaming name?" Everyone merely shook their heads in response. At that moment, a sweet voice floated in from behind us. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting." Turning around, I was instantly struck with awe, as were the others, rendered speechless by the sight before us. Clad in a fiery red robe, exuding grace and elegance, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, the vision before us was none other than a stunning sorceress. With a gulp, I struggled to swallow, finally managing to utter, "Qingfeng Lanyu." Chapter 23. The Ghost King sloped to our utter astonishment. The renowned first female mage, Qingfeng Lanyu, stood before us, and her visage was strikingly familiar. It was none other than Ling Yue. My mind was in a whirl. How could this be? Ling Yue was indeed Qingfeng Lanyu. How was that possible? As if sensing our bewilderment, Ling Yue gracefully raised her brows and declared, "Don't be dazed. You are not mistaken." Bing Xia, utterly astonished, murmured, "Director Ling, you are remarkable. The top player in China is actually you." Ling Yue smiled gently and replied, "There's no need for surprise. I had a few friends assist me in leveling up, which is why my progress has been swift." With that, Ling Yue stepped a few paces closer to me, looking up with mild astonishment. "Scholar? Your level is quite impressive. Oh, and your equipment isn't too shabby either." I smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing much." Without further ado, Ling Yue sent me a friend request. Naturally, I didn't hesitate to accept, my heart swelling with pride. MLGBD. The first female mage of Linghong is now my friend. How glorious. In the game, Ling Yue exuded a sense of intimacy, devoid of the usual aloofness one might expect from a director. Perhaps it was only in the realm of the game that her true self could shine. Bing Chao interjected, "Director Ling, I only have 6 gold coins. I'll give them all to you as initial operational funds for the company." Ling Yue chuckled, "All right then. I'll take 5 gold coins. Let us consider it as my leveling potion expenses." I was taken aback. Leveling potion expenses? Indeed, Ling Yue replied with a playful smirk. Mages consume a great deal of blue potions while leveling. I nearly spend 20 gold coins a day on leveling costs. And the gear I obtain is hardly worth it. There's barely a profit. Scholar, you should be quite wealthy, so do share a bit more. Ling Yue flashed a charming smile, her gaze warm and inviting. At that moment, I noticed a striking resemblance between her expression and Ling Xue's, prompting me to trade 50 gold coins to her, inquiring, "By the way, where is Ling Xue now? What level is she at?" Ling Yue was momentarily taken aback by my generous offer, then laughed, "Goodness. You've been thinking about my sister. What are your intentions?" I blinked, momentarily speechless. "I'm just asking out of curiosity." Ling Yue smiled knowingly. "No need to be so nervous. I won't pry into Ling Xue's affairs. Although I am her sister, I am just as young as she is. I prefer to enjoy my freedom in the game, avoiding any troublesome matters." With a meaningful glance, she continued, "Scholar, come level up with me. The rest of you can form your own teams." Xiaoyan protested, "Why does Director Ling only take Scholar along?" Ling Yue replied without hesitation, "I'm not merely taking him to level up. We are forming a team, and I don't require individuals lacking offensive capabilities to diminish the experience." At once, Xiaoyan had no further objections. Ling Yue then playfully extracted some gold coins from Ziyue and Liu, before heading off to purchase potions for leveling, instructing me to meet her outside the city. After some thought, I retrieved the Crimson Flame Mage Skill Book from my storage. This treasure had dropped from the Sword Wolf King, and I anticipated it would be of considerable benefit to Ling Yue, as it appeared to be a group attack spell, certainly a boon for leveling. I then hurried to the apothecary, selling some red potions and exchanging them all for blue potions that added 500 points of magic power, each valued at 5 silver coins. Most players could hardly afford such luxuries, but I bought 200 without hesitation, spending merely 10 gold coins. I was confident Ling Yue would find them invaluable. Once prepared, I exited through the eastern gate of Twilight City. In the distance, the enchanting figure of the first female mage of Linghong stood at the edge of the forest, gazing intently. As I approached, Ling Yue smiled and said, "Earlier, Schwerer asked me to take her leveling, but I declined. Do you know why?" I paused, shaking my head in confusion. Ling Yue chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Because your sister has no time." What kind of reasoning is that? As I pondered, Ling Yue turned away, glancing back with a smile. "Come, I'll take you to a wonderful place." I was momentarily taken aback by the allure of her smile, which sent my heart racing. "Ling Yue, wait." I suddenly called out. Ling Yue turned back to me and asked, "What is it, scholar?" I quickly opened the trade menu, offering her the Crimson Flame Mage Skill Book, saying, "This should be useful to you." "Ah," Ling Yue gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment, she confirmed the trade and exclaimed, "Scholar, how did you acquire such an advanced group spellbook? I've been grinding at the monster spawn for ages without a drop." I explained. I was fortunate enough to defeat a boss, and this book dropped. I have no use for it. Keeping it would be a waste. Lingyue's delight was palpable as she smiled warmly. "Thank you, Scholar. The value of this book is immeasurable, and I promise to repay you in the future." Gazing at her beautiful face, I felt a swirl of emotions. After all, she was someone else's girlfriend. What did this mean for me? Was it for Lingyue? Or for myself? I couldn't quite discern. Determined to clarify my thoughts, I subtly inquired, "Lingyue, isn't Wang Junjie also active in Linghong? Why aren't you leveling up with him?" Lingyue hesitated, a hint of vulnerability flickering in her eyes. After a few moments, she replied, "Would you enjoy leveling up with someone you don't like?" I was taken aback. Did this imply she didn't favor Wang Junjie and preferred my company instead? Was I? Seeing my expression, Lingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't overthink it. Wang Junjie and I are not what you imagine. I'm merely supporting him in the game to avoid disappointing my father." I chuckled. "That sounds quite burdensome for you." Lingyue appeared momentarily lost in thought, gazing at me with an intensity that lingered, before pouting. "Enough of that. Let us hurry. If we delay, we might miss out. I leveled up rapidly here last night." "Oh, where is it?" "You'll find out when we get there." Half an hour later, as night fell, dew began to settle in the forest. Moving forward, we encountered a haunting landscape of withered foliage, accompanied by distant, chilling cries that echoed like ghostly wails. I felt a twinge of unease, asking, "What is this place?" Lingyue turned back with a smile. "This is the legendary Ghost King Slope. I stumbled upon this place alone yesterday and discovered it to be a leveling sanctuary. The monsters are formidable, but the experience gained is quite substantial." I smiled, thinking, this must be akin to the evil Wolf Ridge, though if even Lingyue, the top mage, deemed it worthy, its level must far exceed that of evil Wolf Ridge. Looking ahead, a long, barren hill loomed, shrouded in eerie winds, devoid of any vegetation. Chapter 24. The Wraith Warrior Alo. Guttural roar echoed as the ground before us erupted violently. With a resounding thud, a stark white arm broke through the earth, followed by a skeleton clad in tattered remnants of clothing emerging from the soil. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with a spectral light, fixating intensely on Lingyue and me. The sudden appearance of this creature startled me, prompting me to retreat a couple of steps, positioning myself protectively in front of Lingyue. She seemed pleased with my reaction, smiling faintly as she remarked, "Your courage is commendable, Scholar." Internally, I thought, what a joke. My legs are trembling in fear, and she thinks it's commendable. Without further ado, I swiftly examined the skeleton's attributes. Bone Warrior, common monster, level 30 attack, 245-280 defense, 60 health, 1500 attack type, weak point attack. Reduces the target's defense by 25. I was taken aback. Wow, its attack power is terrifyingly high. Lingyue, with a knowing smile, replied, "Scholar, you should also consider its health and defense." Suddenly enlightened, I realized that this undead creature had low defenses and health, but its offensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Consequently, I swiftly drew an iron arrow and skillfully shot an ice arrow. With a crack, a damage number of 724 appeared above the Bone Warrior's head. Without hesitation, I unleashed another fire arrow, inflicting a further 879 damage. The Bone Warrior had no chance to retaliate and collapsed instantly. Lingyue, surprised, exclaimed, "Goodness, Scholar, your physical attack is impressively high." Implicitly, she seemed to suggest that her magical attacks were equally potent. Understanding her implication, I chuckled, "Lingyue, would you like to give it a try?" With a playful smirk, Lingyue cast a fireball at another Bone Warrior, obliterating it with a critical hit, dealing 1894 damage. No wonder Lingyue wished to level up here. Her fire magic damage was astonishingly powerful. Lingyue looked at me, chuckling. Our little duo seems quite formidable. I found myself speechless. Such a partnership was not merely powerful, but perhaps our combined output could rival the best in the world. Thus, the next course of action was straightforward. I led the way, while Lingyue followed closely, launching fireballs that swiftly annihilated every monster in our path. My fire arrows erupted intermittently, and although their damage was slightly less than Lingyue's fireball, they were still sufficient to dispatch a level 30 Bone Warrior in 2 shots. Our experience points surged rapidly, with most monsters yielding over 1,000 points. Whenever a monster dropped a blue potion, Lingyue eagerly urged, "Scholar, quickly collect the potion." In truth, Lingyue was quite frugal, despite having purchased potions worth 24 gold coins before our adventure. Within an hour, We had cleared the monsters from the hillside completely. I had risen from level 25 to level 27 at a remarkable pace, while Lingwei remained at level 30, indicating that leveling up at higher tiers was significantly more challenging. Of course, I knew that my lower level must have siphoned off some of her experience points. Eventually, we arrived at the entrance of a cave, where ominous words were inscribed, Wraith Cave. Lingyue smiled, declaring, "This is the destination of my quest. Scholar, look at that pile of bones on the right. Conversing with it will grant us a quest for the Wraith Cave. Let us venture inside and see if we can complete it." I glanced over to find a heap of decayed bones lying on the ground. Turning back, I asked in astonishment, "Lingyue, aren't you afraid in this eerie place?" Lingyue smiled lightly. "Of course I'm scared. Didn't you notice how far I was standing?" I was left speechless. And as I initiated a conversation with the pile of bones, the system responded, "Ding. System notification. This skeleton seems to harbor a secret. Would you like to investigate further?" I quickly confirmed, and another system chime followed. "Ding. System notification. Quest accepted. Wraith Cave. Current difficulty, 550. Quest content. The kingdom's general has met his demise outside the cave. Please enter the cave's 5th level, locate the culprit, and eliminate it." The quest was straightforward. Enter the Wraith Cave and slay a specific monster to complete it. Lingwei inquired, "What is the quest difficulty?" 550. What about you?" 450. Hehe. It seemed that Lingyue's higher level reduced the difficulty significantly. Observing me rise, she remarked, "Initially, I intended to recruit a high-attack, high-defense player among the top 10 in the Chinese region to tackle this quest, but it appears that you are more than capable." After saying this, her beautiful eyes swept over my crimson flame set with a hint of mischief. I inwardly groaned. Realizing that dealing with a clever girl was no easy task, she had undoubtedly noticed the exceptional quality of my gear. Feigning ignorance, I replied, "No way. I'm just a frail archer. Do you expect me to tank the monsters?" Lingyue shot me an exasperated glance, stating, "Don't play dumb with me. That armor's defense must be at least 150, right? My judgment is quite sharp." I was secretly astonished that she had guessed it so accurately. At that moment, Lingyue smiled and began revealing the attributes of her own equipment. In an instant, a dazzling display of light emanated from her entire set of mage gear, which was strikingly conspicuous. Lingyue was unreserved, sharing each piece of her fiery ensemble with the team. She was adorned in a flame set, a level 30 mage bronze armor. Each piece of the flame set increased fire magic damage by approximately 5, while the complete set amplified fire magic damage by a staggering 50. Additionally, it granted a skill called Flame Barrier, which could shield the mage from physical damage for a short duration. I was astounded. Indeed, competition among players was fierce. I had initially believed my Crimson Flame set to be impressive, yet it paled in comparison to Lingyue's Flame set. Thus, I too decided to share the attributes of my Crimson Flame set, along with those of my Golden Bow. Upon seeing the Golden Bow and Appo's attributes, Lingyue's mouth fell open in surprise, exclaiming, "Goodness! So, the first piece of silver gear is in your possession. Humph. You've been pretending to be so pitiful every day, yet you possess such formidable equipment." I sighed. What can I say? I had to be discreet, otherwise, I'd have lost this gear countless times. It's not just about thieves, it's about avoiding unwanted attention. How could I level up in peace? Lingyue smiled knowingly. True. Now, I feel even more confident. Let us charge into the Wraith Cave's 5th level and complete this quest. The rewards must be substantial. I nodded in agreement. With a difficulty of 550, the rewards would surely be considerable. Thus, I stepped into the cave, immediately sensing a sharp drop in temperature, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The interior of the Wraith Cave resembled a vast, circular pit, with a staircase leading down to the next level on the opposite side. A hoarse growl reverberated through the air, prompting Lingyue to warn, "Watch out on the right." Turning to look, I was startled to see a skeletal creature clad in armor emerging from the shadows, brandishing a heavy sword aimed directly at me. Crack! A soft sound echoed as the heavy sword grazed my shoulder, instantly sending a sharp pain coursing through me. Upon glancing at my health, I noticed a staggering drop of nearly 300 points. Such ferocious attack power. I hurriedly examined the attributes of my opponent, only to be rendered speechless. Phantom Warrior, Common Monster, Level. Attack, Defense, Health. At that moment, Lingyue deftly cast a fireball spell, striking the skeleton and causing it to stagger, reducing its health by nearly a quarter. A chill ran down my spine. No wonder Lingyue required assistance. The monsters within the Phantom Cave were significantly more formidable than those outside on Ghost King Slope. I raised my hand and unleashed a fire arrow, which detonated with a resounding bang, causing the skeleton to lose 421 health points. I was not entirely satisfied with this damage. especially since Lingyue had dealt a staggering 600 points in one blow earlier. Consequently, I swiftly equipped the armor-piercing arrow. A flash of white light erupted as it pierced through the skeleton's armor, dealing a remarkable 894 health points of damage. Lingyue then struck again with her fireball, inflicting 558 additional health points of damage, finally bringing the skeleton to its knees. Lingyue gazed at me in astonishment and inquired, "What skill did you just use?" "It was so powerful, you took away 900 health points in one hit." I felt a surge of pride as I explained the armor-piercing arrow's ability to ignore 50 of defense. Lingyue's smile widened. "In that case, we are even more assured of completing our task. Many of the monsters below possess similar ironclad defenses, making the armor-piercing arrows particularly useful." Just then, another phantom warrior was detected nearby, yet I could not discern its level or attributes. Lingyue informed me that this particular phantom warrior was level 34, with an attack power ranging from 250 to 320, and health totaling 2400. As I was only level 27, the monster's level exceeded mine by 6, rendering me unable to see its details. I bent down to collect the silver coins dropped by the previous phantom warrior and, in unison with Lingyue, we dispatched another phantom warrior with 2 armor-piercing arrows. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure emerged behind Lingyue. Before she could react, a dagger's glint flashed menacingly. Chapter 25. The Crimson Flame. See, with a soft pop, a number appeared above Lingyue's head, 428. In an instant, the frail constitution of the little mage could hardly withstand it. Her health was nearly depleted. She hurriedly retreated, pulling out a healing potion to drink, while simultaneously uttering a soft incantation. Her staff rose gracefully, and a fiery shield enveloped her, rippling outward. At that moment, I clearly discerned the creature that had ambushed Lingyue, a wraith assassin. I could not see the monster's attributes, but Lingyue's serious expression indicated that its offensive capability was certainly formidable. As Lingyue stumbled, she created distance between herself and the wraith assassin, swiftly casting an ice arrow spell. A layer of frost enveloped the wraith assassin, drastically reducing its speed, rendering it futile as it flailed its dagger in the air. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed an ice arrow of my own, achieving a similar effect. The wraith assassin was rendered helpless, and soon after, it succumbed to a barrage of Lingyue's fireballs, exploding into a shower of silver coins. Alas, merely silver coins. As I collected the scattered coins, I remarked, "These monsters are elusive. Lingyue, best keep your fiery shield active." Lingyue pouted, "That's not feasible. Maintaining the fiery shield consumes a significant amount of MP, 500 points of blue potion per minute." I chuckled, "No worries, activate it. Should we perish, we would merely drop a level, which would be a greater loss. Fear not, I am well stocked with blue potions. Our supply should suffice." Lingyue's enchanting smile returned. "All right then." Thus, she maintained the fiery shield's effect, assuring me that even the wraith assassin's high attack power would not be enough to fell me. Considering I had recently reached level 27 with nearly 1,000 health points. In the first layer of the Wraith Cave, only Wraith warriors and Wraith assassins lurked, hidden in shadows, revealing themselves only as players drew near. This posed a minor inconvenience, for I was an archer clad in leather armor. Had I been a berserker in bronze-grade armor, my defense would have likely reached around 350, thus mitigating the Wraith warrior's 320 attack power to a mere 150 damage. However, with Lingyue and my formidable offensive capabilities, we easily cleared the first layer of the Wraith Cave. Surrounded by the corpses of monsters, my experience surged, and I ascended to level 28, while Lingyue joyfully broke through to level 31. Eyeing the dim staircase leading to the second layer, Lingyue nudged my arm, whispering, "Scholar, you go first." I dared not oppose her. After all, she was my superior, the esteemed young lady of the Blue Star Corporation. To offend her would jeopardize my newfound position. Thus, I approached the stone steps, cautiously descending, while Lingyue followed closely, her delicate hand clasping my arm. I couldn't help but feel my heart flutter, marveling at how such a charming girl could be the foremost mage in Spirit Whale. It seemed unfair that the men of the mage class were so woefully unremarkable. With a soft thud, I stepped onto the second layer of the Wraith Cave, and the surroundings brightened. Before me lay a spacious hall filled with monsters. Unlike the first layer, these creatures were no longer hidden. The combination of Wraith warriors and Wraith assassins had leveled up significantly, now reaching level 36. Lingyue could barely perceive them. Should we reach the third layer, we would undoubtedly have to fight blindly. Carefully, I used a piercing arrow to lure a Wraith warrior, while Lingyue coordinated her ice arrow spell to slow it down, followed by a fireball. Typically, A wraith warrior could not even approach us before meeting its demise at our feet. Occasionally, if Lingyue mistakenly targeted the wrong creature, two would come after us, leading to frantic escapes and potion chugs, but we ultimately managed to dispatch the monsters without serious harm. Before long, Lingyue and I developed a silent understanding. We no longer needed words to coordinate our attacks. The experience from these level 36 monsters was exceptionally bountiful, and Lingyue beamed. If we eliminate all the monsters on this layer, I can reach level 32. I replied, take your time, don't level too quickly, or I want to be able to catch up. Lingyue smiled mischievously. You have a silver-grade bow and piercing arrows. You could train here solo. Just don't leave me too far behind. I chuckled. We'll train together from now on. Lingyue smiled softly, acknowledging my words. At that moment, another wraith warrior charged at us, wielding a heavy sword with a fierce wind. Lingyue's ice arrow struck its chest, and my piercing arrows rapidly followed. As the wraith warrior reached us, it let out a low growl before collapsing into a pile of shattered bones, dropping a considerable amount of silver coins and a piece of armor. I swiftly picked up the armor, inspecting its attributes: revenge chestplate, bronze grade, armor, defense, 72 strength, 8 required level, 30, unidentified. Lingyue gasped in awe. Wow, such high defense. Once identified, it might surpass 100. I nodded with a smile, offering the armor to her, but she quickly canceled the trade, laughing. What use would a mage have for such equipment? I retorted. But I'm an archer. I can't equip this armor either. Lingyue replied with a grin. Then keep it. After we return to town, if its attributes exceed 100, it's mine. If not, it's yours. Fair enough? I was left speechless, pondering her peculiar logic. Just like her sister, Lingxue, she was utterly enigmatic. Consequently, I said nothing more, simply placing the armor in my inventory. The total number of monsters on this layer likely exceeded 500. Although Lingyue and I dispatched them swiftly, it would take us 2 or 3 hours to clear them all, especially since they surrounded the entrance to the third layer. Fortunately, the map refreshed monsters relatively slowly, approximately every 6 hours. This afforded us a moment's respite. Otherwise, the cycle of killing and respawning would be unending. Still, continuing to slay monsters was beneficial, as the experience was abundant, and they could drop high-level equipment. Of course, the drop rate for equipment was exceedingly low. The level 36 monsters were 8 levels above me, and after defeating hundreds, we had only obtained 1 piece of bronze gear. If we were to fight monsters of equal level, even that bronze piece might not have dropped. Nevertheless, the value of that single piece of bronze armor was beyond estimation. Level 30 players typically wore equipment around level 15, making it exceedingly rare to acquire a level 30 bronze piece. Players like Lingyue, at the forefront of the game, were exceptional. I could only wonder how she had acquired a full set of the flame armor, perhaps through similar fortune as mine. Before long, we cleared the last few monsters of the second layer. As I had hoped, I reached level 29 with 50 experience, while Lingyue ascended to level 32. However, she clearly indicated that to reach level 33, she would likely need to clear both the first and second layers entirely, which was quite astonishing. Indeed, leveling became increasingly challenging. Next, we prepared to enter the third layer. The Wraith Cave consists of 5 layers in total, and we had explored 2/5 of it. As I stepped onto the third level, I was taken aback to discover the absence of the spectral warriors and assassins. Instead, I was confronted by a multitude of spectral archers wielding bows and arrows. The levels of these spectral archers were indiscernible, but they were likely above level 38. Moreover, these creatures possessed an exceptionally wide field of vision. As soon as Lingyue and I made our appearance, we immediately attracted the ire of at least 5 spectral archers. With a flurry of sounds, the spectral archers loosed their arrows, and I felt my health plummet by over 300 points. Fortunately, their attack power was not overwhelmingly fierce, yet being struck by a volley from multiple archers was still unbearable. Lingyue faced a dire situation as well. She was targeted by 2 spectral archers simultaneously. Their icy projectiles ricocheted off her fiery shield, which soon displayed signs of distress, and her health swiftly diminished by approximately half, placing her in a precarious predicament. I quickly unleashed an ice arrow to decelerate the monster's assault, while Lingyue began casting a lengthy spell. In a burst of flames, a rain of fire descended from above, igniting fiercely beneath the feet of the 5 spectral archers. In an instant, damage numbers began to float above their heads, and before long, they were all reduced to half health. The Crimson Flame C proved to be remarkably effective. The skill Lingyue employed was indeed the Crimson Flame C I had just bestowed upon her. However, this elementary skill could only be sustained for about 10 seconds, prompting Lingyue to cast it once more. Ultimately, amidst the blaze, All 5 spectral archers emitted wretched cries as they perished, dropping a plethora of silver coins. Regrettably, those coins were unattainable. Any attempt to collect them would surely result in being turned into a pincushion by the surrounding archers. Ling Yue lamented the loss, chuckling, "What a waste." I responded, "Survival takes precedence. These monsters on the 3rd level are remarkably formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for us to prevail." At that moment, we suddenly heard voices from outside. Ling Yue glanced at me in surprise and cautioned, "Scholar, players are approaching." Chapter 26. Cave PK Battle. I was taken aback and immediately grasped Ling Yue's arm, swiftly pulling her to hide in the corner of the inner wall on the 3rd level, where a protruding rock conveniently concealed our figures. Ling Yue blinked and leaned against my arm, filling me with a warm sensation. When I glanced down, I realized that in her haste, she had inadvertently pressed her proud bosom against my arm, completely oblivious to it. My heart began to race uncontrollably, sensing something amiss. Ling Yue chuckled softly. "Are you nervous?" I nodded with great difficulty, feeling the tension. Who wouldn't be anxious with such a stunning beauty beside them? Ling Yue looked up at me, her enchanting eyes twinkling with mischief. Just then, voices drifted up from the 2nd level. "Hey, there are numerous monster corpses here. Has someone already been here?" Another voice chimed in. "Never mind. Let's go down and take a look. It would be better to complete the mission directly on the 5th level." A chill ran down my spine. This was bad. We were not alone in undertaking this mission. Sharing a glance with Ling Yue, we both felt a tinge of concern. In less than half a minute, 3 figures appeared on the 3rd level, startling both Ling Yue and me. These 3 individuals were all players from the renowned organization, Battle Soul, and their prowess was not to be underestimated. Battle Soul Outyan, a level 29 berserker, Battle Soul Fenglu, a level 28 mage, and Battle Soul Tie, a level 30 mage. These 3 were celebrities on the Chinese leaderboard, ranking 2nd, 4th, and 5th, while Ling Yue held the 1st position at level 32, and I was 3rd at level 29. What a coincidence that the top 5 players in China had gathered in this small cave of Yomi. Battle Soul is an illustrious organization, dominating various online games and recognized as the king of gaming in China, and it was evident that these 3 were figures of authority within Battle Soul. Battle Soul Fenglu looked around suspiciously and remarked, "There are monster corpses here. Why is there no one around? Did they return to town?" Battle Soul Outyan laughed heartily and called out, "Friends inside, come out." Ling Yue and I exchanged glances. How did he know we were here? We had no choice but to reveal ourselves, so I stepped out cautiously, skillfully avoiding the monster's line of sight. Ling Yue followed closely behind, gracefully emerging with her staff in hand. Upon seeing me, Battle Soul Outyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's the illustrious Qingquang Shuxing, the 3rd-ranked expert." However, when Ling Yue appeared by my side, the members of Battle Soul truly trembled in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's Qingfeng Lanyue," dressed in a flowing crimson gown. Her skirt billowed gracefully, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Her delicate face and long, fair neck highlighted her stunning appearance, while her youthful form was subtly visible beneath the fabric. With her ample bosom straining against the garment and her alluring curves leaving onlookers breathless. Instantly, the group was entranced, with Battle Soul Fenglu gazing in awe and swallowing hard. So beautiful. Qingfeng Lanyue is truly breathtaking. Battle Soul Outyan quickly cleared his throat, saying, "Old 2, maintain your composure, show some decorum. Look at you, getting all flustered upon seeing a beauty." Battle Soul Fenglu promptly averted his gaze and chuckled. "I never expected to encounter the renowned Qingfeng Lanyue here. Indeed, she is a mesmerizing beauty." Ling Yue huffed softly, seemingly accustomed to such flattery, and chose to remain silent. Battle Soul Fenglu appeared slightly embarrassed, while Battle Soul Outyan said, "You must be here for the same mission, right? How about we form a team? It would benefit us all to team up since we can't see the levels of the monsters here." Ling Yue, however, was not inclined to accept, stating, "I have my own companions. I do not require additional teammates." With that, she wrapped her arm around mine, displaying a rather affectionate demeanor. Unsurprisingly, a flicker of resentment appeared in Battle Soul Fenglu's gaze, though it was fleeting, yet I caught it clearly. "Humph, ungrateful." Battle Soul Tie, who had remained silent, suddenly snorted. I retorted angrily, "That mage over there, mind your tongue. Be careful, or you might bring trouble upon yourself." Battle Soul Tie raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Do you think being high level makes you special? Let me tell you, I have never regarded people like you." Ling Yue promptly raised her staff, fuming, "If you want to fight, just do it already. Stop dragging this out." Battle Soul Outyan chuckled, casually stepping forward as if by accident. I was taken aback. Was the berserker planning to close in and strike? Facing 3 top-tier experts, I knew better than to let them initiate the attack. So before they could make a move, I swiftly released a piercing arrow. With a loud thud, the ivory arrow struck Battle Soul Out Yin's chest. 872. The glaring number appeared above his head, but it was evident that this elite berserker had nearly 2,000 health points, and my strike had merely taken away less than half of his vitality. With a whoosh, Lingyue fired a fireball that directly hit Battle Soul Out Yin's chest, dealing 642 damage, leaving his health bar severely diminished. Clearly, our sheer offensive power took Battle Soul Out Yin by surprise. He had not anticipated our strength to reach such heights. The members of Battle Soul were no novices, and without hesitation, Battle Soul Out Yin charged forward, raising his great axe to unleash a ground splitter. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I stumbled backward, glancing at my health bar in shock. It had dropped by over 800 points, and I was on the brink of collapse. Battle Soul Out Yin appeared even more astonished, likely surprised that my health had not plummeted instantly from his attack. Meanwhile, Battle Soul Tie and Battle Soul Fenglu, the two mages, were not idle. They launched fireballs at Lingyue, aiming to suppress the top female mage of Linghong and prevent her from retaliating. In an instant, Lingyue's flame shield trembled violently, and her health plummeted to half. I suddenly turned and sprinted away, evading Battle Soul Out Yin's great axe's range, simultaneously knocking an arrow and targeting the level 28 mage, Battle Soul Fenglu. As if in sync, Lingyue also cast a fireball, her target being Battle Soul Fenglu. With two resounding impacts, Battle Soul Fenglu could not evade, and two damage numbers floated above him. 546,678. A bright light enveloped him, and after a pitiful scream, he exploded into a shower of potions and returned to town. At the same time, Lingyue's name turned crimson. She had become a red name. Battle Soul Out Yin was instantly furious, shouting, "Kill Qingfeng Langyue." However, Lingyue remained unfazed, stepping back 2 paces to exit the mage's attack range. Then swiftly conjured an ice arrow that struck Battle Soul Out Yin's shoulder, instantly encasing him in frost and significantly slowing his movement. Seizing this precious opportunity, I quickly consumed a potion that restored 500 health points and turned back, racing toward Battle Soul Tie, my golden bow having been replaced with a glimmering dagger. Battle Soul Tie was slightly startled, clearly recognizing the formidable power of the glimmering dagger, and promptly retreated, fleeing back to the second level while calling out, "Boss, be careful." As I watched the formidable War Soul Iron Wing flee, I couldn't help but raise my middle finger in frustration, cursing the skilled opponent under my breath. Meanwhile, Lingyue found herself cornered, forced to brace against War Soul Out Yin's axe with her fiery shield, yet she still lost a significant portion of her health. The shield absorbed at least 70% of the damage, underscoring the terrifying might of War Soul Out Yin's strikes. Suddenly, a flash of blue light enveloped War Soul Iron Wing, and my icy arrow swiftly slowed War Soul Out Yin, granting Lingyue a precious moment to retreat and evade him, sprinting towards my side. Just then, a voice echoed from behind us, "It's these two. Eliminate them for me, and I shall reward you with 100 gold coins." My heart sank. It was War Soul Iron Wing's voice. Had that scoundrel hired assassins? In an instant, a searing fireball hurtled towards Lingyue, cast by none other than War Soul Iron Wing himself. Panic surged within me. Lingyue's fiery shield had yet to recharge, and her health was still recovering. Barely above 50%. She would surely be unable to withstand War Soul Iron Wing's assault. As I positioned myself in front of her, I realized the fireball had slipped through my armpit and struck her with brutal force. Just as it seemed Lingyue was on the brink of collapse, a radiant light burst forth, restoring her health to full capacity. It was a healing spell, the intermediate healing spell of a priest. War Soul Iron Wing's fireball had failed to claim Lingyue's life, and she managed to raise her fiery shield once more. I looked up in astonishment. The beautiful priest who had saved Lingyue was none other than Xioner. Beside her stood several figures, clearly the Swordfire Dragon Soul, Swordfire Xingtian, and Swordfire Guizhi. Xioner flashed me a brief smile, but chose not to speak. War Soul Iron Wing, enraged, spat, "What the hell? I said to kill them. Why are you using healing magic?" No sooner had he finished his tirade than Swordfire Xingtian brandished his battle axe high, bringing it down with a thunderous crash. Boom. With a devastating strike, War Soul Iron Wing was instantly obliterated, disintegrating into a burst of white light as he returned to the city. Swordfire Xingtian chuckled and said, "Kid, did you not know that the scholar is our brother?" Chapter 27. The cannon fodder takes the lead in a sudden twist of fate. The formidable War Soul Fenglu and War Soul Tie were swiftly vanquished, leading to an absolute reversal of the situation on the battlefield. War Soul Out Yin's countenance darkened considerably. This esteemed figure of the War Soul stood in silence, his face ashen, continuously consuming potions to restore his health, clearly still yearning for a fight. At that moment, Sword Fire Dragon Soul stepped forward with a grin and said, "Outyin, how have you fared all these years?" War Soul Outyin replied, "It matters not whether it has been good or bad. This game is merely a fleeting dream, unchanged except for the trivial pursuits of acquiring equipment, earning coin, and courting women." I interjected, "Spare us the lamentations. Speak of something else, perhaps vengeance in the future." Sword Fire Dragon Soul chuckled, "Vengeance?" The War Soul will not lay a hand on Sword Fire. Why? Because War Soul Outyin is my high school classmate. Outyin approached and remarked, "Since Qing Feng and Qing Kuang are friends of Dragon Soul, then it seems we have had a misunderstanding. It is merely unfortunate that my two brothers fell in battle." Sword Fire Dragon Soul scoffed, "Unfortunate? Those two brats, relying on their War Soul affiliation, have been utterly arrogant outside, alas. They have tarnished the illustrious reputation of War Soul over the years." War Soul Outyin could not help but retort, "And you dare speak? When you left War Soul to establish Sword Fire, were you not labeled a scoundrel? Humph, for a woman in this game, you turned against your brothers. And now, it turns out that woman is a transvestite. How delightful for you." Sword Fire Dragon Soul appeared slightly embarrassed. "Come on. Let us not dwell on events from so many years ago. I made a grave mistake." War Soul Outyin sighed, then continued, "I implore you, Dragon Soul, return to us. War Soul desperately requires management like yours, or it will descend further into chaos. You have witnessed it. Fenglu and Tie are mere shadows of true strength. And I am left holding the fort alone." Sword Fire Dragon Soul chuckled, "I have forged new friendships and cannot bear to abandon Sword Fire." Outyin was momentarily taken aback. "Very well, since you have friends like Qing Feng and Qing Kuang, I shall not insist. Farewell. Wait, shall we not complete the task together?" War Soul Outyin offered a bitter smile. "Both brothers have fallen. Can you complete the task alone?" With that, he used a teleportation scroll and vanished. The members of Sword Fire exchanged glances and chuckled. Xing Tian, surprised, turned to me and Ling Yue, exclaiming, "The scholar is impressive. I never imagined you would be with the foremost female mage. Truly, you are fortunate in your romantic endeavors." I paused, while Ling Yue feigned composure, her cheeks slightly flushed. I said, "I truly appreciate your assistance. Without it, both she and I would have surely perished here." Sword Fire Dragon Soul waved his hand dismissively. "What is this? Just yesterday, you two engaged in battle for Ziyun against Aoshi's faction. We ought to be thanking you. It is remarkable how much you have improved, in less than a day. You have carved your name into the ranks of the top players in China. Impressive indeed. I noticed that the members of Sword Fire were all at level 25. Slightly lagging, yet still undeniably skilled. After all, players like those in War Soul were rare, and Ling Yue was truly an anomaly. Thus, I suggested in that case, let us join forces to complete this task. You have 2 tanks and a healer, perfectly complementing our team." Dragon Soul nodded eagerly, "Indeed. Let us expedite the completion of this task. Otherwise, War Soul may return with reinforcements. Fenglu and Tie are not to be trifled with. By the way, are you two together?" Before I could respond, Ling Yue smiled and said, "Yes, the scholar and I are friends." After glancing at Ziyun, she added, "I did not realize the scholar was acquainted with your teammate." Ziyun chuckled, "I only know the scholar from the game. There is no need for concern, my lady." Ling Yue shot me a glance, her tone slightly irritated. "I am not concerned. Since that is the case, let us proceed with the task together. It will be quicker this way." I then invited the 4 members of Sword Fire into our party. This time, Sword Fire Dragon Soul did not boast, but rather inquired of Ling Yue, "Miss Qing Yue, how shall we approach this?" Ling Yue surveyed the nearby young archers and suggested, "Let us proceed in standard mode. The swordsman and berserker shall take the front, while mages and archers focus on dealing damage. The healer must monitor health, primarily healing the berserker and swordsman." Dragon Soul nodded and directed Xing Tian, "Let us commence." Xing Tian eagerly agreed, and the 2 heavy-armored warriors advanced, drawing the attention of several young archers. Clearly, the archers' attacks could not inflict significant damage on the heavy armor. Both Dragon Soul and Xing Tian donned multiple pieces of bronze-grade armor, sustaining merely 100 points of damage with each hit, easily restored by Ziyun's mid-level healing spells. Ling Yue and I focused on offense, while Sword Fire Guizhi was not idle either. After a brief incantation, a dark fireball hurtled through the air, striking one of the young archers squarely in the chest for 457 points of damage. Ling Yue unleashed a powerful fireball, dealing 724 points of damage to another archer. My fire arrow soared through the air, swiftly eliminating a young archer with 845 points of damage. In that instant, Sword Fire Guizhi stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "What kind of attacks are these? Such overwhelming power. Will anyone be left standing?" Ling Yue chuckled lightly. "This is merely an attack of average strength." Guizhi, utterly flabbergasted, felt his confidence wane. Ziyun smiled gently and said, "Guizhi, take a look at the leaderboard. Qingfeng is first in China, and the scholar is third. Do you think they could attain such heights without skill?" Guizhi nodded, understanding, true enough. With such heavy hitters, completing this task should pose no challenge. At that moment, Ling Yue grew impatient and suggested, "Why not increase our offensive efforts?" Sword Fire Dragon Soul was taken aback. "Increase? We are already engaging 5 monsters at once." Ling Yue smirked. "Let us lure more together. I can eliminate them all within 10 seconds. Can you handle that?" Dragon Soul, not one to back down, promptly agreed. "All right, I shall give it a try." With that, Dragon Soul charged forth, drawing the ire of a dozen yumming archers before swiftly retreating. As the archers converged, he halted and hastily consumed a red potion. Ziyun focused her healing, casting 2 spells upon Dragon Soul. Meanwhile, Ling Yue began chanting a grand spell. In a blaze of fire, torrents of flames rained down upon the horde of monsters, causing widespread damage and numbers to fly across the screen. As Ling Yue unleashed her second inferno, the yumming archers began to fall in droves, and our experience points surged. Xing Tian, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Heavens! The experience is flowing in so rapidly. I might level up in less than half an hour." Indeed, the level of the underworld archer far surpassed that of Xing Tian and his companions by nearly 10 levels. And the substantial experience gained from slaying such formidable foes was evident. It wasn't long before several members of the Sword Fire team had leveled up in succession. With the presence of 2 formidable tanks and a healer, our efficiency in monster hunting surged significantly. Within half an hour, we had thoroughly cleared all monsters on the 3rd level. While no equipment had dropped, we did collect a considerable amount of silver coins. After Dragon Soul had tidied up the battlefield, he returned and directly traded me 25 gold coins, stating, "A total of 30 gold coins were obtained. Since you and Qingfeng Lan you have incurred considerable expenses on potions, this is for you." I felt a twinge of embarrassment, replying, "Oh, that is too much. There are only 2 of us. It seems inappropriate to take most of it all at once." Dragon Soul chuckled, "Just take it. If it weren't for your assistance here, we would have been at it for ages." Reflecting on his words, I accepted the gold coins and promptly traded them to Ling Yue, who was the one truly in need of gold to purchase potions. The archer's skills consumed little MP, with a single armor-piercing arrow costing merely 10 MP, whereas Ling Yue's Crimson Sea spell demanded a hefty 100 MP, rendering any comparison futile. It was no wonder Ling Yue often lamented her lack of funds upon our meetings. As I gazed at the now desolate 3rd level, Dragon Soul and Xing Tian ascended the staircase to the 4th level. Guizhi swiftly followed suit, and I glanced back at the remaining 2 ladies, who were also looking at me. I suggested ladies first. Ling Yue retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. The cannon fodder should go first." Rolling my eyes, I knew all too well that I was the designated cannon fodder. Ziyun Air stifled a laugh beside me as she and Ling Yue followed closely behind me into the depths of the underworld cave's 4th level. Chapter 28. The Vanishing Ensemble. A flash of light enveloped my vision as I ascended to the 4th floor, revealing a surrounding throng of monstrous entities. Death Priest, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. Death Mage, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. Death Knight, Enhanced Monster, Attributes. The Death Priest, brandishing a bone staff, emitted a low, guttural roar, while the Death Mage, cloaked in dark robes, revealed a skeletal arm, its eye sockets flickering with a ghostly glow. The armored Death Knight stood without a mount, wielding a massive sword, its gaze wandering restlessly. Clang! Dragon Soul had already engaged in fierce combat with the Death Knight, and beside him, Xing Tian swung his axe with force, striking the knight's back. To our dismay, the knight barely staggered, losing a mere 35 health points. Xing Tian, caught between laughter and frustration, exclaimed, "Damn, I can't breach its defenses." Dragon Soul was struck by the knight's blade, sending him reeling and causing his health to plummet by nearly a third. This is hopeless. The level disparity is too significant. We are severely weakened by our inferior attributes. Without hesitation, I unleashed a penetrating armor-piercing arrow, its radiant white light piercing through the knight's breastplate. A damage number soared above its head, 549. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least my arrow could bypass its defenses. Ling Yu softly chanted a fireball spell, dealing 347 points of damage. Though modest, our combined assault had already diminished the Death Knight's health by nearly a third. The onlookers gasped, having witnessed the sheer force of our attacks. Yet now we found ourselves capable of inflicting only this little damage. The formidable strength of the monsters we faced was abundantly clear. We could no longer rely on the Crimson Flame Sea to vanquish foes. A single Death Knight's assault had already overwhelmed Dragon Soul and Xingtian. Should we encounter more, it would surely lead to casualties. Therefore, we resolved to draw them out one by one. With Ghost Flame's assistance, we engaged them effectively. Although the Death Knights possessed slightly more health, they posed no threat to ranged targets, rendering it somewhat safe. However, the Death Priest and Death Mage proved to be quite the headache. The Death Priest's voice rang out, harsh and grating, causing Ling Yu to instinctively cover her ears and cast a helpless glance my way, a faint smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, a purple aura enveloped us. Ding! Battle alert. You have been affected by the Death Aura, reducing your attack power by 10. I was taken aback, surprised that the Death Priest possessed such an irritating status attack. Consequently, Ling Yu's and my strikes lost their potency, leaving the melee fighters, Dragon Soul and Xingtian, as our main damage dealers. With their swords and axes, they swiftly felled the Death Priest. Clatter! A pair of black leg guards fell at my feet. I picked them up and examined them. Vanishing leg guards, bronze equipment, cloth armor, defense, 28 intelligence, 10 bonus. Increases dark magic damage by 3 required level, 30 set bonus. Not identified. I was momentarily stunned. A piece of bronze set equipment had dropped here. Ling Yu leaned beside me, glancing at the item's attributes, her eyes widening in surprise. A level 30 set. I quietly inquired, "What should we do, Ling Yu?" She chuckled, "It's up to you. I can't use this anyway." With a smile, I shared the attributes of the vanishing leg guards with our party. Dragon Soul and Xingtian nearly drooled at the sight, while Ghost Flame displayed a glimmer of desire. Among us, only Ghost Flame wielded dark magic. Equipping this item on Ziyun would perhaps enhance her mana, but it would be a waste. The vanishing set could only truly shine in Ghost Flame's hands. Lost in thought, Ghost Flame was caught off guard as I initiated a trade for the vanishing leg guards, cheerfully stating, "Here you go, Ghost Flame. A bargain for you today." Surprised, Ghost Flame suddenly canceled the trade, saying, "Well, actually, Qingfeng Lan, you could also use this. I can't keep it all to myself." I was taken aback. "This is your class equipment. Who else should it go to? If you're feeling guilty, how about just give me 10 gold coins as a share from me and Qingfeng Lanyu." Ghost Flame hesitated, but Dragon Soul interjected with a laugh. "Ghost Flame, just accept it. Brother Shushing means well. Besides, do you really consider him an outsider? In my heart, he is already one of us." I chuckled, touched by Dragon Soul's words. Suddenly, I felt a surge of camaraderie. Today, I had gained 3 new brothers in this game. Xingtian boisterously added, "Ghost Flame, take it. Besides, you still owe him 10 gold coins." Ghost Flame sighed. "You really don't understand, do you? This equipment is worth at least 200 gold coins. Your 10 coins are hardly of any use." Though his words were blunt, they struck a chord. I laughed heartily. "All right, enough chit-chat. If all goes well, we should be able to obtain the entire vanishing set on this 4th floor. Instead of wasting time talking, let us defeat more monsters." Nodding vigorously, Ghost Flame transferred 80 gold coins to me in the trade window and accepted the vanishing leg guards. Dragon Soul chuckled. "Brother Shushing and the beautiful Lan Yu's goodwill will be engraved in my heart. If ever needed, we shall brave fire and water without hesitation." Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. "All right, enough of the sweetness. It's too much to bear. Shushing, let's continue slaying monsters." With knowing smiles exchanged, I turned and traded the gold coins to Ling Yu. In doing so, I had genuinely given her 155 gold coins today, enough to cover her expenses for several days. Thus, we resumed our monster hunt. The 4th floor was bustling with creatures, and it took us nearly 5 hours to finally reach the end. The vanishing set yielded 3 more pieces, leaving only the helmet to complete the ensemble. Ghost Flame was anxious, hoping for a final drop from the remaining monsters. As the clock approached 9 p.m., and with everyone yet to have dinner, Ling Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Shushing, I'm so hungry." I was momentarily taken aback. Ling Yu's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Ling Shui, especially when she expressed her hunger, exuding an enchanting charm that captivated me. Noticing my dazed expression, Ling Yu chuckled, "Hurry to the 5th floor, then I and Shuer will go out for dinner. Would you like to join us?" I asked. "Where are we dining?" "By Yulan." I inhaled sharply. That was a star-rated hotel. I could consider a quick meal from a nearby stall, but dining at Bai Yulan was out of the question. Thus, I shook my head. "You all go ahead. I won't intrude." Ling Yu smiled sweetly, teasing, "Don't you wish to see Shuer? She often mentions you at home, making Dad wonder if she has a boyfriend." Images of that night flooded my mind. where Ling Shui had wept in my arms, evoking a protective urge within me. Did that beautiful girl truly think of me? Seeing my dazed look, Ling Yu gently urged, Shusheng, kill the monsters quickly. Afterward, I'll log off to eat, and you shouldn't starve yourself. I nodded and released an armor-piercing arrow, swiftly taking down a death priest. Clatter. A soft sound echoed as a black helmet fell to the ground. Ghost Flame, startled, quickly picked it up, exclaiming with delight, fantastic. The vanishing set is finally complete. Upon concluding his words, Guizhi proceeded to unveil the exquisite set of gear for everyone to admire. At this juncture, the set had yet to be appraised, rendering it unequipped. After a grueling 5-hour battle, it was evident how numerous the monsters on the 4th level were. Ling Yu ascended to level 34, while I reached level 32, thereby becoming the second highest-ranked player in the Twilight City region. Jianhua and his companions approached level 30, with Guizhi directly attaining level 30, and even Ziyun Air climbed to level 29, securing the 11th position in Twilight City. Gazing at the enchanting vanishing set, Guizhi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Long Hun exchanged nearly all his gold coins with Ling Yu, who graciously accepted every coin with a cheerful smile. The more gold one possesses, the higher quality potions one can purchase, thus facilitating a more efficient leveling experience. At long last, having vanquished all the creatures on the 4th level, we pressed onward to the 5th level. Xing Tian was the first to step inside. But merely 2 seconds after his entrance, he reappeared on the 4th level, his face ashen and his voice quivering as he gestured towards the 5th level, exclaiming, Terror. There is an incredibly powerful super boss in there. Xing Tian was nearly beside himself with excitement. Ling Yu exchanged a knowing glance with me. Splendid. The main event of the evening was finally about to commence. Chapter 29, Summoning the 1,000 Armies. How absurd. After Dragon Soul kicked Xing Tian down to the 5th level, he swiftly followed, with me trailing closely behind. Ling Yu and Ziyun Air entered side by side, while Guizhi brought up the rear, prepared for any sudden monster spawns. Upon entering the 5th level, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. It felt uncomfortably cold. As Ling Yu and Ziyun Air appeared together, they gasped in shock. Ling Yu tightened her robe, while Ziyun Air crossed her arms in front of her chest, accentuating her striking figure. As we gazed ahead, we collectively gasped in disbelief. The sight before us was a sword-wielding skeleton, its ash-gray hair swirling wildly, clad in golden armor and a purple cloak billowing in the wind. Its hollow eye sockets radiated an overwhelming aura, regarding us as if we were mere ants. Filled with disdain, Millennium Skeleton King, Golden Equipment Level Boss, Level, Attack, Defense, Health, Special. A king perished here a millennium ago, his unwillingness to accept defeat and anger leading to his resurrection. Now, the Skeleton King commands legions from hell, attempting to sweep across the spirit grief continent. Everyone stood in stunned silence, and Xing Tian exclaimed, Oh my god, a golden equipment level boss. Our doomsday has arrived. Dragon Soul gripped his great sword tightly, urging calm, stay composed. We must defeat him. Our fortune hinges on today. Guizhi lamented. If only I could equip the Annihilation set right now, perhaps we could truly vanquish this boss. Ling Yu gasped, a golden level boss. Scholar. We're about to strike it rich, I inquired. When do we strike? My reminder snapped everyone back to reality, and even the Skeleton King suddenly opened his eyes wide. Cold light shooting forth, a frightening glare emanating from his eye sockets that made us shudder uncontrollably. The skeletal warhorse beneath the Skeleton King had also turned to bone, yet still donned its armor. It let out a long, shrill neigh, thundering its hooves on the ground before charging at us with lightning speed. A flash of cold light illuminated the scene as the Skeleton King's sword gleamed ominously. Be careful, Dragon Soul warned, and Xing Tian hastily raised his battle axe to shield his chest. With a resounding clang, the Skeleton King's strike sent Xing Tian flying, crashing against the rocky wall, having lost a significant portion of his health in the process. Everyone gasped in horror. Xing Tian had seemingly succeeded in his defense, yet still lost over 1,000 health points. If he had been struck directly, he would surely have perished. Ling Yu immediately commanded, everyone spread out and use frost skills to slow him down. He is too fast. As the highest-ranked player in China, her orders were promptly obeyed, and everyone dispersed swiftly. To my astonishment, the next target of the Skeleton King was none other than Ziyun Air. In a rush, I unleashed a piercing arrow, and a brilliant white light flashed as it struck the Skeleton King's back, dealing a damage of 542, acceptable under the circumstances. Ziyun Air's face turned pale with fright, yet she shot me a grateful smile. I had no time to exchange glances. As the deadly Skeleton King was charging straight at me, Dragon Soul suddenly appeared by my side, roaring, "Sweep the 1,000 armies." A flash of purple light erupted as Dragon Soul's great sword plunged into the skeletal warhorse's rear, causing the Skeleton King's health to plummet twice, dealing 234 and 185 points of damage respectively. Given the Skeleton King's defense, it was impressive that Dragon Soul managed to inflict such damage. The skill Sweep the 1,000 armies allowed for multiple strikes, with a maximum of 5 consecutive attacks, but at this stage, players could only achieve 2. After landing his blows, Dragon Soul wisely withdrew, his speed astonishing. The Skeleton King, seemingly insulted, roared and charged after Dragon Soul, who cried out in panic, "Brothers, help." Of course, it was not his brothers who came to the rescue, but Ling Yu's ice arrow, which significantly reduced the Skeleton King's speed, alleviating Dragon Soul's pressure. I too unleashed an ice arrow, combining it with my piercing shot to deliver heavy damage to the Skeleton King. Among all the players present, I had become the undeniable main force, with only my piercing shot capable of inflicting substantial damage, while even Ling Yu's fireball could only deal 400 points of health damage. After the initial panic, we finally steadied our formation. Ling Yu, Guizhi, and I formed a triangle, each drawing the Skeleton King's aggro, while Dragon Soul and Xing Tian waited for the opportunity to unleash a ground-splitting strike or a sweeping attack before retreating frantically. They understood that if the Skeleton King's sword connected, survival would be unlikely. As time passed, everything progressed smoothly. After half an hour of our relentless assault, the Skeleton King's health had dwindled to a mere sliver, on the brink of defeat. Xing Tian, brimming with excitement, charged forward with his battle axe, delivering a thunderous blow before swiftly retreating, his antics eliciting giggles from Ziyun. As the main attacker, I had nearly exhausted the remaining blue potions in my inventory and had even requested Dragon Soul to deliver a batch of blue potions to Ling Yu, whose consumption was far greater than mine. Observing the now diminished grandeur of the Skeleton King, it was evident that even the mightiest boss could not resist the meticulously executed strategy. Dragon Soul licked his lips, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "The first golden-level boss in Spirit Grief is about to fall to us. With this, our name shall be etched in history." Xing Tian quipped, "Boss, will our names be inscribed on the tombstone of the souls slain by the Skeleton King?" Dragon Soul shot him a glare. "Come on, can't you say something auspicious?" Xing Tian shouted, "Long live the Skeleton King, for all eternity, unmatched in glory." Just then, calamity struck, and Xing Tian's ominous words came true. The bloodied Skeleton King abruptly halted, raising his sword high. An obscure incantation echoed around us, and the ground quaked violently, stones falling from above as the entire 5th level of the underworld cave seemed on the verge of collapse. Ding! System notification, please be advised. The Millennium Skeleton King is using the skill, Summon the 1,000 armies. In a cacophony of galloping hooves, the rocky wall before us transformed into a void, and countless skeletal riders wielding long spears charged forth, resembling a fierce tiger, instilling terror in our hearts. In mere moments, nearly 100 undead knights surged toward us. The first to confront them, Xing Tian, swung his giant axe, unleashing a ground-splitting strike that sent several riders tumbling. However, the following knights rushed in, overwhelming Xing Tian in an instant. A flash of white light signaled his demise as he was sent back to the city to respawn. Dragon Soul, taken aback, turned to flee, only to find the massive silhouette of the Skeleton King behind him. With a swift movement, the sword sliced through Dragon Soul's chest, and he had no time to react as his health was instantly depleted, a staggering 3,458 points of damage flashing high above. Another burst of white light, and Dragon Soul too fell, leaving a scatter of red potions in his wake. Chapter 30. The Flowing Light Sword MD. How could Long Hun, the leader of Swordfire, fall so easily? I glanced at Ling Yue, who was also looking at me. Both our eyes reflected a hint of terror. The Skeleton King's attacks were overwhelmingly fierce, and we could hardly withstand a single blow. Ziyun was ensnared by the Death Knights not far from me, and she forced a smile as she looked at me, saying, "Scholar, I'm heading back to the city." With that, Ziyun transformed into a beam of white light and returned to the city, departing with remarkable composure. However, Guizhi was already furious, relentlessly attacking the Skeleton King. I immediately shouted, "Guizhi, return to the city at once." Guizhi exclaimed, "No way. I can't leave you all behind." I replied loudly, "Stop the nonsense. Do you want your vanishing set to drop? Get back to the city now and wait for us. I'll hold them off for a bit." Guizhi was suddenly startled into silence and swiftly retreated from the battle to use the return scroll, while I rushed forward, drawing the ire of the Death Knights, and then turning back to confront the Skeleton King. Moments later, Gueji successfully used the return scroll and vanished. I gathered my strength and began to strike the Skeleton King. Whether I could succeed hinged on these few seconds. Lingwe understood my intent and coordinated her attacks with me, casting fireballs that rained down on the Skeleton King's chest. Yet this detestable boss seemed to have boundless health, refusing to fall. Finally, a swarm of Death Knights surrounded Lingwe. Her fiery shield barely held against their onslaught before shattering. Their attacks were no jest. Watching Lingwe transform into white light and return to the city caused my heart to ache slightly, yet it also instilled a sense of calm within me. I swiftly maneuvered to evade the Death Knight's relentless pursuit, simultaneously firing armor-piercing arrows at the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King charged at me, sword in hand, his blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. I was acutely aware of my limitations. My defense could not compare to Longhan's. If he was slain in an instant, I would surely be obliterated as well. Therefore, I closed my eyes and released my final armor-piercing arrow. Boom! The milky white light penetrated the Skeleton King's armor, causing him to abruptly halt, his body nearly collapsing upon me, an overwhelming force bearing down. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have slain the Golden Grade boss, the 10,000-year Skeleton King, earning 400,000 experience points and 2,000 reputation. A golden light cascaded down, and I immediately leveled up to 33, only to be encircled by a group of Death Knights in the blink of an eye. The gleam of swords flashed, and my health, now fully restored from leveling up, was instantly depleted. I was taken aback and quickly glanced at the loot dropped by the Skeleton King, a book and a sword. I hastily stowed both items into my inventory, and as for the coins, I could only grab a handful. Just as I did, a sharp pain coursed through me, and the world around me flickered. Ding! System notification. You have been slain by a Death Knight. Level decreased by 1. Ding! System notification. Tasks cannot be completed while in a death state. Task failed. MD, I actually failed. Was there a time delay on this task? Moreover, I had reverted back to level 32. Surrounding me were familiar faces. Lingwe and Longhan were indeed waiting for me at the resurrection circle. Longhan remarked, "It seems we all met our demise." Xingtian added, "That's for sure." We returned to the square, not here. In the distance, Gueji was sprinting towards us from the square. Beside me, Lingwe and Xian stood elegantly. With Lingwe softly laughing, "What was the final outcome?" I replied, "Just look at my level." Lingwe paused, suddenly realizing, and exclaimed, "You killed the Skeleton King. Clever." Everyone had lost a level, but I, having initially been level 32, remained at that level after my demise, indicating that I had leveled up just before falling. Upon learning that I had vanquished the Skeleton King, Longhan and the others beamed with joy. However, when I suggested splitting the loot, Longhan immediately shook his head, saying, "One must not be overly greedy. Gueji has already obtained the vanishing set from you, and since you were the one to slay the Skeleton King, to put it bluntly, we didn't contribute much. Even if the Skeleton King dropped a divine artifact, we would not claim a single piece." Afterward, Longhan smiled, "Time to log off for dinner. Farewell, scholar." Xingtian and Gueji went to appraise their gear, while Xian mentioned she was also logging off for a meal. I intended to appraise my equipment as well, and Lingwe decided to accompany me, saying, "I want to see for myself." When we arrived at the appraisal shop, Gueji had already donned a dazzling vanishing set, parading about, with Xingtian happily trailing behind, occasionally pointing at Gueji and telling passersby, "That's my brother. Impressive, right?" I retrieved the 2 items from my inventory, only to discover that the skill book required no appraisal. Thousand Blade Arrow inflicts a degree of damage to enemies surrounding the target. Requirement: Apprentice Archer level 30. I was overjoyed. I had indeed found a group attack skill book for archers so swiftly. Looking at the description, Lingwe smiled and said, "Scholar, you must always accompany me while leveling up from now on." I replied with a grin, "I am more than willing." Then, I examined the sword dropped by the Skeleton King. Flowing light sword, golden grade, attack, 140 to 185 strength, 15 stamina, 10 required level, 30, not yet appraised. A golden grade weapon. I stood there in astonishment alongside Lingwe, speechless for quite some time. The sword shimmered, a ripple of light gracefully flowing along its edge, and its graceful curves gave it an aesthetically pleasing form. After a long pause, Lingwe finally shook my arm and asked, "Scholar, shall we appraise it?" I responded, "Of course." As I placed the flowing light sword on the table, the appraiser was taken aback, hastily rushing into the back room, exclaiming, Master, there's a piece of equipment here that requires your appraisal." A few minutes later, an elderly appraiser emerged, his title revealing his status as a royal appraiser. The old appraiser gazed at the flowing light sword, visibly excited, caressing its hilt and trembling as he said, "I never imagined I would behold such a treasure in my lifetime." Then, the old appraiser declared firmly, "Appraisal fee, 100 gold coins." "What? 100 gold coins?" I was taken aback. The old appraiser nodded earnestly. "Do you wish to proceed with the appraisal?" I currently possessed only 56 gold coins, far from enough. Lingue seemed to sense my predicament, and with a gentle smile, handed the appraiser 100 gold coins, saying, "I'll cover his costs." After receiving the payment, the appraiser swiftly waved his hand over the flowing light sword, and in an instant, the sword radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating the entire appraisal shop. Taking back the flowing light sword, I excitedly examined its attributes. Flowing light sword, golden grade, attack, 185 to 270 strength, 24 stamina, 20 agility, 15 bonus. Increases the user's skill attack power by 20 required level, 30. Staring at the formidable attributes of the flowing light sword, Lingue and I were once again left in awe. This was simply too outrageous, Lingue remarked in disbelief. I stood there, gripping the flowing light sword, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through me. Alas, as a mere archer, I could hardly wield a sword. Lingue smiled gently and inquired, "How do you intend to handle this sword? Will you be giving it to the Dragon Soul?" I replied, "Do you truly believe I am that magnanimous? I would only part with a golden artifact if I had been struck by a donkey." Yet, Lingue merely smiled slightly and remarked, "Who can say? Perhaps the allure of the Dragon Soul simply lacks sufficient charm. Since you have no intention of gifting it, then let us store it for the time being. After half a month, once the mainstream players reach level 30, the true value of this sword will be revealed." I nodded in agreement and said, "Very well. If we manage to sell this sword, you shall receive a 10% bonus for your contribution." Goodness, you are indeed generous. Indeed, it is a must. Chapter 31. The Blue Wolf Guardian. As I opened the equipment leaderboard once more, I found that the top position previously held by the Golden Bow had been supplanted by the Radiant Sword, whose evaluation score was nearly 10 times that of the Golden Bow and a staggering 100 times greater than the Bronze Sword in third place. If others were to discover that both the Soul Golden and Silver artifacts resided in my possession, I could only imagine their reactions. Perhaps some would even contemplate jumping from heights in despair. I proceeded to the warehouse administrator and stored the Radiant Sword. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was already 10 p.m., and my stomach was empty. Thus, I logged off, retrieved the 1,000 yuan that Lingxue had left for me as an overnight allowance, 500 of which I paid for rent, and descended the stairs, contemplating my situation. As the in-game currency could not be exchanged yet, I needed to apply for a new bank card. In about a week, the game would enable the feature for binding bank accounts, and that would mark my true opportunity for wealth. There was no need to mention the Radiant Sword. Given my current high level, even selling some other equipment would suffice to ensure my financial security. Reaching the ground floor, I settled into a small restaurant, ordered a couple of dishes and a bottle of beer, which I poured for myself. Outside, the streets were bustling with pedestrians, each a stranger to the other. Only fate could unite two people. Lingxue and I shared such a bond, though I wondered if she felt the same. At this moment, she was likely dining with Lingue. A smile crept across my face as their exquisite visages filled my mind. To have the fortune to meet and know this stunning pair of twins was indeed a stroke of luck. I pondered who in this world could be blessed enough to possess even one of them. Imagining the impossible, I thought of holding Lingxue in my left arm and Lingue in my right. Such a divine scenario was worth more than any treasure. While I was lost in this reverie, two students entered the restaurant, ordering a pot of pickled fish and engaging in light conversation. One of them remarked, "I'm already level 24. I even acquired 2 black iron equipment pieces this afternoon. My attack power is quite formidable now." The other scoffed, "Don't get too cocky with black iron gear. I heard there's a senior in our school who snagged an 18-level bronze axe. That's impressive. If I had such a weapon, I'd be rushing to level 30 tonight." "Come on, you're only level 13. What do you know about reaching level 30? I'll take you to level 18 tonight." Then, another added, "By the way, have you heard of that mage, Qingfeng Lanhua? Her real-life photos surfaced online today, and she's truly stunning. I heard she's from Suzhou." "Suzhou? Which school? I should pursue her as a girlfriend. She could help us level up." Ugh, what a loser. Listening to their banter, I couldn't help but smile as I quickly devoured a few bites of the chives and downed a glass of beer. Dining like this in summer was particularly refreshing. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I returned to my residence, only to find several young women next door gathered around a table enjoying their meal. One girl in green turned to me with a smile. "Hey, scholar, would you like to join us for dinner?" I shook my head. "Thank you, but I just ate outside." I must admit, the young women were quite pleasant to behold, dressed rather revealingly, with shapely thighs and ample bosoms, which likely contributed to their thriving business. After bidding farewell to the girls next door, I closed the door and logged back online. Marveling at the soundproofing of the Linghong helmet, I hadn't heard any of the usual clamor or romantic declarations in days. Upon logging in, I found myself in Twilight City. The player rankings hadn't changed much. Qingfeng Langyue remained at level 33 in first place, while I held second at level 32. Below me were a few players from the Battle Spirit Guild, with Jianhua Esguiji and Long Hun at levels 30, ranked 7th and 8th respectively. Checking my friends list, I saw that Ziyun and Lingyue were offline. Long Hun had logged out, while Xingtian and Guiji were still online, likely flaunting their new leveling spots with the Desolation set. The equipment rankings showed no significant changes. The Radiant Sword still topped the list with its exceptional score. It felt surreal that the world's #1 weapon was in my possession. I rushed to the warehouse to confirm. Upon seeing the gleaming Radiant Sword resting there, I burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from players in the square. Now, I needed to devise a plan for my next leveling location. After browsing the forum for a while, I discovered a high-level player's training ground located in the western canyon of Twilight City, home to a grand ancient temple known as the General's Tomb. The General's Tomb was said to be an ancient shrine, rumored to have sealed a once mighty general and his loyal officers due to betrayal thousands of years ago. The king, in his wrath, had led 1,000 sorcerers to entomb them within its walls. Over the long years, resentment and solitude transformed these once valiant warriors into vengeful spirits. Now, the ancient shrine was a place where mortals dared not tread. Unfortunately, the information provided by Linghong offered little more than this. There were no coordinates or details about the monsters within, leaving players to explore on their own. However, insiders from Yueheng disclosed that the General's Tomb lay within a canyon west of Twilight City, a prime training ground for levels 30 to 60, with a rumored high drop rate for treasures. Yet, no player had ever managed to locate the elusive shrine, which seemed as intangible as a mirage. After purchasing a bag of potions, I decided to continue my solitary journey. I checked my skills: basic archery, intermediate proficiency 50,000 0, no MP cost. Fire arrow, intermediate proficiency 50,000 0, costs 10 MP. Ice arrow, beginner proficiency 100 00 7234, costs 5 MP. Armor piercing arrow, intermediate proficiency 50,000 0, costs 20 MP. Thousand blade arrow, beginner proficiency 10,000 0, costs 50 MP. Through consistent use, both fire arrow and armor piercing arrow had reached intermediate levels. However, as a novice archer, I could only advance my skills to this tier. Once I reached level 40 and transitioned to a formal class, my skill proficiency would naturally increase to advanced levels. It was said that skills could progress beyond advanced to master and then grandmaster levels, ultimately culminating in divine skills. The higher the level, the more impressive the abilities. Besides leveling up, I also needed to enhance my proficiency with the Thousand Blade Arrow, and I was still uncertain about the effectiveness of this area attack skill. I hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a mere fade, for that would drive me to despair. After checking my potions and the durability of my equipment, I discovered that after one death, the durability of the Crimson Flame set had halved. Thankfully, nothing had shattered, otherwise, I would have been inconsolable. Thus, I headed to the equipment repairman in Twilight City, placing a set of the Crimson Flame gear for repairs. The repairman, without lifting his gaze, stated, "Repair cost, 7 gold. What? Such a hefty sum for repairs? I gasped in shock. Yet, I had no choice but to pay, despite my reluctance. Once the Crimson Flame equipment was restored to its pristine condition, I wasted no time and opened the map, heading westward. Along the way, I encountered numerous players making their way out of Twilight City, scattering into the western forests in groups of 3 or 5. Outside the city, there are 2 prime leveling spots. One is the Breezy Forest, where the enchanted rabbits of level 25 respawn, and the other is the Dusk Forest, home to both level 25 and level 35 creatures like hedgehogs and ferocious wolves. However, these locations have been overrun by a multitude of players. And organizations such as Proud World and Battle Spirit have amassed large groups to dominate the area, leaving solo players with little chance to thrive. In the distance, 2 players from Proud World eyed me and whispered, "Isn't that the reckless scholar our leader specifically wants to eliminate? Should we go and take him down?" The other exclaimed in shock, "Are you mad? What can 2 level 20s possibly do? He is a level 32 elite on the leaderboard." We should report to the leader and gather our brothers to encircle and eliminate this brat. Just look at his well-equipped gear. He must be formidable. A chill ran down my spine. Indeed, fame brings its own set of troubles. Thus, I swiftly made my way towards the breezy forest in the southwest, intending to delve into the legendary general's tomb. That way, even if Proud World pursued me, they might struggle to locate me amidst the vast forest, while I could easily escape with a simple return scroll. After traversing for about half an hour, I suddenly startled a flock of birds. As several players stumbled out of the thicket, their health reduced to roughly half, utterly disheveled. Trailing behind them was a monstrous creature with a wolf and Appos' head and a hefty blade, exuding a foul stench of blood. With a resounding crash, it swung its blade, instantly slaying a swordsman player. I felt a tremor of fear. The creature's attack was alarmingly high. A level 24 swordsman had lost more than half of his health in a single strike. Quickly, I assessed the creature's attributes. Blue Wolf Guardian, normal monster, level 28 attack, 185 to 240 defense, 80 health, 2400 attack type, normal. So, it was indeed a level 28 monster. Observing the beleaguered party, I noted that after the swordsman was downed, only 2 mages, 2 berserkers, and a priest remained, a total of 5. The Blue Wolf Guardian swiftly raised its blade once more, preparing to strike at a terrified mage. Chapter 32. The beautiful Maiden. The young sorcerer was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell? Am I really going to be finished like this?" Just then, a flash of white light darted through the air, piercing the mouth of a Blue Wolf guard and erupting forth with a spray of fresh blood. A critical strike. My armor-piercing arrow had dispatched this half-health Blue Wolf guard. The other players, still in shock, turned to me and exclaimed, "ASN and Appos. This the renowned expert, the unruly scholar?" I smiled and replied, "Just a stroke of luck. I and Appos. VE leveled up a bit faster. By the way, how did you all end up in such a predicament?" The monsters in the breeze forest shooed and amp. Appos, TB that formidable. One of the berserkers spat and said, "Who knows?" We entered the forest as a party and stumbled upon a deep canyon. To our surprise, there was a tower inside, and when we entered, we encountered a horde of these Blue Wolf guards. Our party of over a dozen has dwindled to just 5. I was taken aback and asked, "The tower? Is it the General and Appos' tomb?" "No, it and Appos' the first level of the Soul Temple." My heart surged with excitement. This was it. It was rumored that the General's tomb consisted of 7 levels, with the first being the Soul Temple, leading all the way to the 7th level, the true resting place of the ancient hero of the Light God race. I inquired, "Where is this Soul Temple located? Can you lead me there?" The berserker appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "An expert like you can certainly navigate the Soul Temple with ease, but we..." Sensing their hesitation, I quickly suggested, "How about we team up? I and Appos, LL take the leather armor, and you can divide the rest among yourselves, each taking what you need. What do you say?" "Haha, sounds good." The berserker laughed heartily and promptly invited me into their party. I didn't dwell on it. The highest level monsters in the Soul Temple reached a terrifying level of 60, and it was clear this was not a place for casual leveling. My primary concern was to ascertain the location of the Soul Temple. Having 5 level 24 companions wasn't so bad, especially with a priest and a berserker among them for added safety. The berserker, axe in hand, led the way into the jungle, followed closely by the others, while I gripped my golden bow, trailing behind. The jungle was shrouded in mist, with various level 25 monsters leaping about. However, with my attack power of 195,250, they were no match for me. I could dispatch a level 25 creature in 2 arrows, leaving my teammates astonished and calling me a master. After about 10 minutes of winding through the dense foliage, we finally emerged from the mist to behold an ancient, towering edifice amidst the jungle. Strangely, although the temple loomed high, it was obscured by the thick mist surrounding it. The berserker pointed at the temple and grinned, "We've arrived. Why don't you go in first?" I couldn't help but feel disdain. This berserker was trying to push me forward as if I were mere cannon fodder. Nonetheless, I stepped inside. The level 28 monsters had an attack power of merely 240, which couldn't possibly breach my defense of 200. Besides, with 1060 health points, I was certainly not in danger of being instantly killed. Surrounding the temple were numerous stone lions, known as Swani, seemingly guarding the sacred grounds, exuding a solemn aura that added to the temple's mystery. The bronze door was tightly shut, rusty and worn, covered in verdigris. When I pressed my head against the door and exerted a bit of force, I found it immovable. The door was exceedingly heavy. Summoning all my strength, I managed to push it open, and a thunderous sound accompanied a wave of ferocity that rushed toward me. Before me stood 3 Blue Wolf guards. With a flurry of swift strikes, I felt a sting in my chest as they landed 3 blows, reducing my health by over 400 points, but I was still alive. The priest behind me quickly healed me while the mage began chanting spells. I quickly retreated, launching 2 armor-piercing arrows that felled 1 blue wolf guard. Turning back, I noticed the 2 berserkers cowering, hesitant to advance. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, realizing the peril of this endeavor. It seemed these berserkers were not genuinely afraid for their lives. Rather, they appeared to be waiting for my health to dwindle before striking, hoping to claim my loot. I inhaled deeply. The world was treacherous. I had just saved them, and instead of gratitude, they harbored ulterior motives. How disheartening. It seemed the berserkers had taken the cue and ceased their healing efforts, while the mages hesitated, seemingly waiting to see how I would handle the 3 blue wolf guards on my own. Seeing this, I felt a surge of anger. Do they think I'm an easy target? With a couple of quick shots, the blue wolf guards were slowed by my ice arrows, and I swiftly circled around, stopping by one of the Swanee statues, shouting, "Hey, it's your turn to act." As I predicted, the long distance caused the blue wolf guards to lose their aggro on me, redirecting their wrath toward the other 5. Faced with the ferocity of 2 blue wolf guards, my teammates struggled immensely, and 2 berserkers nearly met their demise. However, I saved them with another armor-piercing arrow, not out of mercy, but because they still held some value to me. Since they were using me, we might as well utilize each other. After dispatching the 2 blue wolf guards, the mages began to recover their mana, while the berserkers frantically gulped health potions, and I stepped back into the temple alone. Upon re-entering, I was taken aback. I had rushed through earlier and failed to notice the details. Before me lay a grayish prison, dividing the first level of the temple into numerous small sections. A wide avenue ran through the center, and each 10-meter square prison contained anywhere from a few to dozens of blue wolf guards. Furthermore, more blue wolf guards had broken free from their cages, roaming the stone pathways of the temple, ready to rend apart any intruders. I glanced around and noticed several blue wolf guard corpses scattered along a path to the east. A suspicion arose in my mind. Had someone else come through here? Behind me, the berserker chuckled. No, that was our previous party's doing, but later, some complications arose. And that's how we ended up being chased by the blue wolf guards. I furrowed my brow and commanded, 2 berserkers, clear the way. Let's press forward. The berserkers appeared taken aback, evidently not expecting my forthright order. When they hesitated, I coldly remarked, "What? Aren't berserkers supposed to charge at the front? If you 2 are too frightened, feel free to head back to town. My party has no need for mere decorations." My words rang clear, and the 2 berserkers exchanged awkward smiles, saying, "Of course, we'll take on the role of meat shields." They shared a glance, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in their eyes. I observed quietly, choosing not to expose the situation, allowing them to clear the path ahead while I took on the role of the primary attacker with my armor-piercing arrows. This strategy enabled me to conserve some potions and ensured a measure of safety. After approximately half an hour, our small team of 6 had carved a path through the first layer of the ghostly ancient temple. Ahead loomed a colossal circular cage, reminiscent of an arena, likely the centerpiece of this level. At that moment, 2 berserkers exchanged knowing glances, seemingly preparing for action. I felt a flicker of surprise, but suddenly darkness enveloped me. Before I could process what was happening, the gates of the arena burst open with a thunderous crash, and a shadow darted past, colliding into me and sending us both sprawling across the ground. With a thud, I hit the wall, a sharp pain radiating from the back of my head. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and as I reached out, my fingers brushed against something soft and smooth. To my astonishment, I found myself cradling a young girl. She had toppled me onto my back, her entire weight pressing down upon me, making it difficult to breathe as her soft curves pressed against my chest. Strands of her long hair brushed against my face, sending a shiver down my spine. In a daze, I groaned in pain. The girl, clutching her arm, managed to rise from my embrace. Upon seeing my expression, her alluring mouth fell agape in surprise. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her fair face a canvas of astonishment. After a brief moment, she murmured, "Fool." Just then, my teammates behind me shouted in unison, "It was this little girl who caused our captain's demise. Otherwise, we would have defeated the boss long ago." Reckless Scholar, eliminate her at once. Chapter 33, Gentle Breeze and Flying Snow. The girl in my arms was not Ling Shui. Who else could it be? As I raised my gaze, I noticed that Ling Shui's gaming name, Gentle Breeze and Flying Snow, floated above her head, perfectly echoing her sister Ling used Gentle Breeze and Moonlight. This realization only solidified my certainty, prompting me to exclaim with excitement, "Ling Shui, is it truly you?" Ling Shui offered a charming smile, but quickly glanced behind her, exclaiming, "You fool. I've drawn out the boss on the first floor. Hurry and escape. Just as I stood there in astonishment, a low growl resonated, and the arena's gate was shattered with a deafening crash. A ferocious aura surged forth as a boss wielding a blood-red blade charged out menacingly. Blue Wolf King, Black Iron Grade Boss, Level 30 Attack, 275-360 Defense, 150 Health, 40,000 Attack Type, Knockback. I was taken aback. The boss had indeed appeared. At that moment, my 5 teammates yelled furiously, "Qingquang Shuxing, what are you hesitating for? This woman is no good." I grasped Ling Xue's hand, stood up, and swiftly unleashed a piercing arrow. A soft white light erupted against a berserker's chest plate. He barely managed a grunt before being instantly obliterated. The damage reading 1540 left the other berserker in shock. Ling Xue's delicate face turned icy as she scolded, "You idiots. Do you think cornering me next to the boss will leave me helpless?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she dashed forward, her sword flashing with a cold light. Swiftly slicing across a priest's neck, blood spraying forth as the priest was struck at his weak point and vanished in a flash of white light. The remaining berserker, taken aback, cursed loudly, "Damn it. Qingquang Shuxing is in cahoots with this woman. Brothers, attack." Before he could finish, the cooldown for my piercing arrow was over. The golden bowstring sang as a beam of white light pierced through his armor, blood splattering forth, resulting in yet another one-hit kill. Meanwhile, Ling Xue's beautiful figure flickered, and she dispatched another mage with 2 swift strikes. The last mage, panic-stricken, retreated but inadvertently stepped into the view of several Blue Wolf guards, resulting in a tragic end as he was torn to shreds, leaving a plethora of potions scattered around. I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. I hadn't anticipated Ling Xue choosing a melee class like a swordsman. It seemed she was not the docile Persian cat she appeared to be, but rather a feisty little wildcat. Dressed in bronze armor that shimmered subtly, the armor's design transformed slightly when worn by a female player, accentuating her curves beautifully. The 2 snowy mounds of skin on her chest were incredibly alluring, and the armor's skirt revealed her smooth, fair legs, which sparked the imagination. Coupled with Ling Xue's exquisite face, she was indeed a sight to behold. "Hey, you fool, the boss is coming, stop staring," Ling Xue called out lightly, and it was then that I felt a chilling wind tighten behind me. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck my back, sending me crashing to the ground at Ling Xue's feet, my health plummeting by nearly 600 points. Seeing my disheveled state, Ling Xue couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Stop standing there like an idiot. Let's take down this boss first." Nodding, I quickly got back up to heal. While Ling Xue's defense was evidently superior to mine, her bronze armor providing at least 300 points of defense. Remarkably, she was able to fiercely exchange blows with the Blue Wolf King, though her attack power was less than ideal, only managing to whittle away a little over 100 points of its health with each strike. Thus, I immediately began unleashing piercing arrows. With a flash of white light, the Blue Wolf King was struck hard, and the damage number 1025 popped up above its head. I felt a wave of relief. After all, the Blue Wolf King was merely a level 30 Black Iron Grade boss, and as I was of a higher level, inflicting such damage was entirely normal. However, Ling Xue looked as if she had seen a ghost, promptly pulling me into her party and exclaiming in the team chat, "Fool, how is your attack so high?" I chuckled, "Let us finish this first. We need to focus." Ling Xue smiled sweetly, "All right." Thus began our first collaboration, albeit under the shadow of being marked as criminals. Killing a player would earn us 100 to 200 points of evil value, but as long as we continued slaying monsters for 2 hours, we could clear our names. The Blue Wolf King before us was not particularly formidable, especially compared to the Sword Wolf King, and certainly not on par with the Golden Grade boss, the Skeleton King. Evidently, Ling Xue had brought along ample red potions, relying on them to withstand the boss's attacks without the need for a priest, leaving the 2 berserkers from earlier utterly embarrassed. 10 minutes later, with a final howl from the Blue Wolf King, my piercing arrow struck true, delivering the final blow. Amidst the sound of clinking coins, the Blue Wolf King dropped a trove of gold and silver coins, along with a piece of armor bracer. Bloodfang bracer, bronze grade, armor, defense, 42 strength, 9 required level, 28, unidentified. Gazing at the bracer's attributes, Ling Xue grinned. "This is mine, right? You can collect the coins." I nodded with a smile, sitting atop the Blue Wolf King's corpse, gathering the coins while inquiring, "Ling Xue, what exactly happened earlier? Why did those people say you were responsible for their captain's death?" Ling Xue blinked innocently. "I found my way here alone and cleared a path to the 2nd level. Who knew my attacks were too weak and I killed monsters too slowly? By the time I finished, the monsters behind me had respawned. So, that group thought they were the first players to enter, only to be utterly annihilated by the Blue Wolf King that I had drawn out. Hee. I was speechless. So, was the Blue Wolf King intentionally drawn out by you? Ling Shui feigned indignation. How could you think that? Do you believe I am so malicious? I nodded decisively, yes. It must be their fault. They got what they deserved. Ling Shui smiled softly but then asked, Fool, do you trust me that much? I chuckled. It's not trust. It's that I cannot disbelieve. Why? She inquired. How would I know? At that moment, I had already counted the coins dropped by the Blue Wolf King, totaling 11 gold coins and 48 silver coins. I proceeded to trade half to Ling Shui, only for her to immediately cancel, laughing, You keep it. I don't need the money. I glanced at her. Ling Shui was already a level 28 apprentice swordsman, her gear quite commendable. Overall, her strength surpassed that of Jian Hualonghan, especially considering the fluidity and expertise she exhibited during our earlier skirmish. It made sense, after all. Ling Yu and Ling Shui were twins, with the elder sister being the top female mage of Ling Huan. It was only natural that the younger sister would not fall far behind. Some things are predetermined by genetics. Thus, I remarked, Ling Shui, you're leveling up quite rapidly. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui pouted in displeasure. What do you know? It's all because you used my helmet. Humph. I ended up waiting in line until 11 p.m. the next day just to buy a helmet. By the time I logged in, the number of players in the novice village had surged, making it impossible for me to even find a single monster. Otherwise, do you think I would still be below level 30? I was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I see. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you. Ling Shui, however, wore a mischievous smile, teasingly asking, Fool, how do you plan to make it up to me? After a brief contemplation, I tentatively suggested, by offering myself. Ling Shui couldn't help but chuckle, playfully retorting, Well now, is this you compensating me, or me compensating you? I chuckled softly, my heart stirred, and said, Ling Shui, let us team up for some practice this evening. After you reach level 30, I have a delightful surprise in store for you. Ling Shui glanced at me with a hint of curiosity and replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? Very well then. I shall reluctantly accept the role of your personal training partner. I nodded in agreement and then surveyed the spectral ancient temple's first floor, where the Azure Wolf guards awaited us. However, they were merely level 28 creatures, not quite suitable for Ling Shui's current level. After all, true experts engage in battles beyond their level. Thus, I suggested, shall we venture to the second floor for our practice? Have you ever been there? Ling Shui shook her head. Of course not. I just defeated the Azure Wolf King, and only now has the entrance to the second floor been unlocked. I nodded slightly and stepped into the arena, where I noticed a stone staircase ascending at the center. Above, it must lead to the second floor. Chapter 34. A surprise. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down my spine. The second floor of the ghostly temple mirrored the layout of the first, albeit with a significant difference in the monstrous inhabitants. Not far ahead, several formidable warriors stood, clad in silver armor adorned with fierce tiger motifs on their breastplates. Draw one over, Ling Shui exclaimed. Without hesitation, I loosed an arrow of ice, watching as the warrior slowly turned. Ling Shui gasped upon seeing its face. Its skin was grotesquely decayed, with darkened eye sockets, cracked lips, and blackened teeth, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet it moved with remarkable agility, wielding a black spear. Ghostly warrior, enhanced creature, level 35 attack, 265, 350 defense, 200 health, 4000 attack type, normal defense type, heavy armor attribute. These warriors, long tormented by death, have become dark servants, driven by a singular conviction to protect their master from harm. An enhanced creature. I quickly shared the creature's attributes with Ling Shui, who beamed. Fool, we've struck gold. I've heard that enhanced creatures possess slightly superior attributes compared to ordinary monsters, but their experience points are double. I smiled faintly. Then shall we get to work? To my surprise, Ling Shui frowned slightly and murmured, but it looks so disgusting. What should we do? I was momentarily at a loss for words, then reassured her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. What could it possibly do to you? Ling Shui giggled. All right, I'll just pretend it's the KFC grandpa. I rolled my eyes at her whimsical thinking. Though I had to admit the ghostly warrior did bear some resemblance to that old man, especially with its goat-like beard. I raised my bow and shot a piercing arrow that struck the ghostly warrior squarely in the chest. It staggered, losing 578 health points, a decent amount of damage. Enough to keep the fight going. Ling Shui swiftly advanced, her sword sweeping through the air, executing the basic skill of a swordsman, sweeping the army. 123, 131. With two sharp clangs, numbers appeared above the ghostly warrior's head. Ling Shui lamented, Oh no, my attack power is too low. Fool, you mustn't laugh at me. I stifled my laughter and replied earnestly, Your defense is quite commendable. Indeed, Ling Xue's defense was sufficiently robust. The ghostly warrior's attack of 350 barely pierced her defenses. Her armor was evidently of high quality, and one could surmise that some of it was a gift from Ling Yue, the top sorceress, who surely crafted exceptional gear. It was beyond doubt that exquisite bronze armor would eventually find its way to Ling Xue. Initially, I intended to test the crowd control capabilities of the thousand-blade arrow, but it was clear that this was not the right place for such an endeavor. While Ling Xue's defense was high, it was only sufficient for a one-on-one engagement. More than that would necessitate a priest for healing. With the intermediate piercing arrow significantly augmented in power, after several shots, the ghostly warrior let out a howl and collapsed. Dropping a gold coin, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. It truly was a gold coin. It was rare for a non-boss creature to yield such treasure. Although it was just one coin, I felt immensely grateful. Wow, so much experience! Ling Xue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she beheld her experience bar. She was more interested in equipment than currency, leaving the coin for me and cheerfully stating, currently, the exchange rate for gold coins to RMB is 1.5. So 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 5 yuan. Elated, I picked up the 5 yuan from the ground. By then, Ling Xue had already lured another ghostly warrior, and I resumed the battle. Thankfully, I had prepared plenty of iron arrows and potions, allowing us ample time to train. Perhaps, we could indeed elevate Ling Xue to level 30. Time slipped by unnoticed as 4 hours passed. Engaged in combat and conversing with Ling Xue, I learned she was studying at a nearby university and was currently playing Spirit's Lament using the school's network, which explained her occasional lag in gameplay. As China Telecom service can be quite variable. During our session, Ling Yue logged on and messaged me. Did you enjoy dinner? I replied, very much so. She continued, you can come in 2 hours later tomorrow. There's no need to strictly adhere to the rules. I'll take care of your attendance at the end of the month. I responded with gratitude. Thank you so much, Director Ling. She sent a smiling emoji and added, continue your game. I'll level up too. I might end up coming in later than you tomorrow. Not long after, Ziyun logged in and messaged, had a big meal. I reciprocated, same here. She replied with a giggle. A few minutes later, Ziyue came online and messaged, Scholar, come help your sister level up. I replied, no can do. I'm currently leveling up with a beauty. Which beauty? Director Ling or Summer I checked my friend list and noticed Summer had not logged on yet. So I responded, guess. Ziyue, exasperated, replied, I can't guess. Moments later, a notification chimed, indicating, your friend last summer has logged in. Before I could respond, Summer messaged, Scholar, take your sister to level up. I don't want Ziyue. Her skills are too poor. I firmly declined, no way. There's no benefit in that. I want to take you. Summer flashed a coy smile. How about this? Tomorrow at work, I'll let you touch me? I retorted, you don't have anything noteworthy to touch. I might as well go for the plump supervisor in the marketing department. Summer pouted playfully, Scholar. You're so mean. I want to talk to you again. Of course, I was unbothered. If she chose to ignore me, Summer would surely feel restless. For she was indeed a girl with a heart full of longing. As I shut off my communicator, Ling Xue sheathed her sword, glanced back at me, and inquired with a smile, Fool, what are you grinning about? I quickly shook my head. Nothing, just messaging Ice-T and keeping in touch with colleagues. Ling Xue giggled. Actually, I've long been a member of the Snow Moon Studio. Oh really? I asked, somewhat surprised. Of course. Did you not realize that Snow Moon Studio derives its name from me and my sister? She replied with a beaming smile. How about this? I'll visit Blue Star Plaza tomorrow to see how you're doing there. Okay? My heart raced with excitement, and I replied, of course. That would be wonderful. I mean, the little princess of Blue Star Group visiting a mere ordinary employee like me is quite a treat. But to my surprise, Ling Xue giggled. But I can't. I have a final exam tomorrow afternoon, Mao Zedong theory. I must finish that first. Perhaps I'll come by during the summer internship instead. I felt a twinge of disappointment. All right then, how many days until summer vacation? Today is June 20th. What do you think? Just then, a ghostly warrior fell, dropping a gold coin and several silver coins, along with a helmet. However, the most delightful surprise was the golden light cascading down from above Ling Xue, signaling that she had just leveled up to 30. With a gentle smile, Ling Xue extended her delicate hand towards me and asked, Fool, where's my surprise? Chapter 35. The Radiant Sword Unleashed. I chuckled and said, Ling Xue, let us return to Twilight City and wait for me by the warehouse manager. Ling Xue, slightly surprised, nodded with a smile. All right then. Thus, we both summoned our return scrolls and, with a shattering sound, a great surge of magical energy whisked our bodies away to Twilight City. Players were bustling around us. But soon, everyone's gaze converged upon Ling Xue, a stunningly beautiful swordswoman whose allure was impossible to ignore. I swiftly approached the warehouse, retrieved the resplendent radiant sword, and then entered the nearby materials shop, sending Ling Shui a message. Come to the materials shop. Moments later, Ling Shui's lovely figure appeared within the small store, finally free from the throngs of admirers. I opened the trade window, cautiously placed the radiant sword upon it, and confirmed the transaction. Radiant sword, golden artifact, attack, 185270 strength, 24 stamina, 20 agility, 15 bonus. Increases the user's total skill attack power by 20 required level. 30. The gleaming golden sword shimmered with an enchanting light, its formidable attributes striking awe in all who beheld it. The first golden artifact from the Spirit's Lament had caused quite a stir today, with players around the world quickly learning that a golden equipment piece had emerged from the Chinese region, yet none were aware that this weapon was in my possession. As I admired the sword's elegant form and radiant brilliance, Ling Shui's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her voice quivering. Fool, where did you steal this golden artifact? Why would you show it to tempt me? I couldn't help but laugh, confirming the trade once more. What do you mean stolen? I obtained this from a boss. Ling Shui, your attack power is rather low. This sword is meant for you. Spare me the pleasantries. Without your helmet, I wouldn't have had the chance to acquire this weapon. Accept it, and my guilt will lessen. A smile graced the corners of Ling Shui's lovely lips as she gently clicked to confirm and accepted the radiant sword, whispering, "Thank you." I teased. "Is that all? You really think this is enough?" Ling Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she muttered, "What more do you want? Do you think one golden artifact would make me pledge myself to you? Absolutely not. At least a dark gold artifact would suffice." I chuckled. "All right. A dark gold artifact it shall be. I will obtain one eventually." Ling Shui smiled sweetly. "Well, thank you. To be honest, the value of this golden artifact far surpasses that of my helmet." Observing her charming demeanor, I couldn't resist suggesting, "If you feel indebted to me, how about we level up together?" Ling Shui nodded earnestly. "Sure." I felt a surge of joy. With Ling Shui by my side, her attack power would undoubtedly soar, and our leveling speed would significantly increase. Moreover, training alongside her was a true delight. After all, who wouldn't feel elated to have such a lovely companion? Checking the time, I noted it was past 2 in the morning and proposed, "Shall we continue our training in the haunted monastery?" Ling Shui smiled and agreed. "Yes, let us." We repaired our equipment and purchased ample potions before embarking on our journey once more. In the depths of the breeze forest, where grass grew lush and orioles sang in the February sky, I walked with a newfound sentiment. Ling Shui walked beside me, fulfilling my desire to find her within the game, and I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ling Shui did not disappoint. In game, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, her every smile and frown radiating joy. Unlike Ling Yu, who possessed a more profound beauty and carried the weight of her responsibilities as a company director, Ling Shui exuded a youthful vibrancy, presenting her most innocent self to the world. Perhaps Ling Yu bore greater pressures as the family heir. Ling Shui remarked, "My sister is an incredible person. I am always proud of her." Little did I know that, in days to come, Ling Yu would express similar sentiments to me. Nevertheless, I viewed both Ling Shui and Ling Yu as exceptionally remarkable individuals, leaving me devoid of any courage to tarnish their brilliance. After nearly half an hour, we traversed the breeze forest, encountering numerous leveling parties, typically consisting of at least 5 players, with some teams reaching 10. Our pairing elicited envy, and almost all male players cast astonished glances our way. Some even approached directly, saying, "Big brother, please take me along to level up. I'm already level 19 as a berserker, and I have a black iron axe. I want to hold you back." I replied, "Perhaps you should stick to hunting wolves in the novice village for now. The outside world can be quite perilous." Ling Shui chuckled, "You're such a downer." I countered, "Is that how one flirts?" Rather unrefined. With a teasing tone, Ling Shui said, "Then show me a more refined approach to flirting." Taking a deep breath, I smiled at Ling Shui. "Fair maiden, may I have a moment of your time? Our attire matches splendidly. It must be fate. Might I borrow your bosom?" Stop. Ling Shui laughed. "Fool, I never knew you could be so shameless." Before I could explain, she dismissed my words, and we ventured deeper into the forest, arriving at the entrance of the haunted monastery. Upon entering the first level, the monsters had respawned. Clearly, the previous party we had dispatched had not returned. Their equipment was subpar, rendering them unfit for the challenges of the first level. Suddenly, a blue wolf guardian charged at us, wielding a massive blade. Ling Shui smiled slightly, leaped forward, and with a graceful arc of the radiant sword, struck the blue wolf guardian on the shoulder. 1989. A dazzling damage number flashed before me, and I nearly dropped my jaw in astonishment. Although it wasn't a critical hit, nearly 2,000 points of damage was absolutely staggering. Ling Xue's attack power was truly terrifying. With a swift second strike, she dealt another 1872 points of damage, causing the Blue Wolf Guardian to grunt and fall. It was evident that Ling Xue's attack power had surpassed 500, nearly double mine, which explained the fearsome damage she was inflicting. Ling Xue cheered, grabbing my arm. Fool. Did you see? I killed a level 28 monster with just 2 strikes. Previously, it would have taken me 20. I laughed heartily. Indeed, that's impressive. Let us quickly clear these monsters and encounter the boss on the second level. Alright. With the Radiant Sword leading the charge, our path was unimpeded. My chances to strike diminished significantly, as ordinary monsters could not withstand Ling Xue's 2 strikes. If she unleashed her sweeping attack, she could easily annihilate her foes, rendering the once formidable Blue Wolf Guardian as vulnerable as tofu. Since the boss on the first level had not yet respawned, we proceeded to the second level, where the ghostly warriors we had previously defeated had returned, patrolling the corridors with their long spears. This time, Ling Xue was particularly exuberant, executing a sweeping strike that immediately dealt damage of 1346 and 1423 to the Spectral Warrior. In an instant, more than half of the Spectral Warrior's 4,000 health was obliterated. Following my armor-piercing arrow, Ling Xue unleashed another sword strike, and the level 35 enhanced monster perished instantly, dropping a gold coin and some silver coins. With the Radiant Sword in hand, Ling Xue smiled brightly and said, "Fool, our leveling speed will be remarkably impressive from now on." I nodded and continued to slay monsters. What previously required a minute to vanquish a Spectral Warrior now took only 10 seconds. The golden Radiant Sword in Ling Xue's grasp had utterly transformed the dynamics, elevating this charming swordswoman to a vital source of firepower within our team, while I found myself somewhat idle, occasionally using my healing talent to restore Ling Xue's health. When I first employed the healing spell, Ling Xue was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you an archer or a priest?" I replied, "This healing spell is a low-level skill that cannot be upgraded, a talent. By the way, Ling Xue, what is your talent?" Ling Xue smiled slightly and said, "I won't tell you." Well, Chapter 36, The Phantom General. For nearly 2 hours, Ling Xue and I eliminated all the monsters on the second floor of the ancient temple. The flowing light sword's attacks were exceedingly formidable, and these level 35 enhanced monsters simply could not withstand such devastation. Ling Xue was exuberant, her cheeks flushed, as she darted around eagerly searching for foes. I had reached level 33 with 89 experience, while Ling Xue, astonishingly, had reached level 31 and entered the top 10 of the Twilight City leaderboard, a feat attributed to a few members of the War Soul leaving the city. Seizing the opportunity, I returned to the first floor of the ghostly ancient temple, only to find numerous players had formed teams, albeit predictably, their equipment was subpar, and their levels hovered around 25. Consequently, they were swiftly slaughtered by the newly spawned Blue Wolf guards. As I contemplated whether to collect some potions, Ling Xue excitedly exclaimed in the party chat, "Fool, come quickly. I've spotted the boss on the second floor." Upon hearing about the boss, I promptly retraced my steps to the second floor, carefully circumventing the recently spawned phantom warriors, and opened the mini-map to locate the orange, indicating Ling Xue's position. In under 2 minutes, I caught sight of Ling Xue's graceful silhouette in motion. Behind her loomed a towering phantom general, approximately 3 meters tall, wielding a long sword that came crashing down with a resounding thud, sending a shockwave that propelled Ling Xue backward. Reacting swiftly, I rushed forward and caught her slender waist, preventing her from falling, though her health had already decreased significantly. My gaze fell upon the formidable figure of the Phantom General, shrouded in dark armor, with eyes glowing ominously. Phantom General, Silver Quality Boss, Level 38 Attack, 320 to 450 Defense, 250 Health, 40,000 Attack Type, Armor-Piercing Attack. Additional Skill, Earth-Shattering Strike. I couldn't help but be taken aback and immediately shared the boss's attributes with Ling Xue. She gasped in astonishment, muttering, "What should we do now? It actually has armor-piercing attacks. No wonder it dealt so much damage to my health." I replied solemnly, "This time, let us avoid direct confrontation. I'll take the lead in attacking, and Ling Xue, you should wait for the right moment to unleash your sweeping strike." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she cheerfully agreed, "All right." We quickly distanced ourselves, and the Phantom General seemed to have fixated on Ling Xue, striding toward her with heavy footsteps that echoed ominously, as if to collapse the very temple itself. I tightened my grip on my golden bow and unleashed an armor-piercing arrow that whistled through the air, striking the Phantom General's chest plate with a resounding impact. inflicting 568 points of damage. Instantly, the Phantom General turned its attention towards me, charging forth with its weapon drawn. Fortunately, its movement speed was not particularly swift, granting me a chance to evade. Ling Shui glided forward, the flowing light sword gleaming brightly as she executed her sweeping strike. 456. 432. I must admit, even with the formidable flowing light sword, Ling Shui could not inflict significant damage against the boss's high defense of 250 points. A swordsman's ordinary attacks were not particularly effective against such heavily armored foes. Had Ling Yu been here, a single fireball might have depleted nearly 1,000 of the boss's health. However, our strategy was proving relatively safe. I kept my distance from the boss while Ling Shui, astute and agile, danced gracefully around the boss, leaving scars on its armor with each strike of her sword, while the Phantom General's health steadily dwindled. In less than 10 minutes, the Phantom General's health had fallen to below 1/5. I smiled slightly, pondering what treasures this level 38 boss might yield. Ling Shui, with her charming dimples, grinned and said, "No matter what drops, they're all yours. I'll just be your training partner this time." I chuckled, "No need for that. You should take the equipment meant for swordsmen. I have no use for it." Ling Shui said nothing further and gracefully danced away, drawing the boss in circles, evading its attacks effortlessly. Just as the boss was on the verge of collapsing, a sudden commotion echoed from the entrance of the second floor. My heart tightened, silently cursing my luck. At such a critical moment, others had arrived. I hoped they would be allies rather than foes. However, reality often defies expectations. As a group approached, I discerned the conspicuous pride emblem above their heads. I cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's already past 3 in the morning. How are these pride idiots still online? In the party chat, I called out, "Ling Shui, we might not be able to defeat this boss. Get ready for a PK." Upon hearing the mention of PK, Ling Shui seemed even more thrilled, immediately responding sweetly and abandoning her pursuit of the boss to retreat and restore her health swiftly. At the forefront of the approaching group were the notorious Pride Madman and Pride Bloodthirsty, both old adversaries of mine. I had already faced them in 2 PKs since entering the game, emerging victorious each time. Upon spotting me, Pride Madman's face twisted with malice as he remarked, "What a small world. We, Pride, spent 50 gold coins to acquire the coordinates to the General's tomb, only to find it already claimed by someone else." I replied coldly, "So it's you again." Pride Madman grinned wickedly, "Arrogant scholar, let us see if you have any luck left this time." He then turned to his fellow players, commanding, "Prepare for battle. Whoever takes down this arrogant scholar will earn a reward of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. I almost entertained the thought of eliminating myself. Immediately, a dozen berserkers surged forward, wielding battle axes, ominously closing in, while dozens of mages and archers gathered behind, awaiting their orders to strike. I assessed the distance, retreating slightly to position myself just outside the range of their ice arrows, much to their chagrin. I understood that if they had the chance to unleash their ice arrows to slow me down, I would stand no chance. After all, Pride had amassed at least 50 members, with the lowest level at 20 and Pride Madman being the highest at level 28. Ling Shui's sweet voice echoed in the party chat. "What should we do? Should I go out and attack?" I quickly replied, "No. Though you wield a golden weapon, your defenses are not of the same caliber, and you wouldn't withstand the onslaught from their mages. If you lose the flowing light sword, it would be too costly." Ling Shui blinked, playfully asking, "Then what should I do? Should I just stand here foolishly?" I took a deep breath, my gaze shifting to the newly spawned Phantom Warriors. And an idea struck me. I conveyed my plan in the party chat. "Ling Shui, go behind them and draw the monsters. I'll lead the charge. Let us use their weapons against them." Ling Shui, sharp-witted as ever, immediately grasped my intent. She stealthily approached the rear of the Pride players with her flowing light sword, hiding behind a long cage where numerous Phantom Warriors were spawning. Meanwhile, Pride Bloodthirsty had entered stealth mode. This first assassin of Pride, now at level 27, had significantly upgraded his bronze gear from the previous day, and his attack power was not to be underestimated. As Pride Bloodthirsty vanished from sight, I felt a chill run down my spine and swiftly retreated. The arrogant man shouted furiously, "Want to leave? It's not that simple. Brothers, take this brat down." Yet, I secretly chuckled within, suddenly plunging into the throng of spectral warriors. I moved with incredible speed, weaving through their ranks with near-perfect Z-shaped maneuvers. In an instant, a multitude of spectral warriors, brandishing their long spears, followed closely behind, growling in fury. Within merely 2 minutes, I had drawn nearly 50 spectral warriors. However, the peril of this situation was known only to me. My evasive maneuvers were not yet masterful enough, and after being grazed by the spectral warriors, My health plummeted alarmingly low, leaving me pale with fear. I hastily consumed healing potions to avoid demise. As I turned to flee, a sharp pain struck my back. A flash of red light appeared. Ding. Combat alert. You have been ambushed by the player Arrogant Bloodthirst, losing 568 health. Instantly, a chill swept through me as my health reached a critical low, barely above 100. There was no time to ponder. I dashed forward, fervently swallowing red potions, while Arrogant Bloodthirst let out a derisive laugh, activating the assassin's pursuit skill, transforming into a swift phantom racing toward me. Chapter 37. The duel at the ancient temple. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. With a resolute heart, I turned and unleashed an ice arrow. Just as the bloodthirsty dagger of my opponent, Proud Blood, lunged towards my chest. A flash glimmered, yet astonishingly, I remained unharmed, a great mist floating above my head. Haha, fortune favors me. Proud Blood seemed equally bewildered by the failure of his attack. In that moment of surprise, my ice arrow detonated upon his chest, enveloping him in a chilling frost that significantly reduced his mobility. Seizing this precious opportunity, I quickly replenished my health and cautiously led a group of ghostly warriors towards Proud Blood's ranks. At this point, even a simpleton could grasp my intentions. Instantly, Proud Blood's face turned ashen with rage. This kid aims to use the monsters to wipe us out. Archers and mages, eliminate him. I chuckled to myself, then abruptly veered off, executing a flawless arc that allowed me to narrowly evade the range of attacks from all archers and mages. Meanwhile, the horde of monsters behind me lost their focus and redirected their fury towards Proud Blood's team. To make matters worse, the already weakened Silvergrade boss, the Phantom General, whom Lingyue and I had previously battered, exploded with rage and struck down one of Proud Blood's knight players with a single blow. A chill crept into Proud Blood's heart as he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He decisively commanded, "Everyone, listen up. Return to the city immediately." I couldn't help but feel a shiver. Proud Blood indeed possessed remarkable qualities, issuing such a swift and resolute order. However, I had no intention of granting them this opportunity. Since I had already forged an enmity with the Proud Blood clan in Spirit Whale, it was time to play thoroughly. After all, this was merely a PK. Who feared whom? Thus, I surged forward, witnessing a throng of elite mage players from the opposing side activating their return scrolls. The 5-second casting time of the scroll could not be interrupted. Once they entered combat, they would be unable to use it. I swiftly drew an iron arrow, opting for an untried area attack skill, Thousand Blade Arrow. A radiant burst of colors erupted, as a cascade of arrows rained down upon Proud Blood's ranks. The cacophony of sounds echoed as my Thousand Blade Arrow pierced through a significant portion of Proud Blood's players. The mages and archers' return spells were instantly disrupted. Worse still, they were thrust into combat mode, necessitating a 1-minute wait to escape. After that minute, they would have to face over 50 ghostly warriors and the ferocious Phantom General. Damage numbers floated above the heads of Proud Blood's players. The armored players fared reasonably well, losing just over 100 health points, but the mages and archers were not as fortunate, suffering between 200 to 300 points of damage, with some low-level mages nearly obliterated. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. My golden bow was no mere ornament. While not as formidable as the flowing light sword, it was undoubtedly a lethal weapon against these players, as the golden bow still ranked second on the equipment leaderboard. At that moment, a shadow reappeared not far to my right. I inwardly cursed. Damn, Proud Blood is truly tenacious. However, being 6 levels higher than him, I easily detected his stealth mode. Without a hint of hesitation, I launched an ice arrow, swiftly followed by a fire arrow. After 2 fierce strikes, Proud Blood fell silent, unable to utter a sound before returning to the city. Even more thrilling was the sudden eruption of roars from behind Proud Blood. A charming young lady led a swarm of monsters towards us, executing a perfect diagonal cut into Proud Blood's ranks, just as I had done, redirecting a horde of monsters towards them. Proud Blood fumed. Where did this woman come from? Is she allied with the reckless scholar? It was evident. Proud Blood's inquiry was unnecessary. His face turned pale with fury as he commanded, "Eliminate this Qingfeng Feishua, damn it." A furious warrior from Proud Blood charged forth, his axe raised high, aiming for Lingyue's back. This warrior was well equipped in bronze armor, and even his axe was a bronze weapon. Just as everyone held their breath, anticipating the beautiful young lady's imminent demise, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. A sweet smile graced Lingyue's lips as she elegantly pivoted, drawing her flowing light sword in a graceful arc, the entire motion fluid and exquisite. With a crisp snap, the Proud Blood warrior was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood erupting forth. 3,248. A critical hit. Ling Yue's ordinary attack had unleashed a devastating blow, undoubtedly slaying the warrior. Almost all of Proud Blood's players gasped in shock. No one had anticipated that this delicate beauty could wield such formidable power. Ling Yue swiftly retrieved the warrior's dropped axe and approached me, a sweet smile on her face as she handed it over. "Here, you can keep this loot." I said nothing further, pulling Ling Yue along as we dashed away, successfully evading the ghostly warriors. The two groups of monsters closed in, effectively surrounding Proud Blood's team in the corner of the second level of the ancient temple. However, Proud Blood showed no signs of despair. He commanded in a deep voice, "Stay calm. Archers, use ice arrows to restrain the Phantom General. The rest of you, form groups to eliminate the ghostly warriors." In an instant, Proud Blood's players complied, forming groups to engage the monsters. Yet, they had gravely underestimated the 35-level enhanced ghostly warriors. Amidst the horrified cries, when several berserkers were swiftly slain by the ghostly warriors, Proud Blood finally realized that these formidable foes were far beyond what his current team could handle. Soon, the ghostly warriors breached Proud Blood's outer defenses, brandishing their spears and attacking the mages and archers within. Proud Blood, clutching his axe, struggled to hold his ground, while three priests behind him barely managed to keep him from falling. Ling Wei and I exchanged knowing smiles. She playfully remarked, "How about we continue leveling up?" I replied with a grin, "That is precisely my intention." Thus, we assisted in dispatching the ghostly warriors that had lost their targets. For if we intended to take down the boss later, these minor foes had to be cleared. Ling Wei, sword in hand, swiftly defeated a fully healed ghostly warrior with 3 swift strikes, then turned to me with a smile, "Silly. Our monster-killing speed surpasses theirs." I laughed heartily. While Proud Blood could only feel despair, we continued to eliminate the remaining ghostly warriors, and having exhausted our targets, we sat down leisurely to chat. Ling Wei asked, "Silly, what did you have for dinner?" "Stir-fried chives with eggs and a bottle of beer." "What about you?" "Abalone soup." "Ah, your standard of living is quite impressive." "Hee hee, if you want to eat it, I can treat you every day." I was filled with joy, yet I remarked, "This is not good. At such a young age, you should not squander your time." Ling Shui, ever agreeable, replied, "Oh, I understand. However, I am already 20 years old, which is not too young." "And you, how old are you?" 23, I answered. "Oh, then you are quite old." Tears streamed down my face as I protested, "It is maturity, not age." Our conversation nearly drove the proud madman to the brink of despair. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. "Damn it, I will settle this score sooner or later. Brothers, do not mind the minor foes. Focus your fire on the weakened boss. We cannot leave empty-handed." Thus, the members of the Proud faction began to concentrate their attacks on the boss, disregarding the slaughter of the surrounding ghostly warriors. Little did they know, fortune was not on their side. Suddenly, the ghostly general, a silver-tier boss, raised his long sword to the sky and let out a furious roar. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, as if the very ancient temple was collapsing, while the players of the Proud faction rapidly lost health amidst the chaos. Bright light flashing and surging in waves. Chapter 38, The Flame Staff Ding. System prompt. The Phantom War General has activated the skill, Heavenly Shock and Earthquake. Enormous boulders continuously coalesce in the air, crashing down amidst the crowd, while stone spikes erupt from the ground, sending the players of the Proud World faction soaring into the air. Many mages, already low on health, are impaled by the spikes, their blood spilling forth as they are suspended until they transform into white light and return to the city. I am utterly astounded. Thank goodness the Proud World players arrived. Otherwise, the ones enduring the dying struggles of this boss would likely have been me and Ling Shui. Observing the grim scene from a distance, Ling Shui chuckles lightly, expressing her regret. "Quick, start recording. What a thrilling spectacle." I reply, "I started it 10 minutes ago." In the blink of an eye, the Proud World players are decimated, leaving only a few mages desperately counterattacking. After several priests are sent flying by the Phantom Warrior, the Proud World madman finally loses his last support and turns back to us, his voice dripping with malice. "This account will be settled. Just wait." With a swift thrust, a Phantom Warrior plunges its spear into the chest of the Proud World madman, who lets out a pained gasp before vanishing back to the city. In less than half a minute, every player from the Proud World family falls one by one, leaving no survivors, which means that in this battle, they have all lost a level. Ling Shui remarks with a smile, "That person is quite fearsome. What did you do to provoke them?" I explain, "They tried to steal my belongings, so I gave them a beating, and thus, we became enemies." "Oh, I see." Ling Shui smiles knowingly, pointing at the distant boss. "Then let us lure the boss over. We can reap the benefits." I laugh heartily and cautiously approach, drawing my golden bow to release an ice arrow that strikes the Phantom War General squarely in the chest. However, inevitably, I attract the attention of 7 smaller enemies. The Phantom War General's Heavenly Shock and Earthquake skill has ended, and it lunges at me with its sword, prompting me to run back while saying to Ling Shui, "I'll draw the boss. You take care of these small fry first." Ling Shui nods enthusiastically, brandishing her flowing light sword and sweeping past like a whirlwind. In a flash, one of the Phantom Warriors loses half its health. Though I am fully aware of Ling Shui's formidable prowess, witnessing it firsthand leaves me in awe. With such a powerful weapon at her side, it seems impossible for her not to ascend the rankings. In just a few minutes, Ling Shui successfully dispatches several pursuing Phantom Warriors and turns her gaze toward the boss, the Phantom War General, which is now left with a sliver of health but refuses to fall, leaving me feeling quite helpless as I continue to assault it with my armor-piercing arrows. Fearing that the Phantom War General might trigger its Heavenly Shock and Earthquake skill from close range, Ling Shui keeps her distance, watching me fight while dodging the boss's pursuit. I must admit, her mastery of timing and positioning in the game is quite impressive, even making me feel a bit embarrassed. Finally, with a reluctant roar, the Phantom War General's health is completely depleted, its massive body collapsing like a small mountain, along with the equipment and gold it drops. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have slain the silver tier boss Phantom War General, earning 100,000 experience points and 500 reputation. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, your level has increased. The consecutive system notifications fill me with joy. I have finally reached level 34. Upon checking the leaderboard, I am disheartened to discover that I have dropped to 3rd place in Twilight City. The first is the level 35 player Clear Breeze Embracing Moon, and the second is the level 34 player Sword Fire Ghost Blaze. It appears that ever since obtaining the Desolation set, that Ghost Blaze fellow has been leveling up quite rapidly. Ling Shui cheers, gracefully running to the boss's side to gather the equipment and gold, then returning to me with 50 gold coins and laying out all the items with a gentle smile. Fool, come and share the spoils. I can't help but chuckle as I inspect the equipment. 3 pieces in total, a helm, a staff, and a pair of boots. Judging by their luster, they are all bronze tier gear. Phantom Helm, bronze item, armor, defense, 65 strength, 8 required level, 35, unidentified. Flame staff, silver item, magic attack, 3580 intelligence, 12 bonus. Fire magic attack power 5 required level, 35, unidentified. Ghostly boots, silver item, armor, defense, 75 strength, 14 required level, 35, unidentified. Gazing at the attributes of the 3 pieces, I am slightly astonished. My judgment was indeed flawed, as 2 of them are actually silver tier equipment. Ling Shui glances over the items with a smile, saying, "These silver tier boots are quite impressive." I promptly trade her the Phantom Helm and Ghostly boots, stating, "Since we fought for these items together, you can have what you can use. I've had a string of bad luck today and have nothing for myself." Ling Shui accepts the items with a light smile. "The flame staff is also quite good. You should keep it to sell." I nod and suggest, "Let us return to the city and go to the identification office." All right. We swiftly use a return scroll, and in a flash of light, we find ourselves in Twilight City. I head straight for the identification office, only to find Ling Shui waiting for me inside. Placing the Phantom Helm on the counter, Ling Shui sweetly asks, "Master, could you give us a discount?" The identifier glances at the charming girl and replies, "I'll give you an 80 discount, 80 silver coins." My jaw drops. I had no idea one could haggle. Ling Shui promptly pays, and with a flash of light, the attributes of the Phantom Helm appear. Phantom Helm, bronze item, armor, defense, 85 strength, 12 stamina, 8 required level, 35. The attributes have improved significantly, and the high-level equipment brings with it substantial defense. I believe Ling Shui's defense will soon reach an impenetrable level. Next, she places the silver-tier Ghostly boots on the counter, inquiring, "Master, what about this one?" The identifier takes a glance and states, 10 gold coins. Ling Shui smiles brightly. "So after the discount, that would be 8 gold coins, right?" The identifier hesitates briefly but then nods in agreement. Ling Shui quickly pays, and after identification, the attributes of the Ghostly boots are revealed. Ghostly boots, silver item, armor, defense, 95 strength, 18 stamina, 10 required level, 35. Upon seeing the attributes of the Ghostly boots, I can't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, these stats are extraordinary." Ling Shui beams with delight. "Yes, once I reach level 35, I'll truly be able to withstand monsters and slay them." "Fool, let us continue tomorrow and head to the third level of the ancient temple. You're sure to find equipment there. I nod. With the flowing light sword in her hands, I intend to make the most of it, especially since Ling Xue's monster-slaying speed feels almost supernatural. At this moment, I also pull out my own spoils, placing the flame staff on the counter, only for the identifier to roll his eyes and declare, 20 gold coins. I ask, isn't there a discount for this as well? No discounts. I am left speechless. Is it that beauty has its privileges? Regret washed over me for not inviting Ling Xue to partake in the appraisal. With a heavy heart, I reluctantly produced 20 gold coins. The appraiser, with nonchalance, swept his hand across the flame staff, and instantly, brilliance erupted. Flame staff, silver item, magical attack, 50125 intelligence, 16 stamina, 10 additional, 25 fire magic attack power required level, 35. Gazing at the flame staff, Ling Xue's mouth fell agape, and she exclaimed, "What? An astounding magical attack power." I too was momentarily taken aback, quickly relieved that the expenditure of 20 gold coins was indeed a worthwhile investment. Ling Xue, with a smile, assessed, "This weapon is undoubtedly valued at over 1,000 gold coins in the current market, but it is priceless." I nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I shall sell it in a few days." However, Ling Xue chimed in, "Why not sell it to your sister?" I was momentarily stunned, but then recalled that Ling Yu was also adept in fire magic. Her flame ensemble was a fire-themed set, and this flame staff would perfectly complement it. Yet, a sense of trepidation stirred within me. If I were to gift such a remarkable piece of equipment to Ling Yu, it would be quite an imposition. After all, my relationship with her was not profoundly intimate. I had gifted the flowing light sword to Ling Xue out of a sense of obligation for the precious gaming helmet that had hindered her progress significantly. But with Ling Yu, I had no justifiable reason to bestow her equipment. Moreover, even if I did, it would likely incite gossip, considering Ling Yu was ostensibly Wang Junjia's girlfriend. If I wished to maintain my standing within the Blue Star Group, I needed to tread carefully regarding this matter. Noticing my furrowed brow, Ling Xue chuckled softly. "Silly, what are you pondering?" I tucked the flame staff into my inventory and replied, "Nothing, it's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow you have your exam on Mao Zedong thought, right?" "I also have to work tomorrow." Ling Xue nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'll log on after my exam tomorrow. Remember to wait for me." I smiled back. "All right, off you go to sleep, or next time I see you, you'll have panda eyes." With a sweet smile, Ling Xue prepared to log off. I too opened the offline system, my form gradually fading, but at that moment, Ling Xue suddenly grabbed my arm, exclaiming, "Silly, wait. What is it? You haven't added me as a friend yet. How will you find me tomorrow?" Oh, I quickly added Ling Xue as a friend, and then we both logged off together. Chapter 39. Infinite Spring Light. I logged off at around 4 in the morning and, as a result, slept soundly until 9 o'clock, awakening late. Fortunately, Ling Yu had promised to look out for me, so I was not anxious. After freshening up, I stepped out feeling refreshed. Upon arriving at the company, I clocked in for being late. As I entered the office, I found Xia Tian reclining on the sofa, caressing her petite form, unabashedly declaring, "Sister Iced Tea, you must believe me. I have seen all kinds of men. I have matured to be as resilient and radiant as stainless steel." Iced Tea was rendered speechless, recalling that just the other day, Xia Tian had claimed to be inexperienced, yet now she was boasting of prowess. Xia Tian chuckled, explaining, "It's not the same thing. One can be experienced without direct involvement." Iced Tea chose to ignore her, sipping her herbal tea instead. As I entered, Iced Tea immediately set her newspaper aside and greeted me with a smile. "Scholar, you have finally arrived." I nodded with a smile. "I logged off late last night." Iced Tea quickly opened a web page and exclaimed, "Come and see. You are now a celebrity in Lingtong." Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find a highly popular thread pinned at the top of the Lingtong forum, titled, "Amidst the Flames of War. The Proud Family Declares War on the Reckless Scholar, Qing Feng Fei Shui." The post was initiated by the Proud Madman, and the content roughly outlined how the traditionally righteous Proud family was ambushed by two despicable players, leading to their annihilation. These two players were none other than the top-tier experts, Reckless Scholar and Qing Feng Fei Shui. The Proud Madman swore an oath to ensure that Reckless Scholar and Qing Feng Fei Shui would regret their actions for eternity, making it impossible for them to find a foothold in Lingtong. Following this, a myriad of Proud players chimed in, fervently praising the Proud family as a symbol of righteousness in Twilight City, while I and Ling Xue were labeled as the despicable minions dispatched by the demonic Lucifer. However, rumors are silenced by the wise, and some boldly pointed out, "Are you even aware of what the Proud family truly represents? Do you think inciting discord on the forum will change your dog-like behavior?" Yet, amidst the replies, one stood out, once again pinned at the top. authored by none other than Qingfeng Fei Shui, Ling Shui. Her statement was succinct, a single line. Who attacked whom first? Watch the video. A video window followed, revealing the moment Ling Shui and I led the monsters causing the Proud family's demise. Within the audio, the Proud madman's arrogant words were clearly audible, illuminating the truth. Consequently, the Proud family faced a torrent of disdain, with countless players bravely highlighting their various misdeeds in Twilight City. Some even stepped forward to defend the lovely Ling Shui, as the video showcased her exquisite beauty, inciting indignation at her wrongful accusation. Soon after, someone pointed out the striking resemblance between Qingfeng Fei Shui and the foremost sorceress, Qingfeng Lanyu. Thus, yet another storm brewed on the forum, with various speculations emerging. Some astutely suggested that Qingfeng Lanyu and Qingfeng Fei Shui might be twin sisters, or at the very least, siblings, as inferred from their in-game IDs. The flames of war continued to spread, returning to me as inquiries arose regarding the relationship between Reckless Scholar and Qingfeng Fei Shui, igniting yet more conjectures. I couldn't help but smile, realizing that Ling Shui had not gone to bed immediately after logging off, but had instead taken to the forum to stir up trouble, truly an unruly spirit. After watching the video, Xia Tian gazed at me with admiration, exclaiming, "Scholar, I never realized you were so dashing." I shot her a glance, opting to ignore her. Otherwise, she would surely boast further. At that moment, a beautiful figure entered the room. It was Ling Yu. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, she stood gracefully at the door of the development department office, asking, "Are you all at work?" Ice-T responded respectfully, "Yes, Director Ling." Ling Yu stepped inside, approached me, and produced an envelope, extracting 800 yuan in crisp bills. "Scholar, this is your remuneration." I paused, bewildered. "What remuneration?" Ling Yu replied, "Have you forgotten? Last night, you gave me a total of 155 gold coins, which, at the current exchange rate, amounts to 775 gold coins. Here is 800 yuan. Please accept it." Without hesitation, I accepted the money. It was indeed a lifesaver. There was no need to feign humility, as I was here to earn a living. Ling Yu smiled slightly, then retrieved another envelope from her bag, revealing a thick stack of red bills. When she handed it to me, I was taken aback. "Director Ling, what is this for?" Ling Yu's expression turned serious. "I am aware that you acquired a level 35 silver flame staff last night, and I have decided to purchase it." I was momentarily stunned, realizing that Ling Shui had informed her. Ling Yu continued, "Of course, she is my sister. Why would she conceal anything from me? Here are 5,000 yuan, equating to 1,000 gold coins. I understand this amount is somewhat inadequate for the silver flame staff. I hope you won't mind." I chuckled, certainly not ungrateful. In the current climate, offline transactions often lead to deceit, with individuals reneging once online. With tangible cash presented before me, to refuse would be foolish. Thus, I accepted the envelope, stating, "I will meet you in Twilight City when I log on this afternoon." "All right." Ling Yu nodded slightly and exited. The pressure on the several ladies in the Snow Moon studio dissipated. Ling Yu's commanding presence as the planning and operations director was palpable. While she maintained an air of grace and propriety at work, she did not seem unapproachable. Perhaps the greatest difference between Ling Yu and Ling Shui lay in the burdens they bore upon their shoulders. In the morning, after a brief period, we received notice that we need not return to work in the afternoon. We could instead practice our levels at home and still receive our salaries. Thus, everyone left cheerfully. Luo Yu spent the entire day online, jotting down numerous notes before packing them away and departing with Ziyu. Ice-T and Xia Tian, meanwhile, chatted and laughed as they exited. I was the last to leave, locking the door before hastening after them to wait by the elevator. Our office was located on the 15th floor of the building, necessitating an elevator ride. When the elevator doors opened, I discovered it was already quite crowded. As our group from the development department entered, it became exceedingly cramped. I found a corner to stand in, extending my arm to block the encroaching advances of a hefty woman from the marketing department. However, as I turned my face, I was astonished to find an unexpected visage beside me. Wang Junjie, our company's general manager, impeccably dressed in a suit. It dawned on me that even the general manager had to ride the elevator. Several newly arrived employees glanced over, respectfully greeting Manager Wang. Wang Junjie acknowledged them with an air of ease, nodding graciously as if surveying the populace. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a beautiful figure rushed in. It was Ling Yu. She glanced around and, after a moment's hesitation, bit her lip and decided to squeeze in, realizing time was of the essence. Wang Junjie immediately raised his hand to greet her. "Are you over here?" Ling Yu paused, a hint of distaste flashing in her eyes. But the elevator doors had already shut, leaving her no time to escape. A group of women from the marketing department swiftly parted to clear a path for Ling Yue to approach Wang Junjie. At that moment, the elevator was teeming with people. Should Ling Yue make her way over, she would inevitably find herself enveloped in Wang Junjie's embrace. Bingcha and Xiatian exchanged glances, while Ziyue and Liu remained silent, merely observing. Just then, Ling Yue's enchanting gaze fell upon me, and a flicker of joy illuminated her features as she deliberately walked toward me, deftly avoiding Wang Junjie's outstretched arm. In the throng, she suddenly lost her balance and instinctively tumbled into my arms. I was leaning against the wall, and her unexpected arrival thrust us into a close embrace. Instantly, I felt the warmth of her soft curves pressing against my chest, and as I glanced down, I was captivated by the alluring glimpse of her delicate neckline. I was momentarily taken aback. Ling Yue's bosom was undeniably ample, a genuine display of femininity, and the sweet fragrance of her youthful essence enveloped me. My hands hovered awkwardly in midair, uncertain of their placement. Wang Junjie, taken aback, wore a look of indignation as he exclaimed, "Ayu." Ling Yue merely huffed softly, comfortably nestling into my embrace. She reached for my shoulder, leaning her face close to mine, whispering, "Scholar, thank you." I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and replied, "It's nothing, really." To my surprise, Ling Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. Wang Junjie's expression turned a shade akin to that of a liver, as it was well known that Ling Yue was his girlfriend. How could he possibly endure this blatant display of affection towards another man? However, it wasn't long before Wang Junjie demonstrated the qualities that had propelled him to the position of general manager at such a young age. With a subtle smile, he graciously remarked, "Well, it is indeed rather crowded in the elevator during off-duty hours." Bingcha and Xiatian maintained serious expressions, betraying no emotion, while Ziyue and Liu clung to each other, desperately stifling their laughter. The women from the marketing department chimed in, "Indeed, Manager Wang. We should consider adding another elevator line to our office area." Wang Junjie nodded. "Yes, I shall take that into consideration shortly." Chapter 40. A clash of rivals. As I stepped out of the elevator, the alluring figure of Ling Yue finally slipped from my embrace, and I exhaled deeply. Reflecting on the precariousness of the situation, I had recited the Diamond Sutra fervently to suppress any physiological reactions. It was indeed a perilous endeavor. Had I been required to acknowledge my fellow companions at that moment, I would have unwittingly become the talk of the Blue Star Group. Ling Yue had not strayed far and walked alongside me, inquiring, "Do you want me to drive you back? The car is just ahead." I shook my head. "No need, I can manage on my own. If I let you drive me again, I might as well be labeled a kept man." Ling Yue smiled faintly. "Very well then. But do remember to log in later for my flame staff." "Understood, rest assured." With that, Ling Yue sauntered towards the parking lot. Shortly afterward, a crimson sedan emerged, and she turned back to me with a radiant smile and a wave before vanishing into the bustling city traffic. I chuckled to myself, preparing to leave when a familiar voice called out, "Ding Shuxing, halt." It was Wang Junjie, his voice unmistakably laden with resentment. I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I had anticipated his arrival, yet I didn't expect it to be so swift. Turning to face him, I found him standing a short distance away, his gaze filled with malice. He pronounced each word with deliberation. "You'd best keep your distance from Ayu. You know your place." I smiled faintly, casually replying, "And what place might that be?" Wang Junjie seethed, "You're merely a poor worker. Don't flaunt yourself before me. If you wish to remain in Blue Star, keep away from Ayu." I chuckled lightly. "And you, Mr. Wang, are no different. We are all workers here. Surely you do not consider your status to be particularly esteemed?" Wang Junjie gritted his teeth in frustration. "Don't be ungrateful. I've shown you leniency. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out of the Blue Star Group long ago." I cast him a pitying glance. "Is this truly the method you resort to when you cannot win over a woman? Let me be frank. I do not care much for this job anymore. Besides, I came here through Ling Xue's introduction. Unless both Ling Yue and Ling Xue speak against me, I have no intention of leaving." I spoke with conviction, and Wang Junjie scoffed. "Very well, we shall see." With that, he turned and strode away, emanating an air of intimidation. I stood there, a bitter smile crossing my face, realizing that the path ahead would not be so smooth. I pondered whether this was truly worth it. Deep down, I understood that Ling Yue might merely be using me to send a warning to Wang Junjie, rendering me nothing more than a pawn in her game. Yet, witnessing Wang Junjie's arrogance, I was willing to play the part of that pawn. After all, who says a single piece cannot alter the course of a game? Upon returning home, I ordered a lavish takeout meal, having secured 5,000 RMB from Ling Yue, marking my first substantial earnings in the game. It was time to indulge. Before long, the delivery arrived, The most authentic and spicy Sichuan cuisine from Chuanfulu, a gastronomic delight. For dishes cost me 300 yuan, but it was worth it. Any leftovers could be stored in the fridge for later. Averaging a meal at 50 yuan, this was the blissful existence of a single man. After the meal, I ventured downstairs and, at a nearby mobile phone shop, spent 800 yuan on a counterfeit brand phone. I was delighted to install my new SIM card, only to realize I had forgotten my previous contact numbers, including inconspicuous. I decided to let it be for now. By the time I logged in, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Within moments, a notification chimed. Qingfeng Lanyu, my staff. I chuckled and replied, meet me at the warehouse. Before long, Ling Yue's stunning figure appeared at the eastern gate of Twilight City, adorned in a fiery set of armor that shimmered with crimson hues, making her look like a phoenix reborn from flames. Onlookers in the square turned their heads, mesmerized by her beauty. Isn't that the top-ranked female mage in China, Qingfeng Lanyu? Truly a paragon of beauty. They murmured, admiration evident in their voices. With a stoic expression, Ling Yue approached me, seemingly oblivious to the attention. Have you retrieved it? She asked. I nodded and swiftly initiated the trade for the flame staff. The staff glowed brilliantly as its attributes materialized before my eyes. Flame staff, silver item, magic attack, 50. 125 intelligence, 16 stamina, 10 bonus, 25 fire magic attack required level. 35. Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed upon the staff. Scholar, thank you. I smiled, confirming the transaction, but I didn't give it away for free. Payment was involved. Ling Yue's expression turned playful as she teased, yet just last night, someone gifted Ling Xue a golden sword. I felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, well, that was a debt I owed Ling Xue. It was different. Ling Yue seemed lost in thought, murmuring, if one day you could gift me with equipment. I paused, perplexed. Director Ling, what do you mean by gifting equipment? She snapped back to reality, shaking her head and smiling. Nothing. Where do you plan to level up next? I pondered for a moment. Ling Xue mentioned she would log in after her exam, so I intend to join her in the ghostly ancient temple. The monsters there yield significant experience. Ling Yue smiled coyly. Would you mind if I joined? I was taken aback momentarily before responding. Of course not. Having a high-output mage alongside us is invaluable. We can sweep through the first 3 floors. Ling Yue eagerly equipped the flame staff, its fiery brilliance enchanting as her delicate features glowed in the light. At that moment, I had finally assembled the complete flame set. Ling Yue beamed. Tonight, we shall conquer the ghostly ancient temple and aim for the 4th floor. If we succeed, we could both level up. However, Ling Xue, being a swordsman, might struggle against the monsters, so it would be wise to bring a high-output healer to support her. Only then will our team be perfectly balanced. Ling Yue pondered for a moment. Unfortunately, none of my friends are priests, and the highest level priest in our company is only level 25, with limited healing capability. I contemplated briefly before a thought struck me. I know a priest. I can reach out to them. Ling Yue nodded enthusiastically. Excellent. I opened my friends list and noticed Xin'er was online. I promptly sent a call request. After a brief pause, she answered, her melodious voice ringing. Scholar? I smiled. Are you free tonight? Xin'er chuckled. Oh, are you inviting me to dinner? I replied, well, we can discuss dinner later. I wanted to know if you have a team tonight. If not, join mine. I've recruited 2 other experts to tackle the 3rd and 4th floors of the ghostly ancient temple. Xin'er laughed. All right. If that's the case, I won't train with Longhun today. I'll team up with you tonight, but I hope your other 2 experts don't disappoint. I patted my chest confidently. You won't be disappointed. I promise you'll be amazed. Ling Xue possesses the illustrious golden radiant sword, while Ling Yu wields a formidable bronze flame set along with a silver flame staff. Their combined offensive prowess surely ranks them among the top 10 in Lingtong. As for myself, I find my capabilities somewhat lacking, although the attributes of my golden bow were indeed formidable just a few days prior. Time has necessitated the acquisition of new weaponry to keep pace with true masters. Upon witnessing Xin'er's eager agreement, I declared, very well. Let us convene at 6 o'clock this evening at the eastern square of Twilight City. Punctuality is imperative. Indeed, Xin'er replied with a smile. I then deactivated the communicator and turned to Ling Yu, asking, shall we meet at the eastern square at 6? Does that pose any issues? Ling Yu nodded affirmatively. Not at all. I shall simply dine a bit earlier. So what shall we do now? After a moment's contemplation, I responded. I need to enhance my proficiency with area attack skills. This afternoon, I shall seek out some minor monsters to vanquish. Ling Yu smiled gently. I too require my Crimson Flame skill to reach the intermediate level, and I know of a location particularly suited for honing such skills, where the monsters yield considerable experience. Intrigued, I inquired, where might this place be? Follow me. Lingyu said, effortlessly pulling me into her party. Chapter 41. The Forest White said amidst the replenished potions. I walked alongside Lingyue, exiting Twilight City and heading east for quite a distance. Eventually, we discovered an elevated area to the east of the city, a historic site where the forces of light once resisted the Dark Legion. Countless ancient heroes' tombstones stood tall upon the hill, offering a place for the descendants of the light god to pay their respects. Indeed, from the moment I chose to be human, I had become a valiant warrior of the light. Gazing at the endless mountains and graveyards ahead, Lingyue smiled softly. This place is known as the Hero's Cemetery, an excellent spot for leveling up. From a distance, I noticed a horde of hell skeletons aimlessly wandering among the graves, their bodies marred with green rust, wielding battered iron swords, their eyes gleaming with malice, moving sluggishly. Hell skeleton, common monster, level 35 attack, 240295 defense, 160 health, 4000 defense type, heavy armor, susceptible to additional damage from magical attacks. Without hesitation, Lingyue cast a fireball spell, striking one of the hell skeletons and causing its health to drop by 1342 points. It must be said that after acquiring the flame staff, Lingyue's fire magic had become extraordinarily potent. Scholar, look. Lingyue giggled. What is it? I inquired, turning my gaze. With the flame staff lowered, she chuckled. Let us see how long it takes for that hell skeleton to reach us. I paused for a moment, then quickly understood her intent. The hell skeleton staggered as it dragged its heavy sword, taking painfully slow steps towards us. After nearly 10 seconds, it finally approached. And with a swift flick of her hand, Lingyue cast another fireball, reducing it to 0 health. I followed up with a piercing arrow, and the skeleton shattered into fragments, spilling dozens of silver coins. Moreover, the experience gained from defeating the skeleton was quite substantial. Hesitantly, I turned to her and asked, Lingyue, did you level up here before? She nodded with a smile. Yes, it's a great spot. The monsters wear heavy armor, making them easy to dispatch with magic. Especially after you gifted me the Crimson Flame Sea spell, it has made hunting monsters even more convenient. I chuckled. I'm glad it's of help. I initially thought that skill book was rather useless. Lingyue smiled playfully. All right, let us split up to level. She pointed to the left and said, you go to that hill. I'll take the one on the right, and we'll lure monsters to kill using our area skills. I nodded and swiftly made my way over. The two hills were not far apart, but the area was littered with tombstones, and wisps of ghostly fire floated around, with hell skeletons crawling everywhere, creating an eerie ambience. Perhaps Lingyue, feeling a bit frightened, preferred I didn't wander too far. Looking back, I saw Lingyue gracefully weaving through the swarm of hell skeletons, quickly drawing dozens of them before unleashing the Crimson Flame Sea. In the midst of the blazing inferno, the health bars of the hell skeletons plummeted, and in an instant, several fell to the ground. Since we were within the same visual map, I still received experience. Albeit reduced, the experience distribution rules in the game allocate based on the attack output and healing contributions of party members. Thus, I proceeded to the left cemetery, employing the same tactic to lure a cluster of hell skeletons. Their sluggish movements soon caused them to pile up, allowing me to swiftly unleash 1,000-blade arrows. With a resounding crack, a spectrum of colors burst forth as arrows rained down upon the hell skeletons, and damage numbers soared, ranging from 200 to 300. I inhaled sharply. Given my attack power, that was the extent of the damage I could inflict. It was evident that this was indeed a mage's paradise for leveling up. Ordinary physical attack classes would struggle to significantly breach the skeleton's defenses here. However, despite the modest single-target damage, the 1,000-blade arrows could strike nearly 30 monsters simultaneously, which meant a total damage output of 6,000. What a remarkable feat. Furthermore, compared to Lingyue, I had an advantage. The innate attack speed of agile classes like archers and assassins was 50 higher than other classes, meaning my skill casting speed was significantly swifter. Consequently, while Lingyue was dispatching her group of monsters, I was equally eliminating mine, and our experience points soared. With high attack power at our disposal, using area skills to eliminate monsters was a delightful endeavor. Hours passed swiftly, and after 3 hours, my supply of blue potions was nearly depleted. I had even delivered potions to Lingyue once, as mages possess weaker physiques and can carry less due to their limited inventory space. After all, it would be quite absurd for a delicate lady like Lingyue to lug around a sack of blue potions. In those 3 hours, I reached 34th level with 98 experience, merely 2 percentage points away from 35. It must be noted that leveling up becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. The experience I gained at level 34 could likely elevate other players from level 25 to 32. As for equipment, the hell skeletons proved generous. yielding 4 pieces of gear during my time there, each around level 28 black iron armor, each capable of fetching several gold coins at the market in Twilight City. Just as I was preparing to return to town, Ling Xue finally logged on. I immediately messaged her. How did the exam go? Ling Xue replied, I logged on so late. What do you think? I must have failed. I chuckled at her calmness regarding her potential failure. After a few moments, Ling Xue inquired, Are you leveling with my sister? I responded, Yes, we found a good spot to practice skill proficiency. I'm nearly ready to advance to intermediate 1,000 blade arrows. Also, let us meet at the East Gate Square in an hour. I called Ling Wei and another priest. We're heading to the ghostly ancient temple to level up. I aim to reach level 36 today. Ling Xue sent a smiley face. All right, I'm logging off to eat. Okay. Less than 2 minutes after logging back in, Ling Xue logged off again. Meanwhile, Ling Wei gathered the gold coins and equipment dropped by the monsters and approached me, saying, Scholar, I'm logging off to eat. See you in an hour. I nodded, just as I was about to return to town when Ling Wei gently placed her delicate hand on my wrist, blinking her eyes. I have 6 pieces of black iron equipment. Selling them to the merchant will only yield a few silver coins. Such a waste. Would you like them? I don't have time to set up a stall. I paused for a moment and nodded, smiling. All right, give them to me, and I'll pay you in gold once I sell them. Ling Wei laughed. You needn't worry about that. Am I really that stingy? I smiled slightly. At that moment, she had already tossed the 6 pieces of black iron armor to me before heading back to town. I opened my inventory and discovered I now possessed 10 pieces of black iron armor, and quite fortuitously, I had completed a 5-piece set known as the Forest White set, which granted an additional 5 physical defense. What a delightful low-tier defensive set. I couldn't help but smile as I returned to town and called out in the square, offering a low-price sale on a level 28 black iron armor set. Those interested, come quickly. This opportunity won't last long. Soon, a throng of heavily armored players, looking like beggars, surrounded me, admiring the attributes of the equipment on display. One swordsman player asked, How much for the entire set? I replied, What is your offer? 50 gold coins. The other party spoke sincerely. I shook my head. 100 gold coins is the fixed price. The swordsman, after a moment of contemplation, nodded and replied, All right, deal. Thus, I sold 5 pieces of unwanted black iron armor from Ling Yue at the handsome price of 100 gold coins. Though Ling Yue, being the heir of the Blue Star Group, is undoubtedly more adept in business matters than I, when it comes to the realm of gaming, my prowess surpasses hers significantly. Subsequently, I sold another 5 pieces of idle black iron armor at a modest price, averaging 5 gold coins each. In total, the coins I garnered were more than sufficient to cover all expenses incurred by our 4-person leveling party for the evening. With a grin that stretched from ear to ear, I logged off, reheated the lunch, and indulged in a hearty feast at the dining table. Chapter 42. Unassailable combination. After indulging in a delightful meal, I patted my belly and noticed that the time had already reached 5:50. I sipped a cup of jasmine tea, returned to my room, and logged online. A flash of light enveloped me, and I found myself in the square at the eastern gate of Twilight City. In the distance, I spotted a lovely girl glancing around the city gate. It was Ling Xue, seemingly waiting for something, her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation. I immediately approached her, and she quickly noticed me, gracefully walking over with a smile, saying, Silly, you're finally online. Whereas sister? I checked my friends list and saw Ling Yu's name lit up, so I replied, She has probably gone to buy some potions. Have you replenished your supplies, Ling Xue? Ling Xue nodded and said I stocked up. Just then, Ling Yu approached from the distance, having emerged from the apothecary, and in the blink of an eye, she stood beside Ling Xue. I was momentarily mesmerized. 2 identical beauties stood before me. If not for their different equipment, I truly would have been unable to distinguish between Ling Xue and Ling Yu. Caught off guard, I marveled at how rare it was to find such stunning girls like them in the world. I even questioned if they were indeed 2 separate individuals. But now, with both of them standing before me, my mind was in a whirlwind, shattering all preconceived notions. It was evident that the allure of the beautiful characters in this online game was unparalleled. Not only I, but even other players in Twilight City halted in their tracks, struck dumb by the sight. How marvelous is the creator to have fashioned such exquisite maidens as Ling Xue and Ling Yu, embodying the essence of beauty. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Ling Xue's face was as smooth as snow, a hint of a radiant smile playing at her lips, while Ling Yu stood elegantly beside her, her equally beautiful visage adorned with a gentle smile. Ling Xue affectionately laughed. Sister, I flunked my Marxism exam this afternoon. Ling Yu inquired with a smile. Why did you fail? Because I miswrote several key concepts, huh? What key concepts are there in Marxism? So, I wrote it wrong. And now I'm sure to fail. Ling Yu smiled gently, saying, "It's all right. If you failed, then you failed. What matters is your level." Ling Shui chuckled, I listened in, my hair standing on end. This pair of sisters was indeed extraordinary. By now, numerous players had activated their screenshot systems, capturing images of the two breathtaking beauties, and as I stood between Ling Shui and Ling Yu, I naturally became the supporting foliage. Several players were eager to approach and strike up a conversation. Fortunately, at that moment, Ziyan finally arrived. She glanced at Ling Shui and Ling Yu, momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Qing Feng Lan Yu, Qing Feng Fei Shui, oh my goodness." Ziyan turned to me, asking, "Scholar, you mentioned looking for two experts to level up with. It wouldn't be them, would it?" I nodded. "Yes, why, are they not qualified?" Ziyan wore a helpless expression, laughing. "How could they be unqualified? I just fear I might hold you back." I noted that Ziyan had reached level 30, which meant she wouldn't hinder us. After all, in Linghua, a priest at level 30 was already considered exceptionally skilled. So I said, "Let us set off. If we don't leave soon, there might be a riot." Ling Shui blinked and asked, "Why would there be a riot?" Ling Yu explained, "The scholar has good equipment. Others will want to snatch it." Ling Shui understood and smiled. I was speechless and quickly exited the premises. The four of us formed a party, and it wasn't until we entered the Qing Feng forest that I breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the prickling sensation of envy that accompanied teaming up with three exquisite beauties. Previously, while leveling in the underworld cave, Ling Yu had met Ziyun, so they exchanged greetings, while Ling Shui simply smiled at Ziyun as a form of acknowledgement. Under my encouragement, Ling Shui and Ling Yu added Ziyun as a friend. When mentioning Ziyun's team, Sword Fire, Ling Shui remarked, "I know Sword Fire. Sister has mentioned it to me." Ziyun replied, "Oh really? This morning, I also saw the video of Qing Feng Fei Shui and the scholar piking someone. I never expected to meet the real deal right now. Indeed, Qing Feng Lan Yu and Qing Feng Fei Shui are twin sisters." Ling Shui exchanged pleasantries, but then asked me, "Silly, how has work at the company? Has anyone been making things difficult for you? Tell me, with sister here, I can have her help you." Ling Yu cast me a peculiar glance and sent me a private message. "Scholar, don't mention anything about me and Wang Junjie to Shui." I paused for a moment before responding to Ling Shui. "Everything's fine." Ling Shui blinked, but did not pry further. At that moment, we had arrived at the ancient ghost temple. Faced with the towering structure, Ling Yu and Ziyun couldn't help but display expressions of astonishment, while Ling Shui and I were already accustomed to it. The two quickly stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the temple doors. Suddenly, 3 blue wolf guards lunged at us. Ling Shui and I were prepared. We intercepted a blue wolf guard each, and with 2 armor-piercing arrows from my golden bow, I swiftly dispatched one, while Ling Shui effortlessly eliminated another with a sweeping attack. Ling Yu was quick on her feet, casting fireball magic that danced through the air, in tandem with Ziyun's judgment, effortlessly taking down the 3rd blue wolf guard. In less than half a minute, we had slain all 3 blue wolf guards, a feat that demonstrated the remarkable prowess of our little team. In the distance, a party of players approached the ghost temple. I quickly said, "Let us hurry inside. Bypass the monsters on the 1st floor and head directly to the 2nd. The girls nodded in unison and followed me as we leapt into the temple. On the 1st floor, blue wolf guards were scattered about, but since our levels were relatively high, the monsters posed little threat to us. We navigated through the hordes, only eliminating a few necessary foes. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, we were greeted by a swarm of ghostly warriors, and my excitement surged. For our team, these ghostly warriors were nothing less than mobile experience points. Ling Shui inquired with a smile, "How should we tackle them this time?" Ling Yu and I exchanged knowing glances, and I replied, "Ling Shui, you'll draw and tank the monsters. Ling Yu and I will focus on area attacks, while Ziyin will be in charge of healing you. Are you both fine with this arrangement?" Ling Shui beamed. "Of course, I can handle drawing and tanking." Ziyin nodded, smiling. Healing just one person is no problem at all with Ling Shui's equipment. I then declared, "All right, let us get to work." As soon as I finished speaking, Ling Shui gracefully stepped into the throng of monsters, her beautiful figure skimming the surface as she deftly engaged the enemies, quickly drawing no less than 100 ghostly warriors. Faced with the onslaught, Ling Shui's health plummeted rapidly, but Ziyin skillfully raised her staff, casting a milky white light that enveloped Ling Shui, restoring her health to nearly 400 points. In a mere 3 seconds, the 2nd healing spell followed, fully replenishing Ling Shui's health. Ling Yu and I sprang into action, with the brilliance of crimson flame, sea and thousand-blade arrows illuminating the 2nd floor of the temple. In the face of the dense monster horde, our area attacks flourished, and a flurry of red damage indicators filled the air swiftly depleting the ghostly warrior's health. In under 2 minutes, the first wave of nearly 50 ghostly warriors fell to the ground, coins scattered everywhere, and amidst the chaos, equipment drops could be seen. What is even more astonishing is the experience. In just a few minutes, Ziyun effortlessly ascended to level 31. She gasped in amazement, exclaiming, This is incredibly fast, isn't it? Lingyue offered a faint smile, while I remarked, You will soon grow accustomed to it. Chapter 43. The Armored Guardian. In less than an hour, we had eradicated the monsters in the Phantom Temple, leaving us in awe of our team's sheer ferocity. In that brief span, Ziyun had leveled up to 32, while Lingxue reached 34, and I had already ascended to 35. As for Lingyue, she remained the highest level player among us, having attained level 37. The Phantom Warriors dropped several pieces of bronze equipment, which we eagerly divided amongst ourselves. I acquired a leather helmet with a defense of 55. Though its attributes were commendable, it could not replace my Qi-Yin set, so I stowed it in my inventory for future sale. During this time, I ventured to the first floor of the temple and discovered it had been completely claimed by a sizable guild, who, believing they had struck gold, happily occupied the area, preventing anyone from ascending to the second floor. This, in fact, alleviated our concerns. The boss of the second floor, the Phantom General, had been defeated by Lingxue and me in the early hours and would not respawn soon. Thus, having dispatched all the minor foes, we could now freely access the third floor of the Phantom Temple. Upon stepping into the third level, a chilling wind enveloped us. Looking up, we were startled to behold a cadre of shield-bearing, demonic warriors before us. These warriors, long deceased, bore withered faces, their grotesqueness accentuated by the arid winds. In their hands, they clutched shields, while brandishing short knives with the title, Armored Guardian, Enhanced Monster, Level, 40 Attack, 200 to 280 Defense, 400 Health, 4,000. Lingxue gasped slightly, startled by the ghastly visage of the Armored Guardian, and quickly grasped my arm, exclaiming, Dolt, this monster is utterly revolting. I chuckled, You're still getting used to it. Never mind, I shall bear the brunt of these monsters. Lingxue smiled brightly, Thank you. I smiled back, knowing my reasoning for tanking was sound. My defense stood at 225, more than sufficient to withstand the 280 attack of the Armored Guardian. These creatures boasted extraordinarily high defense, at 400, making it likely that even my piercing arrow would scarcely inflict damage. Conversely, Lingxue, wielding the Radiant Sword, was capable of breaching their defenses. Indeed, she was the prime damage dealer against such foes. Magic, with its additional 25 damage against armored targets, was perfectly suited to obliterate these heavily fortified monsters using the Flame Sea spell. I sheathed my golden bow and drew my shimmering dagger, plunging into the fray. In less than half a minute, I returned, leading a throng of armored guardians, though my health was perilously low. I hastily consumed a health potion, just as Ziyun's healing magic finally arrived. In an instant, Lingyue unleashed her Flame Sea upon the third floor, the searing flames igniting the armored guardian's heavy armor. With double damage, these level 40 enhanced monsters fell one after another, transforming into experience points for the four of us. Lingxue, wielding her Radiant Sword, stood at the forefront, vanquishing the escaping armored guardians. Her attack power, exceeding 500, showed no fear of their formidable defense, consistently dealing damage over 500. At this moment, a harsh truth could not be denied. The scarcity of early-game equipment had rendered the defense of heavy armor classes less formidable. However, in the later stages, the emergence of various heavy armor gear significantly enhanced the defense of classes like swordsmen. Often, archers at the same level found their attacks incapable of piercing the defenses of knights and berserkers, relying solely on mages to combat such high defense classes. This highlighted the unfortunate predicament of archers and assassins. They could only flaunt their prowess against mages and priests, lacking the firepower of Thousand Blades arrow. Lingyue found the battle somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, within 10 minutes, we had defeated this batch of monsters, and my Thousand Blades arrow had successfully leveled up to intermediate. The equipment and gold that dropped were left for Lingxue to collect, while I prepared to draw in the next wave of monsters. After nearly 2 hours, the third level of the Phantom Temple had been thoroughly cleared. As we stood on the periphery of the arena, we could sense the daunting presence emanating from within. We exchanged glances, knowing that within surely lay the guardian boss of the third level. Lingxue inquired, Dolt, shall you lure the monsters, or shall I? I pondered briefly, then replied, You should go. Why? Lingxue tilted her head at me. I shrugged. It's simple. Your defense is nearly double mine, and your health pool is considerably higher. Lingxue smiled softly. Your explanation is valid. Very well, I shall return shortly. With that, Ling Xue leaped into the arena, and feeling uneasy, I followed closely behind. Suddenly, the ground ahead cracked violently, and a colossal figure emerged from the earth, clad in shiny black armor, with two blades jutting from its jaw. This behemoth resembled an oversized dung beetle. What on earth is that? Dolt, run for your life. Ling Xue, pale with fright, seized my hand and pulled me from the arena. I stumbled out, and Ling Yue immediately asked, "What is wrong with you two, looking so flustered?" Ling Xue pointed back, "Sister." A beetle emerged from within. Ling Yue scoffed, "What is so terrifying about a beetle? You too, truly." Before she could finish, a deafening explosion resonated as the wall before us shattered. The beetle's blades piercing through the thick stone, its massive form breaking free. I could not discern the boss's attributes, so I asked, "Ling Yue, can you see the boss's level?" Ling Yue quickly glanced back, while retreating, and sent the monster's attribute overview to the party. Rotting Devourer, Silver Tier Boss, Level, 42 Attack, 350 to 440 Defense, 500 Health, 50,000 Defense Type, Heavy Armor, Susceptible to additional magic damage. Wow, such high defense, I exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing that the boss's attack was not overwhelmingly powerful, Ling Xue revealed a confident smile, brandishing her radiant sword, and declared, "Let us get to work. Ziyun, be sure to keep me healed." Ziyun nodded with a smile, halting in her tracks. Ling Xue surged forward, raising her radiant sword to strike. With a resounding thud, her sword left a mark on the beetle's shell, dealing 324 damage. I was taken aback and swiftly unleashed a piercing arrow, which shone with white light as it struck the beetle's head, inflicting 326 damage. It seemed I wasn't faring much better. Just then, Ling Yue cast a fireball that soared through the air, crashing into the beetle's heavy armor and dealing a staggering 1024 damage. Truly, the premier sorceress of spirit weeping, her prowess far surpassed that of others. The beetle retaliated, its jaw blades sweeping across Ling Xue's shoulder, causing a flash of red as she sustained 500 damage. However, Ziyun's healing spell arrived just in time to restore her health. With this support, Ling Xue could easily withstand the boss's onslaught with a few potions. In a heartbeat, the climax of the battle resonated throughout the third level of the Phantom Temple, the sounds of combat echoing fiercely. Meanwhile, on the first floor, players barely level 25 were still desperately battling the 28-level Blue Wolf Guardians, blissfully unaware of the spectacle unfolding above them. For them, a level 42 boss would likely seem an unattainable dream. Moments later, amidst the relentless onslaught of the Ling Yue fireball and the Crimson Flame Sea, the health of the beetle dwindled in segments, while Ling Xue mercilessly unleashed her sweeping skills. Ultimately, with a single piercing arrow from me, the beetle met its demise, its massive form crashing to the ground. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, your party has slain the Silver Tier boss, the Putrid Devourer, earning 70,000 experience points and 350 reputation. The four-member team divided the boss's experience. Though not abundant, it was substantial nonetheless. Disgusted by the beetle's repulsiveness, Ling Xue left the aftermath to me. Beneath the beetle's carcass, I discovered 27 gold coins, a pair of gleaming armor greaves, and a skill book. The armor greaves shimmered with a faint luminescence, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. Chapter 44. Frost-legging. Several ladies immediately gathered around, and Ling Xue smiled gently as she asked, "Silly, come take a look." I shared the attributes of the skill book. Resurrection Prophecy grants a resurrection effect to a teammate, allowing them to revive at the same spot within 60 minutes of death. Requirement: Apprentice Priest level 30. As is widely known, the priest class in Linghong cannot learn resurrection skills from mentors and can only obtain related books from monsters. It appears we have indeed acquired this precious tome. Ziyuner, with her charming dimples, exclaimed with joy, "So, can I learn this skill?" I glanced at Ling Xue and Ling Yu, saying, "I agree to give it to Ziyuner. What about you?" Ling Yu nodded with a smile, "Of course." Ling Xue winked and added, "Now, our team no longer fears being one-shot." Thus, I promptly traded the exceptionally valuable book, Resurrection Prophecy, to Ziyuner. With a flash of light, she learned the skill, and then gracefully raised her hand, summoning a milky white beam of light that descended upon Ling Xue. Gradually, it settled at her feet, forming a swirling halo that moved beautifully with her steps. Ding. Combat notification. Player Qingfeng Fei Xue has gained the effect of Resurrection Prophecy. They can resurrect upon death within 60 minutes. Ling Xue cheered with delight, saying, "Now, even if we are one-shot, we need not fear." Ziyuner nodded, smiling yes. The cooldown for this skill is 10 minutes. which means I can grant everyone the resurrection effect soon. I chuckled and continued to share the attributes of the armor leggings within our party. The exquisite leggings shimmered with blue patterns. Looking splendid. Frost leggings, silver equipment, armor, defense, 75 strength, 10 stamina, 6 bonus. Increases water-type skill attack power by 15 required level. 35, unidentified. Everyone was slightly taken aback. The leggings had such impressive attributes even before identification. How remarkable would they be once identified? I immediately tossed the leggings to Ling Shui, saying, once you level up, you can equip these. Ling Shui nodded happily, yes. Ling Yu glanced at the staircase leading to the upper levels, suggesting, let's head to the 4th floor and defeat some monsters first. As we entered the 4th level of the ancient Soul Temple, a chilling wind howled through, filling the tower with an eerie atmosphere. In the distance, pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on us, the players who had just arrived. Ling Shui gasped in surprise and instinctively stepped back, leaning against my shoulder. I was gently nudged and then patted her delicate shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. Ling Shui looked up at me, smiled shyly, and stood by my side, sword in hand. Ling Yu seemed to notice our interaction, but said nothing, letting out a faint sigh that hinted at her melancholy. Holding her staff, Zi Yun'er prepared to cast Resurrection Prophecy for the 2nd time, and the target was surprisingly me. Perhaps because I was the 2nd melee class here. Before us were the fearsome cavalry mounted on colossal beasts. Their hollow eyes shimmered with a strange light, and their tattered leather armor revealed decayed flesh and white bones beneath. These long-dead soldiers gripped their reins, controlling the wild beasts beneath them, which were equally lifeless. Their eyes reduced to dark voids, exuding a foul stench as they were guided by their riders. Beast Rider Undead, Enhanced Monster, Level, Attack, Defense, Health, Attack Type, Bonus, possesses a tearing attack effect, dealing double damage to cloth armor targets. Gazing at the series of question marks, I was startled by the sole visible bonus and asked, Ling Yu, can you see the attributes of this monster? Ling Yu shook her head in silence. I cannot see them. It must be around level 45. Ling Shui gasped, so high? Ling Yu nodded with a smile, indeed. The higher the level, the more experience and equipment we will gain. Zi Yun'er chimed in. So, shall we lure one over and defeat it? With unanimous agreement, I stepped forward and cast Ice Arrow to draw Beast Rider Undead towards us. The undead's vacant gaze suddenly locked onto me, and it pulled the reins. Charging forward on its ferocious mount, Ling Yu raised her hand and cast Fireball, which exploded against the undead's chest with a resounding boom. The undead staggered, and a damage number floated above, 764. Quite a decent hit. I swiftly followed up with a piercing arrow, striking the undead's neck and dealing a noticeable damage of 823. It seemed my piercing arrow was slightly more powerful than Ling Yu's fireball. Ling Shui brandished her radiant sword, gracefully stepping forward to strike the beast's forehead with a resounding thud. The beast let out a pained grunt, but only lost 435 health points. Ling Shui immediately lamented. I can't reach the rider. I can only hit the mount. What should I do? Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle. That's because Shuer isn't tall enough. Ling Shui pouted playfully. I'm already 168 meters tall. Any taller, and no one would want me. Zi Yun'er stifled her laughter, and at that moment, the Beast Rider Undead launched an attack, driving its mount forward. The beast suddenly swung its head, its sharp fangs grazing Ling Shui's delicate shoulder. With a soft sound, Ling Shui was knocked back a few steps, and a damage number of 769 appeared above her head. My heart sank as I exchanged glances with Ling Yu. This ordinary monster's attack was indeed formidable, perhaps even more so than the guardian boss on the 3rd floor of the temple. It seemed that luring multiple monsters for an area attack was out of the question. Otherwise, Ling Shui would not withstand the onslaught. I quickly instructed, Ling Shui, fall back a bit and lure the monsters one by one. We will all attack together. Understanding my intent, Ling Shui nodded cheerfully and deftly led the agile Beast Rider Undead towards us. As a result, Ling Yu and I positioned ourselves at a safe distance, delivering powerful strikes to the Beast Rider Undead from either side. Meanwhile, Zi Yun'er swiftly healed Ling Shui's health to full and cast a curse skill upon the undead, enveloping the fierce creature in a layer of purple light, slightly reducing its movement speed. Most importantly, Zi Yun'er's curse significantly lowered the undead's defense, making it easier for Ling Yu and me to deal damage, and even allowing Ling Shui to inflict nearly 1,000 points of damage per hit. Although this method of defeating monsters was cautious, it was not slow at all. Especially after Zi Yun'er's curse took effect, the undead's health, which was around 10,000, began to plummet rapidly. When I released my 4th piercing arrow, the Beast Rider Undead let out a mournful cry and collapsed, along with its mount, dropping several gold coins. I observed closely and confirmed that it was indeed several gold coins, quite a rarity. An enhanced non-boss monster had generously dropped multiple gold coins at once, something I had never witnessed before. As a result, the three ladies found the grotesque creature utterly repulsive, leaving the task of collecting the gold coins entirely to me. I stepped forward, forcefully kicking aside the ghastly white bones of the Beast Rider corpse, and promptly gathered several coins into my possession. Meanwhile, under Ling Yu's direction, Ziyun had already summoned another Beast Rider corpse using a curse, and the trio resumed their savage assault. I quickly approached, raising my hand to unleash a piercing arrow. However, just as I prepared to release the arrow for the second time, I witnessed Ling Shui executing a sweeping strike that effortlessly annihilated the Beast Rider corpse. With a resounding thud, not only did coins scatter forth, but a shimmering blue wrist guard also fell to the ground. Chapter 45. The gale set. Ling Shui gently nudged my arm with her elbow. Laughing, "Silly, go take a look at that equipment." I smiled faintly, feeling somewhat speechless. How could these girls, so fearful of undead monsters, ever succeed? The realm of Ling Tong was fundamentally a battlefield where the forces of light clashed with those of darkness. The three races, humans, elves, and half-orcs, united against the invading Dark Legion, whose leaders were none other than evil sorcerers, death knights, and skeletal warriors, devoid of any charm. However, when the novice village first emerged, those slimes and small goblins were quite manageable, likely appealing to a girl like Ling Shui. Yet, they were merely low-level creatures. In a game like Ling Tong, which emphasized realism, the higher the monster's level, the more fearsome its appearance. For instance, consider the Grand Sorcerers or the Corrupted Dragons. As I contemplated this, I approached a beast-riding corpse soldier and reached down to collect the exquisite gauntlets and a few coins. Upon touching the intricately designed gauntlets, I felt a solemn aura resonate within them. Without hesitation, I shared the attributes of the gauntlets with my team. Gale gauntlets, silver grade, armor, defense, 72 strength, 10 stamina, 4 additional, increases user's attack speed by 1 required level, 40 set attributes. Unidentified. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the group. The Gale gauntlets were indeed silver grade equipment and part of a set. More importantly, they increased attack speed, a truly valuable treasure. Logically, if a complete set were gathered, the boost to attack speed could reach around 10, which is quite impressive. I glanced at Ling Shui, noting she was only level 34, and remarked, "You still have quite a distance to go." Ling Shui swiftly took the Gale gauntlets from my hand, appearing somewhat bashful, and with a playful smile said, "It's always good to be prepared." Everyone chuckled, and Ziyun stated, "Then let's hurry and kill some monsters, aiming to defeat all the creatures on the 4th level today. If we can gather the Gale set, that would be wonderful." I nodded and inquired, "Ling Shui, do you have an exam tomorrow?" Ling Shui laughed lightly. "Silly. Have you forgotten that tomorrow is the weekend?" I was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Ling Yu, who smiled gently. "That means you won't need to work tomorrow or the day after. Focus on leveling up. Let's see who reaches level 40 first and can transition to their official class. I heard that the first player to do so will receive substantial rewards from the system." Ling Yu expressed her anticipation, adding, "Many players will surely forego their rest during these days to level up." I took a deep breath and declared, "In that case, I shall push myself these next few days without rest, aiming for level 40. I cannot allow the title of the first level 40 in Ling Tong to be snatched away by someone from abroad." Ling Yu nodded with a smile. "I think the same." At that moment, Ziyun had already attracted a third beast-riding corpse soldier, prompting us to surround and attack once more. However, to our dismay, the drop rate for the Gale set was indeed quite low. Aside from the second one we defeated, none of the subsequent monsters dropped any Gale equipment after half an hour of relentless fighting. Instead, we received a few black iron grade armors, which left us somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, I collected the black iron gear, and soon my bag was filled with an assortment of mismatched black iron armor. Unbeknownst to us, several hours had slipped by, and when I glanced at the real-world clock, it was already past 3 in the morning. The girls displayed signs of fatigue, but we found solace in the abundant experience points granted by these beast-riding corpse soldiers. I had reached level 36, while Ling Yu remained at level 37, confidently stating that after defeating the boss on this level, she would surely reach level 38. Ling Shui had achieved level 35, but the fastest leveler among us was Ziyun, who had surged from level 30 to an impressive 34. Another 2 pieces of the Gale set emerged, leaving only the helmet and boots unclaimed. The attributes of the armor and leggings were also quite impressive. However, we had thoroughly cleared the 4th level of beast-riding corpse soldiers, and it would likely take several hours for them to respawn. Ling Shui stood before me, her eyes adorably rubbing away fatigue, softly stating, "I'm so tired. It seems we won't be able to gather the gale set today. Silly, shall we come back tomorrow night?" I readily agreed. The leveling speed here was remarkable, especially with the violent assistance from Ling Yu and Ling Shui. Of course, we could not overlook Zi Yun's invaluable healing. At that moment, Ling Shui glanced towards the Colosseum in the center of the 4th level, saying, "I'll lure the guardian boss of this level out. After we defeat it, we can log off and rest, okay?" Ling Yu nodded with a smile. "Yes, let us get some sleep early. Otherwise, Dad will say we're not being diligent." Ling Shui giggled, and observing the two sisters' expressions stirred a pang of emotion within me. I had no sisters. My parents had divorced and had not visited me in over a decade, supposedly abroad. I had completed my studies under the care of an aunt, and familial bonds felt distant, almost unattainable. "Hey, scholar, what are you thinking about?" Ling Yu's voice broke through my reverie as she stood beside me, lightly nudging my arm. I snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling. "Oh, nothing much. Just pondering when I might have a group of friends and no longer feel like a solitary figure." Ling Yu smiled gently. "Aren't we all your friends now? Why speak so mournfully, as though you were a tragic hero?" Ziya nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, everyone in our swordfire team is your friend. Unless they look down on us." I quickly replied, "How could that be? I fear I may not be worthy of being in swordfire." Just then, Ling Shui's beautiful figure appeared ahead. She glanced back and, wielding her glimmering sword, swiftly darted towards us. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled beneath our feet, and with a thunderous roar, the Colosseum's grand gates shattered into fragments. A colossal beast had emerged, followed by its immense body. Upon the back of the beast sat a fully armored boss, donning a billowing blue cloak that fluttered in the wind, exuding an imposing presence. Beast Riding Corpse King, Golden Grade Boss. Level? Attack? Defense? Health? Additional, paralyzing attack. With a chance to stun opponents. As expected, the attributes of this boss remained concealed, yet it was evident to all of us that this boss far surpassed the previous ones, for it was a Golden Grade boss. The implication of a Golden Grade boss was that it had a certain chance to drop Golden Grade equipment, though the probability was low. A single piece of Golden Grade gear could elevate a player from novice to expert. With my golden bow in hand, I excitedly proclaimed, "Ladies, the final battle of the night approaches." Chapter 46. Cloak of Moonshadow. Ling Wei raised the fiery staff in her hand and exclaimed, "Wonderful. After defeating this boss, I can finally get some sleep." I couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed she was quite eager for slumber. Yet, who could blame her? It is often said that beauty is born from rest, and sufficient sleep is indeed beneficial for one's appearance. What girl does not cherish beauty? I believe her current motivation to swiftly level up will soon give way to more reasonable hours of rest once rankings stabilize. Late nights are the privilege of us single youths. At that moment, the Beast Rider Corpse King charged forth on his mount, a ferocious beast that lunged at us. Ling Shui, the first to respond, immediately raised her radiant sword in defense. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as the sword met the beast's assault, sending Ling Shui a staggering backward several steps. A colossal number, 1347, appeared above her head, signifying that her health had been halved in an instant. Everyone was taken aback. But just then, the Corpse King atop the beast launched his attack, raising his sword high and bringing it down with immense force. Boom! A wave of sword energy, approximately 5 meters long, descended upon Ling Shui. Ding! Battle alert! Player Qingfeng Fei Shui was struck by the Beast Rider Corpse King's sword energy skill, losing 2,345 health points. Player Qingfeng Fei Shui is dead. Almost immediately thereafter, another notification chimed. Ding! System alert! The effect of Resurrection Prophecy has activated. Player Qingfeng Fei Shui has revived at the original location, with no losses. Ling Shui stood before us, fully revived, yet her lovely face was pale with fear. She quickly dashed back to my side, trembling as she said, "Goodness! This boss's attack power is incredibly fierce." We were all astounded. Even Ling Shui's high defense had been obliterated by that sword energy skill. Had any of us been in her place, we might have been reduced to mere remnants. Ziener promptly attempted to cast Resurrection Prophecy on Ling Shui again, only to be met with a warning. A player can receive Resurrection Prophecy only once within a 2-hour period. Consequently, Ling Shui could no longer revive. If she fell again, she would drop from level 35 back to 34, an immense loss indeed. Ling Wei, looking somewhat perplexed, turned to me and asked, "What should we do now? Should we continue fighting this boss?" After a moment's contemplation, I replied resolutely, "Of course we shall continue. However, Ling Shui should remain at a distance and observe. The rest of us will engage the boss. Ling Wei will combine Ice Arrow with Fireball, I will use fire arrow alongside armor-piercing arrow, and Zeuner will employ her curse. Remember, the Corpse King's lethal skill has a range of 5 meters, while our ranged attacks exceed 20 meters. Let's maintain a safe distance. All the girls nodded in agreement. And at that moment, the Beast Rider Corpse King charged at us with great ferocity, its massive form shaking the very ground of the ancient Soul Temple. I knocked an ice arrow on my golden bow and released it with a crack. The arrow blossomed against the Corpse King's chest, inflicting a mere 124 points of damage. Dissatisfied, I switched to armor-piercing arrow and fired again, this time achieving a notable 437 points of damage. Meanwhile, after 3 failed attempts, Zeuner's curse skill finally succeeded, enveloping the Corpse King in a sickly purple aura. Ling Yue's fireball and ice arrow followed in rapid succession, striking the Corpse King's chest. We all understood that attacking the mount was of little consequence. Only by targeting the main body could we hope to vanquish the boss. With Zeuner's curse significantly reducing the boss's defenses, my next armor-piercing arrow struck with an impressive 821 points of damage. Ling Yue's fireball also dealt nearly 800 points of damage, making our assaults formidable. Though the boss's health bar remained obscured, after approximately 10 minutes of combat, we noticed a substantial decrease in its health. We estimated that we could finish this battle within an hour. Following her successful curse, Zeuner switched to her retribution skill, albeit with a meager output of only 30 points of damage. Yet she remained undeterred, continuing her relentless assault. Conversely, my and Ling Yue's damage output was relatively balanced, causing the boss's attention to shift between us. Thankfully, both of us maintained precise control over our distances, ensuring our safety for the time being. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed, and as the clock approached 4 in the morning, Ling Yue began to show signs of fatigue. Just then, the boss seized the opportunity to strike, dashing toward Ling Yue with blinding speed, its massive sword transforming into a streak of light. Thud! Ling Yue was instantly obliterated, her form dissolving into a radiant glow as she began to respawn. The boss, having lost its target, turned its wrath toward me. Caught off guard, I released an ice arrow just as the boss's sword energy struck me, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if I were being torn apart. Ding. Battle alert. You have been struck by the Beast Rider Corpse King's sword energy skill, suffering paralysis and dizziness, losing 3,345 health points. You are dead. Immediately thereafter, another notification sounded. Ding. System alert. The effect of Resurrection Prophecy has activated. You have revived at the original location, with no losses. A narrow escape. I wiped the sweat from my brow and retreated several steps. The boss, now hindered by the ice arrow's slowing effect, found it difficult to pursue me. Behind me, Ling Yue, freshly revived, launched her own assault, sending fireballs and ice arrows hurtling toward the boss. Boom. The fireball exploded against the Corpse King's chest, and finally, this golden tier boss let out a tremendous roar before its massive form collapsed, releasing an array of equipment and a bounty of coins. Ling Yue sighed in relief and murmured, "That was close." Ling Xue and Zeuner hurried over, and I naturally stepped forward to kick aside the boss's arm, collecting the coins beneath it, a staggering total of 257 gold coins. Upon inspection, I noticed a cerulean cloak lying nearby, and beside it, an item that made my heart race, an exquisitely crafted, elegantly curved longbow. Ling Xue, having observed, smiled brightly and said, "Finally, the fool can upgrade his weapon." With a knowing smile, I picked up both items and shared the cloak's attributes with the party. Cloak of Moonshadow, golden tier, armor, defense, 85 strength, 12 stamina, 8 required level, 35, unidentified. To my astonishment, it was indeed a golden tier item. I handed the elegant cloak to Ling Xue, who could now equip it, giving her 2 golden tier pieces of equipment. In terms of gear, Ling Xue was likely the best equipped player in the world at this point. It was somewhat frustrating that the monsters on the 3rd and 4th levels of the temple were all heavy armored, yielding only heavy armor as loot. This inadvertently benefited Ling Xue, but I could only hope that the creatures on the 5th and 6th levels would include mage or assassin types, allowing me, Ling Yue, and Zeuner to also find suitable upgrades. At that moment, holding the cloak of Moonshadow, Ling Xue beamed with joy and sweetly urged, "Scholar, quickly check the attributes of that bow." I nodded and promptly posted the attributes of the longbow in the team channel. Starstrider bow, golden artifact, attack, 225-250 strength, 10 agility, 8 required level, 45, unidentified. In an instant, it seemed as though everyone was petrified. After a lengthy silence, Ling Yu finally murmured, "It remains unidentified. Yet its attack power can rival that of the Radiant Sword. It appears that the scholar's attack will be extraordinarily formidable for quite some time to come." Chapter 47. The Bow of Star Pursuit. I was filled with joy, astonished by the formidable power of this bow. However, upon seeing the level requirement, my spirits plummeted. It demanded level 45. How long would it take before I could wield it? Sensing my disappointment, Ling Shui chuckled. Silly, don't be disheartened. Let's return to town and identify it first. I nodded and suggested to the three ladies, let's head back. Those who wish to inspect their gear can go to the identification center, while those uninterested can wash up and rest. Wishing everyone sweet dreams. Ling Yu and Zi Yun exchanged glances, then chimed in unison. Of course we want to see. Thus, we all made our way back to town. As the dawn approached, the square of Twilight City was still bustling with players setting up stalls, showcasing the allure of the game. It was said that within just 3 days of its launch, nearly 100 million players had flocked in, a staggering impact on an industry nearing stagnation. I headed straight to the identification center and found the three ladies already waiting there. Ling Shui was in the midst of identifying the Moonshadow cloak. After the appraiser took 50 gold coins, Ling Shui shared the cloak's attributes with our party. Moonshadow cloak, golden equipment, armor, defense, 128 strength, 18 stamina, 14 bonus. Increases users' movement speed by 10 required level. 35. Everyone gasped in awe. This cloak truly lived up to its golden equipment status by enhancing movement speed. It was well understood how crucial mobility was for melee players. Though the increase was merely 10, it was sufficient to instill fear in opponents during PvP, allowing Ling Shui to advance and retreat at will, making it nearly impossible for others to catch her. With a playful smile, Ling Shui adorned herself with the Moonshadow cloak. As the light glimmered, the blue cloak billowed gracefully behind her, complementing her delicate features and exquisite gear, exuding both beauty and valor. Satisfied, Ling Shui hastily urged, Silly, quickly identify your new weapon. I nodded and placed the Bow of Star Pursuit on the appraiser's table. He glanced at it and was immediately astounded, gently caressing the bow with his vine-like fingers, exclaiming, a divine artifact. Truly a divine artifact. I was slightly taken aback. Could it be a legendary weapon? That seemed far-fetched. If legendary items were already in circulation, the game would surely face dire consequences. After several minutes of the old appraiser's excitement, he finally shifted the conversation, stating, identification fee, 300 gold coins. I gasped. What? So expensive? 300 gold coins. That's equivalent to 1,500 renminbi. My heart ached. Was it so difficult to enjoy a game? All I wanted was to earn some money, buy a house, and marry a beautiful wife. Why must identifying equipment come at such a hefty price? Noticing my distress, Ling Yu chuckled, Scholar, didn't the boss Beast Rider drop 257 gold coins earlier? Just add a bit more, and you can identify it. Hurry. We still need to log off and sleep. Without further hesitation, I checked my inventory, which contained a total of 389 gold coins. Reluctantly, I handed over 300 coins, feeling the sting in my heart. The old appraiser beamed with satisfaction as he received the coins. His gnarled hand waved over the Bow of Star Pursuit, and amidst a dazzling display of light, the bow began to shimmer, its string radiating a soft blue glow, truly a sight to behold. Without a second thought, I seized the Bow of Star Pursuit and shared its attributes in the party channel. Bow of Star Pursuit, golden equipment, attack, 325 to 380 strength, 21 agility, 15 bonus, increases user's skill attack power by 25 special skill, mastery required level, 45 in an instant. Everyone was left speechless, overwhelmed by the bow's formidable attack power, which eclipsed even the radiant sword. Ling Yu murmured, what a powerful attack. It's truly monstrous. Ling Shui laughed, hee, I can continue leveling up with Silly now. Zi Yun's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture as she softly remarked. Xing Tian told me he is an expert. I fear that once the scholar equips this bow, a single penetrating arrow could defeat that expert Xing Tian. I shook my head and smiled. Not quite. This bow requires level 45, and I still have 9 levels to go. However, Ling Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Silly, have you seen the special skill mastery? What does it mean? I was momentarily taken aback. Ling Shui seemed to possess a mature understanding, her captivating smile quickening my heartbeat. I immediately checked the special skills details. Mastery reduces the equipment level requirement by 10 levels. That brief line sent my heart soaring once more. Oh my, I can finally be extraordinary. I shall be the first player to reach level 40. Without hesitation, I equipped the Bow of Star Pursuit. Instantly, the longbow shimmered and radiated brilliance, while my attributes surged dramatically. Wild Scholar, Apprentice Archer, level, 36 health, 1120 attack, 465 to 550 defense, 225 reputation, 5541 luck, 0. My attack power skyrocketed from 210 to 265 to an astounding 465 to 550, effectively doubling. This was more than merely an upgrade. It was akin to transforming a BB gun into a formidable transformer. I was elated, not only for acquiring such a powerful longbow, but also for this golden bow, once a silver tier piece that could now be sold for a handsome sum. In just one evening, everyone had made significant gains. I had obtained the bow of Star Pursuit, while Ling Shui secured 3 pieces of the Gale set and the impressive golden cloak, the Moonshadow cloak. Zi Yun had swiftly leveled from 30 to 34 and acquired the exceptional skill Resurrection Prophecy, ensuring her place as a beloved priestess. Ling Yu was the only one without tangible rewards, but thankfully, she had gained plenty of experience. Content with our achievements, I remarked. You all should get some rest. Don't wear yourselves out. The ladies nodded in agreement. Ling Shui sent me a private message. Silly, I'll contact you tomorrow. Please give me your phone number. I quickly replied, sure, my number is 139, and what's yours? Mine? Not telling you. Ling Shui responded with a playful smile before logging off. Ling Yu also sent me a private message. Tomorrow evening, same time, let us continue leveling up together. I, of course, accepted without hesitation. With her formidable magical prowess, leveling with such a lady was sheer delight. So I replied, always at your service, leader. Ling Yu responded with a charming, smiley face. Lastly, I glanced at Zi Yun, who smiled back at me and sent a message. What are you looking at? I replied, looking at a beauty? Zi Yun retorted playfully, have you seen enough? I answered, enough for now, but I'll continue tomorrow. Zi Yun couldn't help but laugh, gazing at me as she messaged, all right, I'm going to sleep now? Chapter 48. The Gravekeeper. After indulging in playful banter with several enchanting maidens, I found myself in high spirits. As I watched the lovely ladies log off one by one, sleep eluded me. Clutching the Star Chaser bow, I felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility wash over me. Players who were grinding through the night soon cast their gaze upon my exquisite bow. Reflecting for a moment, I decided to conceal its radiant glow. Modesty is a virtue. I spent 12 gold coins to repair my equipment to pristine condition and then raised my voice in the plaza, announcing a grand sale of high-grade black iron armor. Instantly, a throng of players gathered, but as I showcased my wares, I was met with disdainful gestures and jeers. Shit, knowing we aren't even level 30. How dare you offer level 40 gear? Do you mock our intelligence and levels? Dumbfounded, I realized that my efforts had been in vain. I couldn't sell my goods. It appeared that I would have to wait a couple of days until more players reached level 30 before my armor would find a market. Thus, I made my way to the warehouse, stashing away 20 pieces of high-grade black iron gear, and then purchased a full stock of blue and red potions from the apothecary before setting off towards the eastern part of Twilight City. My destination was the Hero's cemetery that Lingwa had shown me during the day. In the afternoon, I had noticed that deeper within the graveyard lay a plethora of high-level undead monsters. It seemed more suitable for leveling up, especially since my current level was quite high. Venturing into regular leveling spots would hinder my progress, while elite areas like the Ghostly Shrine would be too challenging for me alone. Despite my formidable attack power, my defense was still rather meager, and even a few spectral warriors could easily end my life. After nearly half an hour traversing through the common leveling zones, I arrived at the cemetery in the early hours of the morning. Dusk had given way to dawn, yet many players continued their relentless grind, as organized teams monopolized the leveling spots during the day. Only during these desolate hours could solo players enjoy their leveling in peace. My focus was not on the level 30 monsters, but rather on the higher tier foes. I traversed through the forest to the rear of the Hero's cemetery. Moving further along, the hellish skeletons I had battled with Lingyue earlier, now level 35, no longer sufficed for my leveling needs. I sought monsters of at least level 40 to reap greater experience rewards. As I parted a cluster of withered branches, a vast graveyard emerged before me, desolate and forsaken. Tombstones lay askew, and many graves had been desecrated, clearly the work of grave robbers. More unsettling were the restless undead that wandered aimlessly within the cemetery. Not far from where I stood was a skeletal warrior dragging a rusty sword, its movements sluggish and labored. Corrupted skeleton, common monster, level 42 attack, 280 to 370 defense, 200 health, 5,000, a rather ordinary foe, albeit with slightly elevated defense. However, for me, 200 points of defense posed little threat. Checking the equipment leaderboard, it was unsurprising to see my Star Chaser bow reigning supreme, followed by Ling Xue's luminous sword, Ling Xue's moonshadow cloak, and Ling Yue's flame staff. It was evident that the top 10 pieces of gear consisted of 3 golden and 7 silver items, with the majority residing in China. The early game had undeniably become the domain of Chinese players. With a smile, I unleashed an ice arrow that struck the corrupted skeleton, and a staggering damage number floated into view, 1276. While it wasn't a critical hit, such damage was impressive. Following up with a shattering arrow, I landed an even more astonishing 1889 damage, and with a fire arrow, the corrupted skeleton fell before it could take a few steps, leaving behind a bounty of silver coins. I smiled faintly, noting that the skeleton's movement speed was akin to those I had previously battled. I could easily lure a horde for a massacre. Just as I was about to act, I noticed a dilapidated wooden cabin atop a low hill in the distance. Perhaps it held a quest. Intrigued, I approached with my Star Chaser bow in hand. Upon pushing open the creaking door, a wave of foul odor assaulted my senses. But I also heard a faint groan. There lay a figure on a filthy wooden bed, draped in black robes, his legs grotesquely rotting away, revealing bone. It was a ghastly sight. Had Ling Xue been here, she would surely have screamed in horror. This individual was clearly an NPC, his title Gravekeeper hovering above his head. He looked at me and spoke weakly. "Are you a warrior sent by the Alliance of Light?" I nodded earnestly. "Yes, what has transpired here?" The Gravekeeper gritted his teeth. "I was once a militia guardian of this cemetery for 20 years. 6 months ago, an evil sorcerer arrived, spreading a plague of the undead and resurrecting countless corpses from their graves. As you can see, the hero's cemetery has become a desolate wasteland, overrun by those cursed undead. Young one, I have grown old and am infected by the plague. Could you assist me?" Ding. System notification. Do you accept the quest? I confirmed without hesitation. System notification. You have accepted the quest, the Gravekeeper's request. Current quest difficulty, 280. Quest details. The Gravekeeper is afflicted by the undead plague and can no longer patrol the cemetery. He hopes you can slay the corrupted skeletons within and collect 400 skeletal ribs. These ribs must be ground into powder and mixed with herbs to purify the Gravekeeper's wounds. I couldn't help but smile slightly. The only challenge with this quest lay in the sheer quantity of materials needed, 400 skeletal ribs. To gather this, I would likely need to slay around 2,000 corrupted skeletons. However, this was no concern for me now. I swiftly returned to the cemetery's edge. As I stepped into the graveyard, several corrupted skeletons became alert in the distance. Without hesitation, I charged in, weaving through the throng of monsters and quickly attracting a swarm of them. When I glanced back, I was met with the sight of a dark mass of corrupted skeletons trailing behind me. I swiftly turned, releasing a barrage of 1,000-blade arrows from my Star Chaser bow. A cascade of colorful light rained down, and damage numbers erupted above the skeletons' heads, each exceeding 500. My 1,000-blade arrow had reached intermediate level, and combined with the prowess of the Star Chaser bow, my attack power was formidable. Within mere minutes, the corrupted skeletons began to fall in mass. After 10 minutes, hundreds of them lay defeated, their remains transformed into experience points and a glittering assortment of loot, equipment, gold coins, and quest items, all lying in quiet repose. Elated, I began to gather the spoils of battle, collecting every item without leaving a single one behind. To my delight, I discovered that nearly every corrupted skeleton yielded around 50 silver coins. In just this brief span of 10 minutes, I had amassed nearly 200 gold coins, while the potions I consumed barely cost me 10 gold coins. Upon examining the chaotic array of task items within the package, I discovered over 40 skeletal ribs. 400 was certainly not an insurmountable challenge. Among the equipment, I possessed 7 or 8 pieces, predominantly crafted from black iron, save for one bronze artifact designated for a priest mage. In just a few days, all these items would be ripe for sale. Consequently, I diligently continued to draw in enemies and engage in swift eliminations, relishing the solitary practice. Before I knew it, 2 hours had elapsed. As I cleared the nearby graveyards of their corrupted skeletons, I triumphantly gathered the final skeletal rib, reaching my goal of 400. To my delight, my level ascended to 37, allowing me to finally match Ling Yue's rank. I opened the leaderboard to find the standings for the Chinese region. 1. Qingfeng Lanyue, level 37. Apprentice Mage 2. Qinghuang Shusheng, level 37. Apprentice Archer 3. Jianhua Guizhi, level 36. Apprentice Dark Mage 4. Zansul Outyin, level 35. Apprentice Berserker 5. Bingsha, level 35. Apprentice Swordsman 6. Qingfeng Feishue, level 35. Apprentice Swordsman 7. Luoyu Wuxing, level 34. Apprentice Archer 8. Ziyue, level 34. Apprentice Assassin 9. Jianhua Longhun, level 34. Apprentice Swordsman 10. Tian Zijiatzi, level 34. Apprentice Mage. I recognized most of the names within the top 10, including Bingsha, Liu Wuxing, and Ziyue. who were affiliated with the Shuyue studio. Their recruitment by the Blue Star Group attested to their capabilities. As for the last individual, a mage by the name of Tianzi, their origins remained a mystery. However, this was merely the national ranking. On the global stage, Lingyue, despite being the top in China, held the 4th position worldwide, while the number 1 player was a formidable level 38 mage. I glanced at my own level, ranking 7th globally, though my experience was not significantly lacking. With just 2 more hours of practice, I too could attain level 38. Thus, I made my way to the small wooden cabin, clutching the 400 skeletal ribs. Chapter 49. The ebony haunted house. As I held in my hands the 400 skeletal ribs, a glimmer of hope flickered in the previously vacant eyes of the gravekeeper. He struggled to sit up, gasping, "Brave young man, you have indeed accomplished this task. Very well, this is your reward." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, the Gravekeeper's Commission, earning 200,000 experience points, 40 gold coins, and 250 reputation. Though there were no task-specific items, I felt content. My inventory, with a capacity of 100 slots, was now half filled with level 30 black iron equipment, promising a lucrative return upon my return to town. After the quest completion, the Gravekeeper fell silent once more, and after a lengthy pause, he said, "However, these cannot heal my wounds. The vile plague toxins are far too potent. I require a very rare herb, young man. Can you assist me in locating it?" Without hesitation, I promptly confirmed my willingness to help. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, collecting butterfly orchids. Current quest difficulty, 240. Quest details. To the east of the Gravekeeper's hut lies a cemetery severely afflicted by the undead plague. In that graveyard grows a rare butterfly orchid, a herb that can aid in alleviating the Gravekeeper's toxins. I hope you can collect 100 butterfly orchids to present to him, but be warned. Lurking nearby may be unimaginable dangers. I examined the quest details. The difficulty was rated at 240, and the warning about dangers near the orchids indicated that I would need to eliminate some monsters to collect them. However, that was of little concern to me. I possessed the Star Chaser bow, rendering any foe insignificant. Thus, I ventured eastward. Not long before I encountered a vast expanse of graves ahead. The soil was a deep black, dotted with the occasional blue flower, perhaps the butterfly orchids I sought. Yet, hovering above this graveyard was a congregation of new undead creatures, unmistakably a horde of skeletal warriors. Bone demon, common monster, level. Attack. Defense. Health. Blasted. Another cluster of question marks. I muttered a curse under my breath, then raised my Star Chaser bow and unleashed an ice arrow. 768. A number leaped from the bone demon's head as its health plummeted significantly. A rough estimation suggested it had lost about 1/8 of its total health, indicating a total health pool of around 6,000, suggesting its level was likely around 45, not excessively high. Moreover, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the bone demon's movement speed was quite sluggish, its gait unsteady, and its attacks lackluster. Thus, I gave little further thought and dashed into the graveyard, employing my self-created 7-star steps to navigate, quickly followed by nearly 100 bone demons. Deliberately leading the bone demons in a single file, I turned and unleashed the 1,000 Blades arrow. In a wide arc, a multitude of bone demons suffered damage, as each of my strikes inflicted significant harm. In no time, one by one, the bone demons fell, and my experience surged rapidly. My experience jumped from 12 to 23 at level 37, a staggering increase of 11 percentage points. I calculated that it was best to gather the gold and equipment first. Each bone demon dropped nearly 60 silver coins, yielding 57 gold coins. With the gold collected from prior encounters with the corrupted skeletons, my inventory now boasted a remarkable total of 763 gold coins. I pondered, was I leveling up or merely accumulating wealth? However, once the in-game bank account was activated in a few days, selling gold alone would ensure a handsome profit. 700 gold coins could fetch approximately 3,500 renminbi, which might decrease slightly over time, but would certainly remain above 2,000 renminbi. In that light, it seemed my earnings surpassed those of many white-collar workers. The equipment dropped by the bone demons was of a decent level, averaging around level 35, but all were black iron items, with not a single piece of bronze in sight. It was evident that bronze was indeed a premium commodity, rarely found on common monsters. Once I had thoroughly cleared the bone demons from the graveyard, the butterfly orchids lay exposed before me. I approached a small flower, reached out, and as I plucked it, a system notification chimed. Ding. System notification. Successfully harvested butterfly orchid, obtaining item, butterfly orchid, X4. Joy surged within me. This meant I could save considerable effort. Managing to collect 4 in one go, I swiftly scoured the graveyard, gathering several more, and soon my inventory held 57 butterfly orchids, necessitating another sweep of the graveyard. Without delay, I charged toward a spacious graveyard to the right, employing the same strategy to lure a horde of bone demons, dividing them into 3 groups. After nearly an hour of combat, I had vanquished them all. This time, my experience surged from 23 to 87 at level 37. Should I complete the quest, I would become the first player in the Chinese region to reach level 38. Although my accuracy had diminished slightly without the guaranteed hit effect of the golden bow. As an archer, my equipment still provided a boost to agility, ensuring my hit rate remained above 90 against the current monsters. Thus, the occasional miss was inconsequential. However, I found myself growing increasingly perplexed about my career path. A fully focused archer would struggle in the later stages unless equipped with an exceptional set that offered substantial agility. Casting my gaze forward, I saw all the monsters had fallen, silver coins littering the ground, and a scattering of equipment strewn across the graveyard. Adhering to the principle of collecting every last coin, I spent nearly 10 minutes gathering all the silver coins into my inventory. Finally, my total gold count surpassed 1,000. Then, I meticulously harvested the butterfly orchids growing in the graveyard, spending another half hour to secure a complete total of 100 orchids. Checking the time, I realized it was already past 8 in the morning. Exhaustion washed over me, a heavy sleepiness enveloping my senses, compelling my eyes to close. I hurried back to the gravekeeper's hut, and as I presented the 100 butterfly orchids, the gravekeeper's gaze brightened. He could not help but exclaim, "Brave young man. You are truly remarkable. I never anticipated you would accomplish this as well." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, collecting butterfly orchids, earning 280,000 experience points, 80 gold coins, and 400 reputation. Once again, there was no equipment reward, but to my delight, a golden light cascaded from above, and I had successfully leveled up to 38. Now, I was the first in the Chinese region. A hearty laugh escaped me, dispelling the frustrations I had harbored for years. Yet, the gravekeeper's expression darkened with sorrow as he murmured, "Though you have obtained the skeletal ribs and butterfly orchids to cure the undead toxins within me, I still require one final, crucial herb." Ding. System notification. Would you like to accept the quest? I was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, is there no end to this? Another follow-up quest? Is this a deliberate ploy to deny me rest? As the morning approached, I found myself unable to close my eyes, my mind clouded and disoriented. Yet, the thought of abandoning this task weighed heavily on my heart. After all, such opportunities in the wilderness are exceedingly rare, and the rewards are undeniably bountiful. Thus, with a resolute determination, I pressed the confirmation button. Ding. The system notified me. You have accepted the quest, Heart of the Sorcerer. Current task difficulty, 450, quest details. As one of the ingredients for the antidote, you must venture to a graveyard located to the southwest, where you will seek out the ebony haunted house. Within its confines, you are required to vanquish the spectral sorcerer, Aegis, and procure his heart to present to the gravekeeper. Alas, another formidable task rated at difficulty 450. It seems I must slay a boss to fulfill the quest. Gritting my teeth, I tightened my grip on the starlight bow and steeled myself against the waves of drowsiness as I journeyed southwest. 10 minutes later, I found myself atop a high ridge, gazing down upon a sprawling expanse of graves, the land steeped in an eerie silence, save for a throng of soulless skeletons wandering aimlessly. Straining my eyes, I soon spotted a small black cottage on the ridge, constructed from pitch-black ebony. No wonder it was dubbed the Ebony Haunted House. Nearby, a dozen skeletal mages roamed without purpose. To prevent these ordinary creatures from disrupting my progress, I swiftly dispatched them with precision arrows, clearing the area until only the solitary haunted house remained, standing desolately in the stillness. Chapter 50. The Ring of the Gravekeeper. The haunted house was steeped in an eerie gloom, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. As I cautiously peered inside, a searing black fireball struck my chest, causing me to stumble backward. Upon regaining my composure, I beheld a spectral sorcerer shrouded in darkness. He was the very target of my quest. Undead Sorcerer Aegis, Bronze Tier Boss, Level, Magical Attack, Defense, Health. A string of question marks rendered me speechless, yet I was relieved to discover that this boss was merely of Bronze Tier, indicating that I still had a fighting chance. The sorcerer's earlier dark fireball had sapped over 200 health points from me, which was not excessively detrimental, considering the archer's commendable magical resistance. Had it been a swordsman or a berserker, the damage would have been far more severe. I quickly retreated, calculating the distance between myself and the undead sorcerer, and to my delight, I found that his attack range was roughly 15 yards, while my own was 20 yards. Realizing this advantage, I sprang into action, unleashing an ice arrow, then consuming a health potion as I fell back, commencing a barrage of fire arrows against the undead mage. The fiery projectiles soared forth, crashing into the sorcerer's chest, and I watched in astonishment as a damage indicator of 1268 materialized above him. To my amazement, my attack power had surged dramatically since acquiring the Golden Tier Star-Chasing Bow, allowing me to inflict significant damage with a single strike. After retreating a few steps, I continued my assault, while the slowed sorcerer could only shuffle forward in a sluggish pursuit. Consequently, after I unleashed 3 attacks, the sorcerer managed to strike me only once. And with my health potions at hand, I was more than capable of facing him head-on. Dizziness enveloped me, and I felt a profound fatigue, craving nothing more than a bed. Time seemed to blur as I continued to consume health potions, and the once formidable undead sorcerer was now reduced to a frail shadow of his former self under the relentless onslaught of my star-chasing bow. At that moment, a notification chimed. Your friend last summer has logged in. As I anticipated, Summer immediately sent a message, inquiring in astonishment, Brother Scholar, why are you still awake? I replied, I will be sleeping shortly. How did you rise so early? Summer explained, I drank too much water last night, and after waking up to relieve myself, I could not return to sleep, so I decided to level up. By the time her message arrived, I had successfully vanquished the bronze tier boss, the undead sorcerer. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have defeated boss undead sorcerer Aegis, earning 250,000 experience points and 600 reputation. I hastened forward, rummaging through the sorcerer's remains, extracting the shimmering dagger. With a swift motion, I extracted the decayed heart of the sorcerer and stowed it away in my inventory, only to discover that the sorcerer had dropped a meager 75 gold coins. I felt a tinge of disappointment, yet I consoled myself with the substantial experience gained, which would likely elevate me to approximately 50 of level 38 upon completing the quest. Thus, I promptly organized my belongings and hurried back to the Gravekeeper. Upon presenting the sorcerer's heart, this 3-part quest finally reached a satisfying conclusion. The Gravekeeper accepted the heart, combining it with the orchids and skeletal ribs, performing a slight enchantment before applying it to his toxin-ravaged leg. Miraculously, the decayed flesh transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. In half a minute, the Gravekeeper was able to rise from the ground, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Brave young one, the light of power shall always be by your side, guarding you against the evils that emerge from the abyss. Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Sorcerer's Heart, earning 350,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, for 100 reputation, and the quest item, Ring of the Gravekeeper. Finally, I had acquired equipment. Elated, I swiftly located the ring in my inventory. Marveling at its small blue form that shimmered with a faint glow, Ring of the Gravekeeper, Silver Tier, Ring, Strength, 12 Stamina, 10 bonus, increases the wearer's critical hit rate by 3 required level, 35. I could not help but chuckle. A silver tier ring that required no identification. What a fortunate turn of events, given the scarcity of rings within the entire realm of Ling Tong. To have obtained such a silver tier artifact through a quest was indeed a stroke of luck. I equipped the Ring of the Gravekeeper, and my attack power increased slightly, alongside a boost of 70 stamina. The true value of this ring lay in its 3 critical hit bonus. As is well known, agility-dependent classes thrive on critical hits. With elevated critical rates, attack output naturally escalates. As an archer focused on pure strength, I could only rely on equipment to compensate for my lower agility. Having completed this series of tasks, my level surpassed Ling Yu's, and more than that, the star-chasing bow I had recently acquired from the super boss Beast Rider King propelled my level beyond 50 of level 38. I now ranked second on the world leaderboard, narrowly trailing behind the first place by a mere fraction of experience points. I had intended to push on to level 40 for my class promotion, but exhaustion took its toll after spending 16 consecutive hours in the game. Though Summer wished to continue our conversation, I declined, for sleep beckoned. I returned to the city and logged out. Removing my helmet, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me, rendering me oblivious to everything else as I collapsed onto my bed and succumbed to deep slumber. Time slipped away, and I was suddenly awakened by a knocking at the door. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was only 1 p.m. I had only slept for 5 hours. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback and exclaimed, "Auntie, what brings you here?" Indeed, it was my aunt, who had been supporting me through college ever since my parents went abroad. Noticing my disheveled appearance, my aunt urged, "Quickly, Go take a shower and tidy yourself up. We are going out to meet a young lady. A young lady? What did she mean? My aunt, with a hint of exasperation, replied, I'm helping you find a girlfriend. Aren't you anxious? I certainly am. With no children of her own, she regarded me as a surrogate son. Yet I found the prospect of such arrangements quite bothersome. Despite my reluctance, I could not oppose my aunt's wishes, so I complied. Freshening up and donning a somewhat respectable outfit, descending the stairs, I beheld her well-worn old car, marked by countless scratches, a testament to the trials of time, yet still serving faithfully. Get in the car, she said. The girl I'm introducing you to is said to be quite beautiful. I retorted, forget it, Andy. The last one you introduced me to was supposedly stunning, but when we met, I nearly fainted. She looked like a flower, with a beard longer than mine. My aunt chuckled. Enough of that, come with me. The car set in motion, and after a quarter of an hour, we arrived at a restaurant. My aunt proclaimed, today, we shall treat the young lady to a meal. Chat with her, and if it goes well, I shall assist you in purchasing an apartment in the city for your wedding. I felt a sense of despair, yet found myself at a loss for words. Such matters require mutual feelings, yet my aunt seemed oblivious to this reality. Chapter 51, My Blind Date Before Long. Auntie's car came to a halt in front of a rather mediocre restaurant. Upon entering, we discovered a mother-daughter pair already waiting. A fleeting glance revealed that the daughter possessed almond-shaped eyes and slightly raised brows, exuding an air of sharpness that suggested an entitlement, as if the world owed her a great debt. She reminded me of the HR manager from my previous workplace, who spent her days nitpicking at employees and playing Farmville. Auntie greeted them warmly, apologizing for the delay and attributing it to my lack of punctuality, albeit assuring them of my sincerity. The mother scrutinized me for a moment before commenting, well, he seems acceptable. Just hope his dental health is up to par. I was taken aback, wondering if they were seeking a son-in-law or a donkey. They began ordering dishes, and when I glanced at the menu, I was startled to realize I had forgotten my wallet in my haste to leave. The mother and daughter ordered several expensive dishes, totaling around 200 yuan, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Thankfully, Andy was present, or I might have found myself in an embarrassing situation. Just then, Andy glanced at her phone and announced, I'm sorry, I have to attend to some business at work. You two enjoy your conversation. I was dumbfounded and quickly grasped her arm, pleading, wait, you're leaving just like that? Annie turned, surprised, and said, what do you want? I'm giving you the chance to have a private conversation. With that, she pushed my hand away and sped off down the street. I sat down heavily, realizing that in such a meeting, it was customary for the man to pay, and here I was without a penny to my name. Nevertheless, I feigned calmness and attempted to engage in light-hearted conversation. The woman then inquired about my family background and profession. I answered truthfully, admitting that I had nothing to my name, working at a company with a meager salary of just over 2,000 yuan a month, without any benefits. Her interest visibly waned, and she hastily urged for the food to arrive, seemingly eager to finish and leave, unwilling to waste more time on me. Having been hungry for quite some time, I began to eat heartily, and in no time, the table was cleared of dishes. Just as the waiter approached to collect the bill, I scanned the room for an opportunity to escape. At that moment, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, I was taken aback to hear Ling Shue's familiar voice asking, Fool, where are you right now? I replied, what do you need? But she insisted, don't ask too many questions, just tell me your location. I'm coming to find you. A thought struck me. If Ling Shue came, I could borrow some money to cover the bill and alleviate my embarrassment. I relayed my whereabouts, and she promptly hung up. Almost immediately, I heard a car horn outside. In less than a few minutes, a pristine, pearlescent BMW parked outside the restaurant, drawing the attention of patrons who wondered why someone in a luxury car would dine at such an establishment. The door swung open, revealing a charming young lady, Ling Shue, clad in a pink coat over a white shirt adorned with a red tie, her dark hair cascading elegantly over her chest, complemented by a light pink skirt that showcased her alluring legs. With a soft click, Ling Shue closed the car door and breezed into the restaurant, spotting me blushing and fidgeting as I sought an escape route. She approached with a smile, leaving the other diners in awe, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the sight of such a graceful girl entering a second-rate eatery. Ling Shue smoothed her skirt and sat beside me, inquiring, what brings you here for a meal? I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I glanced at the mother and daughter, who instantly displayed expressions of disdain. The daughter muttered, no wonder he is so indecisive. He has such a pretty backup. Her mother echoed her irritation, whispering, how rude. Dear, let us leave. I quickly explained the situation regarding the bill to Ling Shue, who looked at me with a hint of disdain and remarked, so, you came out for a blind date without a single cent to your name? I was taken aback, How did you know I was on a blind date? Ling Shui chuckled lightly. I'm quite perceptive. It's not hard to deduce. Just then, the mother and daughter stood to leave, but Ling Shui called after them. Don't rush off. You still owe 2/3 of the bill. The daughter's face flushed crimson with anger as she retorted. What a stingy person. I deliberately averted my gaze, feeling the weight of my predicament. The woman reluctantly pulled out a 100 yuan bill and exclaimed, I've certainly learned something today. Ling Shui, with a playful smile, remarked, for 3 people to dine for 200 yuan, shouldn't you at least cover 130? The woman, teeth clenched in frustration, had no choice against Ling Shui, the beautiful girl in the BMW, and begrudgingly produced 3 10-yuan notes, slapping them onto the table before storming out. Ling Shui laughed, pocketed the money, and headed to the cashier to settle the bill. As I followed Ling Shui outside, I noticed the stares of nearly every man in the restaurant fixated upon me, as if I were an alien. Ling Shui opened the car door and said, Get in. It was my first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle, and I found it remarkably comfortable. Once inside, Ling Shui started the engine and asked, Shall I take you home? I nodded, reflecting on the awkwardness of the evening while remaining silent. Ling Shui turned to me. Why the silence? Are you upset about what just happened? Blaming me for ruining your date? I replied, Not at all. I simply have nothing to say. Cut it out. I disdain you. Ling Shui quipped, leaving me momentarily puzzled before she returned to her silence. As we arrived back at my apartment complex, I noticed Annie waiting for me. It seemed she had received a call from the mother-daughter duo and immediately launched into a tirade. You're truly useless. I went to great lengths to find you a suitable match, and though the girl may not be a stunner, you shouldn't have behaved like that. Now look, you've embarrassed me. I quickly apologized, and at that moment, Ling Shui parked the car, casually twirling her keys and laughing as she approached me, clearly enjoying my mortification. Auntie's gaze quickly shifted to Ling Shui, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Young man, is this lovely girl your friend? Before I could respond, Ling Shui smiled politely. Yes. Auntie, I'm a friend of this young man. Auntie beamed at me. Good for you. No wonder you weren't satisfied with the others. You know such a beautiful girl. In all my years, I've never seen anyone as lovely as her. Ling Shui beamed at the compliment, her enchanting eyes resembling crescent moons, captivating my heart. I thought to myself, being with someone as beautiful as Ling Shui could easily add 10 years to my life. Auntie continued to inquire about Ling Shui, asking about her name and occupation. Ling Shui mentioned her father was a successful businessman, which made Auntie smile even wider, while I stood by in silence, unsure of Auntie's true intentions. After a considerable while, my aunt inquired about the situation and remarked, Ling Shui, this lovely girl is such a rare find. You truly possess remarkable skills, my boy. From now on, I shall no longer worry about this matter. Ling Shui added that she wanted to take me out for a stroll, reminding me to return early. I was momentarily taken aback, but Ling Shui had already pulled me into the car. As the vehicle started, I asked, Where are we headed now? To the studio. Ling Shui replied casually. I was astonished and questioned the studio. Isn't it located within the Blue Star Company? Ling Shui chuckled lightly. I meant the new studio location. I've already purchased the place. In a day or two, Iced Tea and Summer will be moving in as well, so you should pack your things and prepare to relocate. It will be beneficial for everyone to be together and look out for one another. I was slightly taken aback. Moving in together? Ling Shui blinked playfully and said, Indeed. I plan to move in during the summer break to practice leveling up with everyone. We must establish Xueyue as the elite team within the Gameling Tong. A wave of excitement surged within me. So, I would be the only man in this studio? The thought of cohabiting with such a multitude of beautiful women left me pondering the myriad of possibilities. Reminiscing about last summer's captivating ladies made my heart race. Yet, the notion of living alongside enchanting beauties like Ling Shui and Ling Yu sent ripples of anticipation through my heart, filling me with eager expectations for the blissful life that awaited. Chapter 52. Snow Moon Studio. Ling Shui skillfully navigated the vehicle through the bustling streets, ultimately coming to a halt in a quaint residential community. Daisy, hurry up and catch up, she called softly, her petite steps leading her up the stairs. The studio was situated on the second floor, a newly renovated 4-bedroom apartment, which felt quite luxurious compared to my previous living arrangements. Before long, the door swung open once more, revealing Ling Yu accompanied by Bing Cha and Ziyu, along with 2 other girls. As the girls entered the room, they cheered, each seeking out a room to their liking. Ling Yu chimed in, Remember, 2 people to a room. If you have specific bed preferences, just let me know, and I'll arrange for the purchases. Bing Cha and Luo Yu chuckled. We'll take a bunk bed. Ziyu casually remarked, I'm fine with whatever. I'll leave it to the arrangement. My greatest concern was for Xia Tian, who glanced at me with a hint of hesitation and asked, Can I share a room with Shu Sheng? Before I could respond, Ling Shui decisively interjected, absolutely not. Xia Tian appeared slightly disappointed. Then I'll just room with Zi Yuling. You smiled. All right, I'll share with Shui Er, and Shu Shang will have a room to himself. When do you all plan to move in? Bing Cha eagerly exclaimed. I wish we could move in tonight. It's so boring playing games alone at home. The other girls nodded in agreement. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before declaring, no problem. I'll call the furniture company right away to deliver beds and essentials. And you can start packing. Turning to me, Ling Yu inquired, Shu Sheng, what about you? I hesitated. I'll wait a bit. My lease hasn't expired yet. Ling Yu gave me a playful glare, commanding, you're moving in today. Can't you see there are just a few delicate girls here? How can it be safe if you don't come over? Reluctantly, I nodded in agreement, and Ling Shui drove me back to my old place. As I hastily gathered my gaming equipment and clothes, I was astonished to see Ling Shui, a wealthy heiress, actively helping me tidy up. However, I was less than thrilled when she unearthed an ancient tome from under the bed, exclaiming, Dai you have the deluxe edition of Jinping Mei? I've been searching for it forever, I gasped. That belonged to a previous tenant. Oh. Ling Shui picked up a CD, laughing. What about this Wuding Lan album? Quite the collection, I see. I retorted indignantly. That too belonged to the former tenant. I absolutely detest adult films, and as for those names, Wuding Lan, Jizha Mingbu, Always Sola, Matsushima Kid, Kamiyama Heim, and so many others, I don't recognize a single one. Quite the principled fellow. Ling Shui chuckled. Finally, she stumbled upon a handwritten notebook, reading aloud the table of contents. Page 1, Young Woman by X. Page 24. Youth AX. Page 48. Chaotic Clouds Fly X. My goodness, you have quite the repertoire. Tears streamed down my face. This was the consequence of negligence. Had I known, I would have burned these items long ago. However, Ling Shui took matters into her own hands, tossing my private collection into a black snakeskin bag, which she promptly discarded in the trash. From now on, avoid these unhealthy materials, she proclaimed triumphantly. Heartbroken, I gathered my gaming equipment and 2 storage boxes, climbing into Ling Shui's car. Meanwhile, my housemates from the past 6 months, clutching guitars, sang, Farewell, dear neighbor. The usually intimidating landlord stared blankly as I was ushered into a BMW by a lovely girl. At that fleeting moment, I raised my middle finger at him, thinking, MGB. I'll never have to endure your disdainful gaze again. In the midst of the bustling city, Ling Shui's BMW glided like a streak of white light. And soon we arrived at our new abode, the studio. Upon entering, I noticed a crooked sign on the wall, Snow Moon Studio. Inside, I found Xia Tian passionately painting, her enthusiasm suggesting a potential waste of ink. A light blue paper was affixed beside a door, inscribed with my name. Bing Cha smoothed the paper down, grinning. Remember your room, Shu Sheng. Don't wander into the wrong one tonight. I laughed. I certainly won tea. Bing Cha raised an eyebrow teasingly. So you'll definitely end up in the wrong one? Xia Tian chimed in with him. Humph. I leave my door open every night. You probably wouldn't dare. I was at a loss for words, while Ling Shui merely hummed quietly, saying nothing. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, everyone had settled into their rooms, and I assisted the girls in setting up their gaming equipment. Seizing the moment, I logged in to check my ranking, finding myself still at level 38, in second place, while the first place foreign player had reached level 39, evidently quite diligent. Ling Yu clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. All set. Now it's dinner time. Since it's our first night living together, let us head to the nearby Tianranju for a feast. Dinner expenses will be deducted from the studio's budget. Sound good? Everyone unanimously agreed. Thus, we excitedly made our way downstairs, heading straight for the restaurant across the street. The sign read, Heavenly Guests at Tianranju. Ling Yu expressed her desire to experience the ambience of being a heavenly guest. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired, Director Ling, will you be focusing solely on being a professional player and leave the company's operations to others? Ling Yu smiled. I've grown weary of managing everything. Wang Junjie holds all the power there. Instead of vying for control, it's better to joyfully build a venture with you all in the gaming world. She then curiously asked me, Shu Sheng, would you be willing to assist me? Taken aback, I responded, as a member of the studio. For as long as I am with Snow Moon, I shall lend my support. Ling Yu seemed pleased with my answer, replying, that puts my mind at ease. When the charming girls entered Tianranju, the owner was momentarily stunned, taking a while to approach us. Ling Shui reserved a private room, and the owner instantly nodded and led us inside. I must admit, this restaurant was far superior to the one I visited earlier that afternoon. Their signature spicy fish dish was priced at 188 yuan per serving. Nevertheless, Ling Yu was unbothered and ordered an abundance of dishes for everyone to enjoy. After our meal, Ling Shui drove back to school, reluctant to forego a precious evening of leveling up. especially as millions across the globe were vying to be the first to achieve a professional status. Returning to the studio, the girls retreated to their respective rooms. While I returned to my assigned space, the large bed was adorned with soft, new bedding, and the treatment at Snow Moon Studio was beyond commendable. Perhaps Ling Yu had begun to see us as companions rather than mere employees. Upon going online, I immediately received a message from Ling Wei. "Ah, the scholar has already reached such a high level. Then, you should rush to level up now. Aim for level 40 to complete your job promotion." I readily agreed, and without taking the time to sell the equipment I had acquired in the early hours, I promptly stocked up on potions and made my way back to the graveyard where the hero's tomb was located. Chapter 53. A leaf to expedite my advancement. It was imperative to hunt higher-level undead creatures that I could manage. Thus, I opted for the skeletal mages in the depths of the cemetery, which were around level 45. These creatures possessed modest health and slow movement speed, making them ideal targets for my 1,000-blade arrow attack method. Upon entering the graveyard, I discovered that the monsters I had vanquished earlier that morning had respawned, aimlessly meandering throughout the cemetery. With practiced ease, I lured them in and unleashed a barrage of 1,000-blade arrows for area damage. With the Starcatcher bow in my possession, the process of monster grinding became a joyous endeavor, with the exhilarating rush of rapidly accumulating experience providing immense satisfaction. After half an hour, a multitude of skeletal mages lay defeated, transforming into experience points, allowing my experience to surge from 53 to 68 at level 38. The pace of my monster hunting was commendable. At that moment, a twinge of regret struck me. I should have brought someone along to collect the gold and equipment. This way, I could have focused solely on slaying monsters without wasting time gathering loot. Nonetheless, I found it difficult to abandon the thought of leaving behind the equipment and gold. So I diligently continued hunting for another half hour before spending 5 minutes gathering the spoils. When I finished off the second wave of monsters, Ling Shui had already logged in. I promptly lured more monsters while sending her a message. "Do you need help leveling up?" Ling Shui quickly replied, "Not for now. You should hurry and reach level 40 to become a formal archer." I chuckled and responded, "Ling Shui truly understands." Ling Shui immediately added, "Of course. Once you hit level 40, use your advanced 1,000-blade arrows to help me level up to 42. I was left speechless. At that moment, Ziyunair messaged me, "You're leveling up so fast." I replied, "Indeed. What are you up to?" Ziyunair responded, "Guizhi is using Black Dragon Wave to grind monsters. And I'm healing him. I'm leveling up quickly too." I smiled, and we all continued with our endeavors. This uncomplicated monster grinding, aided by the Starcatcher bow, allowed me to ascend levels rapidly. By 9 p.m., I had already surpassed level 39, and I could nearly accumulate 20 of experience every hour. This meant that by 1 a.m., I would be close to reaching level 40. Now, I could only hope that the foreign player would level up slower than I did. The other ladies in the studio formed a party to level up together. Ice-T and Silent Rain had also reached considerable levels, even monopolizing a training area outside, with 4 ladies claiming a small hill, forbidding anyone from approaching. Meanwhile, Ling Yu teamed up with Ling Shui, the stunning twin sisters, to grind monsters together. It was no wonder that players witnessing their collaboration would be left in awe, as both Ling Yu and Ling Shui were exceptionally beautiful, and their identical appearances created an unimaginable visual impact. It was hardly surprising that during dinner, with Ling Shui on my left and Ling Yu on my right, every time they smiled at me in unison, I felt as though I might faint from sheer happiness. Time slipped away gradually, and in the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. I returned to town for a potion refill and had reached 97 of experience at level 39. However, at that moment, the leading foreign player had already attained level 40 and was likely engaged in the class advancement quest. Without hesitation, I lured another wave of skeletal mages. And after a few minutes of grinding, a golden light showered down. I had finally reached the coveted height of level 40. Without further ado, I returned to town, made slight repairs to my equipment, and hurried to the vocational training center in Twilight City. Inside, the alluring and graceful archery instructor was observing the adventurers outside. Upon my approach, she displayed a look of surprise and said, "Young man, your skills have reached a new height. Do you wish to accept the new challenge and become a revered archer?" I promptly confirmed my acceptance. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the class advancement quest. A leaf. Current quest difficulty, 250. Quest details. It is rumored that to the northwest of Twilight City lies a small village called Roy, where a brave kingdom warrior has been injured. You are tasked with seeking out a leaf capable of healing his wounds. Deliver the leaf to the soldier, and he will provide you with the proof of courage necessary for your class advancement. It seemed I must first venture to that village. I immediately prepared and set off in the direction indicated by the quest, heading northwest. Along the way, numerous players grinding for experience noticed me, many recognizing my presence, pointing and exclaiming, "Wow, isn't that the top-ranked player from China, the young scholar?" A master. An enthusiastic player shouted, "Scholar, take us along for grinding. We will do whatever you want." I felt a surge of anxiety and quickened my pace, hastily retreating into the dense forest. Following the coordinates on the map, after about an hour of running, I finally arrived at the small village of Roy by a waterfront. At the village entrance, two NPC children were playing rock, paper, scissors. As I approached, one of them stood up and said, "Big brother, are you a traveler from afar? Please don't wander around. They say there are man-eating tree spirits to the west of the mountain." The other child chimed in, "Those tree spirits are terrifying. Brave Uncle Rhoda has already been injured and is now resting in the village's healer's care." I felt a slight jolt. This seemed to be a clue for my quest. Thus, I inquired, "Children, could you please tell me where the healer is located?" The child pointed. "That greenhouse over there." I hurried over, and indeed, inside the greenhouse were several beds. On one of them lay a middle-aged warrior, his leg bandaged and suspended in the air, bloodstains evident. Upon my entrance, the warrior's eyes brightened, and he said, "Young man, are you an adventurer from Twilight Kingdom?" I nodded. "Yes, I've come to help with your injury." The soldier named Rhoda exclaimed, "So the kingdom hasn't forgotten me. That's wonderful. All you need to do is retrieve a leaf from the elder tree spirit to heal my wounds. But those tree spirits are incredibly fearsome, so you must be cautious." Nearby, the elderly healer handed me a blackened stick, saying, "This is a torch that can burn for 2 hours. Once you enter the cave to the west of the mountain, you must kill the tree spirit elder within 2 hours to retrieve the leaf. Otherwise, you will be forever buried in that damp, dark environment." I took the torch, exited the small house, and opened my map, heading toward the western mountains. At this point, nobody had successfully completed the class advancement. I needed to finish the quest before that foreign player. Chapter 54, Successful Advancement. Outside Roy Village, the verdant grass stretched endlessly beneath the swaying shadows of trees. As I ventured a short distance, I suddenly spotted a goblin wearing a red hat, brandishing a small axe, charging towards me. I couldn't help but chuckle as I took a glance at the little goblin's attributes. Red Hat Goblin, Common Monster. Level, 35 attack, 140 to 210 defense, 40 health, 3000 attack type. Combo, Leaf Language. What a nostalgic little creature this is. I let out a light laugh, raised my starlight bow, and unleashed a fire arrow that soared through the air. 1946. The Goblin and Oppo's meager defense was utterly insufficient. My casual strike had already depleted more than half of its health. Before the goblin could close the distance, I swiftly notched another arrow, and it fell dead, dropping several silver coins and a bright red helmet. Upon examining the helmet, I found Red Goblin Helmet, Black Iron Item, Armor, Defense, 35 Strength for Agility, 10 Required Level, 30. I laughed heartily. Such equipment existed. While it offered minimal strength and reduced agility by 10 points, it seemed unlikely that any player not wearing white gear would find it appealing. Nevertheless, I tossed the helmet into my inventory. As I continued my journey, I encountered more Red Hat Goblins, each falling victim to my arrows in mere moments. I collected several more of the Red Goblin helmets, unwilling to waste such items, and stored them all in my bag. A few minutes later, to the west of the mountains, I discovered a cave. As I lit a torch and stepped inside, the map's title immediately changed to Tree Spirit Cave. In the dim light, I spotted a 2-meter-tall green tree spirit moving slowly. I quickly checked its attributes. Green Leaf Tree Spirit, Enhanced Monster, Level, 40 Attack, 280 to 420 Defense, 80 Health, 5000 Attack Type. Combo, I was taken aback. This Green Leaf Tree Spirit was significantly stronger than the Red Hat Goblins outside, boasting double their attack power. I drew an arrow and released a piercing shot. With a resounding thud, a pale light exploded against the tree spirit's trunk, causing it to shake as it lost 1241 health points. The Green Leaf Tree Spirit swiftly swung its branch-like arms and charged at me, delivering a painful blow that caused me to retreat. I quickly fired an ice arrow to slow it down, and with the combination of my piercing arrow, it took me nearly 5 minutes to defeat this small creature within the confines of the cave. To my surprise, the Green Leaf Tree Spirit dropped no silver coins and certainly no equipment. It was a veritable miser. Perhaps it was due to its status as a quest monster. I rationalized. At that moment, I ventured deeper into the cave and stumbled upon a spacious hall where 7 Green Leaf Tree Spirits encircled an Elder Tree Spirit, seemingly engaged in conversation. One of them exclaimed, "Those despicable humans dare to treat us as a testing stone for their trials. It is utterly infuriating." Another added, "The soldier who came last time nearly had his legs torn off by the Elder. He won't dare return." The elder tree spirit scoffed. Humph. Those pretentious humans are hardly a threat. Recently, a bothersome group of goblins has appeared outside. I captured one to eat, but that wretched red hat lodged in my throat, and it took me days to recover. The other green leaf tree spirits nodded in agreement. Indeed, those loathsome red hats have brought us to such distress. Hearing this, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Perhaps the goblin helmets I had collected on my journey could prove useful. In this chamber, there were a total of 8 monsters. Confronting them all at once would be tantamount to seeking my own demise unless I could find their weakness. Thus, I swiftly fired a fire arrow to lure one of the green leaf tree spirits towards me. As it approached, I deftly produced a red goblin helmet and accurately tossed it into its mouth. Instantly, the green leaf tree spirit clutched its throat, immobilized. Ding. System notification. The green leaf tree spirit is affected by the goblin helmet, reducing its attack power by 50, defense by 50, movement speed by 50, and health by 50. Lasting 600 seconds. Success. My heart swelled with delight. 10 minutes was ample time for me to accomplish much. At that moment, the remaining tree spirits charged towards me. I employed the same tactic, enduring a fair amount of punishment, and managed to stuff goblin helmets into the mouths of all the tree spirits, including the elder. Consequently, their attributes plummeted, and apart from the elder tree spirit, none could breach my defenses. I disregarded the other tree spirits and focused intently on the elder tree spirit. Piercing arrows exploded against the elder's chest, causing its ancient bark to splinter and shatter. Within 5 minutes, the elder tree spirit, the primary quest monster, finally collapsed, yielding no coins or equipment, only a single leaf. I hurriedly seized the leaf and dashed out of the cave. Discarding the torch, I raced towards Roy Village, hoping to be the first player to achieve a promotion before anyone else could claim the honor. When I handed the leaf to Soldier Rhoda, he exclaimed with excitement, "Young one, your bravery has proven your capability. Here, accept this as a testament to your courage." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, a leaf. Receiving the quest item, Proof of Courage. Take this proof to your mentor to advance your class. The proof of courage was essentially a promotion recommendation. I was overwhelmed with exhilaration as I rushed back to the city, sprinting at a speed of 120 yards into the vocational training center. Upon presenting the proof of courage to the archery trainer, her face lit up with astonishment. "Young one, you are truly remarkable. Come, this is your honor." Ding. System notification. You have completed the class advancement quest, earning the title, Archer. As the first player to achieve promotion, you receive an additional reward, Evasion. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated through the city. Ding. System notification. Player Lighthearted Scholar, China, has successfully advanced, becoming the first player to obtain class promotion, earning 1,000 reputation. In less than 3 seconds, another notification chimed. Ding. System notification. Player Uncle Sam, USA, has successfully advanced, becoming the second player to achieve class promotion, earning 300 reputation. Chapter 55. Heartbeat cover. I swiftly glanced at the skill book rewarded by the system. Evasion, a certain probability of dodging physical attacks from enemies. The effect varies according to the skill level, requires the archer to be level 40. Without hesitation, I immediately learned this skill. After all, it could play a crucial role in duels between archers and melee classes. At this moment, Ling Shui sent me a message. You did well. In less than a second, congratulatory messages from Zi Yuner, Jian Hua Long Hun, Jian Hua Xing Tian, and Jian Hua Gui Ji flooded in. However, what caught my attention was a message from Ling Yu. Log off immediately. We are celebrating. A bit bewildered, I removed my helmet. It was already 2 in the morning. As I stepped outside, I saw Ling Yu emerge from her room, clad in a light blue nightgown, her beautiful face radiating joy. She rushed forward and gave me an enthusiastic embrace, exclaiming, "Scholar, you truly ranked first. You are the pride of our Shui Yu studio." I was merely in a shirt, feeling the soft pressure of her delicate form against my chest, a sensation that was almost maddening. Ling Yu soon realized her moment of exuberance and, blushing, released me, straightening her attire to regain composure. Meanwhile, the other girls from the Shui Yu studio had also appeared, stifling their laughter at the scene. Ling Yu bit her lip and said, "I need to continue leveling up to achieve promotion within 2 hours. I'm off to practice." With that, she dashed back into her room. I called out, "Aren't we celebrating?" A voice came from Ling Yu's room. "Have iced tea, make you a bag of instant noodles. Add an egg. Consider it a reward." I was at a loss for words, while iced tea chuckled, "Scholar, do you need me to cook noodles?" I shook my head, smiling. "No need. My noodle cooking skills are exceptional." Iced tea then playfully stretched and sat across from me, saying, "In that case, why don't you cook some for me too? After all, I'm still far from level 40. No need to rush. I thought for a moment and replied, all right, just a moment. Instant noodles were a staple in the studio, and I quickly found 2 packets, adding 2 eggs. In no time, a delightful aroma filled the air. While it wasn't tea gourmet, at this late hour, instant noodles felt like a feast. I placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table, sitting opposite iced tea. I broke apart the chopsticks and said with a smile, eat while it's hot. After you finish, have some water, then you can wash up and sleep. Iced tea smiled slightly, thank you. I must admit, iced tea was quite graceful while eating. One hand held the noodles while the other tucked her hair behind her ear. And soon, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. At that moment, Ziyu and Xiatian emerged from their room. Xiatian immediately rushed over, exclaiming, what smells so good? Iced tea quickly finished the last of her broth, then said, Scholar S instant noodles. Xiatian turned to me, Scholar, could you make me a bowl? I raised an eyebrow, replying with poise, not a chance. Girls should learn to cook for themselves, otherwise, no one will want you in the future. Xiatian puffed up her petite chest defiantly, I have this. Meanwhile, Ziyu appeared worried and headed to the kitchen to cook noodles. Soon, a burnt smell wafted through, prompting Xiatian to scold. Ziyu, you silly girl. You only added that little water. Do you think it's a snail's bath? Ziyu looked flustered, while iced tea licked her lips, laughing. This little girl Ziyu is just a bit clumsy. Otherwise, she is quite lovely. I chuckled. Well, you should get some rest. I'm going back to sleep. Iced tea smiled slightly. Oh, I'll take a shower and then sleep. You go ahead. Her words carried a hint of intimacy, causing me to pause momentarily, and soon, Iced T's face flushed as she hurriedly grabbed her nightgown and entered the bathroom. Returning to my room, I listened to the cheerful banter of Ziyu and Xiatian outside, slowly succumbing to sleep. Initially, I had only 5 hours of sleep today, but now I could finally catch up on some rest. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, I encountered numerous figures in my dreams, some laughing, some weeping, people gathering and parting, destinies intertwining and fading. 5 years ago, countless friends now unknown to me. I remembered that year, when the top player of Yuheng patted my shoulder and said, Brother, the wolves of the north are yours to handle. Little did I know how many would remember that young expert who led thousands of Chinese players to thrice wash Japan's main city. That young man who roared defiantly amidst a sea of 1,000,000 enemies' corpses in northern China, a name that struck fear into countless Japanese players. Tang Song Yuan Ming Qing. That year, I was young, with countless dreams gradually coming to fruition. Everything felt as beautiful as a fantasy. I believed I would find my own love. Yet, unexpectedly, a great fire took everything from me. But I had always told myself, no matter how many trials or betrayals I faced, I must confront them with a smile. One cannot lose to oneself. And today, I finally reached the pinnacle of the world for the first time in the sequel of Yuheng, Ling Tong. In my heart, there was but one belief: to reclaim the glory and honor of yesteryear and create a myth belonging to Ling Tong alongside the girls from the studio. The following morning, I opened my eyes to see leaves swaying against the windowsill, dew dripping. Glancing at the time, it was only 7 a.m., seeming too early to rise. Just as I intended to sleep a bit longer, I heard a familiar male voice outside. Where's Ling Yu? Is you not here? My heart sank. That voice was unmistakably Wang Junjie. What was he doing at the Shuiyu studio? Then, I heard what seemed to be Iced Tea and Appo's voice. Director Ling doesn't he live here? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Wang Junjie replied, fine. I'll check. Hey, Ziyu, don't block the door. Ziyu retorted, this is my room. Why should I let you in? Wang Junjie became furious. Stop wasting time. Where are you hiding, you? Let her out. I have something to discuss with her. Iced Tea interjected. If you have something to say, just call her. Why come here yourself? Wang Junjie shouted, a you is my girlfriend. Of course, I need to find her. Iced Tea laughed doubtfully. What a joke. Hearing this, I could no longer sit still and threw off the covers, intending to see what was happening. Just then, my door swung open, and I saw Ling Yu tiptoeing towards me, wrapped in a towel. The contours of her body were subtly revealed beneath the fabric. Her youthful form almost tantalizing, with her smooth white legs captivating my gaze with each step. Ling Yu, I exclaimed in surprise. Ling Yu quickly gestured for silence, hurriedly closed the door, glanced around, and then climbed onto my bed. Chapter 56. Morning spring light. I stood in astonishment, rendered speechless as Ling Wei cautiously stepped over me, the bath towel precariously clinging to her form. In a swift motion, she flung back the covers, dug beneath them, and pulled me toward her, her eyes wide with urgency. Stop gaping. Quickly shield me. Sit up and don't let Wang Junjie discover I'm here. Furrowing my brow, I had pieced together most of the situation, so I turned onto my side, partially covering myself with the blanket, and whispered, Are you truly that afraid of Wang Junjie? Lingyue pouted. There are things you wouldn't understand. Just help me get through this. I was at a loss for words when, at that moment, someone pushed open my bedroom door. Lingyue hastily concealed herself under the blankets, her petite frame pressed tightly against my chest. Unbeknownst to us, the alabaster bath towel had slipped away, and in a moment of unfortunate distraction, I caught a glimpse of Lingyue's. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry to shield herself from my view, she bit her lip and tugged at the towel. However, the expensive bed gave an excited creak, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward, landing squarely in my embrace. My shirt, still unbuttoned, allowed for an intimate contact between us, the softness of her body sending my heart racing at an alarming pace. At that moment, Ziyue peeked in from the doorway, declaring to the outside, "You see, there's a scholar sleeping in this room. Do you really think Lingyue would share a bed with him?" Wang Junjie seemed unconvinced and was about to enter. Just then, Ice-T swiftly placed a hand on the door to block his entrance. As he looked on in surprise, she firmly stated, "If you don't even believe this much about Lingyue, how can you call yourself her boyfriend? You think you're worthy of her?" Wang Junjie frowned, huffing. "Since a uisnt here, I'll let it go for now." I turned to him, asking, "What brings you here?" He scoffed, "What do you think? The company purchased this suite, so why shouldn't I come here? Meanwhile, you, as a member of the Shuyue studio, are still asleep at this hour? Humph. I'll be sure to mention this to you." I chuckled. "Then I appreciate your concern, but no need to see me off. Ice-T, please close the door. I need to catch a bit more sleep." With a slight smile, Ice-T raised an eyebrow at Wang Junjie, urging, "Why don't you step outside? Don't be so oblivious." He grunted again and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Summer, eager to enter my room, was promptly denied by Ice-T. Once the door was firmly shut, I let out a long sigh, sensing that Lingyue had also relaxed, though her delicate body remained tense against me. The view beneath the covers was obscured, but Lingyue clung tightly to me. Lowering my gaze, I murmured, "Wang Junjie is going to report to you that I'm still asleep." Lingyue's face turned scarlet, yet she feigned calm, quickly retreating a bit and using the towel to shield herself. "I understand. We'll handle this later. Now, you must go and fetch me a set of clothes." I immediately rose, relinquishing the covers to her. The moment I distanced myself, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over me. But seeing her wrapped in the blanket stirred a ripple of emotion within me. After hastily dressing, Lingyue reached out her fair arm to grasp my shirt's hem, whispering, "Please don't mention this to anyone. If they ask." Her beautiful gaze swept my room before she pointed to the corner trash bin. "If they inquire, just say I'm hiding in there." I couldn't help but laugh. "Well, hiding like a kitten is one thing, but you, really?" Lingyue shot me a glare. "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. All right, I'll comply." I acquiesced, stepping out, only to discover that after our contact, my own body had also reacted unexpectedly. Alarmed, I crouched down, clutching my stomach. As Ice-T and Ziyue stared at me wide-eyed from outside, I feigned composure, saying, "Lingyue was just hiding in my room for a moment. Please go fetch her some clothes. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Ziyue promptly went to retrieve the attire, while Summer inquired with a teasing tone, "Lingyue was hiding in your room?" "Where exactly?" I replied, "Behind the cardboard box." Summer giggled. "Oh, I see." Before long, Lingyue emerged from my room wearing a light yellow dress. After glancing at me, she settled onto the sofa, stating, "I've managed to evade trouble this time. Hopefully, I can enjoy a week of peace." Ice-T poured her a glass of juice, asking, "Care to share what transpired? You seemed quite apprehensive around Wang." Lingyue offered a wry smile. "Apprehensive? Hardly. I merely worry about my father's reaction." "Never mind. It's best you don't know. But you all witnessed it. Wang Junjie has become bolder by the day, and my future might be challenging." I sat silently, absorbed in thought, while Lingyue cast a deep glance my way, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. After a moment, Ice-T broke the tension with a light laugh. "Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters, Lingyue. Rest assured, with us around, you won't suffer. Even if Wang is formidable, does he possess the power to see everything? Humph. Next time, we'll give him a piece of our minds." Lingyue smiled gently, as if a spring breeze had passed through. "All right," Ice-T continued. "Let us update each other on what has transpired since last night. I've compiled the information. Among the 7 of us in the studio, the Scholar and Lingyue have officially leveled up, making you two among the top 10 players globally to achieve this. Meanwhile, I and Silent Rain have reached level 36, and I believe will be promoted soon. Lingxue informed me before logging off that she's nearing level 38. She should advance even quicker. As for you two, Ziyue and Summer, perhaps you should share your progress?" Summer chimed in. "Ziyue and I are both at level 35. We were at 36, but unfortunately, during leveling last night. We met an untimely end and dropped back to 35. Linghua looked surprised. How did that happen? Were you not training together safely? Ziyue admitted her fault. I accidentally misclicked and stabbed Summer, leading to my demise at the hands of a monster. Linghua gasped, impressive. At that moment, Silent Rain emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, for breakfast, each of you will enjoy a fried egg and a bowl of corn soup. I hope you like it. I was pleasantly surprised, not realizing Silent Rain had such culinary skills. As we savored the delightful breakfast, Iced Tea inquired, Linghua, do you have any plans for this morning? Linghua replied, we'll decide once we're online. I haven't formulated a plan yet. If there are no collective tasks, continue leveling up. Once we reach level 40, we can promote, and after promotion, our professional skills will ascend to a higher tier, making monster hunting much more efficient. Iced Tea smiled gently. Sounds good. Chapter 57. Evasion. After finishing my meal and logging in, I found myself in the square of Twilight City. I opened my friends list. But Ling Shui had yet to come online, likely still enjoying her slumber. The mere thought of her adorable sleeping face brought a smile to my lips. Among Jianhua's members, only Long Hun was online. It seemed that Zi Yuner and Xing Tian had logged off. Notably, Jianhua Guizhi had already reached level 40, suggesting that he must have officially advanced. Upon reviewing the Chinese leaderboard, I noticed new changes. 1. Qing Feng Lanyu, level 40, Mage 2. Qing Guangshu Sheng, level 40, Archer 3. Jianhua Guizhi, level 40, Dark Mage 4. Zhanhun Ao Tian, level 39, Apprentice Berserker 5. Jianhua Xing Tian, level 38, Apprentice Berserker 6. Qing Feng Fei Shui, level 38, Apprentice Swordsman 7. Zhanhun Feng Lu, level 37, Apprentice Mage 8. Zhanhun Tai Yi, level 37, Apprentice Mage 9. Ao Shi Kuang Run, level 37, Apprentice Berserker 10. Tianji Jiaozi, level 36, Apprentice Mage. The Chinese region had already seen 3 players officially advance, and I was confident that Zhanhun Ao Tian, Jianhua Xing Tian, and Ling Shui would also achieve this milestone within the day. We had reached a critical juncture in the game, where the gap between high-end and low-end players would rapidly widen. The fact that 3 members of Zhanhun made the list attested to the prowess of this leading Chinese gaming team. Jianhua, too, was not far behind, with 2 players ranking prominently. As for the boastful Ao Shi, only their leader, Ao Shi Kuang Run, had made the leaderboard, raising questions about the resources expended to elevate his level so significantly. When it came to true strength, there was no doubt that the Shuiyu studio was currently at its peak, with both Ling Yu and I occupying the top 2 spots, while Ling Shui held the 6th position. It was evident that the strength of Shuiyu was commendable, yet the game was unpredictable. Who knew what might transpire in the next moment? The levels of the top players were closely contested, and it was likely that the entire top 10 could change within half a month. At that moment, Ling Yu logged in and informed me that there was nothing pressing at the moment, suggesting I train my skills if I was in a good mood. I was indeed in high spirits, but what I desired more was to earn some gold. Thus, I retrieved dozens of black iron equipment pieces ranging from level 30 to 40 from my warehouse and laid them out in a row at the Eastgate Square of Twilight City, shouting at the top of my lungs, high-grade equipment clearance sale. Even if you don't buy, come take a look. Before long, a throng of high-level players gathered around. I scanned the crowd and noticed many wore impressive gear, with several boasting 25 bronze items. However, some of these bronze pieces were of too low a level. After all, how could a level 10 bronze item compare to a level 30 black iron piece? Thus, many approached my stall with the hope of finding something exceptional. Soon, a young warrior took an interest in a wrist guard that added 12 points to strength. How much for this wrist guard? Give me a fair price, he inquired. I glanced at him and replied, a legitimate businessman always offers fair prices. This wrist guard is not for less than 50 gold coins. The young warrior looked at his coin pouch, his expression reluctant as he stared at the wrist guard in a daze. I sighed and asked, how much do you have? 24 gold coins, he admitted. To be honest, I wasn't cut out for business because I was too soft-hearted. So, I sold the wrist guard for 20 gold coins. And seeing the young warrior leave joyfully with his new acquisition filled me with a sense of satisfaction. After this inaugural sale, the floodgates opened, and the crowd was finally willing to part with their gold. Those clad in low-level black iron gear eagerly exchanged for new equipment. However, I adhered to a principle. Black iron equipment of level 30 or above would not be sold for less than 10 gold coins. But I would not price them above 50 gold coins either, as the attributes of black iron gear dictated their worth, and excessive pricing would deter buyers. In less than half an hour, I successfully completed numerous transactions. When my inventory of black iron equipment was completely cleared, I had amassed over 500 gold coins. Coupled with the 700 gold coins I earned from frantic leveling the previous day, I had become a wealthy player with a total of 300 gold coins. If I exchanged all of this for RMB, I would be on my way to becoming a millionaire. Once my equipment was sold out, I headed to repair my gear. The durability of my star-seeking bow had diminished by half, and the repair cost a staggering 42 gold coins. Fortunately, I had an abundance of gold, so it was of little concern. I also purchased a full inventory of red and blue potions, ready to venture out and practice my new skills. As the world's first player to officially advance, I had received a skill specific to my class. Evasion level, beginner effect, 2 chance to evade physical attacks. I speculated that as this skill leveled up, my ability to evade physical attacks would significantly improve. Presently at 2, if each skill upgrade doubled the effect, the intermediate skill would provide 4, the advanced skill 6, the master level 8, and the divine level might even reach 10, or possibly higher. Lost in thought, I couldn't help but smile. This skill would undoubtedly be a prized asset for an archer. Therefore, I teleported back to the novice village. Venturing deep into the dense forest, I attracted the attention of several goblins with an attack power of only 48, then stood still and allowed them to strike me. After 2 minutes, the goblins finally missed their attack, and my evasion skill proficiency increased by 10 points. I was overjoyed and continued to draw in more goblins, resulting in rapid gains in my evasion skill and Oppos's proficiency. I focused solely on preserving my health, determined not to fall. Soon after, a few novice players who had just emerged from the novice village spotted me from a distance, astonished. Look over there. There and Oppos's an idiot. He letting the monsters hit him without fighting back. And he doesn't and amp. Oppos's to even know to run for his life. One exclaimed. Another novice retorted, you and amp. Oppos's, the idiot. Can't you see he is surrounded by monsters? How can he escape? Should we save him? One asked. Save him? No way. Let us just wait here until he dies. We'll grab the loot, replied another. Thus, several novice players hid behind a large tree, waiting for me to perish. Half an hour later, I finally heard a system notification. Ding. System notification. Your skill, evasion, has leveled up to intermediate. I quickly checked the skill attributes. Evasion level. Intermediate effect. 6 chance to evade physical attacks. In an instant, I was rendered speechless with excitement. This skill must have been at least a golden level skill. Its effectiveness had grown tremendously, tripling in value. If I trained my evasion skill to the divine level, it could very well exceed 20, which would be nothing short of extraordinary. Overcome with exhilaration, I continued to consume potions and practice my skill. Just then, I received a message from Lingyu. Scholar, hurry to the west gate of Twilight City. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, you're in big trouble. Startled, I realized Lingyu must have something urgent to convey, as she wouldn't have sent such a message otherwise. I promptly drew my star-seeking bow, unleashing a 1,000-blade arrow that struck the goblins, each taking over 1,000 damage and collapsing in an instant. In the distance, the novice players who had been waiting in awe were left speechless. Holy cow, that's not an idiot. We're the idiots. I quickly dashed back to the novice village and teleported back to Twilight City. The distance from the east gate to the west gate was approximately 5 minutes, and I ran with all my might. Upon my arrival at Shimen, I was greeted by the sight of Lingwei, Lingxue, and Ice-T, along with a number of other ladies from the Snow Moon studio, all appearing quite exhilarated. As for Lingxue, I must have been so engrossed in honing my skills that I failed to notice her earlier entrance. Breathless, I approached Lingxue and Lingwei, inquiring, what has transpired? With a gentle smile, Lingxue replied, players from the Blue Star group who were sent into the game for logging have been PK and Amp, Oppos, D. We shall head over there to teach those oblivious fellows a lesson. Chapter 58. We must form a team. I immediately gripped my star-chasing bow and smiled. Let us hasten on. Lingwei cast a sidelong glance at me, retorting with mild annoyance. Why do you resemble Lingxue so much? You get all excited at the mere mention of a PK? Lingxue and I exchanged amused glances, while Bingtian unsheathed her sword and chimed in. Then shall we set off? Lingwei smiled slightly, gripping her flame staff, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of her mouth. Let us go. Let those ruffians realize that Shuya is not to be trifled with. Thus, under Lingwei and Oppos' guidance, we surged towards our objective. At the western gate of Twilight City lay a dense forest, rich with precious timber, and our target was the logging area of the Qinghua Wood. Qinghua Wood, obtainable only through intermediate logging skills, served as an essential material for crafting buildings and sturdy bows, making it the sole area in Twilight City where such timber could be harvested. This was likely the root of the ensuing conflict. The fragrance of wildflowers filled the air as Ling Xue's graceful figure darted ahead of us. It was no surprise, given that her moonshadow cloak granted a 10 boost to movement speed. Ever aware, she would pause on the grassy knoll ahead, her charming demeanor stirring hearts. After approximately half an hour, upon our arrival, we discovered dozens of players, all at level 15, trapped outside the woods, each adorned with the name Xue prefixed to their own. Unquestionably, this group comprised employees of the Blue Star Group. A middle-aged man, bearing the title of logger, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "These bullies! Why do they claim this forest as their own? Now we cannot gather materials, nor can we improve our skill proficiency. How are we to practice this production profession?" I was taken aback, recognizing him as a veteran from the operations department. At that moment, Ling Yue had already pushed through the crowd, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The group of production players responded respectfully, "Director Ling." The middle-aged man pointed toward the forest, indignantly stating, "Those ruffians have killed us once, causing us to lose half the timber we harvested, and the senior combat players assigned to us by Wang have also been slain." Ling Yue's expression darkened as she stepped forward, and we from the studio quickly followed. I opened my character interface, activating all my equipment effects, creating a dazzling display of light. Ling Yue and Ling Xue's gear was equally impressive, rendering the two lovely maidens irresistibly appealing to onlookers. At that moment, the group occupying the Qinghua would emerged, nearly 50 players, each displaying the title of Aoshi above their heads. Humph. It was them again. Ling Xue's expression turned icy. I too felt a wave of displeasure. The Aoshi family was like a persistent pest, impossible to drive away. Among the crowd, Aoshi Quangren stepped forward, surveying us with a disdainful grin. I wondered who it was. The renowned female mage, Qingfeng Lanyue, and that so-called light-hearted scholar Anqingfeng Feishua. How delightful to see 3 of the top 10 from the leaderboard here. Ling Yue coldly retorted, "Aoshi Quangren. What do you mean by this? The woods in this game do not belong solely to your Aoshi family. Why must you slay our Shueyue members and loot their materials?" Aoshi Quangren chuckled, "Very well. Let me make this clear. From now on, this Qinghua wood belongs to Aoshi. You Shueyue will need to find another location. If you dare to dispute this, then reclaim it from us, though I doubt you possess the capability." Clearly, Aoshi's players numbered around 50, many being high-level players between levels 30 and 33. If a fight were to ensue, despite our decent levels, victory seemed improbable. However, nearly half of Aoshi's members bore red names. This might be our opportunity. Observing Aoshi Quangren's arrogant demeanor, Ling Yue smiled faintly, but conveyed in the team channel, "Prepare for action." Ling Xue, wielding her radiant sword, beamed with excitement. "I'll take the lead and draw the fire." "Bingtian, will you join me?" Bingtian raised her sword, responding, "I'd be delighted to accompany you." At this moment, Ziyue had already entered stealth mode. As a level 35 assassin, her presence would be nearly undetectable to the enemy. Luoyu Wuxing retrieved iron arrows from her quiver, cheerfully announcing in the team channel, "I'll handle their priest." Last summer, she summoned a level 31 giant wolf, which charged toward the enemy leader, Aoshi Quangren, without waiting for orders. Ling Yue issued a firm command in the team channel, "Commence the attack." No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed a prepared inferno wave, scorching the leading enemy mages and reducing their health by half, leaving them aghast. Ling Xue, like a whirlwind, reached Aoshi Quangren, her radiant sword bursting forth with light. A sweeping strike. 1059. 1184. 2 damage numbers leapt above Aoshi Quangren's head, depleting his health completely. He stood agape, unable to comprehend how this delicate maiden could possess such formidable power. With a swift motion, Ziyue's dagger slashed across Aoshi Quangren's throat. In an instant, he fell without a sound, succumbing to the combined assault of the two maidens. Simultaneously, Xiatian's fire arrow obliterated a mage, while Bingtian plunged into the enemy ranks, her sword glinting coldly as she swiftly dispatched 2 red-named priests. As for me, I had unwittingly maneuvered to the right side of the Aoshi family's position. When the mages hiding behind noticed my presence, they were stricken with alarm, exclaiming, "When did the light-hearted scholar get here? Warriors and berserkers, move up quickly." Alas, it was too late. My star-chasing bow shimmered, and the 7 blades arrow rained down upon their priests and mages, resulting in a cascade of damage numbers: 876, 764, 578, 1027. Undoubtedly, my attacks were lethally effective. A single volley of 7 blades arrow had felled several enemy mages, and as I unleashed another barrage, despair filled the eyes of their remaining mages and priests. The sounds of combat echoed as a multitude of mages and priests transformed into white light, returning to the city. My volley of 7 blades arrow could diminish nearly 80 of a mage's health, an amount no priest could possibly recover. Simultaneously, the system notifications rang in my ears. Ding. System notice. You have slain player Aoshi Xiaoxiong, earning 100 evil points. Ding. System notice. You have slain player Aoshi Nguan, earning 100 evil points. Ding. System notice. You have slain player Aoshi Kanjian, earning 100 evil points. Ding. System notice. You have slain player Aoshi Quangfeng, earning 100 evil points. In the blink of an eye, my name had transformed into a striking crimson. Chapter 59. Continuous demotion. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before me. Unmistakably the stealthy assassin, Aoshi Bloodthirst. This was not my first encounter with Aoshi Bloodthirst, and a slight smile played on my lips as I swiftly retreated. I noticed a flash of red light where I had just stood, indicating that Aoshi Bloodthirst's ambush had missed its mark, perhaps caught off guard by my speed. A look of venomous hatred crossed Aoshi's face as he lunged at me once more, dagger in hand. However, I would not allow him to act with such impunity for long. As the string of my starlight bow sang, a glimmering arrow of ice shot forth. 1289. A damage number soared above Aoshi Bloodthirst's head. It was evident that he had not anticipated my formidable attack power. Yet, he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily before charging at me again. Observing his severely depleted health, I could not help but smile. Aoshi Bloodthirst had slain numerous players from the Snow Moon Guild, and karma was now upon him. With a swift motion, I drew back the starlight bow and unleashed my shimmering dagger. With a soft thud, it struck. 564. The shimmering dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, leaving a crimson mark on Aoshi Bloodthirst's neck. Gradually, he knelt beside me, his form fading into a wisp of white light, while an array of potions and equipment scattered around. Ding. System notification. Player Aoshi Bloodthirst has been killed. Due to his sin value exceeding 100, his level has decreased to 34, with 300 sin points remaining. Ding. System notification. Player Aoshi Bloodthirst has been killed. Due to his sin value exceeding 100, his level has decreased to 33, with 200 sin points remaining. Ding. System notification. Player Aoshi Bloodthirst has been killed. Due to his sin value exceeding 100, his level has decreased to 32, with 100 sin points remaining. Ding. System notification. Player Aoshi Bloodthirst has been killed. Due to his sin value exceeding 100, his level has decreased to 31, with 0 sin points remaining. As I gazed at the flurry of system messages in astonishment, it dawned on me that the penalties for being a red name in the game were quite severe. Each kill resulted in a level drop upon death. The unfortunate Aoshi Bloodthirst plummeted from level 35 to 31, enough to leave him in despair for a while. Turning around, I noticed Lingxue and Lingwei already tidying up the battlefield. The opposing mages and priests had been swiftly dispatched by me, leaving them without support, while the berserkers and swordsmen could hardly inflict any damage upon Lingxue and Lingwei. Meanwhile, Ice-T, who was also a red name, was desperately chugging health potions after running out of health. I surveyed the scene and saw that every member of the Snow Moon studio bore the mark of a red name, with mine shining the brightest, almost blackened in hue. The red of my Qi-Yin armor more vivid than ever. Lingxue approached me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Fool, how much sin value do you have now? I opened my attribute panel and checked. 1,500 points. Lingxue smirked. If you die now, you'll drop back to level 25. Hee. My mental arithmetic is pretty good, right? I could only respond with a sigh. Yes, Lingxue's math skills are indeed impressive. Just then, Ice-T stood up and addressed the production players from Aoshi. Your backup has been wiped out. Now get out of here. I don't wish to harm you. The Aoshi production players exchanged uncertain glances before one by one exiting the woods, while the players from Snow Moon entered in succession to harvest birch wood and enhance their production skills. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly floated above Twilight City. System announcement. Player Aoshi Madman shouts Snow Moon members, if you have the guts, wait for me. I'll be bringing people over soon. Qingfeng Lanyu, Qinghuang Shusheng, Qingfeng Feishue, just you wait. If I don't kill you today and drop you back to level 0, I, Aoshi Madman, will no longer show my face in Twilight City. Lingxue clearly received this message as well, chuckling. A system shout costs 5,000 gold. This Aoshi family sure is wealthy. Lingxue asked with a smile. Sister, should we avoid them? If they bring a few hundred low-level players for us to kill, wouldn't we be at a loss? Lingxue chuckled. Well then, let us do as Schweder suggests. But Ice-T interjected. If we leave, what will happen to our production players when Aoshi's people come back? Lingxue frowned for a moment, then resolutely replied. Then we shall stay. However many come, we shall eliminate them. I refuse to believe we cannot suppress Aoshi's arrogance. I nodded in agreement, smiling. Yes. That sounds best. Lingyue smiled at me, but said nothing more. Just then, I received a message. It was from Xion. What is going on? I opened the communicator and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Xion seemed worried and said, I'll take a look at this matter. Within minutes, Jianhua Longhun sent a message. Brother, I'm aware of your situation. I was a bit puzzled but refrained from asking further. Not long after, the combat players from Snow Moon who had been killed returned, mostly low-level novices, and for the seasoned veterans who usually lounged in the office. Leveling up these amateurs was no simple task. Ling Xue and Ice-T had gathered the equipment dropped by the Aoshi players, and Ling Xue cheerfully reported, Sister, for pieces of bronze gear, 24 pieces of black iron gear, 5 white items, and 3 rough items. Ling Yue smiled slightly. Let us head back to Twilight City and set up shop, tarnishing Aoshi's reputation. Ling Xue beamed. Yes, good. But my sin value has reached 500. I need to continuously kill monsters for 5 hours to revert to white name. Ling Wei replied, You're fortunate. I'll need to grind for 10 hours to return to white. But Shuxing has it even worse. I could only shake my head in exasperation. Please spare me the salt in the wound. Ling Wei chuckled. Don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to bring us potions, so we can focus on leveling up. That was the only option left. Yet the looming concern remained. How would we contend with Aoshi's impending retaliation? After nearly 20 more minutes, a large number of Aoshi family players finally emerged in the distance. They did not approach, instead gathering their ranks, evidently waiting to amass sufficient numbers to deliver a crushing blow to our Snow Moon Guild. I glanced at my companions. All 6 members of the studio bore the mark of a red name, while the 20 or so newly arrived Snow Moon players appeared rather weak, likely to be mere fodder. Just as Lingyue had mentioned earlier, to truly dominate the game, we needed our own talent. Relying solely on the pampered white-collar workers from the company would never suffice. A few minutes later, Aoshi had assembled over 200 players, their game IDs prominently beginning with Aoshi as they slowly advanced. Leading the charge, Aoshi Madman sneered from a distance and shouted, Damn it. This time I'll see how many of you I can kill. I'll make sure all 3 of you drop out of the top 10 in levels. Chapter 60. Swordfire and Snow Moon. As I beheld the fierce and arrogant countenance of the arrogant world madman, Ling Xue could not restrain herself from murmuring, What a despicable person. I was momentarily taken aback and replied, Exercise some restraint. Ling Xue hesitated for a moment, then looked up at me. Her beautiful face radiating an intoxicating smile as she said, I simply cannot find any other words to describe him. At that moment, Ziyue appeared somewhat anxious, stating, They have over 200 people. Can we withstand them? Ling Wei sighed softly. Let us do what we can. We may truly fall below level 30 here. Nearby, a player from Snow Moon suggested, Why don't we escape? A wise man avoids immediate losses. Ling Wei chuckled lightly and asked, Scholar, what do you think? I replied firmly, I am rather stubborn. I believe that in a narrow path, only the brave prevail. If we show cowardice today, we shall never hope to contend with arrogant world in Twilight City, and shall forever tremble beneath their blades. Ling Yue smiled gently. Well said. Ling Xue also wore a look of delight, holding her radiant sword and proclaiming, Then let us embrace the spirit of bravery today. Ice-T raised her sword with enthusiasm, saying, Let us face this together. If we fall, we fall. Silent Rain gripped her longbow and added, Do not be so disheartened. We do have some opportunities. Ziyue and Xia Tian exchanged smiles, but said nothing. The arrogant world madman sneered, commanding, Charge. Eliminate them. Without hesitation, Ling Yue cast a crimson flame seed directly ahead, causing several of the advancing arrogant world players to halt in their tracks. The arrogant world madman urged his comrades, What are you afraid of? If you die, I'll compensate you with 10,000. It was clear that the arrogant world madman was from a wealthy family, as evidenced by his generous demeanor. As the wave of arrogant world players surged forward, Ling Xue turned to me and said, Fool, prioritize killing those with red names. That way, you can avoid losing too many levels. I smiled slightly. If I drop to level 25, will you look down on me? Ling Xue chuckled softly. Silly. Of course not. I will help you level up. I smiled again, the scene feeling profoundly poignant, as if I would have no regrets, even in death. But just then, chaos erupted behind the arrogant world ranks, a cacophony of battle cries rising as a throng of high-level players surged forth. Their blades aimed squarely at the arrogant world family. Ling Xue blinked in surprise, exclaiming, What is that? Ling Yue was equally stunned, murmuring, Swordfire Dragon Soul. Swordfire Executioner. Why are they here? In the distance, numerous high-level players joined the fray, each bearing the name Swordfire above their heads. A dozen arrogant world players were instantly torn to shreds amidst flashes of white light. Enraged, the arrogant world madman shouted, "What have we done to incur the wrath of Swordfire? Why do you oppose us?" Swordfire Dragon Soul raised his weapon and declared, "Brothers, if the arrogant world does not attack, we shall not attack. However, if they dare to harm Snowmoon, it will be a declaration of war against us." Swordfire Executioner swung his battle axe, laughing boastfully. "Heh, I have yet to experience the thrill of eliminating more than 10 players in one go, arrogant world. Why not indulge me a little more?" Swordfire Ghost Flame, clad in a vanishing suit, resembled a soul-harvesting specter lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Ziyun smiled gently at me from a distance. Soon, several key figures from Swordfire, accompanied by a multitude of high-level players, approached us, while the arrogant world madman and arrogant world bloodthirst stood not far off. Suppressing his fury, the arrogant world madman hissed, "Dragon Soul, what do you mean by this? Speak plainly, or we shall not hold back." Dragon Soul replied with a smile, "Speak plainly? I have already stated that if you attack Snowmoon, it is a declaration of war against us. It is that simple." The arrogant world madman retorted angrily, "What does that mean? Are you trying to protect Snowmoon?" Ghost Flame, who had remained silent, coldly interjected, "Enough with the pleasantries. Today, we of Swordfire are clearly here to protect Snowmoon. What will you do about it?" "Humph. Your group is hardly a match for us." Clearly, the 200 members of the arrogant world were at a disadvantage in both level and equipment compared to Swordfire, which had nearly 500 members, all sporting the Swordfire prefix, presenting a formidable front that even the arrogant world could not ignore. The arrogant world madman's face turned ashen as he said, "Are you implying that Swordfire has become Snowmoon's lapdog? Have you forgotten your initial declaration of independence in this game?" Swordfire Dragon Soul scoffed, "If it is for friends, for brothers, that is a different matter." With a grim expression, the arrogant world madman pointed to the nearby birch forest, stating, "This is a resource area for all players in Twilight City. If you occupy it, what will happen to those of us wishing to gather wood?" Dragon Soul chuckled, dismissively replying, "You must be mistaken. This land now belongs to Snowmoon and Swordfire, and has nothing to do with you." The arrogant world madman seethed with rage, muttering, "Swordfire, have you truly resolved to side with Snowmoon?" As the leader of Swordfire, Dragon Soul laughed heartily. "Even so, if Swordfire wishes to ally with Snowmoon, what concern is it of yours?" The arrogant world madman, his expression twisted with resentment, raised his thumb in mock admiration. "Very well. Swordfire, you are impressive. We shall see how this plays out. I shall settle this score with you eventually." With that, he bellowed to his arrogant world comrades, "Return to the city. Continue leveling up. Those gathering wood, head east to cut down the Mungzong bamboo." In no time, the members of the arrogant world retreated into the distance. I then stepped forward and smiled at the Swordfire group, saying, "We are truly grateful to all of you. Otherwise, our Snowmoon members would likely have fallen back to level 0. Dragon Soul replied, "No need for such formality. We are all brothers." At that moment, Executioner inquired, "Boss, when you mentioned Swordfire joining Snowmoon, was that true or merely out of frustration?" Dragon Soul paused, taken aback. Ling Shui beside me gently grasped my hand, appearing quite excited, while Ling Yue's lovely eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Swordfire truly wished to join Snowmoon, it would undoubtedly grant us the strength to dominate Twilight City. After contemplating for a moment, Dragon Soul suddenly looked at me and stated emphatically, "As long as the scholar does not mind us brothers, I, Dragon Soul, am willing to lead the Swordfire brothers into Snowmoon." In that instant, both Ling Shui and Ling Yue turned their gazes toward me, their expressions of joy mirroring one another. I, of course, was not foolish, so I raised my voice and proclaimed, "Welcome, friends of Swordfire, to Snowmoon." Instantly, the players of Swordfire wore expressions of elation. Dragon Soul was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are these fellows so cheerful after joining Snowmoon?" Executioner glanced at the two lovely ladies beside me and chuckled, "Boss, have you forgotten? Snowmoon boasts two stunning beauties, Qingfeng Lan Yu and Qingfeng Fei Xue. It is far more delightful for our brothers to fight alongside two enchanting ladies than to follow a single bachelor like you." Dragon Soul laughed heartily. At this moment, I quietly asked, "Dragon Soul, have you truly considered this? Joining Snowmoon?" Dragon Soul looked at me with a meaningful gaze and replied, "My joining Snowmoon is not merely for the sake of the ladies, but for you." Chapter 61. Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. I was momentarily taken aback. Were they referring to me? I possessed neither immense wealth nor surrounded by beautiful maidens. Dragon Soul's expression grew serious, and at that moment, Ghost Flame approached. Chuckling softly, "What we seek is not the Snowmoon, but a name that has become legendary. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Ghost Flame smiled enigmatically, pronouncing each word with clarity. Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing. I stood there, speechless, unable to utter a single word. How could they recognize me? Ghost Flame remarked with a knowing smile. A few years ago, that fearsome ID vanished without a trace. And none of us knew where you had gone until Ling Tong was activated. We studied the top 100 Chinese players on the leaderboard daily and eventually found you. I was taken aback and asked, why did you seek me instead of the top player Lin Fan or Mu Rongshan Shan? Dragon Soul replied with a laugh. Lin Fan? Forget it. He has already stated on his blog that he won't focus on Ling Tong. Perhaps he is currently playing Bubble Trouble with his girlfriend. Among the heroes of the previous generation, you are the only one worthy of our admiration. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you have been plotting for quite some time. Ghost Flame smiled faintly. Not for long. When we were assembling the Desolation set, I found you familiar and dug up game screenshots from 5 years ago to confirm it was indeed you. However, what puzzled us was your decision to join someone else's team instead of establishing your own faction. Dragon Soul glanced knowingly at the enchanting twins, Ling Shui and Ling Yu, and smiled at Ghost Flame. This is quite evident. With two stunning beauties like them, who would want to be a mere guild leader? Ghost Flame secretly gave a thumbs up. A wise man. I smiled, feeling a thread of happiness, and said, from now on, we shall be brothers. The Snow Moon Studio is quite commendable, and I will do my utmost to assist them in its development. Your involvement has greatly bolstered my confidence. Dragon Soul laughed heartily. Excellent. We shall leave 100 brothers here to protect this place while the rest go level up. A few hours later, we'll rotate. As for you, now that you are notorious, where do you plan to grind? Do you need us to send brothers for protection? I shook my head with a laugh. No need. You all go enjoy yourselves. As long as someone is safeguarding the production players here, I am at ease. Surely, you do not think we could not escape with just a few of us? Dragon Soul replied. That's true. Since that's the case, we'll level up on our own. If anything comes up, just reach out to us. Also, try to obtain the guild establishment decree soon. We do not wish to linger around with the Snow Moon banner without a name or standing. I smiled. Rest assured, I will resolve that swiftly. Thus, the group from Swordfire left 100 high-level players nearby to grind while the rest dispersed. Ziyunair followed Ghost Flame and the others as I privately messaged her. Thank you, Ziyunair. She replied, hee, no need to be so insincere. Treat me to a meal some other day? All right. I turned back to see everyone laughing. Ling Yu asked, where shall we go to level up and gain notoriety? I suggested, let us head to the Eastern Hero's Cemetery. It hasn't been discovered by other players yet, and there are plenty of monsters, making it perfect for us. Ling Yu nodded. Good. Let us go burn some skeletons then. At that moment, several Swordfire players approached. Leading the way was a swordsman clad in exquisite equipment, named Son of Heaven. I was momentarily startled. He was actually the 10th on the leaderboard. And when he came closer, I was even more astonished to recognize him as Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie hurried over. Noticing that Ling Yu and Ling Shui had both gained notoriety and asked with concern, I was just in town looking for gear. How are you all doing? Ling Yu scoffed. What were you doing while Snow Moon was on the brink of destruction? Wang Junjie looked somewhat embarrassed. I was busy in town. I smiled slightly, choosing not to comment, and said to Ling Shui, let us go to the Hero's Cemetery. Ling Shui sweetly agreed. Following behind me as Bing Cha and Ziyu quickly followed suit, while Ling Yu, wielding her blazing staff, left with a displeased expression. Wang Junjie attempted to catch up but was halted by Ling Yu's remark. You, the general manager, should remain here to protect the employees. As Ling Yu caught up, Ling Shui remarked, Sister, you're not very nice to Wang Junjie. Ling Yu responded with a smile. Why should I be nice? I don't like him. Ling Shui blinked and giggled, choosing not to say more. In the Hero's Cemetery, skeleton soldiers, corrupted by demons, wandered amidst the graves. Nearby, in the dark mountains, several carrion vultures scanned the area, ready to swoop down on any fresh, meaty skeletons that dared to emerge. The skeletons brandished their rusted swords, but they could not reach the greedy vultures, and soon their flesh was picked clean, transforming them into true skeleton warriors. It seemed that every newly formed skeleton must undergo this grim initiation. As I gazed upon this chilling scene, the members of the Snow Moon Studio frowned. Ling Shui looked up at me and asked, why do we have to choose this place to level up? I smiled faintly. The timid dare not venture here, making it relatively safe. As for us, with our notoriety, we are targets wherever we go. The allure of our equipment is quite substantial. Ling Shui nodded, smiling, but then inquired, what was that about Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing that Ghost Flame and Dragon Soul mentioned? I hesitated, quickly replying, it's nothing. They probably have a great love for their country and admire the dynasties of Chinese history. Ling Xue narrowed her eyes playfully. If you don't want to share, that is fine, but don't use that excuse to brush me off. Do you look down on my intelligence? I chuckled, choosing not to respond. While Bing Cha smiled knowingly, but said nothing further. Ling Yu assessed the surroundings and said, let us form a party here to level up. Stay safe and don't die. Especially you, scholar. If you fall, we cannot bear the penalty of losing levels. I shook my head with a smile. The monsters here aren't terrifying enough for that. Don't worry. At that moment, Ling Xue had already lured a swarm of skeletons over, and Bing Cha and Ziyu charged in immediately. Xia Tian summoned a giant wolf, while Ling Yu and I began to unleash area attacks on the horde of monsters. As the proficiency of my 1,000-blade arrow steadily increased, I felt a surge of joy. The intermediate 1,000-blade arrow was already formidable. I could only imagine how powerful it would become at the advanced level. With Ling Yu and me present, the swarm of skeletons would be reduced to experience points within mere minutes, much to the delight of Ling Xue and the other girls. Bing Cha couldn't help but smile. This leveling is remarkably swift. Director Ling and Scholar Truly are the secret weapons for leveling up. I laughed. You and Ling Xue should aim to reach level 40 here, then go for your formal promotion. The sooner you promote and hone your skills, the faster you'll level up. Bing Cha nodded excitedly, and Ling Xue displayed a sweet smile. As the clock approached nearly 2 in the afternoon, Ling Xue, Bing Cha, and several other ladies had successfully shed their crimson names. Only Ling Yu and I remained with our scarlet titles, which was hardly surprising given the sheer number of players we had dispatched. It seemed unlikely that our names would revert to white before the stroke of midnight. During this interval, some players from Twilight City arrived to level up. A few swordsmen, upon spotting our group of crimson names from Snow Moon engaged in training, initially contemplated attacking us for loot. However, witnessing our formidable prowess against monsters, they promptly abandoned their intentions and dispersed. After some time, the group logged off for a brief lunch before continuing their leveling efforts. By the time evening approached at around 5 o'clock, Ling Yu had finally managed to cleanse her name, leaving me as the sole remaining player with a crimson title. Just then, in the distance, a group of players materialized. It was none other than the members of A.O. Sure. Chapter 62. The resurgence of pride in the distance. The pride madman gripped his battle axe. His gaze icy as he stared at us. Behind him, dozens of pride players loomed, clearly ready to charge at a moment's command. Ling Xue struck down a corrupted skeleton with her sword and chuckled. They truly are persistent spirits. Ling Yu, wielding her blazing staff, smiled slightly and said, everyone, prepare for battle. In truth, fewer than 50 opponents had arrived, and we did not regard them as a threat. The pride madman, fully aware of this, sneered. I've already stated that I will settle the score. Don't think that with sword fire backing you, you can run rampant in Twilight City. Today, you shall all fall here. Nearby, Pride Sanguine brandished a new dagger, having lost his previous bronze dagger to Ling Xue. After dropping 4 levels, he was now only at level 31, his bronze leather armor reduced to half, replaced with a few pieces of black iron gear that hardly suited him. With a disdainful snort, Pride Sanguine retorted, arrogant scholar, today I will make you experience the taste of losing levels. I glanced at my own sin value. Still over 600 points. In fact, if one slays sufficiently powerful monsters, the wanted time can be appropriately shortened. I chuckled lightly. Pride Sanguine. Do you really think you can kill me? You must have an inflated sense of self-worth. His face turned ashen, while Pride Madman chuckled darkly. Why bother doing it myself when I can have others do it for me? I was taken aback, and both Ling Yu and Ling Xue exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend why Pride Madman would make such a claim. Just then, a system announcement shattered the silence. Ding. System announcement. Player Pride Madman shouts attention all players of Twilight City. Qingfeng Lan Yu and the arrogant scholar, along with their group, have been indiscriminately killing innocent players and are now marked red. Their coordinates are in the eastern part of Twilight City, 5620-2473. Brave brothers, gather your teams and eliminate them, ridding Twilight City of harm. These individuals possess equipment worthy of the heavenly ranking. Defeating them will lead to great fortune. I couldn't help but smile. What a clever scheme to use others as weapons. I had thought that the Pride faction consisted solely of fools. Yet they possess some wit. Luo Yu Wuxing laughed. You still have the audacity to say that? Perhaps you should discuss how we can escape instead. I glanced at Ling Xue, only to find her eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. Thus, I suggested, why not ask Ling Xue? I believe she will have an excellent plan. Ling Xue spoke up. Let us eliminate them all, then continue to farm red names. I was taken aback. Goodness. That is precisely what I wish to do. Yet Ling Yu chimed in. Let us not be so rash. There are consequences to killing. We need not waste time on these people. It would be wiser to retreat for now, avoid confrontation, and prioritize clearing the scholar's name. I chuckled but replied, actually, you could all return to the city and train in the ghostly temple. As for me, don't worry, I'll be fine alone. Among the players of Snow Moon, I was the only one marked red and thus unable to use the return scroll, while the others could. Ling Shui shook her head. That cannot be. It's far too dangerous for you to be here alone. Summer added. Indeed, scholar, if you fall, no one will be there to retrieve your gear. At that moment, Ling Yu smiled faintly. I believe Scholar's plan is the most practical. If he's alone, it's much easier. We would only become a burden if we followed him. Ling Shui looked at Ling Yu with concern. Sister, how can you say that? Letting the fool face so many alone. Ling Yu sighed with a smile. I'm merely weighing the options, Shui. I care for the scholar's well-being just as much. I'm anxious too. Nearby, Ice-TMM stifled a laugh. And Ling Yu quickly realized her words might be misinterpreted. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly corrected herself. That's not what I meant. Everyone, return to the city and farm the 3rd and 4th levels of monsters in the ghostly temple. With that, Ling Yu turned to me, smiling. Please don't fall. I believe in you. I nodded, of course. Ling Yu chuckled, and as Ice-T and Ziyue began to return to the city, Ling Shui shot me a glance, and, after a sweet smile, followed suit. Soon, only Ling Yu remained. She stepped forward and said, we will wait for you for an hour after we log off to eat. I felt a stir in my heart and replied, I will try my best, but if I take longer, it may indicate I've encountered some trouble. You need not wait for me. Ling Yu smiled gently, insisting, we will wait for you. With that, her beautiful figure gradually faded, carried back to Twilight City by the magic circle, leaving me to face the Pride faction alone. In the distance, a multitude of Twilight City players began to appear, evidently coming to seek trouble with us. Without hesitation, I made my way deeper into the hero's cemetery, where the monsters were above level 40. I could handle them with ease, but the Pride members would find it troublesome. However, Pride Madman had already charged forward with a dozen berserkers, including several red-named players. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, ignorant little brat, today you will learn the consequences of offending me. In truth, the inherent nature of players in the game was evident. Pride Madman was undoubtedly no saint in reality either. Enraged, I swiftly turned and drew my shooting star bow, unleashing a bolt of light that struck a red-named warrior beside Pride Madman with a resounding thud, dealing 1984 points of damage, instantly slaying the level 28 berserker. Pride Madman and his companions were taken aback. Berserkers were renowned as the second toughest class after knights. Yet one arrow from an archer had decimated one of their ranks. This was utterly unfathomable. I chuckled, weaving past 4 corrupted skeletons, due to our similar levels. They did not fixate on me, but rather, the approaching Pride members became the skeletons' targets. Amidst a chorus of low growls, the corrupted skeletons lunged. The Pride members were thrown into disarray, and the priests at the back had not yet begun to heal when a red-named berserker had already lost half his health. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed another shot from my shooting star bow, a milky white light soaring towards the berserker's chest. 1872. Another staggering damage number. And the already wounded berserker was undoubtedly slain. Pride Madman's eyes turned crimson as he yelled, damn it. Eliminate him. We must take him down today. I remained silent, and as the 3 seconds of my skill cooldown elapsed, I drew my shooting star bow once more, aiming a piercing arrow at Pride Madman's chest. Thud. The milky white light erupted, and a damage number of 1754 floated above his head. Such an astonishing figure sent a chill down Pride Madman's spine. Another hit would surely spell his doom. Yet I refrained from continuing my assault, for my name had turned gray. Being killed by anyone would be futile. My objective had been achieved. The Pride faction was now filled with trepidation, fully aware that pursuing me would lead them to their graves at the hands of this high-level archer. Pride Madman raised his hand to shield the players behind him, coldly commanding, all assassins, gather. Chapter 63. On the run, shadows flickered as several audacious assassins from the Aoshi clan began to assemble, seamlessly slipping into a state of stealth. A chill ran down my spine. One must never underestimate assassins, the killers lurking in the dark, for doing so could lead to dire consequences. Without hesitation, I grasped my starlight bow and dashed along a narrow path leading into the distant woods. Behind me, a throng of Aoshi players emerged, joined by numerous skilled warriors from Twilight City, all intent on hunting down the infamous red-named players. Behind the heroic cemetery lay an ancient mountain range. But as soon as I entered this area, a system alert echoed in my mind. System alert. You have entered the territory of the Dark Faction, the Forgotten Canyon. Player killings do not accumulate evil points. I was taken aback. The rumored tales were indeed true. The maps within Ling Tong were divided into two realms, one belonging to the Light God faction and the other to the Dark faction. However, I had not anticipated that players could kill one another without repercussions within the Dark territory. The moment I stepped into the Forgotten Canyon, an acute sense of peril enveloped me, as if death awaited at every corner. Yet, with ravenous Aoshi players at my back and those who fancied themselves righteous, I had no idea how many assassins were stealthily closing in on me. I could not afford to pause. Nevertheless, the sole advantage of the Forgotten Canyon was that my kills would not incur a rise in evil points, meaning I could fully engage in this deadly game with the Aoshi clan. The Forgotten Canyon, a vast basin, was filled with lush forests, long forgotten by the peaceful Light faction, who had no recollection of the myriad dark creatures that still thrived here. Not far ahead, I spotted several creatures wielding cruel axes, their pitch-black skin reminiscent of charred flesh, with only their bright green eyes betraying a sinister glint. Behind them, small fleshy wings protruded from their backs. Green-eyed demon, enhanced monster, level 45 attack, 320 to 450 defense, 100 health, 8,000 attack type, throwing. Before I could evade, a green-eyed demon hurled its axe at me. Crack! Pain shot through my chest as over 600 health points were swiftly depleted. I was startled, indeed. The defense of an archer leaves much to be desired. Quickly, I consumed a health potion and retaliated with a piercing arrow, inflicting a solid 1546 points of damage upon the green-eyed demon. Even so, dealing with such an enhanced creature was no easy feat, particularly due to its troublesome throwing attacks. Thankfully, as a relatively resilient archer, I could withstand more damage than a fragile mage like Ling Wei, who would likely have succumbed to just 2 blows from the green-eyed demon. After several piercing arrows, the green-eyed demon's health was finally depleted. With a mournful wail, its towering form collapsed, dropping 2 gleaming coins. Just then, several shadows appeared around me, assassins from the Aoshi clan. I was taken aback. I had not expected them to arrive so swiftly. Whack! A flash of red light zipped past me, and I felt a sharp pain in my back as an assassin's backstab skill struck home, reducing my health by 700 points. Turning around, I was met with the grotesque grin of Aoshi Shirshua. Humph! I will make you die like a dog at my feet. Aoshi Shirshua sneered. Without delay, I drank a potion that restored 500 health points, sweeping my left hand to send a glimmering dagger flying, knocking one assassin away. Swiftly, I followed up with an ice arrow that landed directly on Aoshi Shirshua's head, dealing 1029 points of damage. Yet he remained standing. Aoshi Shirshua immediately fumbled for a health potion, but the other 4 assassins could no longer contain themselves and charged at me. Whack! Whack! I was caught off guard and suffered consecutive stabs, my health plummeting to 0. Before the assassins could revel in their triumph, I rolled into a nearby thicket. Although the thorns pierced my skin painfully, I stifled any cries of agony. Instantly, the assassins leapt after me, but as they jumped, a radiant burst of colorful light erupted. Thud! The 1,000-blade arrow struck the assassins squarely in the chest, sending them reeling back. The power of my starlight bow is formidable, especially against foes whose equipment was inferior to Aoshi Shirshua's, rendering them incapable of withstanding its might. Before they could regain their footing, I unleashed my second 1,000-blade arrow, and all 7 assassins fell under the overwhelming fire, scattering in a desperate attempt to escape. This was the opportunity one had awaited. Moving swiftly through the dense forest, I released a piercing arrow that shot through the chest of one astonished assassin, who then dropped a plethora of health potions before returning to the city in a burst of white light. Another assassin, panicking, sought cover, but as he lifted his foot, he was met with a searing blast as a fire arrow tore through his leather armor, dealing a catastrophic 1,652 points of damage, instantly slaying him. A smile graced my lips as I stepped forth, my glimmering dagger flashing as I slashed across the throat of a third assassin. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and he too was reduced to a burst of white light. Having revealed myself, I decided to conceal my presence once more. Quickly retracting the glimmering dagger, I fired yet another piercing arrow, which embedded itself in the chest of a 4th assassin. With a clatter, a multitude of potions fell to the ground, and that assassin was slain without so much as a groan. To my surprise, 4 out of the 7 assassins sent by Aoshi had already fallen, while Aoshi Shirshua was desperately attempting to heal, unwilling to engage given my evident strength. At that moment, Aoshi Shirshua coldly commanded, "All-out assault, take him down." In an instant, 3 assassins activated their charged skills, transforming into mere phantoms as they raced towards me. Yet, I remained calm, watching intently. Raising my starlight bow, I fired a fire arrow that struck the leftmost assassin squarely in the chest, causing him to grunt before collapsing. Simultaneously, the cooldown on my health potion expired, and I calmly consumed another red potion, restoring my health to nearly half. I then swiftly retreated to my right, where the remaining assassin closed the distance. He looked startled, still trying to comprehend the situation when my glimmering dagger found its way into his chest. Slice. The dagger tore through his torso, blood gushing forth. This level 27 assassin stood no chance against such a brutal attack and was swiftly sent back to the city. Only Aoshi Shirshue remained, seemingly driven to madness. Ignoring all caution, he lunged at me, his dagger aimed viciously at my abdomen. I did not flinch, accepting the blow. A damage number of 624 appeared above me, leaving my health dangerously low. However, before Aoshi Shirshue could celebrate, he realized that I was leveling my starlight bow, a cold iron arrow poised directly against his neck. I spoke icily. Go back and tell Aoshi Kwangren that if he wishes to play, he should send as many as he likes into the Forgotten Canyon. For every one that comes, I will slay him. For every pair, I will take them both down. A brilliant beam of white light erupted as the formidable figure, bloodthirsty, remained unfazed, despite a piercing wound inflicted upon his neck by a penetrating arrow. For a fleeting half-second, he remained motionless, before swiftly transforming into a radiant light and vanishing back to the city. With a soft thud, Bloodthirsty's dagger fell to the ground. Upon retrieving it, I couldn't help but smile. Rogue's dagger, silver tier, dagger, attack, 85140 agility, 15 stamina, 9 additional. Increases the user's agility by 2 required level. 30 Chapter 64. The menace of the crotch. No wonder the bloodthirsty Aoshi was able to deplete over 600 points of my health in an instant. It turns out he wielded a level 30 silver dagger. Such a weapon is exceedingly rare, likely ranking among the top 50 treasures in the equipment leaderboard. I can only imagine how much he spent to acquire it, and now that it has dropped, he must be inconsolable. Thus, I stowed the dagger in my inventory, for it could be sold later, or perhaps used to amuse Ziyue, as I knew her dagger was merely a bronze one. This level 30 silver dagger would surely make her drool. Afterward, I sorted through the potions dropped by Aoshi's assassins, keeping only the high-quality ones, discarding those that only restored 100 health points since my inventory was limited. Having dealt with the assassins sent by Aoshi, I proceeded cautiously through the forest, engaging a few green-eyed demons to accumulate notoriety without wasting too much time. Within the Forgotten Canyon, where demons and the undead proliferate, I soon found myself on a patch of corrupted ground. In this desolate wilderness, skeletal warriors with bone shields and blunt swords meandered slowly. As I approached, an ominous feeling washed over me. A faint magical disturbance rippled through the air, suggesting someone was casting a spell. With a swift retreat, I barely escaped as bolts of lightning struck precisely where I had stood moments before. Who dares? Show yourself, I bellowed, scanning the jungle for the ambusher lurking within. At that moment, 3 mages emerged, all donned in identical bronze gear. I gasped in surprise. Crotch has a menace, a level 36 mage. Knight kicks Widow's door, a level 35 mage, and said not to go to bed, also a level 36 mage. These were true peak-level experts, ranking among the top 20 in Twilight City, perhaps even higher. I calculated my options and smiled. Gentlemen, we harbor no grievances against one another. Why must this be? Crotch has a menace sneered. Stop pretending. That longbow in your hand, is it not the famed Star Chaser bow, the top-ranked weapon? A chill gripped my heart. This was not going to end well. I raised the Star Chaser bow and retorted, what if it is? What if it isn't? Knight kicks Widow's door scoffed. Regardless, you shall fall today. My expression darkened. Are you affiliated with Aoshi? No, they replied. Then what is your intent? Crotch has a menace chuckled sinisterly, raising his staff. We simply find the second best expert in China displeasing and wish to eliminate you to elevate our ranks. Knight kicks Widow's door and said not to go to bed quickly echoed their agreement, appearing confident of their victory. Gripping the Star Chaser bow, I smirked. Is that so? Crotch has a menace suddenly paled. Look out. Third. But it was too late. In a flash, I released a fire arrow. The flames piercing through said not to go to bed's body, shattering him into fragments and even dropping a bronze staff. Crotch has a menace erupted in fury, wielding his staff to summon a thick bolt of lightning that struck my shoulder, sending a jolt of paralysis through my body, hindering my movements. Yet, I had already closed the distance to the second mage, my shimmering dagger slicing across his chest, blood spraying forth. 768. Knight kicks Widow's door, though not obliterated, was left in a dire state, retreating rapidly with little health remaining. My positioning in close combat was meticulous, allowing me to evade his line of sight. And by the time he turned, I had already distanced myself. Wind blade technique. Night Kick's Widow's door counterattacked, a whirlwind sweeping towards me, costing me another 300 health points, reducing me to half health. As Night Kick's Widow's door attempted to recover, I wasted no time, firing a regular attack arrow with utmost efficiency. Though lacking the power of a skill, it still dealt 809 points of damage, eliminating him instantly. The tide of battle had turned, and soon only Crotch as a menace remained. I smiled subtly, teasing, "Didn't you claim that by killing me, your rank would rise? Now, with the others demoted, your rank will surely plummet as well. Is this the outcome you desired?" Crotch has a menace's expression darkened, raising his staff to chant a spell. However, I had no intention of granting him the opportunity. I swiftly unleashed a piercing arrow from the Star Chaser bow, the ivory light slicing through him. He stood frozen for several moments before slowly kneeling, dropping a plethora of potions. I chuckled coldly, collecting the staff and organizing the potions. These individuals seemed uncertain whether they came to kill or to bestow gifts. After tidying everything, I resolved to begin leveling up. Just then, Lingyue messaged me, "Logging off for dinner, if you're not busy." I certainly was not busy. It was already past 7 p.m., and the kitchen was about to revolt. Moreover, logging off would prevent my character from being present, potentially causing my pursuers to abandon their search. Thus, I logged off. Removing my helmet, I was drenched in sweat. The air conditioning couldn't quell the fiery excitement of battle within the game. Stepping outside, I spotted Ziyue, holding a glass of juice, dressed in a nightgown. I must admit, while Ziyue might not possess high intelligence, her figure was certainly breathtaking, fitting the stereotype of beauty without brains. I took a seat across from her and calmly remarked, "Do not forget that a man resides in this house, and with those proportions, you ought to wear a bra. Otherwise, you'll find yourself sagging at a young age." Ziyue giggled, puffing out her chest. "At least they aren't sagging just yet." I was at a loss for words when Lingyue and Iced Tea emerged, with Iced Tea heading straight to the kitchen to reheat the food she had purchased. Once everyone was seated, Lingyue inquired with concern, "It's been 2 hours, scholar. How fared the situation on your end?" I briefly recounted the events in the Forgotten Canyon, prompting Lingyue to bite her lip. "Those Aoshi family members are truly overstepping. We shall make them regret their actions." I smiled slightly. In the early stages of the game, they may be arrogant, but come the later stages, when levels begin to widen, they will have their time to lament. Lingyue nodded, adding, "By the way, Shuer and Iced Tea are nearing their promotions. Ziyue, Luoyu, and Xiatian are also close to reaching level 39. I chuckled, "Very good. I've been preoccupied with survival and piking, but once I log back in, I'll grind levels in the Forgotten Canyon. Hopefully, I can wash away my notoriety tonight. Otherwise, it will be quite bothersome, limiting my movements." Iced Tea laughed, "Exactly. We want you to lead us in leveling up." Lingyue declared, "Let us eat. Our next goal is level 50. Chapter 65, Advanced Thousand Blade Arrow after finishing dinner. I logged back online at 8 in the evening. The Forgotten Canyon was significantly quieter at this hour. Before logging in, I had perused the game forums and discovered a plethora of posts from players discussing the dark territory of the Forgotten Canyon. The most explosive topic was the revelation that malicious player kills within this dark realm would not incur any evil value, effectively transforming it into a vast arena for vendettas. Within the Forgotten Canyon, 3 renowned mages had been eliminated, and the 7 assassins dispatched by the Ayashijia family had perished without exception. This left the players of Ling Tong in utter astonishment, and I had unwittingly become a legendary figure in Twilight City. Whenever players mentioned the ID Qingquang Shusheng, there would always be gasps of admiration, exclaiming, "Isn't that the one who rode forth alone, slaying countless masters while bearing a red name?" In truth, since entering the Forgotten Canyon, I had not killed many pursuers. The reason I could eliminate the 7 assassins from Ayashijia was that 6 of them were below level 30, and their equipment was subpar. Had they been 7 assassins above level 30, I would have found the encounter considerably more challenging. As for the 3 mages I later defeated, they had clearly underestimated me, leading to my successful ambush that took 2 of them by surprise. In such matters, the principle of striking first prevails. One must never allow their opponent to gain the upper hand, lest they find themselves in a precarious situation, ultimately perishing within the Forgotten Canyon. Upon logging in, I found myself on the decayed ground of the canyon, where a throng of dazed, corrupted skeletons emitted low, mournful wails as they wielded iron swords, searching for any potential target to attack. The creatures within the Forgotten Canyon were undoubtedly of a high level, and I promptly checked their attributes. Corrupted skeleton, normal monster, level, 45 attack, 280375 defense, 250 health, 7500 attack type, rending, with a certain probability to inflict continuous bleeding. I raised my Star Pursuit bow, and unleashed a piercing armor arrow. With a resounding thud, a damage number of 1546 leapt above the corrupted skeleton's head, which was quite satisfactory. At least my Star Pursuit bow could significantly penetrate its defenses. After being struck, the skeleton let out a mournful cry and charged toward me. Unfortunately, its speed was not impressive. It was even slower than that of an average player. As an archer, I enjoyed a 10 boost to my movement speed due to my class attributes, allowing me to outpace the skeleton easily. With a slight smile, I turned my gaze toward a small hill behind the skeleton, where numerous monsters were staggering about, ripe for farming. Without hesitation, I consumed a red potion and braved the skeleton's attacks, darting through the throng of corrupted skeletons like a whirlwind, drawing their attention one after another. In less than 5 minutes, I emerged with a substantial horde of corrupted skeletons trailing behind me, clustered together, perfectly positioned for my 1,000-blade arrow attack. With a flourish, a cascade of vibrant light descended, and arrows transformed into a torrential downpour upon the mass of skeletons, instantly generating a plethora of damage numbers. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your skill 1,000-blade arrow has successfully leveled up to advanced, increasing its power by 50. I was overjoyed, unable to suppress my laughter at the sight of the 50 increase. While I had anticipated that leveling up a skill would significantly enhance its damage, I never imagined it would be such an extraordinary boost. With this thought in mind, I swiftly employed the 1,000-blade arrow once more, this time in its advanced form. As the advanced 1,000-blade arrow was unleashed, a golden light enveloped my entire being, nearly startling me. It turned out that using an advanced skill would produce such an effect. Concurrently, a multitude of damage numbers erupted above the corrupted skeletons, each exceeding 800. One unfortunate skeleton even suffered a critical hit, receiving a staggering 2044 damage, causing its health bar to drop dramatically. The newfound power of the 1,000-blade arrow filled me with delight. It seemed that this evening I could thoroughly enjoy leveling up in the Forgotten Canyon while racking up crimson names. In mere minutes, the horde of corrupted skeletons began to collapse en masse, dropping copious amounts of silver coins, potions, and equipment. Once the last skeleton fell, I took a moment to survey the battlefield. Collecting the silver coins was a tedious task, and it took quite a while. But I finally amassed nearly 100 gold coins along with several pieces of black iron armor. With a smile, I accepted it all. However, when I looked up, I realized, to my surprise, that there was a dilapidated tower nestled within the Forgotten Canyon, positioned on the hillside before me. Upon entering this map, I received a prompt that identified it as the Tower of Oblivion. The winding slopes stretched about 100 meters wide, ascending to great heights. With the tower perched at its pinnacle, it was evident that something mysterious lay hidden within. Along the way, corrupted skeletons crawled ominously across the ground, but to me, they were merely walking experience points. Thus, I decided to begin my ascent from this point. Eager to discover what lay within the tower, I might even find a quest to undertake. Once again, I drew a horde of corrupted skeletons toward me. With the enhanced power of the 1,000-blade arrow, my monster-slaying speed surged, and my potion consumption diminished significantly. Although the advanced 1,000-blade arrow consumed 120 mana per use, its terrifying attack power made it exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, the corrupted skeletons also dropped potions, and with an ample supply of blue potions in my inventory, I was confident that turning my name white would not pose any problem. Just as I was reveling in the thrill of slaughtering monsters, I received a message from Zeuner. Scholar, are you safe in the Forgotten Canyon? Would you like me, Gueji, and Xingtian to come and protect you? I smiled slightly. It felt wonderful to be cared for. I replied, no need. Focus on leveling up. Get your promotion soon. I'm doing just fine here. No players can reach this place. Alright, then I'll rest easy. Enjoy your game. Zeuner sent a smiley face emoji and then fell silent. I hesitated momentarily, pondering the situation. Indeed, the corrupted skeletons were normal monsters that respawned rapidly. The skeletons I had slain half an hour prior had already returned. And while these level 45 skeletons posed little threat to me, they were quite lethal to ordinary players. Assassins below level 40 would find it impossible to stealthily approach me within the normal sight of these level 45 corrupted skeletons. So I had no cause for concern regarding ambushes. As for players of other classes, they would need to eliminate a significant number of corrupted skeletons to reach me. At this moment, I held the high ground, allowing me to see them long before they could pose a threat. Opening the level leaderboard, I discovered that after a day of PK and counter pursuit, my world ranking had fallen to 16th place. The top-ranked player had already reached level 43, while in the Chinese region, Lingwei was dominating at level 42. My level 40 placed me 5th, with Gueji at level 42 in second. Zhan Huanaoyan at level 41 in 3rd, and Zhan Huantie at level 40 in 4th. Meanwhile, our studio members, Bing Xia and Liu Wuxiang, had slipped out of the top 10, replaced by several newly ranked players. It seemed that competition in Twilight City had become exceedingly fierce. Upon glancing at my friends' list, I was astonished to discover that Ling Xue was unexpectedly offline, leaving me curious about her whereabouts. Just as I pondered this, a notification chimed. Your friend Qingfeng Fei Xue has come online. Before I could fully process this information, Ling Xue had already sent me a request to form a remote party. Slightly taken aback, I accepted her request and opened the expansive map, only to find her oranged, traversing from Twilight City towards the Forsaken Gorge. Chapter 66. The Heart of Oblivion. In the team channel, Ling Xue's sweet voice resonated. Fool, I'm heading to the Valley of Oblivion to find you. I was taken aback. Ling Xue, please don't come here. It's too dangerous. Yet, Ling Xue merely smiled gently. Don't worry, just stay put. I will be there shortly. I was at a loss for words. Ultimately, having a clever and charming little beauty to practice with was a joy I could hardly resist. So why should I deter her? Thus, I made my way swiftly down the mountain path towards the Tower of Oblivion, paving the way for Ling Xue. Half an hour later, I stood at the forest's edge. Suddenly, a rustling in the thicket drew my attention as Ling Xue emerged. Her beautiful figure clad in armor that shimmered faintly. A few red maple leaves adorned her hair, and as she approached, I noticed her lovely face was flushed, with droplets of morning dew clinging to her long eyelashes. Her lively eyes danced with a hint of mischief. At that moment, Ling Xue was simply breathtaking. My heart raced, and I silently recited the Diamond Sutra to calm the tumult within me. Ling Xue glanced at my name and teased. The red has diminished. Let's see how much sin value you have left. I replied, 427. Oh, then it will take about 3 to 4 more hours, she said, batting her eyelashes mischievously. Fool. Starting tomorrow, the personal banking interconnection system will be activated in the game. Why Don and Oppos? You sell some equipment and treat me to dinner. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected this system to launch early. With over 2,000 gold coins in my inventory, I possessed a considerable fortune. However, for someone like Ling Xue, who drove a BMW, 10,000 gold was hardly significant. I chuckled, of course. Great. Ling Xue nodded in approval. I reached out to brush the leaves from her hair, only to realize that my small gesture caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to an enticing autumn apple. Accompanied by Ling Xue, I returned to the Tower of Oblivion, this time with much greater ease. Ling Xue's gaming skills were impressively adept. Her movements in attracting and defeating monsters were remarkably fluid. She even positioned herself to shield me from monster attacks, allowing me to focus solely on unleashing my 1,000-blade arrow. A corrupted skeleton approached, swinging its iron sword down toward Ling Xue's shoulder. To my astonishment, she seemed unfazed, sustaining only 42 points of damage. I quickly examined her brand new armor and exclaimed, Ling Xue, have you completed the storm set? Did you finally notice? Ling Xue shot me a playful glance, then proudly continued, this afternoon, my sister and Bing Xia helped me acquire the entire storm set from the ghostly ancient temple's 4th level. Now my defense is a whopping 650 points. I was flabbergasted. What? 650 points? That's incredible. I hastily corrected myself, but Ling Xue seized upon my slip, raising an eyebrow and teasing. Oh, look at you. Feeling quite bold now, daring to say that. I hereby sentence you to accompany me in leveling up until midnight. What about your exam tomorrow? I couldn't help but ask. Ling Xue effortlessly dispatched a skeleton, laughing. Did you not notice that I only logged in around 8? Today's exam is in the evening. And as for tomorrow, I have nothing planned. So, come treat me to dinner at school. I had forgotten why I was supposed to treat her, and didn't bother to ask, merely nodding in agreement. We continued swiftly defeating monsters, and before 10 o'clock, I had already reached level 41. While Ling Xue was on the verge of hitting level 40 and advancing. Days spent with a beautiful companion were never dull, especially with someone as captivating as Ling Xue. Moreover, she was quite inquisitive about my past. Fool, have you ever had a girlfriend? I replied, no, why do you ask? Ling Xue blinked innocently, just curious. Why haven't you had a girlfriend? For years of university, and you've done nothing? I sighed, grappling with her logic. Back in school, I was so immersed in gaming that my social circle was quite limited. Plus, the girls in games weren't exactly approachable, so I rarely interacted with them. Which is why I never met anyone. Ling Xue pouted playfully, chuckling. Oh, come on. If you'd met someone, you still didn't pursue her. I was left bewildered, unsure where this line of thought originated. Before long, Ling Xue had lured a horde of monsters back to me and mischievously inquired, Fool, when you rescued me from downstairs that day, did you ever have any impure thoughts while I lay on your bed? I was taken aback, thinking to myself, I must not reveal anything. So, I solemnly declared, it is the duty of every citizen to help the weak. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in distress? Ling Shui blinked, suppressing a smile. Really, not even once. I immediately shook my head, thinking, of course, at that moment, as Ling Shui lay soundly asleep, I was quite tempted to explore. Seeing my serious expression, Ling Shui seemed to accept my words, laughing. All right then, since you didn't take advantage of me, I won't tell my sister about this. I felt a cold sweat break out. Thankfully, I hadn't given myself away. Otherwise, I would never pass the hurdle with Ling Yu. Yet, as I pondered, my mind drifted back to that morning with Ling Yu, a moment I would remember for a lifetime, despite the unusual circumstances. Hey, fool, what are you thinking about? You look so lecherous. I snapped back to reality, continuing to slay monsters with my 1,000-blade arrow while casually smiling. I was contemplating what to treat you to tomorrow. Should we have pickled fish or bullfrog? I've heard of a great bullfrog place near Guanjian. The meat is tender and exquisite, though I haven't been in ages. Ling Shui beamed. It's up to you. Since you're treating, even if you take me to a roadside barbecue, I'll be fine with it. I chuckled, realizing that Ling Shui was so easy to please. As the night approached, nearly 11 o'clock, we finally cleared all the monsters and arrived at the base of the Tower of Oblivion. To our surprise, we encountered several human warriors clad in tattered armor, seated on the stone steps within the steel gates. There were about a dozen of them, and nearly every suit of armor was in disrepair, with some swords rusted and broken. Upon our arrival, the soldiers inside the tower displayed expressions of joy. A man resembling an officer stepped forward and saluted with one arm, saying, "Brave warriors, are you adventurers from Twilight City?" I was momentarily taken aback. Though I had not taken any quests from the Adventurers Guild, every player entering the game was, in essence, an adventurer. So, I nodded yes. Ling Shui stood beside me, smiling expectantly for me to accept the quest. The ragged officer's face lit up with joy. We thought the kingdom had forgotten our patrol team. But it seems they have finally sent reinforcements. You see, we have been besieged here for 6 months. What began as a 1,000-man team has dwindled to only a few dozen left. Those vile undead have slain our comrades. And if you had arrived just a few days later, we would have starved to death here. As the officer earnestly implored, I beseech you, help us leave this place alive and return to Twilight City. A chime resonated. System notification. Do you wish to accept the quest, Heart of Oblivion? Ling Shui and I exchanged a knowing smile. How could we possibly decline? As we simultaneously clicked to confirm, another notification echoed. Ding. System notification. Your party has accepted the quest, Heart of Oblivion. Current difficulty, 350. Quest objective, eliminate all undead creatures in the Forgotten Tower. Then unlock the tower and escort the Forsaken Army back to Twilight City. At that moment, a message appeared in the quest log. Current remaining undead monsters, 2073. Ling Shui and I exchanged glances, and she inquired, once we annihilate these skeletons, they surely won't respawn, will they? I nodded, most likely. Chapter 67. The battle outside the city. Thus, Ling Shui and I descended the mountain with fervor, leaving no creature unscathed. With each monster I vanquished, the numbers in the quest prompt diminished by 1. However, I was not content with merely slaying creatures one by one. Such a pace would be insufferably slow. Time was of the essence, for I had pressing matters to attend to the following morning, namely, to manage my personal banking account in the game. Ling Shui led a horde of monsters toward me, grinning as she said, "This is your domain now." With that, she whirled away, and upon her return, I found myself amidst a multitude of pale skeletal foes. I assumed the role of the primary damage dealer. My 1,000 blades arrow dazzlingly effective. By the time Ling Shui turned back, I had already dispatched the majority of them. In under an hour of intense monster hunting, we reached the foot of the mountain, surrounded by the remains of our foes. Ling Shui had reached level 40, yet she was in no rush to advance her class. With over 20 players having already transitioned, she felt it would yield little benefit. Instead, we ought to complete our tasks diligently. Standing side by side at the base of the mountain, we opened the quest prompt, revealing the dwindling number of undead creatures. 2. I sighed in frustration. I've searched meticulously. How could there possibly be any left? Ling Shui chuckled softly, stepping forward to sever the head of a struggling skeleton, reducing the count to 1. I scanned the surroundings. But Ling Shui tugged at my arm, pointing with a smile. Look there. Following her gesture, I spotted a corrupted skeleton perched upon a boulder, one hand cradling its skull while its iron sword lay at its feet. I exclaimed, "Ah, a philosopher among the undead." Swiftly, I launched a high-grade armor-piercing arrow, dealing nearly 2,000 damage to the thinker. Ling Shui then leapt forward, her radiant sword glimmering, and in a flash, The philosopher was reduced to a pile of bones. At last, the monsters had been eradicated. We ascended the Tower of Oblivion once more, where the beleaguered Human Alliance soldiers awaited rescue. As Ling Shui cleaved through the Iron Gate, the warriors surged forth, making their way towards Twilight City. I inquired in astonishment. Is that all it takes to complete the quest? Ling Shui smirked. You simpleton. Hurry and pave the way for them. Realizing my oversight, I quickly led Ling Shui to the front of the NPCs, for the path to Twilight City was fraught with lurking threats. Along the way, the green-eyed demons, though fierce and wielding their axes with a fearsome clatter, paled in comparison to the formidable Ling Shui. Her radiant sword seemed to dance through the air, effortlessly cleaving down a green-eyed demon in mere moments. With her exceptional silver gear, she rendered their attacks utterly ineffective. As the clock struck midnight, Ling Shui and I remained vigilant, clearing the path for the NPCs. Amidst the relentless onslaught, a piece of delightful news reached me. My notorious red name had finally been cleansed. The sensation was akin to emerging from a long illness, restoring a sense of normalcy that felt utterly precious. At the Hero's Cemetery, numerous players were leveling up, and soon enough, I was recognized by many. Whispers circulated. Isn't that the audacious scholar who vanquished countless experts in the Forgotten Canyon? Impressive, holding off so many foes single-handedly. As curiosity grew, I sensed their eagerness to confront me, but they hesitated, aware of my current lack of a red name. Had I been marked, I would have surely faced their wrath. Sensing their intent, Ling Shui brandished her radiant sword, glaring fiercely. What are you staring at? Want to fight? Come at me. The sight of this delicate beauty challenging them left the onlookers dumbfounded, many drooling as we strode past, their desire to engage evaporating. Yet, Ling Shui remained cautious and messaged Ling Yu. Shortly thereafter, 5 members of the Shuyue studio arrived, with Ling Yu at the forefront, wielding her flame staff, followed closely by the icy Bingtai, the silent Luwu, and the cheerful Tsuxia. Ziwei held a bronze dagger, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Ling Yu glanced at the group of NPCs behind us, smiling. So, are we escorting them back to Twilight City? I nodded. Ling Yu chuckled softly. Let us go. Everything is returning to normal. If we encounter any PKs again, remember to protect yourself. Don't get yourself marked again. It leads to all sorts of trouble. With a smile, I acknowledged her words. After a full day without repairing my gear, my Crimson Flame set had only a tenth of its durability remaining, while my frequently used Starlight Bow was nearing the point of disrepair. In the distance, I caught sight of several players from the Aosher Guild, and Ling Yu and I exchanged worried glances. Trouble was surely brewing. Twilight City lay just ahead. Within 10 minutes we would be safe, for no one dared PK within the city. After all, killing another player would result in a red name, and the level 60 NPC guards would show no mercy. Upon death, not only would one's gear be dropped, but the likelihood of losing equipped items was significantly heightened. Moments later, I received a message from Guizhi, scholar. We spotted numerous Aosher players gathering at the east gate of Twilight City. Do you think they're up to something? My heart sank, and I quickly relayed the details of my quest. Guizhi replied promptly, Huh? In that case, Xingtian and I will intercept them inside the city. You can enter without worry. A smile spread across my face. There's nothing quite like having reliable brothers by your side. Just then, 3 players from Aosher approached us, 2 level 27 berserkers and a level 29 mage. The mage, bewildered, exclaimed, Isn't that the audacious scholar on the wanted list? Let us take him down. The 2 berserkers closed in, their axes glinting ominously as they prepared to unleash their earth splitter skill. Unfazed, I stepped forward. With a resounding crack, the battle axe fell, yet the level 27 berserker's attack was futile against a level 41 archer like myself. I felt only a slight sting as the berserker turned gray, and my health dropped by less than 300 points. Quickly, I drew an iron arrow and unleashed an armor-piercing shot. A flash of white light erupted as I dealt 1984 points of damage, instantly slaying him. The remaining berserker, taken aback by my formidable defense, attempted to strike, but before he could swing his axe, a graceful figure appeared, a stunning beauty clad in silver armor, wielding a dazzling sword. Ling Shui taunted, Come on, hit me. The berserker gritted his teeth and swung his axe. With a soft sound, Ling Shui didn't even flinch. Only losing 21 points of health, her defenses unyielding. The berserker was left speechless, while Ling Shui smiled and struck with her radiant sword, leaving a deep gash in his chest. 3,782. Another critical hit. Ling Shui had nearly obliterated his health in one blow, leaving those who witnessed in stunned silence, their gasps echoing through the air. With only the mage remaining, he glanced at us, then turned on his heel and fled. Ling Shui called after him with a playful smile, TCH. Chapter 68. Ling Yue's tears. Thus, the onlooking players had witnessed the formidable attack power displayed by myself and Ling Xue, coupled with the presence of our esteemed companions, including the renowned female mage Qing Feng Lanyue and the skilled players Ice Tea and Falling Rain. It was evident that we were not to be trifled with. Consequently, the players hesitated, no one daring to provoke us further. A few minutes later, we stepped into Twilight City. Upon entering, the friendly gazes of the NPC guards made me feel that this world was indeed harmonious. Once inside, Ling Yue exhaled with relief and said, "You all hurry to complete your quests." The forgotten army we had brought immediately began to move independently within the city, heading towards the royal palace of Twilight City. Before long, an NPC officer emerged, visibly excited, and proclaimed, "Lost warriors, you have finally returned home. On behalf of His Majesty, I salute your indomitable courage." The officer, clad in tattered armor, continued, "Indeed, if it were not for the assistance of these two adventurers, I would never have escaped the clutches of those undead." The NPC soldiers, momentarily taken aback, then smiled at Ling Xue and me, saying, "Brave adventurers, thank you for your contributions to the Twilight Kingdom. I shall bestow upon you generous rewards." After a lengthy discourse, the awaited task rewards finally arrived. Ding. System notification. Your party has completed the quest, Heart of the Forgotten. You have gained 350,000 experience, 200 gold coins, 500 reputation, and the quest reward, Lost Necklace. I was taken aback, hastily opening my inventory to find a silver necklace quietly resting in the corner. Lost Necklace, silver item, necklace, strength, 16 agility, 14 bonus. Increases the user's attack speed by 5. A wave of joy washed over me. A 5 increase in attack speed was precisely what I needed, while other archers focused solely on agility. Achieving rapid-fire capabilities akin to a machine gun, my emphasis on strength had rendered my arrows sluggish, akin to an elderly man pushing a cart. Now, with the addition of the Lost Necklace's 5 speed, I felt significantly compensated. Beside me, Ling Xue wore a sweet smile, clearly pleased with herself. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Ling Xue, what equipment did you acquire that has you so elated?" With a playful grin, Ling Xue promptly shared an item in the party chat. Water Moon Slash. Skill book utilizes water-based energy to unleash a crescent-shaped energy blade, dealing 120 to 150 damage to surrounding hostile targets. The skill's effectiveness increases with level. Requires Apprentice, Swordsman level 40. For a moment, my mind went blank. This skill was astonishingly powerful. To possess an initial attack strength of up to 150 as a small area group attack skill was remarkable. As I equipped the Lost Necklace, Ling Xue learned Water Moon Slash. She smiled at me, saying, "Silly, you are the first to witness Water Moon Slash." With that, Ling Xue raised her radiant sword, infusing it with energy. After a soft incantation, the sword traced a stunning crescent arc before her, the aqua blue light radiating immense power, enough to inflict pain upon mere contact. The consequences for anyone struck by it were surely severe. At that moment, Ling Yue messaged me, "Scholar, take Schwerer to complete her promotion, then you can log off and rest." I gladly accepted the task and accompanied Ling Xue to the vocational training center. The swordsman trainer, with piercing eyes, scrutinized Ling Xue's graceful figure, causing my irritation to flare. Just as I contemplated enlisting the help of the nearby archer trainer to deal with him, Ling Xue had already accepted the promotion quest. She winked at me, saying, "I just need to deliver a letter to the blacksmith Wang in the eastern part of the city." I was left speechless. Is it really that simple? Indeed. I felt a wave of despair. Why must my fate be so arduous? When obtaining my promotion, I had to venture all the way to Roy Village and deal with igniting torches and slaying elder tree monsters. Ling Xue chuckled, patting my shoulder, "Don't be ungrateful. Didn't you receive a rather impressive skill book? Yet here you are, lamenting." Seeing your expression, I almost want to hit you. I could only respond with exasperation. "Let's go to the eastern blacksmith." All right. Thus, Ling Xue and I walked side by side, chatting and laughing as we headed east, arriving at the blacksmith shop. After delivering the letter, she shamelessly completed the promotion task and returned to the vocational training center. Although there were no rewards, she at least shed the title of apprentice from her profession. Checking the time. It was already 1 a.m. Ling Xue said, "Silly, I'm logging off. Be at school by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Remember, Sioux University, Dong Campus. Call me when you arrive." I nodded, glancing at my friends list, noticing that half of them had logged off. The girls from Snow Moon Studio were already offline, while a few from Sword Fire continued their battles. However, Ziyun had also logged off. Perhaps girls simply didn't enjoy staying up late. Removing my gaming headset, I entered the hall, poured myself a cup of boiled water, and waited for it to cool. Just then, I heard a soft sound. The door across from me opened, revealing iced tea. Clad in a blue t-shirt that emphasized her impressive figure, paired with denim shorts that showcased her fair legs. I stole a glance, my heart racing. I must admit, the girls from Snow Moon Studio all possessed remarkably alluring figures. Even the least impressive, Summer, had her fair legs and alluring curves to make up for it, truly captivating. Noticing my gaze, Iced Tea said, "Scholar, you worked hard today? Do you need me to prepare something for you?" Feeling the weight of obligation, I shook my head with a smile. "No need, I can just make a bowl of noodles myself." Iced Tea immediately smiled coyly. "Then please prepare a portion for me too?" I chuckled and nodded. Had I known, I would have let her do it from the start instead of making things difficult for myself. After cooking the noodles, Iced Tea brewed me a cup of cool tea, saying, "This red tea is good for clearing heat and detoxifying. Drink more, it's beneficial for your health." I nodded with a smile. "Thank you." Iced Tea smiled gently. "I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too." Watching her turn and head back to her room, I found myself lacking sleepiness. Instead, I took the cool tea to the balcony. On a summer night, the gentle breeze and clear air felt refreshing. I took a sip of the tea, which had a slightly bitter undertone, akin to life itself. Everyone's attitude toward life varies. Some savor the sweetness, while others endure the bitterness. However, for me, I would rather remember the sweetness. As for the bitterness, if you choose not to dwell on it, it may not be as bitter after all. Having entered Lingtong for quite some time now, my achievements were somewhat satisfactory. I still couldn't fathom why I had chosen the archer profession initially. Yet, one reason stood out. Archers, with their low defense and lack of survival capabilities, must rely on the strength of the team to manifest their high attack output. I smiled softly. Perhaps what I truly desired was the feeling of camaraderie. After years of gallivanting in the game, I had often played the role of a lone wolf. Even if I was invincible in one-on-one combat, the solitude was quite disheartening. Now, with the company of these enchanting girls from Snow Moon Studio, my gaming life seemed far more enjoyable. At that moment, a soft sound emerged from behind, and the glass door swung open to reveal Lingyue, who approached with a cup of tea in hand. She appeared momentarily startled and could not help but exclaim, "Scholar, you are here as well." After saying this, Lingyue pretended to depart, but I chuckled and suggested, "Since we are both unable to sleep, why not come over and enjoy the evening breeze together?" Lingyue smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, let us share the breeze." A waft of fragrance enveloped us as she stood beside me. Clad in a white shirt and a knee-length chiffon skirt, the contours of her figure subtly accentuated beneath the shirt. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the sky, prompting Lingyue to gaze upward with a sigh. I, taken aback, inquired, "Most girls make wishes upon seeing a shooting star. Why do you appear so disheartened?" With her hands cradling the cup and her lips slightly pursed, Lingyue replied, "If one knows the wish cannot be fulfilled, why bother with such futile desires?" I was momentarily taken aback and exhaled softly. In truth, it is unnecessary to be so rational. With a gentle smile, Lingyue turned to me and said, "If only I could forget all my troubles, I would gladly spend my days gazing at the starry sky, waiting for a shooting star to appear." However, as I beheld her fair visage illuminated by the moonlight, I could not help but remark, "Lingyue, you are of the same age as Lingxue. You ought to embrace joy as she does. Yet, why are you burdened with so many concerns?" Lingyue smiled softly, responding, "Because I am the heir of my family. I must comprehend the significance of one word, responsibility." I looked at her and asked, "Is this responsibility the reason you are willing to accept Wang Junjie as the suitor appointed by your family?" "Nonsense," Lingyue replied, her voice rising slightly with agitation. "I would never. It's just—" "Never mind. You need not concern yourself with my matters." I was momentarily taken aback, and for quite some time, words eluded me. Truly, it was a case of misplaced goodwill. Yet, to my astonishment, Lingyue raised her face and softly uttered, "I am sorry." Suddenly, she stepped forward, opened her alabaster arms, and gently embraced me, her face resting against my neck, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. After what felt like an eternity, Lingyue, her voice laced with tears, murmured, "What am I to do? Many matters are far more complicated than they appear on the surface. I find myself powerless to resist, yet unwilling to accept such a fate. Scholar, although I do not fully trust you, I know you are a good person." A good person? In this day and age, that term seemed to have lost its positive connotation. Unconsciously, I wrapped my arms around Lingyue from behind, feeling her softness and resilience against my chest, while my shirt became dampened by her tears. Perhaps it was only in this moment that one could glimpse the vulnerability and sorrow concealed beneath the strong exterior of this beautiful director of the Blue Star Group. After a long while, until both of our legs grew numb from standing. Lingyue finally lifted her head, her tear-streaked face breaking into a faint smile. It is getting late. We should rest. I heard from Schwer that you are to visit her tomorrow. Please do not mention what transpired tonight. I inquired, what happened tonight? Lingyue chuckled softly, her arms still wrapped around my neck, her beautiful eyes gazing into mine as she said, what I have spoken shall remain here, once this moment passes. I shall deny everything. You must not tell Schwer. She should not bear that burden and should enjoy her youth. I was momentarily taken aback and responded, you too can. Yet, Lingyue released her hold on me, lifted her cup of tea, and smiled gently, sleep now. The night is still long. Chapter 69. Journey to Shanghai. In the early hours of the following day, I was awakened by the lively chatter of summer girls outside. Upon stepping out of my room, I was greeted by the exuberant expressions of the ladies. What has gotten into you all? Why the sudden joy? I inquired, astonished. The iced tea girl chuckled, Scholar. Today marks the day when the game connects with real bank accounts. Our studio's revenue is finally about to be launched. Aren't you excited? Of course I am, I replied, scratching my nose. But I just remembered that my bank card was swallowed by the ATM last time, and I haven't replaced it yet. That's simple, said the iced tea girl with a smile. After breakfast, just come to the bank with me, and we'll get it sorted out right away. I nodded. And after finishing breakfast, I found my ID card and set out with the 5 ladies from the studio. Lingyue was dressed in a lovely pink wool coat, paired with a white shirt and an adorable red tie, her short pink skirt catching my eye. The outfit looked familiar, and I suddenly recalled that it was the same attire Lingyue wore when she came to find me at the restaurant. I approached her, gazing intently, and asked, Beautiful, are you Lingyue or Lingyue? With a playful smile, she replied, Scholar, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Yes, it's Lingyue. Typically, Lingyue calls me fool. Seemingly noticing my confusion, Lingyue smiled gently, Don't stare too much. This dress was brought back by my distant aunt from abroad. We have 2 sets, one for me and one for Schwer. What do you think? Does it look good? As she twirled gracefully before me, the skirt swaying enchantingly, I nodded repeatedly, swallowing hard. In the future, when you and Lingyue wear this outfit together, it might be quite difficult to tell you apart. Lingyue teased, so, mind your words, otherwise, you might attract trouble. By the time we reached the bank not far from our community, it was still early, and there were not many people in line. The bank had even opened a window for gaming-specific accounts, which was quite considerate. As I handed over my ID, the teller swiftly processed a new card for me and asked, What is the game account number you wish to bind? I pondered for a moment and replied, 0000000002. The teller looked astonished, glancing at me a few times before inputting the information into the computer. Account and identity verified. Binding complete. Would you like to exchange for gold coins? The current official exchange rate is 1 gold coin for 4.93 renminbi. After a moment's thought, I said, Let's exchange for 2,000 gold coins. In no time, the teller smiled, all set. You can redeem them yourself when you enter the game. I nodded, retrieving my bank card, which now contained nearly 10,000 RMB, a sufficient amount for a lavish meal with Lingyue. Following me, Lingyue presented her bank card and game number, and I clearly saw her number was 0000000001, the one preceding Lingyue's. The teller was utterly astonished, alternating glances between me and Lingyue, unable to contain her admiration. You two are truly impressive. Lingyue graciously responded, Thank you for your assistance. Once the 3rd account was bound, a long line had formed behind us. Thankfully, we had arrived early. Otherwise, we would have had to wait until noon for the process to conclude. Luoyu Wuxing exchanged for 300 gold coins, while Iced Tea exchanged for 200 coins. After receiving 1,000 renminbi, Iced Tea exclaimed, I must earn money diligently. Soon, I'll be able to buy an LV bag. Lingyue interjected, You all should be frugal. Recently, the production players in the company are busy with their promotions, and each promoted production player needs 200 gold coins for the fee, which we must bear. Scholar, let's go earn some money together at the hero's graveyard tonight. I nodded, all right. As we exited the bank, it was nearly 11 a.m. I recalled that Lingyue had arranged to meet me at precisely that time, so I quickly hailed a taxi to the Sioux University campus. In less than half an hour, the taxi pulled up beside the school gate. The lush bamboo swayed gently, and the campus was alive with a delightful blend of youthful girls and mature women. By the edge of the bamboo grove, a petite beauty dressed in a pink suit was peering outside. Who else could it be but Lingyue? Quickly, I dialed Lingyue's number. Aren't you supposed to be having lunch with Schwer? Still thinking about me? She teased. I replied, After eating, it's good to drink some tea. That way, you want tea gain weight. Oh, is that so? Such a waste of phone credit. I smiled faintly, hanging up the call. and confirmed that the figure before me was indeed not Ling Wei. I approached her and called out, "Ling Xue?" Ling Xue turned around and, upon seeing me, exclaimed, "You made me wait so long. If you were any later, you'd be in big trouble." Feeling a bit helpless, I explained, I was caught in traffic. A gentle breeze caressed us, and as Ling Xue's long hair fluttered gracefully, her pink dress swayed slightly, capturing the attention of several nearby boys. While the girls beside them pinched their boyfriends' waists, glaring, "What are you staring at? Do you think a wealthy and beautiful girl like Ling Xue would look at you? Huh? Save your hopes. Look at that boy beside Ling Xue, so handsome." I felt a chill run down my spine. These girls had sharp eyes, capable of dissecting a man and Appo's worth with a mere glance. Ling Xue, however, was indignant and marched over to confront one of the girls. "What did you say? What's wrong with him? He is 100 times better than you." The girl was taken aback, while her boyfriend stammered, "And no, that's not what I meant." Embarrassed, I glanced around and said, "Never mind, Ling Xue. Where shall we eat? We need to level up and earn some money this afternoon." Ling Xue replied, "Get in the car first. You decide where to go. By the way, do you have enough money?" I opened the rear door of the car, but Ling Xue shot me a glare. "Sitting next to me is such a burden? Move to the front." After a moment's hesitation, I obediently took my seat in the front. After all, Ling Xue was Ling Yue's sister. It was best not to offend her. Ling Xue slowly started the car and turned to ask, "Where should we eat?" "That authentic Sichuan-style bullfrog," I replied. "There's one in Suzhou on Ganjiang Road, but the most authentic one seems to be in Shanghai." "Then let us go to Shanghai." I was slightly astonished. "For a meal, is it necessary to go all the way to Shanghai?" Ling Xue smiled sweetly. "One must be persistent." Thus, within less than an hour, we found ourselves on the streets of Shanghai, following the directions from 114, arriving at the legendary restaurant. At noon, the place was bustling, packed to capacity, and there was even a line. Ling Xue surveyed the waiting area with a mischievous glance. "Fool, go sit down for a moment." I nodded, but after only a few minutes, I heard raised voices from the front of the restaurant. It turned out a woman holding a baby was sitting at a table, while several young people were glaring at her, insisting, "One person shouldn't occupy an entire table. Why don't you eat outside?" The woman exclaimed in disbelief. I arrived first. "This is unreasonable." The opposing group brazenly slapped down 200 yuan bills, saying, "Take this and leave already." The woman was on the verge of tears, her eyes welling with emotion. Chapter 70. Together in play, I nearly rose to my feet alongside Ling Xue. "Hey, why are you all being so unreasonable?" Ling Xue exclaimed loudly. Consequently, the trio of young men and one woman turned around, and in that instant, both Ling Xue and I were rendered speechless, equally astonished, while the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. Among them, the leader appeared strikingly familiar. He was none other than the notorious Ao Shikuangren, looking every bit like his in-game persona. To his left stood a man clad in a suit, unmistakably Ao Shui, while the girl on his right was likely Ao Piaoyu. "So it's you," Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Shikuangren, equally taken aback, stared at us for several seconds before exclaiming, "It's actually you. Is this Qingfeng Feishue or Qingfeng Lanwei? I never expected that Qingquang Shuxing and you are a couple in real life." Ling Xue's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "I never anticipated that the arrogant Ao Shikuangren would exhibit such behavior in reality." Ao Shue immediately appeared embarrassed and turned to Ao Shikuangren, saying, "Bro, what should we do now?" Ao Shikuangren snorted disdainfully. "Heh, encountering old acquaintances here, we must certainly share a drink." Ling Xue looked furious, and fearing she might stir up trouble, I quickly interposed, "Even if you wish to drink, there are no seats available here. Let us save it for another time. I have no intention of sitting in a stolen seat to drink and chat." Ao Shikuangren's gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, the young girl, no more than 18, Ao Piaoyu, promptly grasped Kuangren's hand, declaring, "Brother, how can you act this way? When we return, I shall tell Dad everything that transpired today." Ao Kuangren immediately appeared flustered and hurriedly implored, "Piaoyu, please don't. Dad would surely beat me to a pulp." Having said that, he turned to me with a cold smirk. "Today as hospitality is off the table, but rest assured, I will settle the scores from the game with you later." TSK, Qingfeng Feishue is truly beautiful. Their scrutinizing gazes roamed over Ling Xue, making her uncomfortable as she waved her delicate fist, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? I'm ready anytime." I inwardly lamented. Ling Xue was indeed a handful. Fortunately, under the threat from Ao Piaoyu, Ao Kuangren reluctantly vacated the eatery, while Ao Shui shot me a fierce glare before departing. After all, having been reduced from level 36 to 30 by me in a single day, He likely harbored a desire to devour me whole. As I watched their retreating figures, Ling Shui gritted her teeth, muttering, "Those spoiled rich kids are truly the dregs of society." I merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At that moment, a woman with a baby smiled gratefully at us, prompting Ling Shui to seize the opportunity to sit across from her, sweetly asking, "Auntie, how old is your little brother?" Given Ling Shui's ingratiating demeanor, I almost thought she would shamelessly leech off their meal. However, by then, a table had cleared, and we settled into a window-side seat, ordering several signature Sichuan dishes, each one more fiery than the last. Ling Shui remarked, "I can't believe we ran into A.O. Shirkwangren here. Who would have thought he'd be in Shanghai? Ugh, I really wanted to give him a good beating just now." Observing her eager demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you really think you could take him on?" Seemingly unable to tolerate my dismissive tone, Ling Shui brandished her small fist in a show of defiance. "Would you like to find out? My sister and I have been practicing Taekwondo since childhood." I refrained from further argument. "All right, I'll take your word for it. By the way, this morning your sister mentioned she wanted to grind for money at the heroic cemetery tonight. Would you like to join her to level up?" Ling Shui blinked, grinning. "Why bother? Grinding for money and monsters is dull. Instead, let us seize the opportunity as one of the earliest players to achieve full status and head to the ghostly ancient temple tonight. We should aim to clear the bosses on the 5th and 6th floors. Don't you want to see the ultimate boss of the 1st floor, the General's tomb, as described in legends?" I swallowed hard. "All right. If Xian also achieves full status tonight, we'll go. Otherwise, without a high-level healer, we might struggle against the boss." Ling Shui smiled. "Yes. Also, let us invite Bing Cha and Ziyu to join us. The more, the merrier. Bing Cha's equipment is decent and can serve as a tank." "Sounds good." Just then, our dishes arrived, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. I had unknowingly grown accustomed to spicy food, much like I had adapted to living alone. However, now I felt I could abandon one of those habits. After all, one must evolve with the times. In a beautifully antiquated porcelain bowl lay sour fish, while a black pot brimmed with sizzling, spicy bullfrog, adorned with vibrant red and green chilies beside tender, white meat. The visual allure alone was irresistible. Excitement gleamed in Ling Shui's eyes as she picked up a piece of delectable frog meat and brought it to her mouth. Instantly, I noticed her fair complexion flush with a rosy hue. "Wait, Ling Shui, can you not handle spicy food?" I regretted not asking her beforehand. To my surprise, Ling Shui raised her brows and laughed. "Who said I can't eat spicy food?" Seemingly to prove her point, she devoured several spicy morsels in quick succession, and soon her entire face was flushed red, her luscious lips glistening with oil, making her look even more charming and enticing. I found myself momentarily entranced. Ling Shui glanced at me and burst into laughter, lifting her beer and teasing, "Silly, stop staring. Shall I join you for a drink?" I quickly shook my head. "No, you still have to drive back to Suzhou. You can't drink." "All right then, I'll substitute tea for wine." Ling Shui ordered a glass of cool tea. I chuckled, downing my drink in one go. Ling Shui sipped lightly before asking, "Silly, after all this time in the game, do you have any ambitions? Like becoming the top player in China, dominating the realm, just like Lin Fan, the first expert back in the day?" I paused, then smiled faintly. I haven't really considered it much yet. For now, I'm just focused on earning some money to make ends meet, and helping your sister build Shui's studio into the finest team in the country. Ling Shui laughed playfully. "So that is all? Well, just remember to invite me when you're out committing mayhem and robbery." I couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "Goodness, you're nothing like your sister." Ling Shui beamed with confidence, teasing, "You don't think I'm inferior to my sister, do you?" "Not at all. In my eyes, you are the greatest, a paragon of virtue and strength, uniting the realm." I glanced at Ling Shui's proud and alluring figure, hastily showering her with compliments, aware that her words were laced with mischief, and a slip on my part could lead to dire consequences. Seemingly pleased with my flattery, Ling Shui continued to eat while I savored my meal, captivated by her presence. The adage beauty is a feast for the eyes held true, and with a table full of culinary delights before us, what more could one desire? This was my first meal with Ling Shui, and it felt almost surreal. I was a destitute lad on the brink of hunger, while Ling Shui was a charming beauty driving a BMW. The two of us seemed worlds apart. Yet perhaps it was the stroke of luck from that fateful morning that had brought us together. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that we finally finished our meal. Ling Shui escorted me back to the studio before heading off to school herself. As I opened the door to the studio, a voice caught my attention. "Ah, indeed, Ziyu possesses genuine talent." It seemed to belong to Xia Tian. Upon glancing over, I discovered Ziyu and Xia Tian playfully tussling on the sofa in the hall. In an unexpected moment of springtime exuberance, Ziyu lay on her back, her attire disheveled, revealing a pink bra that hung loosely, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Meanwhile, Xia Tian was sprawled atop Ziyu, seemingly assessing her physique, her own curvaceous form enticingly prominent as she playfully swayed. I stood there, momentarily taken aback, before managing to inquire, "What exactly are you two playing at?" Ziyu's cheeks flushed crimson, while Xia Tian, with a teasing grin and an alluring arch to her back, boldly asked, "Scholar, would you care to join us?" I was instantly taken aback, my heart racing. This, surely, was rather inappropriate. Chapter 71. The pen and ink cartridge. At that moment, Ice-T emerged, and upon seeing the vibrant atmosphere in the hall, she immediately remarked with a hint of irritation, "You two, stop fooling around. Scholar, get online quickly. The production team at Snow Moon urgently needs 5,000 gold coins, and we have yet to gather even 500 coins ourselves. We must rely on our own efforts now. Supervisor Ling is already at the Hero S cemetery. You should join her to farm some coins." I nodded. Generally speaking, farming is an indispensable aspect of a gaming studio. Though somewhat monotonous, the thought of having a beautiful superior like Ling Wei by my side made it a rather enjoyable experience. Moreover, the skeletons at the Hero S cemetery were currently a few levels above me, allowing me to level up while farming, a twofold benefit. Thus, I walked over and said to Ziyue and Xiaqian, "You two, get online and level up. We can save the fun for tonight." Ziyue blushed. "We're not doing anything," Xiaqian chimed in. "Ziyue and I don't need to play anymore. Without the ink cartridge, we can't write anything. Scholar brother, would you lend us a hand?" I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, while Ice-T responded with exasperation, "Xiaqian, go back to your room immediately. I can't stand you." Xiaqian chuckled and promptly patted Ziyue on the backside, saying, Let us go. We're leveling up. We won't log off until we reach level 38. Consequently, the two girls swiftly darted into their room, and Ice-T gave me a helpless smile. "Don't mind them. They've always been like this," I replied. "It's quite all right." "Oh, is that so?" Ice-T seemed to smile with deeper meaning. After retrieving a bottle of cola from the fridge, I returned to my room, sipping it while browsing the official homepage of Spirit S Grief. I noticed that the ranking had shifted again. I had dropped to 8th place in China. Indeed, in such a vast realm, exceptional individuals abound, and one can easily be overshadowed if one is not vigilant. I quickly logged in, appearing in Twilight City. Upon inspecting my inventory, I realized that after exchanging for 2,000 gold coins that morning, I was left with only a little over 900 coins. However, with my current attack power, bolstered by the formidable attributes of the Star Chaser bow and the advanced Thousand Blade arrow, I could confidently claim that I was an ultimate coin farming machine. 5,000 gold coins were not an insurmountable task. I spent a few coins repairing my equipment, then replenished my potions and iron arrows before heading eastward, concealing my name. As long as I avoided combat with others, I could maintain my mysterious presence and evade trouble. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Hero S cemetery, where I spotted a charming female mage playfully engaging a group of skeletons with her flame sea spell from a distance. I dashed over, using 2 rounds of Thousand Blade arrows to help clear out the low-health monsters. Upon recognizing me, Lingyue immediately invited me into her party. To my astonishment, there were 3 players from Snow Moon in the team, all at level 20. Seemingly sensing my surprise, Lingyue smiled gently. "They're here to collect equipment and coins, allowing us to focus on monster slaying." I nodded in agreement. This was the best arrangement. Otherwise, we would waste half our time collecting coins, as retrieving a plethora of silver coins scattered across the uneven cemetery could be quite laborious. Soon after, Ziyue and Xiaqian logged in, followed by Lingxue. Xiaqian and Ziyue volunteered to join me at the Hero S cemetery, trailing behind to clean up the battlefield, gaining considerable experience. Lingxue and Ice-T, meanwhile, ventured out as swordswomen to slay monsters and level up. Ice-T had officially transitioned into her role and had equipped several pieces of silver gear, ensuring she wouldn't hinder Lingxue's progress. I rummaged through my inventory and found the bloodthirsty dagger that had dropped from a boss. I traded it directly to Ziyue. The dagger shimmered with a cascade of light patterns rippling outward. Assassin, silver tier, dagger, attack, 85 to 140 agility, 15 stamina, 9 bonus. Increases user's agility by 2 required level, 30 upon seeing the impressive attack attributes. Ziyue couldn't contain her excitement and nearly enveloped me in a warm embrace. "Scholar, how would you like me to express my gratitude?" "Any request, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it," Ziyue inquired with a smile. I swallowed hard. The temptation was undeniably enticing. However, not far off. Lingyue cast a glance in our direction, and I immediately felt a chill run down my spine, prompting me to politely decline Zua's generous offer. Nevertheless, when Zua shared the dagger's attributes within the party, Lingyue wore a pleased smile. After all, Zua's enhanced damage output as an assassin would bolster our studio's overall strength, and that was undoubtedly a positive development. The entire afternoon passed, and by around 7 p.m., we had been diligently farming monsters and leveling up, thanks to the well-balanced experience distribution system in Spirit's Grief. I claimed over 90 of the experience as the primary damage dealer, ensuring that Ziyue and Xiaoyan couldn't siphon off too much of my experience. I successfully leveled up to 43, while Lingyue, who had been actively leveling, had reached level 45, proudly sitting atop the Chinese leaderboard. The girls and I gathered to tally our gold coin collection. Lingyue's team had gathered a total of 147 coins, while Xiaoyan had collected 784 coins. And Ziyue managed to amass 180 coins. Given Ziyue's clumsiness, I felt quite pleased that she had managed to gather so many coins. Thus, the 5,000 gold coins required by the Blue Star Company were finally assembled. Lingyue instructed a trusted employee to deliver the coins, which amounted to nearly 20,000 RMB, a significant sum for me. After discussing plans for the evening's journey to the ghostly ancient temple, she readily agreed. Next, I took it upon myself to contact Ziyun from Sword Fire, as I was relatively familiar with that group, and Lingyue had already tacitly acknowledged my leadership among them. Glancing at my friends list, I noticed that Ziyun had reached level 40, likely becoming the first priest player to achieve this in Twilight City. Given the slow leveling of priests, a level 30 priest was already regarded as a treasure, making a level 40 priest with advanced skills a national treasure. The national treasure playfully asked, "Why is it that you only remember me when you need something?" I replied, "The pressure to level up is intense, by the way. Have you advanced your healing spell to the next level?" Ziyun responded, "I reached that level this afternoon. I even upgraded Resurrection Prophecy to a higher tier. It now lasts for 2 hours." I was slightly taken aback. That's remarkable. How did you manage to improve the proficiency of Resurrection Prophecy? Ziyun chuckled softly. It's simple. I stood at the entrance of Twilight City with a bag of blue potions, and every time I passed a player, I cast Resurrection Prophecy on them. They all think I'm a living saint. I was speechless. Keep it up. You might be able to make a profit from this someday. Ziyun teased. I already can. Today, someone contacted me, offering 1 gold coin for the effect of Resurrection Prophecy, but I found it too little, so I declined. I chuckled. You should have dinner early. Once we log in, we'll head to the 5th level of the ghostly ancient temple. Sure. Chapter 72. The Demonized Swordsman. After logging back in, we found that the dining hall had been set up with the meals pre-ordered by Lingyue from the nearby hotel. After a delightful feast, we logged back in. Ziyue, Xiaoyan, and Li Yuxing formed a team to level up, while Ice-TMM stayed back with me and Lingyue to accompany us to the ghostly ancient temple. Upon entering the game, we gathered at the eastern gate square of Twilight City. Lingyue and I arrived first, followed by Lingxue. The sight of the 2 stunning twin beauties nearly drew a crowd. And when Ziyun and Ice-T arrived, I pulled Lingxue and Lingyue through the throng. Once outside the city, we breathed a sigh of relief. Ice-T chuckled. Beauty is invincible. Lingyue and Lingxue blushed, while Ziyun smiled gently beside them. I forged ahead. As the coordinates of the ghostly ancient temple were no longer a secret, they had been disclosed on the forums. Consequently, many players flocked here in search of high-level equipment. Regrettably, the drop rates for monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors were dismally low, while the iron-armored guards and beast-riding corpses on the 3rd and 4th floors were overwhelmingly powerful, making it nearly impossible for the average player to endure. Numerous eager teams had already experienced the bittersweet taste of devastation. When our party of 5 arrived at the ghostly ancient temple, we discovered that the 1st floor was already occupied by numerous players. Almost every time a batch of blue wolf guards spawned, they were swiftly overwhelmed and defeated. Lingxue and I took the lead, walking side by side at the forefront, with Lingyue and Ziyun in the middle, and Ice-TMM trailing behind to protect us. Our formation left the other players on the 1st floor astounded. Some could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming, Look, it's the beautiful ladies of Shuyue. Isn't the one in front the first female mage Qifeng Lanyu? Nonsense, that's the first female warrior Qifeng Feishue. Can't you read the names? Another player exclaimed in awe. Incredible. They're all experts above level 40. Did you see? The reckless scholar who killed countless experts in the Forgotten Gorge is here too. What a remarkable archer. Truly a paragon of archers in the Chinese region. Look at our old 3rd. That guy is pathetic, struggling against an 18-level monster at level 28. We didn't linger on the 1st floor and ascended directly to the 2nd. In the distance, we spotted a team named Blood Drink fiercely battling ghostly warriors. Although the struggle was arduous, they were managing to prevail. Upon reaching the third floor, we found only a handful of players, clustered in groups of 3 to 5 attempting to draw an iron-armored guard, but sadly, its defense was absurdly high, rendering their efforts futile. After half a tea break, they still hadn't managed to whittle down its health. It seemed it would take ages to defeat all the iron-armored guards. The fourth floor had scarcely any players present. The beast-riding corpses were now visible, their levels finally revealed to be formidable 45s, with terrifying attack and defense stats. Not far ahead, a pile of potions lay scattered, likely the remnants of players who had dared to challenge the beast-riding corpses, only to be swiftly dispatched back to the city. Lingwei suggested with a smile. Let us head to the fifth floor. Fighting 45-level monsters lacks excitement. Ziyun echoed. Yes, let us go to the fifth floor. After several rounds of cooperation, Ziyun had become familiar with Lingyue and Lingxue, no longer feeling awkward, while Ice TMM remained quiet, following us with a gentle smile. I surveyed the surroundings and quickly plunged into the throng of monsters, then spun around and dashed towards the entrance from the third to the fourth floor. My speed left a group of beast-riding corpses behind, who lost their target and halted at the entrance. This meant that any player entering the fourth floor would likely be instantaneously annihilated. The girls gaped, finally grasping my intention. Lingxue chuckled softly, "You sly one." I replied with a wry smile, "To train in the fifth floor without worry, one must secure the rear." It was a simple truth, after years of gaming. I had learned to leave myself an escape route before undertaking any venture, ensuring that no threats could linger. The boss, the beast-riding corpse king, had not yet respawned, having just been defeated a few days prior. Such a golden-level boss would likely take at least a week to reappear. Thus, we proceeded directly to the fifth floor, with Lingxue and Ice-T leading the way. As I stepped into the fifth floor, I beheld a dazzling azure light above the heads of two monsters. Damage numbers floated, 15681-873. It was Lingxue's new skill, Water Moon Slash, indeed powerful enough to inflict such formidable damage on the fifth floor monsters. However, the two monsters were capable of breaking through Lingxue's defenses. At that moment, Ziyun appeared, casting a high-level healing spell that replenished nearly 1,000 of Lingxue's health points. I finally took a closer look at the monsters on the fifth floor, towering. Approximately 3-meter-tall giant warriors, clad in black armor, wielding 2-meter-long swords that unleashed sharp sword energy with a hint of magical attack. Each strike caused Lingxue to lose health in rapid succession. Demonized Swordsman, Enhanced Monster, Level, 48 Attack, 375 to 500 Defense, 200 Health, 8,000 Bonus. Having long dwelled in the aura of darkness, these once elite swordsmen have been demonized. Their consciences extinguished, leaving only their formidable martial skills intact. I was taken aback. I could now see the boss's attributes. The attack power of this demonized swordsman was indeed formidable, reaching an astonishing 500. It was no wonder that even Lingxue, clad in the Gale set, could be penetrated. Ice-T fared worse. A single attack caused her to lose over 500 health points, leaving her pale with fright. In this critical moment, we relied heavily on Lingxue, but we could not resort to drawing monsters for mass kills, as the demonized swordsman had ranged attacks. Each swing of its sword energy could strike targets within 5 yards, meaning that if Lingxue attempted to draw the monsters, she risked being instantly killed. Moreover, the other members of our party lacked the capacity to withstand attacks. Lingxue cast a peculiar glance at me and remarked, "You should really pick a high-defense melee class. It would be much more exhilarating to fight the monsters head-on." I was speechless. A high-defense class could not match my current damage output. How could one have both fish and bear's paws? Thus, I drew a demonized swordsman closer, raised my hand, and unleashed a piercing arrow that struck true, inflicting 1892 points of damage. Lingxue promptly backtracked, "But your current attack power is still quite impressive." I sighed, "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much, just want to slay some monsters." Lingxue replied, waving her flame staff as fireballs and ice arrows flew forth. Chapter 73. Meteoric fire rained with a swift motion. 2 numbers soared from the head of the corrupted swordsman, 1462, 1481. At last, under Lingxue's sweeping strike that could fell armies, the third corrupted swordsman let out a soft whimper before collapsing, dropping 2 gold coins and a gleaming longsword. I promptly picked it up and shared the attributes of the sword in the team channel. Sting of the Obsidian, Silver Grade, Attack, 120180 Strength, 10 Bonus. Increases the user's physical attack power by 1 required level, 40, Undiscovered, To possess 180 attack power even before identification is remarkable. Once identified, it may reach an impressive 240. While it may not match the golden grade luminescent sword, it is certainly a silver weapon of a higher level by 10, ensuring its attack power would not fall short. I inquired about everyone's opinions, and both Ling Shui and Zi Yun had no objections. While Ling Yu smiled lightly, "Isn't it perfect? It should go to Bing Cha. She is in dire need of potent attack power." Nodding with a smile, I traded the silver grade longsword to her. Bing Cha's face lit up with delight as she received the sword, clearly smitten. After all, in the realm of Ling Huan, high-level weapons are a rarity, and this level 40 silver weapon is particularly scarce. Had we not ventured deep into the 5th layer of the ghostly ancient temple, acquiring such equipment from non-boss monsters would have been nearly impossible. However, she could not equip it immediately and had to settle for her current level 25 bronze longsword. Though I imagined her heart brimmed with joy, we continued to slay monsters, requiring all our might to take down each corrupted swordsman, even utilizing Zi Yun's curse. Yet, no further equipment dropped, and the level 48 corrupted swordsman proved to be exceedingly stingy. The longsword was likely a mere glitch in the system that yielded it to us. It was only past 11 at night that we had cleared the monsters on the 5th layer, and while no further equipment materialized, the experience gained was substantial. I surged from level 43 with 23 experience to 43 with 87, while Ling Shui advanced to level 42, and both Zi Yun and Bing Cha reached level 41. Ling Yu maintained her position at level 45, ranking first in China. Next, we gathered at the center of the 5th layer, where before us loomed a massive cage imprisoning the third-to-last super boss of the ghostly ancient temple, causing a wave of tension among us. Bing Cha stepped forward with her sword, declaring, "I will lure it out." Ling Shui immediately interjected, "Allow me, my defense is higher." Bing Cha hesitated, but Ling Yu chimed in with a smile, "Let Shui go, it will be safer." Thus, with a bright smile, Ling Shui raised the luminescent sword and cleaved the cage open. In that instant, the cage erupted in a violent explosion, and a dazzling beam of sword light struck Ling Shui's shoulder. Bang! Battle alert. Player Qing Fengfei Shui was struck by the corrupted commander, losing 1247 health points. In an instant, half of Ling Shui's health was depleted. She paused momentarily before hastily retreating to my side with the luminescent sword in tow. Fortunately, at that moment, Zi Yun, clad in premium healing gear, cast a powerful healing spell that nearly restored Ling Shui's health in a single blow. Reinvigorated, Ling Shui once again charged forward, flanking the boss alongside Bing Cha to shield our team. I unleashed ice arrows to slow the foe while coordinating with armor-piercing arrows for damage output. Ling Yu bombarded the enemy with fireballs, and Zi Yun diligently healed both Ling Shui and Bing Cha. Remarkably, despite being a female player, Zi Yun exhibited outstanding skill, her precise and anticipatory maneuvers proving crucial in the blink of an eye where players could easily perish. Zi Yun's inclusion in the sword fire team attested to her prowess. Within mere minutes, her skill and awareness garnered Ling Yu's commendation. Amidst our attacks, I seized the opportunity to observe the boss. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the corrupted swordsman, save for the imposing cloak it donned, draped in crimson, exuding an intimidating aura. Boss attributes: corrupted commander, golden grade boss. Bonus: an excellent commander under the ghostly general, continues to follow him even after death, possessing a variety of unique skills. As expected, the attributes of the corrupted commander were obscured, likely at level 50, yet it was evident that it wielded numerous formidable skills. At that moment, the corrupted commander raised its longsword high and let out a thunderous roar. Ding. System alert. The corrupted commander has used the skill Terrifying Roar. Your attack power is reduced by 25. I was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, my attack power had indeed diminished by over 100 points. My armor-piercing arrow, which once dealt 800 damage, now barely inflicted 500. Ling Shui lamented in the party chat, "This boss is utterly monstrous." Bing Cha echoed, "One strike nearly took me out. If it had been a critical hit, I would surely be doomed." I reassured them, "Fear not. You possess resurrection prophecies, granting you one more chance should you fall." Just then, the boss raised its longsword once more, chanting an incantation, and a crimson cloud materialized above us, followed by a barrage of scorching meteors raining down from the sky. Ding. Battle alert. The corrupted commander has initiated the skill Meteoric Fire Rain. Bang. A meteor struck my shoulder, causing my health to plummet by nearly 1,000 points. The damage was terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, I moved swiftly, wrapping my arms around Ling Yu's waist and carrying her as we fled. Upon escaping that perilous zone, we turned to Zi Yun. her expression one of helplessness as she tended to Ling Shui and Bing Cha. Ling Yu, her face pale with fright, had been caught in the meteor shower, and despite the protection of the flame shield, she had still been drained to the brink of death. How terrifying! Ling Yu exclaimed, still shaken, as she patted my hand and whispered with a smile, "You can let go now. It wouldn't be good for Shui heir to see." I glanced back to find Ling Shui engrossed in slaying monsters, oblivious to our predicament. Meanwhile, the boss continued to swing its longsword, and the area where we had stood moments ago was relentlessly bombarded by meteors, turning the fifth layer of the ghostly ancient temple into a chaotic battleground. However, this provided us with a splendid opportunity to attack for a time, as the boss's skills went uninterrupted, allowing it to unleash its meteor shower upon the empty ground. Yet, such tranquility was short-lived, as the boss showed no signs of relenting. In the next moment, it raised its longsword, radiating a brilliant light, and a crimson aura rippled throughout the fifth layer. Ding. Battle alert. The corrupted commander has utilized the skill Death Shroud. Your defense is reduced by 10. Chapter 74. The boss's weakness in an instant. The defenses of our entire party plummeted by an alarming 10%. Ling Shui was struck by the enchanted commander's sword, losing over 600 health points, which left her pale with fright, while Bingxia retreated in a panic. Ling Wei raised her hand and cast an ice arrow spell, slightly reducing the boss's movement speed, her expression grave as she remarked, "This is not looking good. If this continues, we may face annihilation here." Meanwhile, I used armor-piercing arrows to draw the boss's fire while communicating in the team channel. "Everyone, stay calm. Ling Shui, don't run too far. Return when you're at full health. Bingxia, retreat slightly, and Ling Wei, come with me to draw the aggro. Ziyun, focus on healing and casting curses, under my strategic guidance." Our small 5-member team managed to stabilize our formation. Ling Wei and I took turns drawing the aggro, while Ling Shui contributed by alleviating some of the pressure in the center. After enduring several consecutive effects, Ling Shui could no longer withstand the boss's attacks head-on. Time slipped away, and the enchanted commander, a golden tier boss, proved to be a formidable challenge. With death looming and meteor storm attacks raining down, both Ling Wei and I were pushed to our limits. Fortunately, our quick reflexes helped us avert disaster, or else we would have surely faced casualties. Ling Wei cast several fireballs upon the boss's chest armor, with flames erupting. Yet the damage was disappointing. Each fireball inflicted less than 500 points of damage. I began to notice that the enchanted commander consistently lowered his wrist, using his chest armor or arms to block Ling Yue's fireballs. I suggested, "Ling Shui, can you distract the boss long enough for Ling Yue to attack his armpit?" The two sisters understood my intent. Ling Shui dashed forward like a whirlwind, her radiant sword flashing with blue light as she executed a water moon slash, causing a damage number of 102 to soar upwards. At that moment, the enchanted commander lifted his massive sword high, preparing to strike Ling Shui. "Sister, hurry," Ling Shui called out. And just then, Ling Yue unleashed a fireball, hitting the enchanted commander squarely in the armpit. A dull thud echoed as a massive number, 896, burst forth above the boss's head, signaling a critical hit. Even without the critical hit, Ling Yue's magical attacks significantly exceeded her usual output. It seemed my conjecture was correct, just as the official game data indicated. Every boss possesses a vulnerability, and seizing upon it can lead to swift victory. Ling Yue beamed with joy, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Exactly. Ling Shui, let us do it again." However, Ling Shui had already been sent flying by the boss's sword, quickly recovering health under Ziyun's healing spell. I continued to use armor-piercing arrows to keep the boss occupied, granting Ling Yue and Ling Shui precious moments to regroup. Our strategy unfolded methodically, although the enchanted commander had myriad abilities. His demise was merely a matter of time. Just then, I received a message from Jian Huolonghan. "Scholar, have you borrowed our beautiful Ziyun again? How's she, a gem?" "Isn't she?" I couldn't help but chuckle and quickly replied, "I've merely borrowed her for leveling." "You're not jealous, are you?" Jian Huolonghan responded with a smile. "If jealousy were effective, we would have long since kept Ziyun for ourselves. When she trains with us, her heart is clearly with you." I commented, "Ziyun truly is remarkable, beautiful, gentle, and considerate. You should seize the opportunity soon. After all, you're in the same city. Don't let someone else take her from you." I felt a bit speechless and replied, "What are you thinking? I don't even know Ziyun's last name, or if she is married. Why am I even pondering this? Let's just focus on leveling up. You won't struggle without her, will you?" Jian Huolonghan replied, "Leveling can be managed. But morale drops by 90 without the number 1 beauty, Ziyun. The remaining priestesses pale in comparison." I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Make do with it. At that moment, Jian Huolonghun grew serious, saying, "Today, I gathered intel on the Aoshi maniacs. Let me share it with you. The Aoshi family is part of a commercial conglomerate in Shanghai, and the Aoshi maniac is the son of the group's president, originally named Lin Ao. He has a sister named Lin Piaoyu, likely the Lin Piaoyu in the game. As for Aoshi Shishue, he is Lin Ao's adopted son, known for his vile disposition. That's all we've gathered for now. Any thoughts?" I replied, "Understood. Ling Shue and I were in Shanghai today, and indeed encountered Lin Ao and Lin Piaoyu. Just as you said, Lin Ao is merely a spoiled heir, and Aoshi Shishue is nothing more than a rogue." "Oh, is that so?" Jian Huolonghun teased. "No wonder he looks down on our Ziyun. It turns out you know Qingfeng Feishue in real life. That explains everything, huh?" I chuckled, knowing we were all men in this unspoken understanding. After ending the communication, I noticed that the enchanted commander was reaching a frenzy, his health dwindling to a mere sliver. Wielding his sword, he unleashed a meteor storm that caused chaos in the 5th level of the ghostly temple, with the alluring screams of several maidens echoing around us. The brilliance of the meteor storm surrounded me as fiery meteors rained down. One struck Lingwe's flame shield with a resounding crash, shattering the crimson barrier instantly, and she was obliterated in a heartbeat. As the light gradually coalesced, Lingwe resurrected, but she remained ensnared in the storm's grip. Alarmed, I rushed toward her, instinctively shielding her from another meteor attack, knowing she couldn't afford to die again without losing a level. Boom. A searing pain tore through my back as I was instantly killed, yet I revived on the spot. Lingwe looked at me in astonishment as I embraced her, sprinting forward. Behind us, a barrage of meteors rained down, shaking the entire temple with thunderous roars. Lingwe, gripping my hand, laughed. "Scholar, you just died." Inwardly, I lamented. It seemed the enchanted commander had locked onto us as his targets, and the second round of meteor storms was already upon us. Lingwe, being a slow-moving mage, left me no choice but to pull her along in our desperate escape. Surprisingly, she was laughing brightly, evading the boss's pursuit alongside me through the spacious hall of the 5th level. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The scorching meteors vanished without a trace, and I turned to see the massive form of the enchanted commander toppling over, with Lingxue slowly pulling the radiant sword from his chest. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your team has defeated the Golden Tier boss, the enchanted commander, earning 350,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation. The maidens rejoiced. This arrogant boss had finally succumbed. Lingxue gleefully rummaged through the spoils beneath the boss's armor, retrieving a shield and 2 skill books. Chapter 75. Ice Armor Technique. To my astonishment, I discovered that the shield was a new type of equipment I had never encountered since entering the game. Typically, only swordsmen are permitted to wield shields, which significantly enhances their defensive capabilities, rendering them formidable barriers in large-scale battles. One requirement for equipping a shield is that the swordsman must reach level 40 and successfully transition to their primary class. Lingxue swiftly shared the shield's attributes within the team. Flame shield, silver equipment, shield, defense, 200 strength, 12 stamina, 9 additional. Increases the user's defense by 2 required level. 44, unidentified. Everyone gasped in surprise. The shield boasted an impressive defense of 200 even before identification, and once identified, it would surely exceed 250. Remarkably, the defense of this single shield surpassed that of my archer clad in the Crimson Flame set. It was evident that archers lacked the capability to endure damage. Although leveling was somewhat quicker for me, the sight of these extraordinarily defensive armor pieces left me envious. How I longed for the day when I, as an archer, could don high defense armor. The flame shield shimmered with subtle red magical patterns, captivating Lingxue, who looked up at us with a smile and asked, "This shield, is it for me?" We all nodded in agreement, adhering to the unwritten rules of the martial world. Besides, we were all comrades, and such trivial matters were of no concern to us. Next, we turned our attention to the 2 skill books. Lingxue cradled one book in her hands, the tome in her right radiating a soft blue light, while the skill book in her left exuded a faint red glow. Ice Armor Technique. Skill book utilizes water magic to conjure an impenetrable armor around the user, significantly enhancing their defense, while simultaneously reducing the attack and movement speed of opponents upon being struck. Requires a level 45 magician. Incredible. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope, and Lingxue chuckled as she presented the book, saying, "Sister, learn it and show us." Ling Yu accepted it with a smile, and in a flash of light, she had mastered the skill. She lifted her flame staff, and a translucent ice blue shield rapidly formed around her, instantly increasing her defense by 200 points. I was momentarily speechless. Ling Yu's defense now far surpassed mine, the archer in leather armor. Indeed, in this realm, the truly skilled were extraordinary. With the acquisition of the ice armor technique, Ling Yu's survivability would undoubtedly improve, especially in player-versus-player combat against melee fighters. The ice armor technique could truly alter the tide of battle if her adversary's attacks were slowed. With Ling Yu's skills, she could easily dispatch any close combat player. At that moment, Ling Shui held up another red skill book and shared its attributes with the team. Fire Dragon Technique. Skill book harnesses fire magic to summon a magical fire dragon, capable of inflicting immense damage on surrounding hostile units. The duration of the spell is dependent on the skill level. Requires a level 45 magician. Everyone exclaimed in unison, today, Ling Yu was indeed fortunate. On previous visits to this location, she had not reaped such rewards, but today seemed to be a stroke of divine favor. As she had received 2 skill books simultaneously, Ling Yu quickly learned the Fire Dragon technique, and with a swift motion of her staff, a roaring fire dragon materialized before us, charging forth with an insatiable appetite for destruction. If any players were present, they would surely meet a grim fate. After dividing the spoils, Ling Yu was filled with confidence as she gazed toward the 6th floor, suggesting, "Tonight, let us clear the 6th floor as well." The group of girls eagerly nodded in agreement. With the experience from the recent boss encounter, Ling Yu had risen to level 46, while I ascended to level 44, reclaiming a position among the top 3 in the Chinese region's leaderboard. Ling Shui remained at level 42, while Bing Cha and Ziyan lingered at level 41. However, our current team was extraordinarily strong. It would be challenging to find a squad with such high average quality worldwide. Otherwise, we would not have been able to ascend to the 5th floor and defeat that boss. Yet, recalling our earlier struggle against the corrupted commander, I found it amusing. In the 6th level of the Ghostly Temple, the ancient general's final guardian awaited us. Beyond that, the 7th level held the true tomb of the general, where we would disturb his long slumber and engage him in a formidable exchange. Glancing apprehensively at the dim entrance to the 6th floor, I voiced my concerns. It's quite possible that formidable monsters await us above. Should I scout ahead? Ling Shui shook her head, smiling. There's no need. I can handle it myself. With that, her graceful figure vanished into the entrance, but within mere seconds, as I took a couple of steps forward, I felt a delicate body descend from above. It was Ling Shui. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her health was depleted, her armor marred by scorch marks, looking quite disheveled. What happened? I asked, helping her to her feet, astonished. Ling Shui's face turned pale as she pointed upward, exclaiming, "The system is treacherous." There were a group of high-level mage-type monsters guarding the entrance, and I nearly got obliterated. Thankfully, I was quick-witted. She added this last part with a hint of pride, causing me to chuckle. Let us check the battle log. How much health did you lose in one hit? 400 points, but there were about 10 monsters. If I hadn't T-dodged swiftly, I would have truly been finished. Ling Shui blinked at me. I sighed, realizing the challenges ahead. The ghostly temple would not yield its final level easily. I turned to ascend the stone steps, and Ling Yu, surprised, asked, "Scholar, what are you planning? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, I leaned forward to peer into the 6th floor, where a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. A dozen mage-type monsters were chanting spells, and in an instant, fireballs began to soar toward me. I quickly recoiled, retreating to the 5th floor, narrowly avoiding being incinerated. "What is going on?" Bing Cha asked. "There are 13 mage-type monsters." I replied solemnly. "I can't see their levels, but they are likely all above level 50. Their casting time is approximately 1.5 seconds. Bing Cha chuckled. "What good is that information?" I smiled slightly, glancing at Ling Yu and Ling Shui, both of whom, being exceptionally clever, quickly caught on and shared knowing smiles. Ling Yu confidently stated, "My Crimson Flame Sea has a casting time of 1 second. I believe I can make a difference." I nodded. "Yes, just be careful." Ling Yu grinned, stepping cautiously onto the stone steps. In an instant, she reached the 6th floor, but merely a second later, she returned, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly nervous. Yet she smiled and said, 15 seconds. I wonder if the Crimson Flame Sea can defeat them." Within moments, our experience began to rise, confirming that Ling Yu's casting of the Crimson Flame Sea on the 6th floor could indeed eliminate those monsters. Since the 6th floor's monsters could not descend to the 5th floor, we could exploit this small bug to systematically clear the monsters guarding the 6th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Yu signaled us with an OK gesture, and our group boldly entered the 6th level of the ghostly temple. Chapter 76, Dark Thunder, the Ancient Temple of Souls, 6th level. Cloaked in dark robes, a cadre of shadowy sorcerers traversed the corridor, wielding ebony staffs, poised to strike at any intruders. The monstrous details, obscured from my view, were visible to Lingyue, revealing these sorcerer-type creatures to indeed be level 50, Dark Priest, Elite Monster, level 50 magic attack, 300 to 450 defense, 120 health, 5,000. These long-corrupted human priests of darkness now wielded formidable magical powers, eternally loyal to their former masters. It must be noted that these mage-like monsters, with their low defense and meager health, were undoubtedly prime targets for leveling up, promising considerable experience, albeit with the caveat of their high magical attacks. A group assault could spell doom for any unprepared adventurer. Ah, an elite monster, Lingyue exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Elite monsters, by their very nature, are superior among the ordinary, boasting higher drop rates and experience, often doubled. Not far from us, several dark priests defeated by Lingyue's crimson flame unleashed a bounty of gold, though no equipment dropped, likely due to the low drop rates. Lingyue softly intoned a spell, her incantation hinting at considerable power. Indeed, as the flame staff was brandished, a fire dragon erupted into the air, barreling towards a nearby dark priest. With a resounding crash, flames engulfed the dark priest, damage numbers exceeding 1,000 materializing above it. Within mere seconds, the level 50 elite monster collapsed, transformed into a heap of gold and experience. The newfound fire dragon skill, albeit in its infancy, showcased astonishing might, leaving us all momentarily stunned. Lingyue herself was taken aback, finally chuckling. This seems a bit overpowered. I raised my starlight bow and loosed a fire arrow, which erupted against the dark priest's chest, revealing a damage figure of 2,104. We were all taken aback once more. Clearly, the defensive capabilities of these mage-type creatures were woefully inadequate. Just as we celebrated our success, we failed to notice the dark priest had raised its staff and begun to chant, the atmosphere shifting ominously as purple lightning descended from the heavens. Boom. After the thunderclap, a jolt coursed through me, my health plummeting by 1,207 points, nearly resulting in my demise. Damage numbers cascaded above our heads. Lingyue and Bingsha lost over half their health, while Lingyue barely survived beneath the protective shield of flames, and Ziyun was instantly felled. Fortunately, she bore the effect of a resurrection prophecy, though unable to resurrect for another 2 hours. With quick reflexes, Lingyue unleashed a fiery ball followed by an ice arrow, swiftly dispatching the wounded dark priest. At this moment, we exchanged glances, finally grasping the terror of these 6th-level monsters. Even with our high defenses, we were caught off guard. Lower-level players would surely be annihilated by such lightning. The earlier message echoed in my mind. You have been struck by the dark priest's dark thunder, losing 1,207 health. Indeed, this skill bore significant potency. Dark mages were undeniably formidable. If that scoundrel Gueji could wield such dark thunder, it would be catastrophic. The allure of hidden professions was tantalizing. Given the overwhelming power of dark thunder, Lingyue and I quickly devised a new strategy. We would focus our attacks, aiming to eliminate a dark priest within 2 seconds, while Lingyue and Bingsha would collect the spoils, leaving Ziyun to spectate. This approach would allow us to swiftly take down a dark priest, enhancing our safety, albeit at the cost of slower monster kills and requiring further synchronization between us. As 2 dark priests began to chant dark thunder in unison, the girls were understandably alarmed. Retreating hastily, Lingyue looked at me, exasperated. Scholar, what are you doing? Didn't I say to target the shorter dark priest? Yes, but he is standing on a step. I retorted. Ultimately, with Lingyue's assistance, we managed to defeat both dark priests, yet the 6th level was fraught with peril, exhilaratingly so. Lingyue felt overwhelmed, while Lingyue was brimming with excitement, flitting about like a joyous bird, occasionally launching into the fray to vanquish a dark priest, inadvertently drawing more into our midst, forcing us to retreat to the 5th level for safety. Unbeknownst to us, time had flown, and it was now past 5 in the morning. Yet, the girls showed no signs of fatigue, as the experience from these elite monsters was simply too bountiful. In 5 hours, Lingyue had ascended to level 44, Lingyue to 47. I had reached level 46, and both Bingsha and Ziyun had attained level 43. Moreover, these dark priests had dropped several pieces of priest gear, all level 40 silver items, significantly enhancing healing effects, far superior to Ziyun's current equipment, prompting an immediate upgrade. At last, we arrived at the end of the 6th level, confronted by a formidable iron door barring our path. Ling Xue approached and, attempting to push the heavy door, laughed. "It's so heavy, I can't budge it." I chuckled, for her petite frame seemed dwarfed by the 5-meter-high door. It would indeed be a feat for her to shift it. At that moment, Ziyun exclaimed, pointing to a door ring at the bottom, "Look at that." Drawn to it, I noticed the ring was deeply embedded in the iron door, with only a small portion visible. Ling Xue blinked, grinning. "Silly, pull that ring. Perhaps the door will open, and we can confront the final boss of the 6th level." I nodded, considering we had no other options. Grasping the ring firmly, I pulled with all my might. Instantly, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, and the iron door collapsed before us, a deluge of metal descending. If struck, would we survive? Panicking, I seized Ling Xue and dashed away, while Ling Yue, Bingsha, and Ziyun followed suit in a frenzy. Boom. As the door crashed to the ground, we barely escaped the danger zone, drenched in sweat, our hearts racing from the near escape. As the dust settled, a flicker of red light shimmered in the darkness ahead. The ultimate boss of the 6th level was finally set to make its grand entrance. Chapter 77. The Dark High Priest clad in an expansive black robe. The figure was buffeted by the chilling winds, their hair resembling disheveled strands of black grass swirling in the gusts. Atop a skeletal white staff coiled a venomous black serpent. This boss was unmistakably a well-equipped archmage. However, the hollowness of his gaze and the stark whiteness of his bones revealed that he had become a mere servant of darkness. Dark High Priest, golden equipment level boss. Once an imperial royal mage, he has succumbed to the corruption of darkness, now reduced to a mere thrall. Possessing unparalleled magical power, he is undoubtedly a formidable entity. Countless human warriors have perished beneath his overwhelming sorcery over millennia. As anticipated, the level of this Dark High Priest was indiscernible. Neither I nor Ling Yue could ascertain it, but it was likely around level 55. The howling winds announced the priest's advance, and with a sweeping glance, he displayed utter disdain for our presence. Ling Xue, a bit anxious, grasped my hand and whispered, "The ordinary dark acolyte nearly obliterated us with its dark thunder. This high priest must be even more powerful. What should we do?" Before I could respond, Ling Yue took the initiative, unleashing a magical wave that conjured a massive fire dragon, which surged forth to engulf the Dark High Priest. In an instant, damage numbers exceeding 1,000 erupted on the screen. It appeared that the priest's attributes were rather ordinary. Nonetheless, having learned from previous encounters, I dared not underestimate this golden boss. While Ziyun adopted a cautious stance, casting curses, and Bingtian brandished her sword, her expression shifting between resolve and uncertainty. At that moment, Ling Xue darted forward, her sword shimmering with light, executing a series of powerful strikes that swiftly reduced the boss's health by nearly 5,000 points. As a mage-type boss, it was evident that the Dark High Priest was particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. I swiftly followed suit, launching arrows of fire that chipped away nearly 1,000 points from the boss's health. Our collective assault caused the priest to lose almost a tenth of his vitality. Hope glimmered in Ling Yue's eyes as she exclaimed, "Everyone, keep it up." However, the next action of the boss plunged Ling Yue's spirits into despair. Suddenly raising his skeletal staff, dark energy danced around the Dark High Priest, and in an instant, he conjured a massive black dragon. Ling Yue gasped in alarm, "Be careful, it's the Dark Mage's Black Dragon Wave." It was clear she had encountered this deadly attack before, giving her cause for concern. Yet, there was no time to react. The Black Dragon surged forth, sweeping toward Ling Xue and Bingtian. 2,104. 2,870. The damage numbers flashed, leaving Ling Xue severely wounded, while Bingtian was tragically obliterated. Fortunately, Bingtian possessed a resurrection effect, but she would not be so fortunate again. Ling Yue decisively ordered, "Bingtian, retreat and return to town. You can no longer assist us." Bingtian, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly retreated and exited the battle, teleporting back to town. Meanwhile, Ziyun hastily restored Ling Xue's health, while Ling Xue herself drank potions frantically to stabilize her vitality. Yet, if the boss unleashed the Black Dragon Wave again, Ling Xue would likely not endure. In this dire scenario, Ling Xue, the brave swordswoman, resolved to fight on, consuming potions relentlessly while confronting the Dark High Priest's relentless attacks. Ziyun, attuned to the situation, continuously cast healing spells upon Ling Xue. Remarkably, their coordinated efforts managed to withstand the terrifying magical assaults of the Dark High Priest. Crucially, there was a cooldown between the boss's Black Dragon Waves, and his ordinary fireball attacks only inflicted 1,000 points of damage on Ling Xue, within her tolerable limits. This encounter with the Dark High Priest was far more exhilarating than the previous battle against the Demon Commander. Ling Xue's health hovered around 1/3. and Ziyun remained focused solely on healing her. A momentary lapse could spell disaster for Lingxue. Half an hour later, Lingshue's first piece of windstorm gear was reduced to below 10 durability, significantly diminishing its attributes, causing her distress as she lamented, "I can't hold on much longer. My defenses have plummeted." Lingwei urged, "Shuer, just a little longer. The boss is about to fall." Before Lingxue could respond, the Dark Priest unleashed the Black Dragon wave once more. This time, Ziyun was unable to heal in time, as the wave struck Lingxue, obliterating 2,904 points of her health, exceeding her maximum limit. In a flash of white light, Lingshue's beautiful form vanished, returning to town to respawn. A heaviness settled in my heart. It was over, and Lingxue had lost a level. With the primary defense gone, our team crumbled instantly. The Dark High Priest's distant fireball obliterated Ziyun as well, leaving us without a healer. Lingwei looked at me, her eyes filled with resignation. I unleashed a flurry of skills upon the boss, who was now nearly bereft of health, clinging to the hope of a final counterattack. Alas, the Dark High Priest's health seemed boundless, possibly exceeding 10,000. Amidst the swirling dark magic, pain surged through me, as if I were being torn apart, and in an instant, I too was engulfed in white light, returning to town. Ding. System notification. You have been attacked by the Dark High Priest's Black Dragon Wave, losing 3,201 health. You have died and lost 1 level. I found myself resurrected at the resurrection point in Twilight City, where Lingxue and Ziyun awaited. They exchanged smiles and spoke in unison. "You're back too?" I could only manage a wry smile, and replied, "Lingwei will likely return soon." Unfortunately, we did not wait for Lingwei, but instead received a system notification. Ding. System notification. The energy of the General's Tomb magic circle is slowly dissipating. Please return here in 48 hours to access the 7th layer of the General's Tomb. I was taken aback and turned to Lingxue, asking, "Did your sister defeat the boss?" Lingxue responded with a delightful smile. "Of course, my sister is incredibly powerful." Less than a minute later, Lingwei returned to the square, beaming with joy. I remarked, "We all fell, and yet you're smiling." Lingwei retorted, "Well, I didn't fall." Feeling exasperated, I was taken by surprise as Lingwei approached me, trading a black cloak with a smile, and saying, "Here. The boss left this for you." I opened my inventory, astonished to see the cloak shimmering with a soft glow. Shadow cloak, golden equipment, leather armor, defense, 100 strength, 15 agility, 10 required level, 45, unidentified, Chapter 78, Shadow Stealth. To my astonishment, another golden artifact emerged, and it was a remarkable level 45 item. I was utterly flabbergasted, while Lingwei burst into a giggle, exclaiming, "Hurry and identify it. This boss is so stingy, only bestowing such a single cloak." Bingxia and Ziyun immediately chimed in, eager to accompany us to witness the equipment, while Lingxue expressed her desire to identify her flame shield. Thus, a group of us ventured to the identification center at 6 in the morning. Lingxue placed the flame shield on the table, and the identifier cast a glance before declaring, 5 gold coins. "Excellent." Lingxue promptly handed over the payment, and with a flourish of his hand, the true appearance of the equipment was unveiled before our eyes. Flame shield, silver artifact, shield, defense, 320 magic defense, 100 strength, 18 stamina, 15 bonus, increases user's defense by 5 required level, 44. The formidable defense left everyone gasping in awe, and the additional 100 points of magic defense was even more extraordinary. Typically, low-level equipment lacks magic defense, which is why magic users dominate the early game. We had presumed that only golden artifacts would provide such protection, yet Lingshue's silver shield astonishingly offered it. Consequently, Lingshue's magical defense saw a significant boost, and when we ventured to the 7th floor of the ghostly ancient temple in 48 hours, she would likely withstand magical assaults with greater ease. Lingxue promptly donned the shield. But to our surprise, the massive shield merely manifested as a small red emblem on her left arm, revealing its true form only when she was attacked, thus not detracting from the overall beauty of the lovely maiden. Instantly enchanted, Lingxue beamed with delight. "Dunce, come and see your golden cloak." This reminded me that I too had equipment to identify, and for a moment, my attention was entirely captured by Lingshue's flame shield. As I placed the shadow cloak on the identification table, the identifier displayed a hint of surprise, then stated, "Identification fee, 200 gold coins." I couldn't help but chuckle. The identification fee for the Starlight Bow was merely 300 gold coins, and this ethereal cloak also commanded 200 coins. Surely, it was not far behind. With over 1,000 gold coins in my possession, I readily paid the sum. A radiant glow enveloped the cloak, casting an eerie darkness around it as if the very essence of the underworld had descended, shadow cloak, golden artifact, leather armor, defense, 150 magic defense, 75 strength, 20 agility, 12 bonus skill, shadow stealth required level, 45. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened the skill description. Shadow stealth. Enter stealth mode by cloaking oneself with the cloak. Stealth effect is cancelled after an attack, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Alas, this skill seemed somewhat impractical. I had imagined it would allow me to vanish like an assassin, yet it appeared that after utilizing the skill, I would have to wait 10 hours for its renewal, during which time I could easily be obliterated. Perhaps it could be useful in one-on-one situations, but in group battles, its utility seemed limited. Nevertheless, the cloak's attributes were impressive. A defense boost of 150 was quite unexpected, and the 75 points of magic defense were a delightful surprise. I quickly equipped the cloak, and a long, dark cape cascaded behind me, bestowing a striking presence, visibly transforming me from a novice into a formidable figure. Ling Xue smiled gently, circling me twice before teasing, "Oh, dunce. You look so much more handsome now." I retorted playfully, "I was already handsome to begin with." Ling Xue merely chuckled, and at that moment, Ling Yue yawned and remarked, "It's getting late, let's all get some sleep. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll level up, and the night after, we shall return to the ghostly ancient temple, aiming straight for the 7th floor to confront that mysterious ultimate boss." Everyone readily agreed, and as Ling Xue waved goodbye, she logged off, her beautiful figure gradually fading from view. Zian also bid us good night before departing, and Ling Yue and I exchanged smiles before logging off with Bingxia. Removing my helmet, I noticed it was already early morning, with the sky beginning to brighten, leaving me in a state of utter grogginess. As I stepped outside, it was no surprise to find Ling Yue entering the bathroom clad in her sleepwear. Cleanliness was paramount for girls, and she wouldn't sleep without a bath. Meanwhile, Bingxia had to wait her turn, so she brewed 2 cups of tea, and we sat across from each other in the hall, chatting. I inquired, "What are the attributes of that silver sword?" Bingxia smiled, "Not bad at all. Its attack power has nearly doubled compared to my previous weapon. From now on, I can contribute significantly to our damage output." I chuckled and casually asked, "Bingxia, where are you from?" "Hangzhou." She glanced at me, suddenly grinning mischievously. "What are you up to? Trying to dig into my background?" I quickly shook my head, laughing, "Not at all. Just curious. Do your family members approve of you becoming a professional player?" Bingxia hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile, "What if they don't? I don't want to live the life they have planned for me. That would be far too dull. Although I'm alone now, I'm happy, and I have all of you as companions." With a meaningful glance, she looked at me, then chuckled softly, "Scholar, do you know? I've seen all kinds of players in my years in the industry. Some play for financial gain, others for romance, and some purely to dominate others. Yet you remain an enigma to me." I was taken aback, feeling slightly awkward as I responded, "Why should one try to understand another completely? If everything is transparent, how would it be entertaining?" Bingxia couldn't help but smile. "True, but I know you're a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gifted that silver dagger to Ziyue." I laughed. "That's debatable. Perhaps I have my eyes set on the little girl Ziyue, hoping to win her over with a weapon." Bingxia burst into laughter. "Ziyue? She's so naive. Do you really need to go through so much trouble? Just take her to a couple of movies, feed her popcorn, and give her a little pat on the head, and she'll be yours. Where you take her is of no consequence." I was left speechless. Indeed, none of the girls from the Shueiyue studio were easy to handle. While Bingxia claimed I was an enigma to her, I too found her equally inscrutable. This charming and poised girl left me pondering her true intentions for joining the gaming studio. Noticing my silence, Bingxia added with a smile, "I cherish every member of the Shueiyue studio, including you. From the very first day I arrived, my fate was sealed. No matter what happens, we will stand together and never abandon one another. Wouldn't you agree?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence, and I nodded solemnly. "Indeed. We shall weather all storms together and elevate the Shueiyue name to greatness." Chapter 79. The resurgence of conflict. The following day, I awoke well past noon. Ling Yue had prepared a sumptuous lunch with Xia Tian and the other ladies. When I finally stirred from my slumber, I dove straight into the feast. As everyone else had also risen late with empty stomachs, promptly devouring the delightful spread before us. As we finished our meal and were about to indulge in the refreshing afternoon tea brewed by iced tea, Ling Yue's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her expression turned grave, and a layer of frost enveloped her delicate features. In a fit of anger, she slammed her phone onto the table, shattering the once exquisite device into pieces that scattered across the surface. Everyone fell silent, and finally, iced tea exchanged a glance with me. I cautiously inquired, "Ling Yue, what has happened?" With gritted teeth, Ling Yue replied, "Nearly 200 players from our production team, equipped with considerable funds, ventured to the Forgotten Canyon to mine for red copper, only to be ambushed by the Aoshi family. Every one of them was slaughtered. Moreover, over half of the materials we purchased with our 20,000 gold coins have been lost. Humph. Wasn't Wang Junjie supposed to protect them with nearly 100 combat players? What were they doing? Ice-T's expression turned cold as she remarked, "How could it be those lowlifes from Aoshi again?" I sighed and responded, "It is evident that Aoshi Kwangren has declared war on us. If we do not suppress them decisively in Twilight City, our standing may be compromised." Lingyue clenched her jaw and declared, "Everyone, log in. Today, we shall not level up but instead, practice our PK skills against those scoundrels from Aoshi." "Humph, Shusheng, you're accompanying me tonight." I was taken aback. "What do we need to go out for tonight?" "To buy a new phone," Lingyue said nonchalantly, casting a glance at the remnants of her broken device. Thus, the 6 members of our studio logged in together. After pinpointing the location of the red copper mines on the map, I immediately sent a message to Jianhua Longhun. "Brother, Shuiyue is in trouble. Gather your troops and meet at the eastern gate of Twilight City." Longhun responded swiftly, "Got it. How many people should I gather?" I pondered for a moment. "The more, the better." "All right, I'll head over right away, huh?" Longhun sounded enthusiastic. Upon my arrival at the Eastern Gate Square, I found Lingyue, Ice-T, and the others already assembled. However, Ling Xue was absent due to her upcoming university exam in Chinese literature. Soon, a throng of players converged from all directions, each name prefixed with Jianhua. These seasoned players were elite members brought over by Longhun from the previous game, and their unity surpassed that of the Aoshi members. Xing Tian wielded a gleaming battle axe, while Gue Ji stood silently at the forefront. Longhun, seemingly just finished with his meal, rubbed his belly and bellowed, "Brothers, the time for life and death has arrived. Once again, someone has dared to trample on Shuiyue's dignity. What shall we do about it?" A chorus of Jinhua players erupted in unison. "Let them taste the same amount they have dished out." I, along with Lingyue and the others, was taken aback by their fervor. As the gathering approached completion, Lingyue turned to me and said, "Shusheng, let us move out." Thus, our formidable assembly of over 400 set forth towards the Forgotten Canyon. Not long into our journey, we encountered a group of disheveled Shuiyue production players carrying mining tools, their faces marked with distress. They approached Lingyue, saying, "Director Ling, we've been wiped out 3 times this morning. Over 80% of the ores we mined have been seized by Aoshi, and some of us have even lost our mining tools." Lingyue's face hardened as she asked, "Where's Wang Junjie? Wasn't he supposed to be online to protect you?" One miner scoffed, "Protect? He killed one Aoshi novice and turned red-named. After that, he lost his nerve and led that so-called combat team to hide in the hero's graveyard, watching as we, the defenseless production players, were slaughtered." "That scoundrel." Lingyue gritted her teeth, furious. "How could my father entrust such a fragile industry to such a cowardly man?" I stepped forward. "Lingyue, let us hurry. We need to reclaim the red copper mines from Aoshi. After all, the Forgotten Canyon is a dark occupied area, and killing here won't increase our notoriety." Lingyue nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us go." Half an hour later, we swept through the monsters at the edge of the hero's graveyard. The moment we entered the Forgotten Canyon, we spotted several Aoshi players lurking at the entrance. Upon seeing our numbers, they quickly retreated, vanishing into the depths of the canyon. Ice-T pouted. "They've gone to sound the alarm." I chuckled. A mere text message would suffice. They needn't run back for that. Ice-T smirked. "I quite forgot." Turning to Longhun, I instructed, "Send out a few assassins to scout and determine their exact position." Longhun nodded, and soon, a dozen high-level assassins from Jianhua dispersed into the Forgotten Canyon, while the remainder readied themselves for battle. I activated the stealth skill of my phantom cloak and advanced forward. Lingyue hurriedly asked, "Shusheng, where are you going?" "I'm going to see what those Aoshi scoundrels are up to." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, I plunged into the thicket ahead, making my way towards the coordinates of the red copper mine. My stealth was far superior to that of the Jinhua assassins, at my current level of 45. Few could detect my presence. As long as I remained hidden, I was undoubtedly safe. After several minutes, I arrived at an open area near the mountains, where I witnessed a large gathering of Aoshi players, at least 500 strong. Aoshi Kwangren stood at the forefront, laughing heartily. I thought Shuiyue was something extraordinary, but it turns out to be a ragtag bunch. That so-called prodigy is nothing but a coward. He fled the moment he saw fewer numbers. Beside him, Aoshi Shishua licked his lips and remarked, "Big brother, to be honest, Qingfeng Lanyue and Qingfeng Feishue are exquisite beauties. If we could have them, wouldn't that be a feast for the eyes?" Aoshi Kwangren shot him a glare. "Enough of that. Did you need to say it?" After seeing Qingfeng Feishue yesterday, I couldn't get her out of my mind. Damn, That beauty has some serious charm. I fear I've fallen for her. Aoshi Shirshua chuckled. Big brother. You need to remedy that infatuation quickly. If we can make Shuyue concede today, it would be best to bring Qingfeng Feishua and Qingfeng Lanyue into Aoshi. Then, Big brother can do as he pleases. Aoshi Kwangren also wore a lecherous grin. Taking a deep breath, I thought. It was time for a show of force to intimidate Aoshi. With a soft rustle, I parted the leaves in front of me. My star-chasing bow concealed in the shadows, the milky white arrow poised to strike. Chapter 80. Blood drinks the world with a swift motion. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the armor-piercing arrow shot forth from the void. With a thunderous thud, the proud warrior staggered. A milky white glow exploding from his chest, while the damage number soared above his head. 1,761. Without a moment's pause, my second active skill, Fire Arrow, was unleashed, striking the proud warrior once more with pinpoint accuracy. 874. Although the damage from the Fire Arrow was less than that of the armor-piercing arrow, it was more than sufficient. The proud warrior's face contorted in fear. He barely had time to grunt before he was obliterated. A multitude of potions sparkled on the ground. Beside him, the bloodthirsty warrior gasped in shock and shouted, "Damn it! Someone's ambushing us! Attack!" With that, the bloodthirsty warrior brandished a new dagger and charged forward. However, nestled within the dense forest, I harbored no fear of his assault. On the contrary, my objective was not merely to eliminate the proud warrior in the Forgotten Gorge. PK did not incur sin points, providing an excellent opportunity to toy with the proud family. Whoosh! Flames erupted as a fire arrow pierced the air, striking the bloodthirsty warrior squarely on the shoulder. He staggered, hastily activating his stealth mode, but it was too late, being at level 32. He was a full 13 levels beneath me. The close proximity allowed me to easily detect his stealth. As my second armor-piercing arrow soared forth, the bloodthirsty warrior realized his impending doom. Boom! Flames erupted as he discarded his leather cap and returned to the city to respawn. I didn't even glance back. Level 30 equipment was no longer significant. More importantly, a throng of players from the proud family surged towards me, stirred by my ambush. Without a word, I turned and fled. Should I be touched by an archer or mage's ice spells, escape would be impossible. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted in the distance. It was the combatants from Snow Moon, with the illustrious Wang Junjie at the forefront. In an instant, the proud family's players were thrown into disarray, overwhelmed by the onslaught led by Wang Junjie and his hundreds of followers, as berserkers cleaved through countless mages. Only when a minor leader from the proud family began to regroup did their formation stabilize. Seizing the moment, I concealed myself within the forest, poised to unleash fire arrows upon the proud family's mages. With the power of the advanced fire arrow combined with the Starstrider bow, no mage could withstand my onslaught. Nearly every shot resulted in a mage collapsing. Wang Junjie cleaved down a proud family's mage, exclaiming fiercely, "Damn, you lot think I'm easy prey." However, before Wang Junjie could bask in his bravado, a throng of players emerged from the distant pathway. They were members of the Blood Drink Alliance, a renowned team in Twilight City, boasting thousands of professional players. Rumor had it that since the War Soul team vacated Twilight City, Blood Drink had assumed the mantle of its strongest team. What brought Blood Drink here? I pondered, only to see Wang Junjie step forward, raising his sword. Blood Drink's leader. Step forth. Moments later, a 36-level swordsman named Blood Drink World emerged from the crowd, grinning. Heir of Heaven? TSK, what do you have to say? Wang Junjie's expression darkened. Now is the time for Snow Moon and the proud family to converse. What are your intentions? Blood Drink World replied casually. Nothing much. Just here to join the fun. Wang Junjie frowned. Join the fun? State your position. Otherwise, we from Snow Moon will not hold back. Oh, is that so? Blood Drink World smirked, suddenly lunging forward, driving his long sword directly into Wang Junjie's chest. Caught off guard and already at half health, Wang Junjie had no time to react as his body gradually transformed into white light. Blood Drink World chuckled, watching the remnants of Wang Junjie's figure, declaring, "Snow Moon? Humph, when did Twilight City become yours to speak for? The proud warriors spent 1,000,000 to have you vanish, so you shall disappear from Twilight City." Wang Junjie, already a red name, lost all his items upon death, even dropping a piece of armor from his inventory. Picking up the leg armor, Blood Drink World sneered. The leader of Snow Moon is nothing but this. Brothers, charge. Kill anyone with the Snow Moon name. Let this team vanish completely from Twilight City. And let them learn how ruthless the rules of the game can be. Haha. Wang Junjie's demise did not provoke much reaction from me, but his insults towards Snow Moon ignited my ire. After all, I was a member of the Snow Moon Studio. Under Blood Drink World's orders, nearly 1,000 Blood Drink players surged forth, overwhelming the 100 or so players from Snow Moon, who could barely withstand the onslaught, resulting in a chaotic retreat as they were slaughtered mercilessly. Amidst the turmoil, I stealthily approached Blood Drink World from the shadows of the trees, knocking an arrow and, with a soft sound, released the armor-piercing arrow, striking him squarely in the chest. 2,104. A terrifying damage number soared into the air. Blood Drink World, quick to react, immediately consumed a potion and retreated, shouting, "It's the arrogant scholar. Eliminate him." In an instant, 2 phantoms materialized on either side of me. They were 2 assassins from Blood Drink. Indeed, Blood Drink proved its reputation, having dispatched numerous assassins to lie in wait. Crack! A light sound rang out as 243 points of damage appeared above my head. The assassin was momentarily stunned, likely astonished that my defense could be so formidable. I smiled faintly, swiftly gliding in front of the assassin, who was still bewildered. My shimmering dagger shot forth, piercing his chest armor. 568 points of damage erupted, and the assassin was taken aback, attempting to flee, but I swiftly switched to the Starstrider bow, unleashing a fire arrow that obliterated him. Meanwhile, the other 2 assassins charged towards me, and I swiftly released an ice arrow to slow one down, while the other lunged forward with a dagger. With a steely gaze, I sidestepped to avoid the dagger's edge, then unleashed the Starstrider bow once more, landing an armor-piercing arrow squarely in the chest of the other assassin, who emitted a muffled groan before collapsing. I chuckled, retreating as I fought. In this dense forest, mages faced numerous restrictions in casting spells, posing little threat to me, while melee classes clearly lacked the agility to catch up with an archer. A standard attack dispatched the pursuing assassin, and I realized that my feud with Blood Drink had now been sealed. However, I was taken aback. As a significant team, I had not anticipated Blood Drink being swayed by the proud warrior's wealth. Such a force would undoubtedly become an adversary to Snow Moon in due time. Blood Drink World shouted from the periphery, "A bunch of useless fools. Take him down. Damn it, get out of my way. I'll handle this myself." As Blood Drink World finally stepped into my range, he was struck by a powerful armor-piercing arrow, leaving him with barely any health, causing him to retreat in fear. His arrogance significantly diminished. At that moment, a voice filled with concern echoed through my party channel. "Scholar, what is happening?" Weevee entered the mine. I immediately activated the communicator, replying with a smile. Weevee landed in quite a predicament. Blood Drink has involved themselves, and now our enemies include both the Proud family and Blood Drink. In the party, another core member, Jian Huaxing Tian, exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. This time, I can finally unleash my full potential. I have long been displeased with that imbecile from Blood Drink World. Where is his location? I shall immediately go and confront him." Chapter 81. A narrow encounter. As the conversation unfolded, numerous Swordfire players emerged at the edge of the jungle, confronting the Blood Drink players from a distance. In the background, more players from both factions continued to arrive, clashing fiercely at the entrance of the canyon, with countless players falling along the way. I swiftly evaded several pursuing Blood Drink players and made my way directly to Lingwei and the others. At that moment, Blood Drink Tian approached with his sword, addressing Longhun of Swordfire. "Brother Longhun, this conflict is between us Blood Drink and Shuyue. There is no need for Swordfire to intervene. If you and your brothers leave immediately, I guarantee there will be no further grievances." Longhun chuckled. "Blood Drink Tian, it's been a few days, and your ability to flaunt has certainly improved. Do you truly believe that Blood Drink has become the sole ruler of Twilight City?" Unfazed, Blood Drink Tian replied, "Indeed. Zhanhu and Outyin has taken his warriors to develop in the secondary main city, Echo City. Now, only we Blood Drink can dominate Twilight City." Longhun laughed heartily, waving his sword and declaring, "If that is the case, we shall first sweep away your sword fire before discussing anything else." Blood Drink Tian retorted angrily, "You're overstepping your bounds." With a fierce glare, Longhun shot back, "How dare you? What kind of buffoon dares to call himself a professional team? Brothers, when paths cross, the brave shall prevail. Let us annihilate the scoundrels of Blood Drink and Aoshi." The negotiations promptly collapsed, and both sides drew their weapons. A throng of Swordfire swordsmen forged ahead, while mages unleashed fireballs from afar, resulting in several Blood Drink players being obliterated upon impact. Lingwei softly chanted a spell, her fiery staff swirling as a fire dragon surged through the ranks of Blood Drink, instantly slaying several players. Following that, another wave of scorching flames engulfed the battlefield, leaving many players charred and defeated, causing a deluge of potions and equipment to drop. I too was not idle. Positioning myself at the front line and utilizing high-level thousand-blade arrows to decimate the enemies ahead. Not far behind me, Xian diligently healed me, providing focused support. Beside me stood Ice-T, her expression grim, wielding her silver sword with such prowess that the enemies could not withstand her onslaught. The thousand-blade arrows were particularly devastating, nearly reducing the health of each enemy by a third with every shot. The 5-second attack frequency was nothing short of astonishing. The blood-drink swordsmen at the front were bewildered, as they fell in droves within mere minutes. Unquestionably, with my thousand-blade arrows and starlight bow, I became the most formidable damage dealer on the battlefield. Blood-drink Tian quickly recognized this and loudly commanded, all nearby mages, focus on eliminating the audacious scholar. Hurry. I immediately turned, all the beautiful priests of Swordfire nearby, heal me. A group of female players smiled and cast healing spells upon me. At that moment, the true value of the ghost cloak revealed itself. The 70 points of magic defense were no joke. The mages of Blood Drink could only chip away about 200 points of my health, allowing me to easily recover, and I could also consume potions. Enraged, Blood Drink Tian shouted, "Send more mages." Some nearby mages heeded his call, yet he failed to realize this played right into my hands. The starlight bow shimmered, unleashing a cascade of thousand-blade arrows upon the enemy mages, leaving each of them with over half their health depleted. As they stood dumbfounded, my second volley of arrows fell like rain. The damage numbers soared above 500 in a flurry of white light, instantly wiping out a significant portion of Blooddrink's mages. Swordfire Xing Tian cleaved through a swordsman, laughing, "This is exhilarating. Blooddrink fools, weren't you just so arrogant? Now you should know who reigns over Twilight City." Swordfire Guizhi unleashed a black wave that transformed into a black dragon, plunging into the ground. Within seconds, the dragon erupted from the earth, hurling several unfortunate Blood Drink players into the air, turning them into white light as they returned to the city. Everyone watched in awe. Guizhi's Dark Mage set was indeed formidable. The battle intensified, with players from both sides falling every minute. Each defeat resulted in a level loss, yet spirits remained high, with many players rushing in from the city, including a multitude of onlookers entering the Forgotten Canyon. Though Blood Drink had the numbers, they lacked heavy firepower. While Shuiyue boasted my thousand-blade arrows, Ling Yue's Scorching Sea, and Guizhi's Black Dragon Wave. Under this trio of devastating skills, Blood Drink could only retreat, their defenses crumbling despite Tiantian's furious roars. In less than 10 minutes, Blood Drink's numbers dwindled from thousands to around 300, while Shuiyue, initially over 500 strong, still retained over 400 players, a stark contrast in strength. At this moment, Ling Yue spoke in the team channel, "Many more players are arriving. Those from Aoshi who fell are joining." I glanced at Long Han, who promptly responded, "I'll take some men to intercept them." Ling Yue nodded approvingly, and Long Han led nearly 200 high-level Swordfire players away, while the remaining members collaborated with Shuiyue players in their assault. In truth, the Blue Star Group had about 300 players initially, with nearly 200 being under Wang Junjia's command. The true contingent Ling Yue could mobilize consisted of only 100 players, half of whom were production class, making Swordfire's strength crucial in this conflict. Blood Drink Tian, filled with resentment, charged directly at Ling Yue. A few Swordfire players attempted to intervene, but Ling Yue, brimming with confidence, smiled and gestured for them to stop. Blood Drink Tiantian's sword struck Ling Yue's flame shield, only to be rebuffed, and what is worse, a layer of frost enveloped him, clearly the result of Ling Yue's ice armor's negative effect. At that moment, Blood Drink Tian was struck with horror. He had hoped to turn the tide by eliminating Ling Yue, but now he faced his own demise. Ling Yue elegantly raised her staff, unleashing a fire dragon spell that grew in intensity, engulfing Blood Drink Tian, who soon transformed into white light as he returned to the city. My armor-piercing arrow missed its mark, thwarting my plans to eliminate him. Thud! Tian's helmet clattered to the ground. This level 36 swordsman must have had decent equipment. The helmet was picked up by Xia Tian, who cheerfully remarked, "Loot. This big boss looks quite ridiculous as he falls." The sight shattered the morale of Blood Drink's players, leaving them despondent and only capable of a token resistance, while many began to retreat. Waves of white light illuminated the battlefield as Blood Drink players either perished or fled. And soon, the Coppermine district was officially claimed by Shuiyue, with a multitude of production class players swiftly taking charge. Chapter 82. The first confrontation. The Swordfire Dragon Soul led a group of elite players from Swordfire to defend the edge of the Forgotten Canyon, while Ling Yue and I protected the production players mining for red copper with a contingent from Shuiyue. In the afternoon, Ling Xue finally logged on. Upon learning of our situation, she hurried over. Within half an hour, the petite beauty appeared in the distance, adorned in a dazzling gale outfit, which was quite striking, with a small flame shield flickering on her shoulder. The radiant sword light left the players from Twilight City in awe as they gaped at her. Upon arriving before us, Ling Xue expressed her regret. What a pity. If I had known that the PK this afternoon would be so thrilling, I wouldn't have gone to the exam. Ling Wei replied, academics are paramount. You should have attended the exam. By the way, how did your university literature exam go? Will you pass? Ling Xue smiled slightly and asked, what is the next line after and amp? Oppos. Zhuangzhou and amp. Oppos. S dream of a butterfly and amp. Oppos. I answered without hesitation, it is and amp. Oppos. Wang Di and amp. Oppos. S spring hard and trusted to the cuckoo. And amp. Oppos. Wow, who knew you were so talented? Exclaimed Xia Tian, feigning surprise. At that moment, another group approached, and to our astonishment, it was the distinguished Wang Junjie. He stepped forward with concern, addressing Ling Wei. Are you all right? Ling Wei nodded, but said nothing. Wang Junjie continued, if all is well, please come by the company this afternoon. There are some brand strategies that need your signature, and we need your input on our cell phone brand's promotional plan. Ling Wei sighed and replied, all right, I'll head over right away. Wang Junjie promptly logged off, and with the protection of sword fire, the situation stabilized, effectively securing the Forgotten Canyon for Shuyue. Consequently, Ling Wei prepared to log off and told me, Scholar, accompany me to the company. You should log off too. I hesitated briefly, but nodded. While Ling Xue inquired about the situation before joining Bing Sha and the others to level up in the canyon. When I finished logging off and was ready to leave, Ling Wei had already changed into a feminine business suit, looking both elegant and charming. She glanced at me with a smile and said, let us go. Downstairs, Ling Yue's vehicle was a striking water blue Audi, which looked incredibly stylish. Both Ling Xue and Ling Wei owned their vehicles, while I pondered when I would be able to afford one. I began calculating in my mind, thinking I should perhaps sell some premium equipment in the game to establish my own little treasure trove. We swiftly arrived at the Blue Star Digital Plaza. Ling Wei led me into the office area, where numerous employees respectfully addressed her as Director Ling, while I was largely ignored. Receiving merely curious glances about the inconspicuous young man accompanying the striking director, we proceeded directly to a digital chain brand store, the emblem of Blue Star, which represented the group's proprietary brand. The manager, a portly man, approached with deference, stating, Director Ling, we need your approval regarding the brand promotion. We intended to invite a celebrity, Lu XX, to endorse it, but we couldn't agree on the fee. She is asking for too much. What do you think? Ling Wei frowned slightly. How much does she want? 2 million. The moment Ling Wei heard this, she smiled and said, forget about hiring a celebrity. I will do it myself. What? You will do it yourself? The department manager's mouth fell open in astonishment. Ling Wei affirmed, indeed, go arrange for the set and photographers to come over immediately. Let us start shooting now. Do you think I am less attractive than Lu XX? Of course not. That second-rate star cannot compare to you. The manager hurried off to prepare. Half an hour later, a crew arrived with filming equipment and lighting, setting up outside the store. Remarkably, Ling Wei required no makeup. She stepped into the scene with an endearing yet dignified demeanor, exuding an air of nobility that even the most celebrated actresses would struggle to emulate. After all, everyone understood the caliber of those celebrities, and they could not possibly compete with someone of Ling Yue's distinguished background. The filming proceeded exceptionally well, with the hired bearded foreign director expressing his satisfaction with the results, praising Ling Wei, and occasionally giving her a thumbs up. He even inquired if she would join him for dinner. As I was about to caution her against potential impropriety, Ling Wei gracefully declined in fluent English, and my limited listening skills only allowed me to catch her polite refusals. After approximately 2 hours, we wrapped up. Ling Wei then headed to the director's office to sign several documents before sending me to the finance department with a withdrawal slip for operational expenses amounting to 500,000. In truth, this was intended to enhance the living standards of the Shuyue studio. Ling Wei remarked, I might as well take a little from my pocket money. After all, the company's funds are in Wang Junjie's hands. Rather than him squandering it, it's better if we withdraw some first. The withdrawal slip bore Ling Yue's signature. But upon reaching the finance department, I discovered that Wang Junjie's signature was also required. At that moment, he was in the lobby, addressing a group of managers. When I approached with the slip, he flashed a peculiar smile. Oh, is it you who wants to use this fund? Wang Junjie grasped the slip without looking at it, and crumpled it, tossing it into the trash. I felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? Wang Junjie replied in a mocking tone, what identity do you have? What right do you have to withdraw 500,000? Taking a deep breath, I said, that slip has Ling Yue's signature. You can't possibly not recognize it. Wang Junjie raised his voice. What signature? I didn't see anything. Clearly, you, an unknown little brat, are trying to swindle Blue Star's money. I gritted my teeth and retorted, Wang Junjie, don't overstep your bounds. The supervisors exchanged glances, astonished that a mere employee dared to speak so defiantly to the general manager. Wang Junjie, infuriated, rushed forward and threw a punch at me. How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Junjie was incensed. At that moment, he could have simply called security to have me removed. But if he resorted to physical violence, it would be a grave mistake. After all, while he was studying abroad for his dual master's degrees, I had not been idle. In those precious, youthful days, I had honed my skills in brawling and collecting protection fees, becoming adept at various forms of combat. Bang! Wang Junjie's fist struck my chest, causing a slight discomfort, but it was inconsequential. I gazed directly at him and coldly stated, you attacked me first. Consider this my self-defense. Slap. Wang Junjie's facial muscles contorted as my punch sent him sprawling, rolling across the sleek floor, which had minimal friction. He staggered to his feet, but fell again. His glasses shattered on the ground. In this initial confrontation, I emerged nearly victorious, suffering only a minor abrasion on the corner of my mouth from the button on Wang Junjie's sleeve. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Scholar, what are you doing? Chapter 83. The turmoil of Twilight City. I was taken aback and turned to say, your receipt was discarded as trash by him. A fleeting flash of annoyance crossed Ling Wen Appo's face, but she quickly adopted an indignant demeanor and retorted, that does not justify hitting someone. A group of supervisors immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming, which department does this person belong to? Get him to pack his things and leave at once. Ling Wen approached me, feigning anger, her back turned to everyone as she gazed directly at me. However, I noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. In a hushed tone, she whispered in my ear, you have quite the skills. Instantly, I felt elated, realizing that she, too, was secretly pleased despite her outward display of anger. Nevertheless, Ling Yue maintained her faade, raising her voice. Where are the security personnel? Hurry and take Manager Wang to the hospital. In truth, if she were genuinely concerned, she would have taken Wang Junjie to the hospital herself. At that moment, a supervisor from the marketing department pointed at me and asked, what should we do with this person? Should we call the police? Ling Yue nodded but then tugged at my sleeve, saying, I'll take him to the police station myself. You need not worry about it. When we returned to the car, Ling Yue revealed a hint of disappointment, saying, that scoundrel Wang Junjie truly holds the company's financial power in his hands, and I cannot even extract money from him. Humph. It seems we must be self-reliant from now on. So, where to now, scholar? I teased. Aren't we going to the police station? Ling Yue promptly started the car, laughing. All right. Since you wish to go, I shall take you. I turned my gaze to the window, feeling unconcerned. At that moment, Ling Yue softly said, I truly apologize for earlier. I did not expect Wang Junjie to act so excessively and cause you distress. I shook my head. Nonsense, how could I feel wronged? Ling Yue looked up with a smile, parked by the roadside, and gently wiped the wound at the corner of my mouth, saying, you're bleeding. Yet you claim you're not wronged. How about we go to the hospital for some disinfectant? I couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a little blood. I bleed from my gums when I brush my teeth. There's no need for disinfecting. Then, let us return. Half an hour later, we arrived back at the Snow Moon studio, where the other girls had logged off for dinner. Upon seeing the blood at the corner of my mouth, Ice-T exclaimed and quickly retrieved a small first aid kit, taking out some medicinal alcohol to disinfect my wound. Both Ling Yue and I were taken aback, never anticipating that Ice-T would possess such items. Summer, observing my injury, angrily demanded, which scoundrel hit our scholar? Tell me, and I shall settle the score. Ling Yue replied. It was Wang Junjie. Summer paused, then resignedly said, well, that. I have no resistance against handsome men. I was left speechless and said, perhaps you should refrain from intervening, lest you end up causing more trouble for yourself instead of helping me. Summer immediately laughed. Scholar, are you reluctant to let her go? I replied, of course. After you leave, there will be no one to wash the dishes in the studio. Luo Yu and Ziyue both stifled their laughter, while Summer shot me a fierce look with her big eyes. Ling Yue, seated on the sofa beside me, inquired, what transpired in the game after Summer and I left this afternoon? Ice-T replied, Blood Drink and A.O. Sure united and launched 2 powerful assaults, which we managed to fend off. Later, even the Battle Soul intervened, with Battle Soul Outyin personally leading a group from Echo City to drive off A.O. Sure and Blood Drink. Oh, the Battle Soul members came as well? Yes. It was Battle Soul Outyin who extended a courtesy to Sword Fire Dragon Soul. Otherwise, our losses would have been considerable, with both you and Scholar absent. We lacked sufficient firepower to exert pressure. If it weren't for Ling Shue's ability to withstand their onslaught, we might not have held our ground. Ling Wei chuckled. Understood. You all have worked hard. Come, let us have a proper meal to reward ourselves. We shall continue leveling up tonight, striving to obtain the Guild Establishment Order as soon as possible. The Guild Establishment Order, it is said, has a minuscule chance of dropping from bosses above level 80, which is why no guild has yet been formed in Linghua. Currently, the mainstream players range from levels 30 to 40, utterly unable to contend with an 80-level boss. Unless one could assemble a group of over 1,000 players with an average level of 50, which might slightly improve their chances against an 80-level boss. After dinner, I returned to my room, holding a cup of the refreshing tea iced tea had given me, and sat in front of the computer to peruse the forum. At present, the game has entered a fiercely competitive phase, with players diligently leveling up, each hoping to surpass the others. The intricate player dynamics within the main cities are gradually becoming clearer. For instance, in Twilight City, the merger of Snow Moon and Sword Fire has become the greatest variable. Blood Drink, which once seemed poised to dominate Twilight City, can only watch in disappointment as Snow Moon grows stronger, while Aosher continues its rampage, driven solely by greed. The recent battle this afternoon has stirred quite a commotion in the Twilight City section. The strongest player alliance in Twilight City is undoubtedly Sword Fire, while Snow Moon boasts a cadre of elite players, 3 of whom rank among the top 10 in China. This is already astonishing enough, and the other girls from Snow Moon Studio are also high-level players. However, the true allure lies in the beautiful ladies of Snow Moon Studio. When screenshots of Ling Wei, Ling Shui, and Ice-T were posted on the forum, they ignited a frenzy among the male players, captivated by the sight of these stunning women coming together to form a gaming studio. Consequently, offers began to circulate on the forum for the address of Snow Moon Studio, with one wealthy individual even bidding 1,000 renminbi for the QQ numbers of the studio's beauties, which sparked a desire within me to profit from this situation. Of course, Ling Wei, Ling Shui, and the others do not use QQ. They prefer MSN. While QQ is convenient, it is rife with unsavory elements, and more intellectually inclined beauties naturally opt for MSN. After reading several threads, I arrived at a conclusion. The popularity of Snow Moon Studio had soared to unprecedented heights in Twilight City. Although there are 8 secondary main cities like Twilight City in China, I am confident that once the primary main city opens, Snow Moon will shine just as brightly. Bolstered by top-tier players like Ling Yue and Guizhi, along with the formidable support of Sword Fire. Chapter 84. The Bear Hunt Upon Going Online. Ling Shui immediately sent me a message. Fool, are you busy? If not, come help me level up. Naturally, I would not refuse the company of a lovely lady for leveling up. However, I had some equipment to manage in my inventory and warehouse, so I swiftly replied. Give me half an hour. Okay. I quickly retrieved my golden bow from the warehouse. This bow had once dominated the equipment leaderboard at the game's inception, but it had since been surpassed by the Starlight bow. The only constant was that both bows belonged to me. I also took out 2 pieces of silver equipment. As for the bronze items, they were all cluttered in my bag. I then made my way to the equipment consignment merchant near the Eastgate Square. The secondary main city lacked an auction house, only featuring a simple NPC consignment merchant where players could sell items. Those seeking equipment would come here to find what they needed. The consignment merchant had a total of 100 slots, and by the time I opened it, fewer than 10 were available. Each slot cost 10 gold coins for a duration of 24 hours, and if the items remained unsold after that time, they would automatically be returned to the seller. I immediately purchased all available slots, pricing the 2 pieces of silver equipment at 2,000 gold coins each, while the bronze items ranged from 100 to 500 gold coins, a fair price for the current market. As for the golden bow, I took to the square and shouted, I am selling the former number 1 bow on the equipment leaderboard. Highest bidder takes it. Interested parties, come forth with your offers. Soon, a crowd of archers and summoners gathered around, each calling out bids, 200 gold, 500 gold, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 2,800. When the bid reached 2,800, the clamor subsided. After all, the golden bow was a silver tier item, and its practical value diminished for players above level 30. Thus, I gladly sold the golden bow for 2,800 gold coins to a level 29 archer, whose impressive gear suggested he was a substantial spender. With 2,800 gold coins securely in my possession, I was thrilled. This amounted to over 10,000 in real currency, marking me as a wealthy player. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. System alert. Your item, shining silver boots, has been sold at the consignment merchant for 2,000 gold coins. After a 10 fee, You have received a total of 1,800 gold coins. Huh. The system just took 200 gold from me. I lamented. That was nearly 1,000 RMB. Had I known, I would have shouted louder to sell it myself. As I mused, Ling Shui sent another message. Are you done? I'm waiting for you on the East Bridge of Twilight City. Chuckling, I made my way there. Simultaneously, I accessed the gold exchange system and cashed in 4,000 gold coins. At the current exchange rate, my bank account had swelled by 17,000 yuan. At last, my delightful life of modest prosperity had begun. Twilight City's robust walls were crafted from massive marble bricks, and the bridge leading across the moat was also constructed of creamy white stones. A gentle breeze blew, revealing a petite beauty clad in silver armor standing gracefully at the center of the bridge. Her long hair swayed, and her enchanting figure was subtly veiled by her armor, making her utterly captivating. The blue cloak draped behind her added an extra touch of allure, causing some passing male players to drool. As I approached, Ling Shui shot me a glance and said reproachfully, "You really made a girl wait so long, fool." I couldn't help but laugh. It's only been a few minutes. You little brat. Where's your patience? Ling Shui pouted, of course. Standing here alone feels like being a panda in a zoo, with everyone staring at me. It's making me so nervous. Let us get going. She grabbed my wrist and quickly dashed out of the city. Once outside, facing the expansive forest, Ling Shui seemed a bit dazed and asked, "Where should we level up?" I chuckled. "You didn't know that? Yet you ran out so fast? Do you know?" "I have no idea. Let us just wander around." Okay. Thus, we strolled along a small stream in the forest, encountering nothing but low-level creatures, a few passive wild deer. Their meat was said to be exquisite, and many aspiring chefs treasured it, as it could be used to create rare dishes that temporarily enhanced character attributes. Of course, neither Ling Shui nor I were gatherers, nor did we have any interest in hunting. Not far ahead, a clearing appeared before us, adorned with fragrant grass and scattered bushes. However, what truly caught our attention was the monstrous creature in the clearing, a towering black bear. Ling Shui flashed a charming smile and suggested, "How about we take on these clumsy bears?" I immediately shared the bear's attributes in our team chat. Hungry wild bear, normal monster, level, 48 attack, 380 to 450 defense, 120 health, 5500 attack type, rending attack, with a chance to inflict ongoing damage. The bear's level was not low. It was 3 levels above me and 7 above Ling Shui. It was clear that leveling up here would greatly benefit Ling Shui. Ling Shui swiftly drew her flowing light sword, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This clumsy bear only has 450 attack points. It can't even breach my defenses. With that, she charged forward, her sword sweeping through the air, and the bear instantly suffered a staggering 2,100 points of damage. I was taken aback. Before I could even raise my starlight bow, Ling Shui had effortlessly dispatched the bear, leaving me incredulous that it was a monster 7 levels above her. It was no surprise, though. Ling Shui was clad in a full set of silver gear with formidable attributes and wielded the attribute-defying flowing light sword, easily explaining why the wild bear was defeated so swiftly. Wild monsters typically yielded little wealth, only dropping a few silver coins. Yet, the experience was noteworthy. So Ling Shui and I decided to continue leveling here. After all, finding a decent leveling spot was not easy. Most good spots were monopolized, and the hero's graveyard had been farmed countless times, losing its novelty. Furthermore, I had already slain the corrupted skeletons there too many times, yielding sparse gold and equipment. It was time to venture elsewhere. Thus, in the forest clearing, Ling Shui and I continued to slay the bears, our experience steadily increasing, not particularly fast, but not slow either. We kept at it until deep into the night. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, along with iced tea and other ladies, was grinding monsters in the hero's graveyard. However, the area was becoming increasingly crowded, and some players were even stealing kills, so their leveling speed was not significantly faster than ours. As midnight approached, Ling Shui felled another bear with a swift strike and came to me, stretching adorably. "Fool, I'm tired and want to log off and sleep. You should rest early too." I nodded, just about to log off when I heard a voice from a distance. If I encounter that arrogant scholar again, I will make him regret it. Chapter 85. Tormenting the novices. As I exchanged glances with Ling Shui, a group of individuals emerged from the forest, heading directly towards us. Before I could utter a word, Ling Shui swiftly grasped my hand and pulled me behind a nearby thicket. "Ling Shui, what are you doing? There's no need to be so afraid," I exclaimed in surprise. She smiled coyly. "Fool, did you offend these people somewhere?" Raising my gaze, I recognized the speakers, 3 mages known as Killing Intent in the Crotch, Night Kicking the Widow's Door, and Promised Not to Bed, the very mages who had once attempted to ambush me in the Forgotten Canyon. I never anticipated encountering them here again. Ah, so it's these fools, I murmured. Ling Shui blinked and asked playfully, how did you offend them? I nodded and recounted the ambush incident in the Forgotten Canyon. Upon hearing my tale, Ling Shui's face lit up with excitement as she urged, let us take them down together, shall we? Since they are looters, they surely aren't good people. I pondered for a moment and replied with a grin, that sounds fine, but let us make them attack first. This way, I want to be marked red again. I don't wish to be hunted down like a rat in the street. Ling Shui smirked slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a crescent moon. Then shall we provoke them first? I nodded in agreement. Before I could finish, Ling Shui stood up and stepped out, poised beneath the greenwood, brandishing her shimmering sword defiantly at the three mages. Hey, you novices, halt. The three of them were momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn to the enchanting young lady before them. Utterly captivated. What a beautiful girl. Wait, isn't that Qingfeng Feishue, the expert from the leaderboard? Ling Shui, with a frosty expression, brandished her sword and declared, you lot, do you prefer a one-on-one duel or a group fight? Choose your demise. Killing Intent in the crotch was taken aback, forcing a smile as he replied, beautiful lady, we have no grievances with you. Why must we fight? If it's a PK you want, give us a reason. Is it because we're too handsome? Ling Shui chuckled, with your looks? I'll give you a reason. I've always said that when encountering novices, they must be tormented, especially when they're of a decent level like you. Knight, kicking the widow's door, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retorted, Qingfeng Feishue, understand this. We are all level 39 players. Though our equipment may not match yours, don't be too arrogant. If it comes to blows, you might not even survive a round. With a slight smile, Ling Shui's eyes narrowed. Is that so? In an instant, the petite beauty launched a surprise attack, her figure darting towards the mage. Her shimmering sword raised high as it descended towards Knight, kicking the widow's door's head. Watch out, second. Killing Intent in the crotch hastily waved his staff, summoning a wind blade that struck Ling Shui's chest. With a sound, the wind blade shattered, and a damage number of 234 floated above her head. Killing Intent in the crotch was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Ling Shui's magical defense to be so formidable. Meanwhile, Promised Not to Bed wasn't he idle, casting an ice arrow that slowed Ling Shui down. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Ling Shui's shimmering sword remained unstruck. It was then that the three mages began to display fear, realizing that this enchanting girl had calculated their doom. With a whoosh, a milky white light tore through the thicket, crashing into Killing Intent in the crotch's chest. 762. Instantly, the level 39 mage was left with no health. His face drained of color as the milky white waves surrounding him shattered, clearly indicating that his magical shield had been breached. Had it not been for that shield, Killing Intent in the crotch would have been obliterated on the spot. As I emerged from the thicket wielding my starlight bow, the three mages stared in astonishment, swallowing hard as they queried, This is the unruly scholar, how are you here? I smiled faintly, why shouldn't I be here? You've walked into the fire today, don't blame me. Promised Not to Bed appeared hesitant, whispering, what should we do? Should we flee, or? Killing Intent in the crotch gritted his teeth, declaring, let us fight. Simultaneously, the three of them coordinated a frenzied attack, unleashing wind blades, fireballs, and meteorites, all directed at me. They understood that Ling Shui, a level 42 swordswoman, would be difficult to dispatch quickly, so they aimed to eliminate the relatively fragile archer first. I swiftly maneuvered sideways, drawing my bow and releasing a fire arrow that sped forth like a torrent, piercing through Killing Intent in the crotch's chest. With no health to recover, he was instantly slain. In that moment, I too faced their onslaught, the combined might of three mages overwhelming me and reducing my health by more than half. Upon witnessing this, Ling Shui immediately swung her shimmering sword. With a whoosh, a blue crescent blossomed before her. The water moon slash's formidable power obliterated Knight, kicking the widow's door in an instant. Promised Not to Bed, still casting a spell, found himself in dire straits, hastily aborting his incantation and retreating. Ling Shui giggled, soaring forward with her sword, the 10 movement speed boost from her moonshadow cloak manifesting immediately. Within moments, Promised Not to Bed realized with despair that the beautiful girl was hot on his heels, her golden blades slicing through the air. With a splatter, blood erupted as a gaping wound appeared on Promised Not to Bed's chest. His magical robe offered no defense against the shimmering sword, and he was undoubtedly slain once more. Within 5 seconds, 3 beams of light ascended as the 3 level 39 mages returned to town, their levels reduced to 38. I promptly collected the potions scattered on the ground, while Ling Shui, still exhilarated, remarked, that was too easy. I thought they'd last a few more minutes. I chuckled, come on, you're a full-strength swordswoman. with 10 stars of growth and strength. Your additional 5 points in strength are nearly equivalent to my 9 points. And with your shimmering sword, I doubt any mage in the Chinese region, aside from your sister, could withstand your skill attacks. Ling Shui smiled lightly. Is that so? No wonder I feel so powerful. By the way, I finish my last exam tomorrow afternoon, and the day after, I'll be moving into the studio. Are you prepared for that? I was taken aback. Prepared? What do you intend to do? I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it after I move in. Ling Shui smiled coyly before logging off. I surveyed the results of the evening. I had acquired only 3 pieces of black iron equipment, yet I had reached level 46. Checking the leaderboard, Ling Yu was at level 48, ranking first in the Chinese region, while Gue Ji held the second spot at level 47, and I was third. It appeared I needed to exert more effort to level up. Chapter 86. A discussion on life. As I stepped out of the room, I was greeted by the sight of Xia Tian and Ziyu engaged in a gentle massage. Ziyu, with her long, fair legs resting on Xia Tian's lap, was absorbed in a magazine, while Xia Tian skillfully kneaded her limbs with delicate hands, causing Ziyu to squint her eyes in delight. Her lips slightly parted, an innocent yet suggestive scene. I refrained from commenting and made my way to the kitchen, where I prepared a bowl of noodles and settled down at the tea table to enjoy my meal. Before long, Xia Tian called out, "Scholar, I want some too." I chuckled. "Want to eat?" "Sure, just help me massage my shoulders later." "Okay." To my surprise, Xia Tian readily agreed and quickly shared half of her noodles with me, finishing them in just a few bites, licking her lips afterward as she exclaimed, "I never thought instant noodles could taste this good." I smiled, brewing a cup of invigorating coffee, contemplating another gaming session later that night, when fewer players would be around to compete for monsters. Moreover, tomorrow Ling Shui had an exam and might not log in during the day, so I could afford to play this afternoon. Just then, I felt a soft touch on my shoulder. Xia Tian had crept up behind me, her small hands expertly massaging away the fatigue from my nerves. Turning to look, I noticed she was clad in a light green spaghetti-strap dress, her fair legs gracefully draped over the sofa as she leaned back with a cheerful smile, asking, "How do you like my skills?" I generously offered her praise. "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. If things don't work out in the game, you could easily start a small business downstairs and make a fortune." Xia Tian playfully retorted, "You're ridiculous. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Even if I were, I'm still very innocent." I nodded. "Indeed, I know Xia Tian is as pure as a diamond, solid and benevolent." Xia Tian giggled. "Exactly." Ziyu, who had been tidying her hair, straightened up and said, "But what if we truly can't make it in the game? I didn't bring much money when I came from a distant city. And what about Luoyu?" Xia Tian, "Didn't your parents oppose you coming out here to make a living alone?" Xia Tian paused for a moment, then laughed. "What does it matter? To them, I'll always be a child, but I just want to prove that I've grown up." With that, she puffed out her petite chest, which seemed to have increased in size, resembling a small bowsy. Though I couldn't quite see how she had grown, I smiled and reassured her, "Rest assured, Shui Yue will never be eliminated. We shall all become legends in Lingtong." Ziyu and Xia Tian exchanged knowing smiles, almost in unison, tilting their heads to ask me, "Scholar, if something were to happen in the future, would you abandon us?" I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied with a smile, "We are friends. I would never abandon you." Their faces lit up with contentment just as the door beside us swung open. Bing Cha emerged, rubbing her eyes and sheepishly chuckling. I fell asleep while grinding. I suppose I'll just take a shower and get some proper rest. Today SPK was exhausting. She glanced at us and asked, "What are you three doing? Not even watching TV?" "Oh, we're discussing life aspirations." Xia Tian boldly deflected. Bing Cha, unconvinced, turned to me, "Scholar, are you logging in again later?" I nodded. "Yes, I plan to grind all night." Bing Cha beamed. "Great. We'll sleep now and wake you up for lunch tomorrow." "All right." With that, Bing Cha headed to the bathroom, and I finished my coffee, sending Ziyu and Xia Tian back to their room before logging in once more. Upon entering the city, I sold a few pieces of black iron equipment, albeit at a low price of only a few gold coins each. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, I visited the weapon shop for repairs, replenished my iron arrows, and then headed to the apothecary to purchase a full pack of potions, predominantly blue ones, as the magic consumption had sharply increased with the rising level of my 1,000-blade arrows. At that moment, Ling Yu sent me a message. "All-nighter?" I replied, "Yes." "Want to join?" She sent back a smiley emoji. "No, I need to sleep early for my beauty rest." I couldn't help but smile. It was only natural, as I was the only one in the Shui US studio suited for an all-night grind, while the others needed their sleep to maintain their youthful looks. Opening my friends list, I noticed that with Ling Yu offline, the names of the other girls had turned gray, leaving only Jian Hualonghan, Guizhi, and Xing Tian still battling online. I greeted them briefly before setting off towards the Hero S Cemetery. I chose to grind in the Hero S Cemetery because the undead monsters there reached a maximum level of 50, allowing for group kills. Checking my skills, I was pleased to find that my evasion skill had advanced to a high level, with an evasion rate of 10. This was one reason I could grind effectively, often. The monsters' attacks would simply miss, an exhilarating feeling. Along the way, many players from Twilight City were engaged in fierce battles with the undead. Some teams coordinating seamlessly with berserkers drawing aggro, mages delivering firepower, and priests providing healing. Such perfect synergy rendered them virtually invulnerable. For safety's sake, I turned off all equipment effects and hid my name, allowing me to blend in as an unassuming solo archer. To others, I was merely a lone player, and few would suspect I was one of the top 3 players in China. After about half an hour, I traversed deeper into the Hero S Cemetery, reaching areas we had not previously explored. The staggering skeleton warriors around me had already reached level 50, making it impossible for ordinary players to survive here. Even small teams struggled, as the 50-level skeletons boasted formidable attack power that players below level 40 simply could not withstand. Not far ahead, I stumbled upon a vast basin, its ground marred by dark, corrosive earth, swarming with flies and crawling with numerous skeletons. Unlike their counterparts outside, these skeletons were equipped with rudimentary armor. Although their black shells appeared worn, they undoubtedly provided considerable defense. I quickly checked the monster's attributes, only to be slightly taken aback. Corrupted armored skeleton, enhanced monster, attack type, armor-piercing attack. Surprisingly, at my level 46, I couldn't assess their attributes, which indicated these corrupted armored skeletons were likely at least level 52. Chapter 87, a frantic journey of experience with a resounding crack. The armor-piercing arrow shot forth like a streak of light, striking the skeletal warrior's chest plate. The creature staggered, and a damage indicator floated above its head, reading 1204. Not too shabby. Its defenses had been significantly breached. Following the attack, the decayed armored skeleton let out a deep, guttural roar and lunged toward me with its rusted sword. Unfortunately, its movements were painfully slow, allowing me to effortlessly retreat and retaliate. Thud, thud, thud. A series of fire and ice arrows were unleashed in quick succession, complemented by the armor-piercing arrow. Within less than half a minute, the dilapidated armored skeleton fell to the ground with a whimper, dropping a gold coin, several silver coins, and a rusty sword. What luck! The first monster I encountered yielded equipment. I marveled at my fortune, swiftly collecting the gold and silver coins into my inventory. Examining the rusty sword. Corroded rusty sword, rough quality. Additional notes: quest item, non-droppable, non-tradable, stackable. I was uncertain of its utility, so I stowed it away but was pleased with the experience and gold dropped by the monster, deeming it worthwhile to continue farming. Thus, I promptly attempted to lure 5 of these decayed armored skeletons using the 1,000-blade arrow for a mass slaughter. After unleashing dozens of arrows, I finally dispatched all the skeletons, yielding another rusty sword that stacked neatly in my inventory, occupying only a single slot. It seemed that attracting fewer monsters consumed too much mana potions, making it less efficient. On my second attempt, I boldly summoned as many as 20 decayed armored skeletons. Their attacks posed little threat, as I could easily maintain my distance due to my superior speed, maneuvering through the basin in circles while effortlessly converting them into experience and gold with my 1,000-blade arrow. This time, I collected 5 more rusty swords, and my experience bar surged by nearly 1/3, confirming that these monsters were indeed perfect for leveling up. The quantity of gold in my inventory increased steadily. Given the dwindling exchange rate between gold and RMB, I opted to convert 1,000 gold whenever I reached 2,000 gold, keeping the remaining 1,000 for emergencies within the game. At this moment, the disparity between high-end players and casual gamers became starkly evident. I was single-handedly farming these level 55 monsters, something unimaginable for ordinary players. Each monster I defeated netted me 1 to 2 gold coins, equivalent to 4 to 8 renminbi. However, for players below level 40, they would likely perish at the hands of the skeletons. When everyone's levels eventually rose to a point where they could farm here, it was likely that gold would lose its value. Perhaps it would take 10 gold to exchange for 1 renminbi, or even 100 gold for 1 renminbi, rendering the prospect of earning a mere cent per monster an unappealing endeavor. Thus, with my personal bank account swelling by approximately 4,000 renminbi each hour, I continued my relentless farming. Those so-called white-collar workers earned merely 4,000 in a month. The money I made from monster farming in just 1 hour sufficed for their entire month's salary. By the time the clock struck 3 in the morning, I had cleared the basin of decayed armored skeletons, reaching level 47 and collecting over 200 rusty swords, neatly stacked into 5 piles. Upon glancing back, I noticed a fresh batch of skeletons had spawned, and ahead of me lay a small hill, from which wisps of smoke faintly rose into the air. My heart stirred with excitement. There might be NPCs from the light faction there. Without hesitation, I tread upon the blackened, corrupted ground towards the hill. As anticipated, I was met with a rudimentary camp, where a dozen soldiers gathered around a campfire, a black iron pot steaming above it. Clearly, these soldiers were NPCs, each marked with the title of Graveyard Guardian. However, it seemed the undead forces had surpassed their control, forcing them to seek refuge upon this hill for survival. As I approached, a captain-like NPC stepped forward, stating, "Young adventurer, you should not be here. This place is fraught with peril. Those vile dark undead will tear apart all living beings." I was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond, when the NPC continued, "If only someone could help us eradicate these accursed undead. Young man, would you lend us your aid?" An opportunity one could not refuse. I promptly agreed to assist. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, Cleanse the Decayed Armored Skeletons, repeatable. Current quest difficulty, 180, quest content. Assist the Graveyard Guardians in defeating the decayed armored skeletons and collect their cumbersome rusty swords. When you gather 50 rusty swords, you may return them to the Graveyard Guardian. I was taken aback. Could this quest potentially grant experience in such a manner? Upon reopening the dialog box, an option to complete the quest appeared before me, and I eagerly clicked it. Ding. System prompt. You have completed the quest, Cleanse the Decayed Armored Skeletons, earning 180,000 experience, 200 gold coins, and 150 reputation. The 180,000 experience propelled my experience bar upwards once more, igniting a sudden thought in my mind. If I could farm experience in this manner, I was destined for riches today. Each quest completion rewarded me with 200 gold coins, a sum that tantalized my senses. Upon checking the dialog box again, it indeed indicated I could submit another 50 rusty swords for the quest, allowing me to reap further bountiful rewards in both experience and gold. This continued for 4 consecutive times until I exhausted my collection of rusty swords, at which point I could no longer submit the quest. In mere minutes, my experience surged to 47 level and 45. It was clear that surpassing Lingwe's level tonight was no longer a distant dream. The current top player was merely at level 49, so I resolved to leverage this seemingly bug-like repetitive quest submission to catch up to him. With that thought, I felt elated and swiftly returned to the basin to continue my relentless slaughter of the cumbersome, decayed armored skeletons. Once a person becomes exhilarated, their nerves can become somewhat uncontrollable. Unbeknownst to me, dawn had already broken outside, yet I remained invigorated, pursuing the monsters, enchanted by their generous experience and the quest rewards to be claimed. I lost track of the number of quests submitted until I finally depleted my inventory of blue potions, at which point I realized it was time to log off. Checking my status, I discovered I had reached level 49, with 87 of the experience needed to surpass level 50. For the first time, a player with a Chinese name would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, my gear had significantly deteriorated from prolonged combat, and my remaining iron arrows were few. Without returning to town, staying here seemed futile. Thus, I made my way back to town, only to find it was already 11 a.m. With noon approaching, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I could no longer withstand it, logging off immediately. My room door was usually left unlocked, so I pinned a note and affixed it to the door. I want to be having lunch. I'll wake up for dinner. Closing the door behind me, I wrapped myself in my blanket and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 88. Hidden profession. I am uncertain how much time has passed, but when I awoke languidly, I discovered a note lying beside my pillow, which had a new line added beneath my words. Got it. Keep it up. Let us strive together. A smile crept across my face. Such naive expressions evoked a sweet sensation within my heart. The handwriting was quite elegant, likely penned by either Lingyue or Bingsha, as they were the only ones who spoke in such a manner. Had it been Xiao Dian, she would have probably said something more frivolous, like keep it up, and I'll make you happy in no time. Glancing at my phone, I realized it was already 5 p.m. I had slept for 6 hours, which, according to the schedule of a professional player, was rather indulgent, prompting me to rise immediately. Upon exiting my room, I found several young ladies seated in the living room. Ah, the scholar has awakened, Ziyue exclaimed with a smile. Lingyue turned around promptly, grinning. Come and sit. Feeling a tad suspicious, I cautiously took a seat beside Lingyue, instantly enveloped by a subtle fragrance. Bingcha sat opposite me, regarding me with a smile as she asked, Scholar, You've surpassed both Lingyue and Guizhi in level within just one night. You must confess where you trained. Knowing this matter was unlikely to remain under wraps, I chuckled nonchalantly. Today, I'll take you all to train together. Lingyue smiled gently. Let us not rush. First, we shall have dinner. Once we rendezvous with Lingxue and Ziyun, we can face the final boss on the 7th level of the ghostly ancient temple. For now, let us eat. I promptly washed my face and tidied up, then joined them at the dining table. The young ladies, clad in tank tops, completely disregarded my presence, their alabaster arms and thighs nearly blinding me. Lingyue had also changed out of her usual uniform, donning a sky blue t-shirt. I must admit, such attire accentuated her figure remarkably. Her proud curves created a breathtaking silhouette. Though her outfit was simple, the blue fabric enhanced her stunning beauty, evoking a sense of elegance that seemed innate, akin to the radiant moonlight, pure and untainted. However, Lingyue shot me a glance and admonished, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. After dinner, we'll head to the general's tomb on the 7th level of the ghostly ancient temple. I've already coordinated with Ziyun and Lingxue. We'll set off at 6 p.m. sharp. We must defeat that super boss before returning. Ideally, we'll obtain a guild establishment order." I whispered, The guild establishment order can only drop from golden level bosses above level 80. The bosses in the ghostly ancient temple are fortunate to reach level 60. Lingyue rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I know. Must you always dampen my spirits? What if the system glitches? If we establish the guild early, Snowmoon can attract top players in the game, and by significantly expanding our strength, I can prove my capability, allowing me to escape." Suddenly, Lingyue fell silent. Ziyue, curious, asked him, "Escape from what?" "Goodness. Ziyue, this silly girl, truly lacks awareness, failing to grasp even this." Lingyue clearly did not wish to elaborate, making the inquiry unnecessary. Lingyue raised an eyebrow, casually stating, "Ziyue, if you don't secure your position tonight, your entire salary for the month will be docked." Ziyue immediately protested, "No, I still need to buy cosmetics." In truth, Lingyue and Ziyue were of the same age, both 20, yet Lingyue exuded an air of grace and authority. No doubt thanks to her status as the daughter of a CEO. Seeing Ziyue's face turn crimson, Lingyue stifled a laugh. "Silly Ziyue, did you truly take that seriously?" Ziyue, with an intellect far beneath Lingyue's, was left utterly bewildered. Thus, we settled down and quietly enjoyed our meal. Half an hour later, after sipping a glass of water, I retreated to my room. Upon entering the game, I opened the level leaderboard and was astonished to see my name glaring at me from the top position. Chinese region rankings. 1. Q Enku ing SHSH ing. Level 49, Archer 2. Q NGF ing L NYU. Level 48, Mage 3. GN Hugu ZH. Level 48, Dark Mage 4. DND in D Ohu 11 ing. Level 47, Soul Sorcerer 5. ZHNH in ODN. Level 47, Berserker 6. DY Hu. Level 46, Gale Warrior 7. ZHNH in F Angley. Level 45. Mage 8. ZHNH in TY. Level 45, Mage 9. Osh Ku NGRN. Level 44, Berserker 10. F Ingi Enju. Level 44. Mage. The leaderboard had undergone considerable changes. Lingxue and Jianhua Longhan had been pushed out of the top 10, which was entirely reasonable given that Lingxue had examinations and could not devote herself solely to the game. Staying in the top 10 would have been abnormal, while Longhan was preoccupied with managing the Jianhua team, which surely diverted his attention. However, what shocked me most was the presence of 3 hidden professions on the leaderboard. Guizhi's Dark Mage was expected, but now there was also a Soul Sorcerer named DND Ohu 11 ing, specializing in soul manipulation. In the future, one must exercise caution when encountering this individual. The other hidden profession, called DY Hu, was a Gale Warrior. Its name seemed quite ordinary, yet it likely focused on agility-based skills related to the wind, or perhaps it was a magical swordsman capable of wielding wind magic. Either way, it must possess extraordinary prowess, or it wouldn't have surged into the leaderboard within such a short span. A character search revealed that the Gale Warrior, DY Hu, was located in Echo City, a territory of ZHNHN, which bore no direct relation to us. However, the individual named DND Ohu 11 ing was situated in Twilight City. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain. I could only hope they were a virtuous player. Otherwise, should they be drawn into the ranks of the Osh family, it could pose a threat to us. At that moment, I received a message from Lingyue. "Gather at Eastgate Square. You're the last one we need. Arrive within 5 minutes." I hurried to the equipment shop to repair my nearly worn-out gear, then purchased a bundle of red and blue potions. Noticing that several young ladies on my friends list were online, I made my way directly to Eastgate Square. Upon my arrival at the square, I found four alluring beauties awaiting me. Lingyue and Lingxue, the stunning twins, undoubtedly captured the attention of the crowd. With nearly half the male players in the square gazing at them, their eyes alight with fervor. Beside them, the gentle and alluring Ziyun and the cold yet striking Bingcha also turned heads. Either one of them would be enough to captivate any audience, not falling short in charm. Then, the gazes of the young ladies fell upon me simultaneously, with Lingxue pouting, "You've been quite the diva, making us wait so long. How do you intend to make it up to us?" I chuckled heartily. "After we defeat the boss, I'll treat you all to a late-night snack." The young ladies immediately brightened. All right, you promised." I nodded. After all, as a high-end player with a bank account boasting 40,000 RMB, treating them to a late-night snack was hardly a burden. At that moment, Lingyue smirked, brandishing her fiery staff. "Let us go. We're off. For the boss's gear and for the scholar's late-night feast."